History of the Three Internationals. The World Socialist and Communist Movements from 1848 to the Present. By William Z. Foster. Part I, The First International, 1864 to 1876. 1. General economic and political background. The founding in London in 1864 of the International Workingmen's Association. The First International took place in a situation of a rapidly rising tide of capitalist development. The great discovery voyages of the 15th and 16th centuries had given a big stimulus to capitalism by widely extending commerce and the cultivation of many local guild handicrafts. This general impulse was further greatly intensified, particularly in England, by the Industrial Revolution. This began in the middle of the 18th century and, according to Frederick Engels, concluded about 1830. The rapid expansion of capitalism, however, went right on. The whole development marked the beginning of the transformation of society from the agricultural mercantile basis of feudalism to the industrial basis of capitalism. The Industrial Revolution. The Industrial Revolution, which had its center in England, was marked by a very rapid growth and expansion of the coal, iron, and textile industries, as well as of the railroads. These developments were based upon a whole series of revolutionary inventions. Among the more outstanding were those of Henry Cort in iron making, of John K. James Hargreaves, Richard Arkwright, and Samuel Crompton in devising textile machinery, and of Thomas Newcomen, Richard Watt, and George Stephenson in the invention and application of the steam engine to industry and transportation. A key invention in this great series was the cotton gin, by an American, Eli Whitney, in 1793, which provided cheap and abundant cotton for the hungry New English textile industry. Among the more elementary economic effects of the Industrial Revolution were that it shifted production from a hand to a machine basis, substituted huge factories for small workshops, transferred motive power from a wind and water basis to one of steam, revolutionized the transportation system by covering the land with a network of railroads, canals, and roads, and the seas with great fleets of ships, at first wind-driven but eventually operated by steam, and it developed commerce from primarily a local scale to a world basis. Principally because of its huge supplies of cheap coal and its strategic commercial location, England became the main center of the new industrialization. Between 1720 and 1839, its production of pig iron increased from 25,000 tons to 1,347,000 tons, and whereas in 1764 England imported 4 million pounds of cotton for manufacture, in 1833 it imported 300 million pounds. By the middle of the 19th century, England, producing the bulk of all manufactured goods, had become the workshop of the world. The Industrial Revolution soon spread from England to the continent. In its early stages France, with many notable inventions to its credit, nearly kept abreast of England, but by the middle of the 19th century, due largely to lack of available coal, France had fallen far behind. The Low Countries early became important industrial centers, and by 1850 Germany also was well on the way to industrialization. The latter country was handicapped, however, by its unfavorable commercial location, by many feudal hangovers, and also by being periodically overrun by wars. The United States, due eventually to far outstrip England, quickly felt the impulse of the Industrial Revolution. In 1790 the textile industry got underway in New England. By 1805 it had about 4,500, and by 1860 some 5,235,000 spindles in operation. 2 In the meantime, a considerable body of industry, iron, shoe, lumber, shipbuilding, etc. was growing up in the North Atlantic states, but it was not until about 1850 that large-scale industrialization in the United States got going full blast. As for Eastern Europe, it had very little industry at the time the First International was founded, and Asia, Africa, Australia, and Latin America had hardly any at all. The political consolidation of capitalism. With its rapid development of industry and trade, the Industrial Revolution produced a class of rich capitalists, the bourgeoisie, who gradually differentiated themselves from the petty bourgeoisie. This new and powerful class intensified the bitter struggle that nascent capitalism had already been developing against the predominant feudal system. Philosophically, economically, politically, and militarily, the capitalists warred against the great feudal landowners, kings, popes, bishops, and nobles. This struggle climaxed in many bourgeois revolutions, fought through by extremely violent civil wars. The long series of bourgeois revolutions eventually extended to all parts of the world, and it has continued on down to our own days. But at the time of the establishment of the First International, the most important of such revolutions that had taken place were those in England, 1649, United States, 1776, France, 1789, Haiti, 1790, the Spanish colonies in America, 1810, Brazil, 1822, France, 1890, and France, Germany, Austria, Italy, and Hungary, 1848, Italy, 1859, and United States, 1861. The general effect of these revolutions, which were eventually to make capitalism world dominant, had been at this time to put the capitalists more or less in control of England, Western Europe, and North America. Parallel and interlocked with these bourgeois revolutions, there also went ahead a capitalist-directed process of establishing the modern bourgeois states in Great Britain, the United States, France, Germany, Italy, Belgium, and other countries. In order to hold the working class in subjugation and exploitation, to secure for themselves domination over the respective national markets, and to mobilize the military strength of the nations for war, the capitalists had imperative need for much more definite and well-organized national states, either as republics or constitutional monarchies, than the loose and shifting and, in Germany and Italy, atomized political regimes characteristic of feudalism. The establishment of the new bourgeois states led to the violent suppression of many smaller peoples, as the Scotch, Welsh, and Irish in Great Britain, and also to the waging of many intense national wars. These wars included, among others, the French and English wars of the 18th century, the American-English wars of 1776 and 1812, the Napoleonic Wars of 1799 to 1815, the several Latin American wars Alter 1826, the United States-Mexican War of 1846, the Crimean War of 1853, the Franco-Austrian War of 1859, the American Civil War of 1861, and, in the immediate years of the setting up of the First International, the Prussian Wars against Denmark in 1864, Austria in 1866, and France in 1870. The capitalist system grew everywhere in the blood and mire of war and revolution. The Industrial Revolution and the workers. The rapid growth of capitalism quickly produced profound effects upon the toiling masses, first of all in England. Great numbers of peasants, erstwhile independent producers, who had been driven from their lands to make room for sheep growing, were herded into the new factories, where they became wage workers, and large numbers of handicraftsmen, who had worked either for themselves or in small workshops, were gradually assembled into larger and larger manufacturing plants. The modern working class was being born. This creation of the proletariat through the evolution of industry was taking place in all the countries where capitalism was developing. The capitalists, with the boundless greed characteristic of their social system, worked men, women, and children to the point of destruction. Their working and living conditions were but little better than those of chattel slaves. Working hours ranged from 12 to 16 per day, wages were at starvation levels, children from 6 years on worked in the mills, and the employers ruled dictatorially over the unorganized wage workers in the factories. A parliamentary report in 1833 said that the destitution of the English workers almost eclipses the horrors of slavery in America, of English landlordism in Ireland, and of British rule in India. 3. In his great work, Condition of the Working Class in England in 1844, Engels imperishably portrayed the horrifying position of the workers during this general period. On the continent, wherever capitalism had secured a grip, conditions were, if possible, even worse than in England. The new factories in France and Western Germany were wretched slave pens, and Marx called Belgium the paradise of the capitalists. In the United States, the land of the free, similar bad conditions prevailed for industrial workers, and it was a moot question as to who were physically the worse off, slaves or wage earners. Foner, Commons, and other labor historians have vividly described the wretched wages, the interminably long hours, the boss tyranny in the shops, and the murderous exploitation of men, women, and children characteristic of the young American industries, especially textiles, during the decades following the turn of the century. During the recurring economic crises in the respective countries, the poverty and destitution of the jobless masses beggared description. In various ways, the workers in the capitalist countries fought back against the economic and political slavery in which they were enmeshed. They did the fighting in the various bourgeois revolutions in Europe and America, hoping to wring from these struggles some of the glittering promises of the bourgeois platforms of which the Bill of Rights of the United States Constitution was a shining example. But experience quickly demonstrated that such paper rights could be made real for the workers only when they themselves fought resolutely to enforce them. To combat the intolerable working and living conditions to which they were barbarously subjected, the workers were compelled to rely upon their own class strength, which they expressed in various ways. In England, the Luddites smashed machines and wrecked factories, and in various countries the workers carried through insurrections, as in Manchester, in 1819, in Lyons, France, in 1831–34, and in Silesia and Bohemia in 1844. In the wake of the liberal sections of the bourgeoisie, as in the English electoral struggle of 1832, they also strove for political reforms. They built mutual benefit and cooperative societies, but most of all, the workers turned to trade unionism. Wherever capitalism established itself, the workers quickly learned that they possessed a weapon of profound importance, the strike, to bring industry to a halt, thereby temporarily cutting off the profits of their exploiters. Early trade unionism. In England, the mother country of capitalism, trade unions began to take form as early as 1752. These pioneer unions were chiefly groupings of skilled workers, and they had to struggle, mostly in an illegal status, against ferocious anti-combination laws. The partial repeal of such laws in England in 1824 brought out into the open many trade unions, hitherto disguised as friendly societies. The movement shot ahead, and in 1830 it crystallized nationally in the National Association for the Protection of Labor. This body was the forerunner of the Grand National Consolidated Trade Union of 1833–34. The latter had an estimated membership of some 500,000. In 1837, the Great Chartist movement was launched upon the initiative of the London Workingmen's Association, which had been formed a year earlier. Chartism was a broad working-class political movement, with wide, but not all-inclusive, trade union support and also drawing in large sections of the petty bourgeoisie. Its most outstanding leaders were James Brontera O'Brien, Fergus O'Connor, G. J. Harney, Ernest Jones, and William Lovett, and its main journal was the Northern Star. The movement finally crystallized in 1841 as the National Charter Association. The Chartist program, the famous 6 Points or People's Charter, was introduced into Parliament early in 1837. It aimed chiefly to secure the franchise for the workers at that time. Of the 6 million men in England, only 850,000 had the right to vote. The 6 Points demanded universal suffrage for men, equal electoral districts, annual parliaments, payment of parliamentary members, secret ballot, and no property qualifications for members of parliament. In support of this elementary program, the Chartists carried on an immense agitation all over the country. Some of their meetings attracted as many as 350,000 people. They also sent several mass petitions to Parliament, one bearing some 5 million signatures, gathered among a general population of 19 million. And when the reactionary Parliament cynically rejected the Chartists' mass petitions, the movement undertook to use methods of general strike and insurrection to enforce its demands. The first major collision came in 1842, after Parliament had spurned a great petition for the 6 points, bearing 3,317,700 names. The workers began to strike in many places and to go into insurrection. The movement was put down, however, and some 1,500 leaders and active workers were arrested. In 1848, under the influence of the revolutionary situation in Western Europe, the Chartist movement revived, but it had spent its force. When Parliament again rejected its mass petition, an attempt was made at insurrection, but this failed, largely because of the hesitations of petty bourgeois elements in the movement, and because the Duke of Wellington had mobilized 250,000 soldiers and police to crush it. The movement died out by 1850. Within a generation, however, the workers succeeded in writing into law virtually all of the famous 6 points. The Chartist movement, the first attempt to build a broad national labor party of the working class, in which the workers got a taste of their great political power, was one of the most significant and glorious movements in the history of world labor. During this stirring period, early in 1844, an important labor event, but little noticed at the time, was the formation of a consumers' cooperative by a handful of weavers in Toad Lane, Rochdale, England. This tiny organization, based on the principle of dividends on purchases, is generally considered to be the beginning of the huge modern cooperative movement. In France, Belgium, Switzerland, Spain, Germany, and other European countries, where harsh anti-union laws prevailed, there were but a few local trade unions in existence at the time the First International was born. In countries ruled by reactionary regimes there were numerous underground revolutionary political circles, and about the only types of labor organization more or less tolerated were mutual benefit, friendly, societies and cooperatives. In the United States, where the Negro people languished in barbaric chattel slavery, there were more democratic freedoms, for white workers, and also a considerable growth of labor unionism, following the familiar pattern of craft unions of skilled workers. Already in 1786 the printers of Philadelphia carried through an organized strike. Toward the end of the 1820s, in the mass democratic struggles of the Jacksonian period, the trade unions grew and many strikes took place. In 1827, 15 unions in Philadelphia formed the Mechanics' Union of Trade Associations. In 1831, the New England Association of Farmers, Mechanics, and Other Workingmen was organized, and within the next several years local central bodies were set up in many eastern cities. 5 This whole movement was accompanied by the establishment of labor parties in various localities, the first such organizations in the world. The workers fought especially for higher wages, the 10-hour workday, against debtor prisons, for free public education, for free land, and for a more democratic suffrage. The general movement subsided for a while, but the growth of individual unions continued. From 1834 to 1837, the National Trades Union served as the center of the young labor movement, and from 1845 to 1856, this need was met by the Industrial Congress, which had branches in all important industrial centers. The growth of the labor movement proceeded apace with the evolution of industry into the factory system. At the beginning of the Civil War several national craft unions were in existence. Anti-capitalist tendencies. The British workers not only strove to ease specific evils of the terrible exploitation they suffered, they also began to attack the capitalist system itself. With real genius, long before Karl Marx wrote, the celebrated Chartist leader, James Brontë O'Brien developed a pretty clear understanding of the class struggle and of the nature of the capitalist state. In 1832, he said, "The government is made up by the profit men to protect them in their exorbitant profits, rents, and impositions on the people who labor. Is it the government who make the laws, or is it not? On the contrary, the great profit men who make them to enrich themselves and then have the government to execute them. It is the profit men who are the oppressors everywhere. The government is their watchman and the people who labor are the oppressed. O'Brien fought the machine breakers, and proposed instead that the machinery be owned by the people and used for their benefit. 6. Rothstein points out that there was much confusion and utopianism in O'Brien's writings, but he marvels that the latter came remarkably close to modern Marxism. Referring to O'Brien, Rothstein says that, 15 years before the drawing up of the Communist Manifesto, the theory of class antagonisms and class struggle in capitalist society had been presented in all its bearings, not in a fragmentary form, but in such a systematic and complete manner as to arouse even today our wonder and admiration. 7. German immigrant workers in London formed the Exiles League, 1834–1836, and the Federation of the Just, 1836–1839. A leader of the latter organization, Wilhelm Weitling, a journeyman tailor, fundamentally attacked capitalism and elaborated in two books, 1838 and 1842, a system of communism. Of the latter of these, Marx said in 1844, when could the German bourgeoisie, including its philosophers and divines, point to a work championing bourgeois political emancipation which could in any way compare with Weitling's Garantien der Harmonie und Freiheit, guarantees of harmony and freedom. 8. In the United States, too, the workers began to assail the capitalist system and to try to escape its toils. In 1829, the brilliant machinist, Thomas Skidmore of New York, called upon the workers to challenge the nature of the tenure by which all men hold title to their property. He proposed the equal division of all existing property, lands, houses, factories, vessels, etc. 9. Skidmore, like George Henry Evans and many other workers' leaders of the times, and in the spirit of Jeffersonianism, prescribed the characteristic American petty bourgeois panacea of the times, that the workers could escape capitalist exploitation by getting themselves farms out of the vast body of land held by the government. This was a sort of denationalization of the land, a process which, however, the English Chartist collectivists Skipper and Harney mistakenly opposed as reactionary. 10. Brutal capitalist exploitation, especially intensified by the Industrial Revolution, also called forth objections from the ranks of the capitalist and middle classes themselves. These protests were manifested in various types of utopian socialism, that is, efforts to replace barbarous capitalism with more humane and intelligent regimes. The most important of the utopian socialists were Robert Owen, 1771–1858, in Great Britain, and Claude H. Saint-Simon, 1760–1825, Charles F. M. Fourier, 1772–1837, and Étienne Cabet, 1788–1856, in France. The general characteristic of the utopians was that, instead of basing themselves upon the actual laws of social development, they worked out idealistic plans of society of their own imagining. The utopians hoped that the people, including the capitalists, would adopt their plans as obviously superior to the existing regimes. Frederick Engels deals fundamentally with this whole movement in his great book, Socialism, Utopian and Scientific. Owen, a successful Scottish textile mill owner, set up a model workshop in New Lanark, Scotland, in 1800, with greatly improved conditions for the workers, and it was also highly profitable. Later he developed a system of worker ownership of industry. This general plan he hoped to have not only workers, but capitalists accept. But the capitalists would have nothing to do with Owen's scheme, except to denounce it. Owen, however, won a broad following among the working class. He became president of the Grand National Consolidated Trade Union, referred to above. Saint-Simon, Fourier, and Cabet also evolved systems of ideal societies. Disappointed and alarmed at the failure of the masses to realize the glittering democratic promises of the great French Revolution, these keen and generous spirits, at the turn of the new century, sharply criticized capitalism and undertook to build new systems of society based on justice and reason. they sought to discover a new and more perfect system of social order and to impose this upon society from without by propaganda, and, wherever it was possible, by the example of model experiments. 11. While the writings of the great utopians attracted much attention in France, they produced but few concrete results there. The European utopians paid much attention to the United States, where land for experiments was cheap, where greater democratic liberties prevailed, and where the masses were largely in a progressive mood. Owen himself came to the United States in 1824 and organized cooperative colonies in New Harmony, Indiana, and several other places. The followers of Fourier, including such outstanding personalities as Horace Greeley, Nathaniel Hawthorne, James Russell Lowell, and many other notables, set up during the 1840s cooperative phalanxes or colonies in some 40 places, the best known of which was Brook Farm in Massachusetts. During the same decade, the Cabot, or Icarian, movement also organized a number of colonies in Texas, Iowa, and Missouri. 12 But these tiny idealistic ventures were only drops in the ocean of capitalism, and they were all soon absorbed by it. When the First International came upon the scene of history, the utopian movements were already things of the past. During the pre-First International decades, several other social trends of major importance also developed, including pure and simple trade unionism, Blanquism, Proudhonism, Lassalleism, and Bakuninism. These played important roles in the life of the International, therefore, we shall discuss them as we go on. Incomparably the greatest revolutionary advance and achievement of the working class, however, in these formative decades, was the development of scientific socialism by Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. 2. Scientific socialism. Karl Marx was born in Treves, Rhenish Prussia, May 5, 1818. His father Heinrich was born a Jew but embraced Christianity. The son, Karl, was educated at the Bonn, Berlin, and Jena universities. His father wanted him to become a lawyer like himself, but he turned his main attention to philosophy, history, and science. In 1841 he got his Ph.D. In his student days he studied deeply the works of the great German philosopher, Hegel, and he was also much influenced by the materialist writer, Ludwig Feuerbach. Upon his graduation, Marx plunged into the current turbulent political life, in the period of the gathering German bourgeois revolution of 1848. In 1842, while only 24 years old, he became editor of the Rheinszeitung, a radical democratic journal. In the meantime, he married Jenny von Westphalen, daughter of a Prussian nobleman. It was at this time that Marx met Friedrich Engels, who was to become his lifelong friend and collaborator. Engels was born in Barmen, Prussia, September 28, 1820. He was the son of a wealthy cotton mill owner, who planned a business career for him. But like Marx, Engels became immersed in the developing revolutionary movement. He went to England in 1843, where his father owned a mill near Manchester. There he contacted the Chartist and Owenite movements and became a revolutionary. On a visit to Paris, in 1844, he resumed his acquaintance with Marx. The latter, an exile from Prussia after his paper had been closed down by the government, was then editing the Deutsch-Französische Jahrbucher, German-French yearbooks. The two revolutionary youths had by this time definitely become communists. Marx, for the first time, began to write as a socialist and materialist, and subjected Hegel's views on the state and on law to criticism from the socialist standpoint. 1 Engels was in general agreement with Marx. Thus began the fruitful partnership of these two magnificent fighters for and with the working class. History of the three internationals: the Communist League and the Communist Manifesto. Marx was expelled from France in January 1845 and went to Brussels, where he was very active politically in revolutionary organizations, the Democratic League and the General Workers' Society. In February 1846, jointly with Engels in England, the two began to form Communist Committees of Correspondence, a name reminiscent of American revolutionary experience. These committees carried on communist propaganda in the adjoining countries. Meanwhile, relations were established with the remnants of the Federation of the Just, which had been shattered as a result of the abortive 1839 rising of the Blanquists in Paris. After some negotiations, the various groups came together in London during the summer of 1847, with Engels in attendance. There they formed the Communist League. This was the first international communist organization, and it was a forerunner of the International Workingmen's Association of a decade and a half later. The Communist League was made up chiefly of exiled workers and intellectuals, French, German, Swiss, Italian, Russian, etc. in London, Paris, and Brussels. The League held a second Congress in 1847, from November 29 to December 8, in London, with both Marx and Engels present. At this Congress the League definitely organized itself, adopting a constitution and providing for a program. The task of preparing the program was delegated to Marx, who was already widely known as a well-developed and steadfast communist. Throughout December 1847 and January 1848, Marx and Engels worked on the draft, and by the end of the latter month it was completed and forwarded to London, where it was published in February. The Manifesto of the Communist Party, popularly referred to as the Communist Manifesto, the most important single document in the history of mankind, had come into being. The Communist Manifesto was the first revolutionary program of the world's workers. It laid down the solid foundations of proletarian thought and action for the workers thenceforth on their road to socialism. It showed them how to protect themselves under capitalism, how to abolish the capitalist system, and how to build the structure of the new socialist society. Marx, Engels, V.I. Lenin, Joseph Stalin, and others were to write many books on Marxism during the ensuing decades, and their writings served to elaborate and to buttress the basic propositions of the manifesto. Today, 107 years after the great document was written, the Communist Manifesto stands as firm as a rock, a clear guide for the international working class, justified by generations of revolutionary experience, and altogether impervious to the attacks of capitalist enemies. The major principles of Marxist socialism. Prior to 1848, the movement for socialism was a welter of confusion regarding the analysis of capitalism, organizational forms, methods of struggle, and the conception of the ultimate goal. It was a mixture of primitivism, utopianism, adventurism, and opportunism. But Marx, actively aided by Engels, with one masterly stroke, in the Communist Manifesto, swept aside all this idealism, ignorance, and eclecticism, and put the socialist movement, for the first time, upon a scientific basis. As Engels said 35 years later in his famous address at the grave of Marx, just as Darwin discovered the law of evolution in organic nature, so Marx discovered the law of evolution in human history too. Marxism, during its century of life, has irresistibly triumphed over the host of confusions and illusions, bred of capitalism, that have plagued the working class on its advance to emancipation. Every other theory and world outlook lies in ruins, says Dude. Shattered and impotent before the march of events. 3. Marxism, first formulated basically in the Communist Manifesto, becomes ever more expanded and powerful with the passage of the decades. Stalin thus defines Marxism: Marxism is the science of the laws governing the development of nature and society, the science of the revolution of the oppressed and exploited masses, the science of the victory of socialism in all countries, the science of building a communist society for. And Lenin thus describes the basic composition of Marxism: Marx was the genius who continued and completed the three chief ideological currents of the 19th century, represented respectively by the three most advanced countries of humanity: classical German philosophy, classical English political economy, and French socialism combined with French revolutionary doctrines. 5. Major among the basic elements of Marxism are the following. 1. Philosophical materialism. Marx based himself upon the reality of the world, as against the metaphysical imaginings of the idealistic philosophers George Berkeley, David Hume, Immanuel Kant, George W. F. Hegel, and the many others whose systems, by one route or another, all led to the acceptance of religion and to the conception of an artificial external creation and operation of the world. Marx counterposes a world ruled by natural law, against the bourgeois metaphysical conception of a world under the arbitrary guidance of some remote divinity. To him materiality is fundamental, and all thought and understanding flow from it. Engels says, the great basic question of all philosophy, especially of modern philosophy, is that concerning the relation of thinking and being, spirit to nature, which is primary, spirit or nature? The answers which the philosophers gave to this question split them into two great camps. Those who asserted the primacy of spirit to nature, and therefore, in the last analysis, assumed world creation in some form or another, comprised the camp of idealism. The others, who regarded nature as primary, belonged to the various schools of materialism. 6. Marx was the supreme philosopher in the second camp, carrying the materialist conception into all branches of thought and action. The practical effect of philosophical materialism is to free Marxists, and eventually the working class, from the crippling influence of the innumerable hoary and reactionary conceptions relating to philosophy, science, government, religion, economics, morality, art, etc., which constitute the fundamental ideological buttresses of the capitalist system. Philosophical materialism is the sharpest intellectual weapon of the proletariat in its fight against capitalism and for socialism. 2. Dialectics. Marx and Engels adopted the dialectics of Hegel, 1770–1831, which, as Lenin puts it, is the theory of evolution which is most comprehensive, rich in content, and profound. Dialectics, Marx says, is the science of the general laws of motion both of the external world and of human thought. 7. But in accepting Hegel's dialectic system, Marx and Engels stripped it of its idealism and developed it on a materialist basis. For dialectical philosophy, says Engels, nothing is final, absolute, sacred. It reveals the transitory character of everything, and in everything, nothing can endure before it except the uninterrupted process of becoming and of passing away, of endless ascendancy from the lower to the higher. 8. Dialectical evolution, says Lenin, is a development that repeats, as it were, the stages already passed, but repeats them in a different way, on a higher plane, negation of negation, a development, so to speak, in spirals, not in a straight line, a spasmodic, catastrophic, revolutionary development, breaks of gradualness, transformation of quantity into quality, inner impulses for development, imparted by the contradiction, the conflict of different forces and tendencies reacting on a given body, or inside a given phenomenon or within a given society, interdependence, and the closest, indissoluble connection between all sides of every phenomenon. 9. 3. The materialist conception of history. Marx and Engels were the first to put the writing of history upon a scientific basis, stripping it of the mass of metaphysics, subjectivism, hero worship, class bias, and superficialities characterizing bourgeois-written history. The heart of the Marxist materialist conception of history lies in the economic factor, the way people make their living. Marx outlines it as follows: in the social production which men carry on they enter into definite relations that are indispensable and independent of their will. These relations of production correspond to a definite stage of development of their material powers of production. The sum total of these relations of production constitutes the economic structure of society, the real foundation, on which rise legal and political superstructures and to which correspond definite forms of social consciousness. The mode of production in material life determines the general character of the social, political, and spiritual processes of life. It is not the consciousness of men that determines their existence, but, on the contrary, their social existence determines their consciousness. 10. Marxists have frequently been accused of laying sole stress upon the economic factor and of ignoring all others, such as national traditions, history, culture, etc. But this is nonsense. In this respect, Engels combats vulgar economic determinism. According to the materialist conception of history, the determining element in history is ultimately the production and reproduction in real life. More than this neither Marx nor I have ever asserted. If therefore somebody twists this into the statement that the economic element is the only determining one, he transforms it into a meaningless, abstract, and absurd phrase. 11. The bourgeoisie, with its idealistic, eclectic system of history writing, which denies causation and reason and puts the stress upon all sorts of secondary and superficial elements, has no clear picture of past history nor of what is happening at the present time. Historical materialism, the method of Marx, with its stress on the economic factor, gives to Marxists a decisive advantage in drawing the elementary lessons from past history, and for understanding the fundamental meaning of the complex economic and political processes of today. It is this that enables Marxists to foresee the inevitability of social revolution and socialism, an eventuality which the bourgeois economists and historians neither can nor dare envisage. For the class struggle, the Communist Manifesto thus states the fundamental Marxist position on the class struggle: the history of all hitherto existing society is the history of class struggles. Freeman and slave, patrician and plebeian, lord and serf, guildmaster and journeyman, in a word, oppressor and oppressed, stood in constant opposition to one another, carried on an uninterrupted, now hidden, now open fight, a fight that each time ended, either in a revolutionary reconstitution of society at large, or in the common ruin of the contending classes. In the earlier epochs of history, we find almost everywhere a complicated arrangement of society into various orders, a manifold gradation of social rank. In ancient Rome we have patricians, knights, plebeians, slaves; in the Middle Ages, feudal lords, vassals, guildmasters, journeymen, apprentices, serfs; in almost all these classes, again, subordinate gradations. The modern bourgeois society that has sprouted from the ruins of feudal society has not done away with class antagonisms. It has but established new classes, new forms of struggle in place of the old ones. 12. Modern capitalist society is a maze of sharply contending internal groups. Marxism, says Lenin, provides a clue which enables us to discover the reign of law in this seeming labyrinth and chaos, the theory of the class struggle. 13. The bourgeoisie, particularly in these later years, is anxious to obscure the class character of the internal struggles that are taking place, and thus to confuse the masses as to their true class interests. But the class analysis of Marxism lays bare the whole process, and it is the first consideration, not only in understanding past history, but in the working out of proletarian policy in any given situation. Before Marx's time many bourgeois historians and political economists, including James Madison in the United States, had gained some inkling of the class struggle, but it was Marx and Engels who made the whole vital matter crystal clear. In a letter to Joseph Wade Meyer, March 5, 1852, Marx said on this question, "And now as to myself, no credit is due to me for discovering the existence of classes in modern society nor yet the struggle between them." Long before me bourgeois historians had described the historical development of this class struggle and bourgeois economists the economic anatomy of the classes. What I did that was new was to prove that the existence of classes is only bound up with particular, historic phases in the development of production. That the class struggle necessarily leads to the dictatorship of the proletariat. That this dictatorship itself only constitutes the transition to the abolition of all classes and to a classless society. 14, which is a very modest summary indeed of Marx's contributions on this central question. 5. The revolutionary role of the working class. In his analysis of the class struggle, Marx, as one of his greatest achievements, developed the revolutionary role of the proletariat. In the Communist Manifesto, he said, "Of all the classes that stand face to face with the bourgeoisie today, the proletariat alone is a really revolutionary class. The other classes decay and finally disappear in the face of modern industry, the proletariat is its special and essential product. The lower middle class, the small manufacturer, the shopkeeper, the artisan, the peasant, all these fight against the bourgeoisie, to save themselves from extinction as fractions of the middle class. They are, therefore, not revolutionary, but conservative. Nay, more, they are reactionary. 15. Marx was here dealing with the period of competitive capitalism. In the period of imperialism, however, the era of the general crisis of capitalism, the proletariat is able to mobilize the poorer peasantry and other petty bourgeois elements behind its leadership. To theorize the worker-peasant alliance was one of the greatest achievements of Lenin. Lenin says, the main thing in the teaching of Marx is the elucidation of the worldwide historical role of the proletariat as the builder of a socialist society. 16. This firm Marxian insistence upon the leadership of the proletariat is fundamental in revolutionary working class policy. Marx's clarity on this has successfully countered persistent attempts of various schools of opportunists to see in the bourgeoisie, the peasantry, or the city petty bourgeoisie the constructive class that the masses of workers should follow. The leading role of the working class was the key to the winning of the future great revolutions in Russia, China, and Eastern Europe. Already in the Communist Manifesto, Marx also began to outline the special type of thinking, fighting, disciplined party necessary for the working class to win finally over the capitalist class. The Communists are, on the one hand, practically, the most advanced and resolute section of the working class parties in every country, that section which pushes forward all others. On the other hand, theoretically, they have over the great mass of the proletariat the advantage of clearly understanding the line of march, the conditions, and the ultimate general results of the proletarian movement. 17. 6. Surplus value. In the early, progressive stage of capitalism, the bourgeois economists Adam Smith, David Ricardo, John Stuart Mill, and many others made much sound analysis of that system. But they could not face up to the revolutionary realities of where capitalism was heading, and in later generations bourgeois economics degenerated eventually into little better than superficial apologetics for capitalism. It remained for Marx, the giant of all economists, to drive home the economic analysis to its revolutionary conclusions. Especially in his great three-volume work, Capital, Marx made a profound analysis of the capitalist system. Among his innumerable basic contributions, he explained the hitherto unsolved questions of the primitive accumulation of capital, the causes of cyclical crises, the concentration of capital, and many aspects of capitalism hitherto unprobed or obscured by bourgeois economists. But his supreme contribution in the economic sphere was to describe the production of surplus value by the workers and its appropriation by the capitalists. This laid bare the whole process of capitalist exploitation and exposed the economic causes leading to proletarian revolution. Since then countless bourgeois economists have tried in vain to refute his historic discovery. Mering thus sums up this central phase of Marxist theory. The real source of capitalist wealth was revealed for the first time in the first volume of Capital. Marx showed for the first time how profit originated and how it flowed into the pockets of the capitalists. He did so on the basis of two decisive economic facts: first, that the mass of the workers consists of proletarians who are compelled to sell their labor power as a commodity in order to exist, and secondly that this commodity, labor power, possesses such a high degree of productivity in our own day that it is able to produce in a certain time a much greater product than is necessary for its own maintenance in that time. These two purely economic facts, representing the result of objective historical development, cause the fruit of the labor power of the proletarian to fall automatically into the lap of the capitalist and to accumulate, with the continuance of the wage system, into ever-growing masses of capital. 18. 7. The role of the state. One of the most basic elements of Marxism is Marx's analysis of the state as the instrument of force by which the bourgeoisie enforces the submission of the workers to its domination. The Communist Manifesto says, the executive of the modern state is but a committee for managing the common affairs of the whole bourgeoisie. 19. Marx slashed into those muddleheads and opportunists who held that the capitalist state was an institution standing apart from and above all economic classes, concerning itself with the welfare of all the people. Marx and Engels traced the history of the state, showing that, with the rise of economic classes, the state ever served the interest of the ruling classes. Engels, especially in his The Origin of the Family, Private Property and the State, and in his Anti-Düring, demonstrated that the victorious proletariat will ultimately do away with the state and relegate it into the Museum of Antiquities. 8. Class struggle strategy and tactics of the working class. Marx and Engels not only worked out the general principles, but also the fighting methods of the proletariat. In their various books, and especially in their voluminous correspondence, are to be found the basic answers to most of the scores of complex questions of strategy and tactics which, for the past century, have been serious problems for the developing labor movement. Most of labor's later weaknesses on these questions have been due to failure or refusal to learn the lessons of Marx's writings. Inasmuch as we shall see in passing how the three successive international organizations of the working class have dealt with various of these questions, here we can do hardly more than to list a few of them. Marx and Engels realized very clearly that the working class, fighting against ruling classes that would use every form of violence to retain their class power, would have to be prepared themselves to meet force with force. Marx said, "Force is the midwife of every society pregnant with a new one." Only in Great Britain and the United States, did he, under the circumstances of that time, which, as Lenin later showed, was before the rise of imperialism, consider bourgeois democracy advanced enough to raise the possibility of a peaceful transition by the workers to socialism. 20. Marx and Engels, while realizing the necessity of the working class to make temporary alliances with other classes with whom its interests coincided at the time, even with the bourgeoisie in the struggle against feudalism, laid the greatest stress upon the fundamental necessity of the workers having their own distinct class organizations and policies, a basic lesson which the labor movements in many countries, notably the United States, have by no means fully learned even yet. Another problem that has plagued the labor movement for a century is how to establish the correct relationship between the struggle for the workers' immediate demands and the struggle for the establishment of socialism. But Marx, in the Communist Manifesto, gave a clear line for this in his basic statement that, the communists fight for the attainment of the immediate aims, for the enforcement of the momentary interests of the working class, but in the movement of the present, they also represent and take care of the future of that movement. 21. Marx understood very well, although in his writings he did not develop it at great length, the vital question of the role of the peasantry as potential allies of the revolutionary working class. Illustrating his understanding in this matter, Marx, referring to the revolution of 1848, said, "The whole thing in Germany will depend on the possibility of covering the rear of the proletarian revolution by some second edition of the Peasant War." 22. One of the basic causes for the eventual failure of the Second International was precisely its inability to grasp this elementary proposition, the basis of which was worked out by Marx. Marx and Engels also worked out many other basic questions of strategy and tactics. They evaluated the roles in the class struggle of the trade unions and of the cooperative movement. They established a proletarian policy towards war and established the role of the general strike in the fight against militarism. They worked out the elements of proletarian policy in the national question, as it then presented itself to the European labor movement. They demonstrated the international character of the workers' struggle for emancipation, the greatest of all labor watchwords being that of workingmen of all countries, unite. The closing words of the Communist Manifesto. The two great communist pioneers, Marx and Engels, also swept aside all the existing uncertainty and utopian speculation about socialism and placed the question upon a scientific basis. They uncovered the economic workings of the capitalist system that was exploiting the toiling masses, that was organizing the working class, and that was making the advent of socialism inevitable. They demonstrated that the workers were the historical gravediggers of capitalism, that only the proletariat could lead the respective peoples to socialism. Without attempting, as the utopians did, to trace out every detail of the future society, Marx and Engels showed that it would be the dictatorship of the proletariat and that socialism, with its motto of "from each according to his ability, to each according to his work," would be the introductory phase of a still higher social structure, communism, with the principle, "from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs." This basic Marxist analysis has been completely sustained by the one-third of the human race now definitely on the march to socialism and communism. Together Marx and Engels laid the theoretical and practical foundations of the modern movement for socialism. Marx was the more towering genius of the two, but Engels was also a theoretician of extraordinary stature. Their collaboration was so close that it is impossible to distinguish the precise authorship of respective features of Marxism. Engels was very generous in conceding credit to Marx. Among many such expressions, he said that the basic ideas of the Manifesto belong entirely and solely to Marx 23. And again, he said, these two great discoveries, the materialist conception of history, and the revelation of the secret of capitalist production through surplus value, we owe to Marx. With these discoveries socialism became a science. 24. Engels, besides his collaboration with Marx, personally produced several very valuable books, classics of socialism. He also performed the gigantic task, after Marx's death, of working up Marx's mountain of notes into the second and third volumes of Capital. Lenin thus evaluates Engels, after his friend Karl Marx, who died in 1883, Engels was the most remarkable scientist and teacher of the modern proletariat in the whole civilized world. 25. Engels adds here, except in the prehistory of society. 3. The Revolution of 1848. The Revolution of 1848 was one of the series of upheavals by which the capitalist class progressively established its rule in Western Europe and eventually throughout the world. The movement, which Marx called the Continental Revolution, started in France and quickly enveloped Germany, Austria, Italy, Hungary, Belgium, Portugal, and other European countries. England and Ireland also distinctly felt it, and its influence was sharp as far east as Poland and Russia. Repercussions of it took place even in the United States and in Latin America. It was one of the biggest blows ever delivered by rising capitalism against the decadent feudal system. The basic cause of the broad bourgeois revolution was the pressure of rapidly growing capitalist industrialization, with the equally swiftly expanding working class, against the cramping economic and political fetters of obsolete feudalism. The immediate reason for the revolution was the deep and general economic crisis of 1847, which produced a widespread industrial shutdown, great unemployment, and wholesale mass destitution. Among its other effects, the revolution constituted a major challenge to the newly organized Communist League, with its famous program, the Communist Manifesto, which had forecast the upheaval. The 1848 revolution was a decisive force in shaping the general European situation, into which, a few years later, the First International was born. The Revolution in France. The revolution began in France on February 24, 1848. It started in this classical land of revolutions because their industry was more developed than anywhere else on the continent. The French bourgeoisie was the strongest and most revolutionary, the working class was the most mature politically and accustomed to insurrectional methods, and the French feudal system, because of successive revolutionary blows since 1789, was the weakest in Europe. In his work, The Class Struggles in France, 1848-50, Marx has provided the scientific history of the French phase of the revolution. The Paris workers, rising and fighting under the red flag, overthrew King Louis Philippe, a product of the defeated 1830 revolution. The workers had as allies the petty bourgeoisie and lesser big bourgeoisie in the struggle against the bankers and big financiers who were allied with the monarchists. The new provisional government which was created hesitated about proclaiming the Republic, whereupon Raspail, a worker leader, warned that they must do this within 2 hours or by then he would have an army of 200,000 workers battering at the doors of the Hôtel de Ville. Before the deadline, therefore, the frightened government hastily plastered the city walls with placards reading, République Française, Liberté, Égalité, Fraternité. The workers also compelled the reluctant government to establish universal male suffrage, to admit workers into the National Guard, hitherto the privilege only of the middle class, to set up vast national workshops, employing 100,000 workers, shops which were supposed to wipe out poverty and to organize a commission to study the general question of social reform. Alarmed at the revolutionary spirit of the workers, the bourgeoisie systematically organized their forces to crush their erstwhile worker allies. The new National Assembly, elected largely with peasant votes, was conservative. The reactionaries mobilized 24,000 men, mostly thieves and other lumpen, slum, proletarian elements, into the mobile guards. They attacked the national workshops, imposing systems of piecework and otherwise disrupting them. On May 15, a small insurrection, led by Raspail, Blanqui, and Barbes, tried in vain to overthrow the now reactionary government. Finally, on June 21, the big workshops were closed altogether. The government's provocations were all a deliberate scheme to push the workers into a futile general insurrection. Under these attacks, the workers of Paris rose on June 22 in a fierce insurrection, which Marx describes as the first great battle between the two classes that split modern society. On the walls ran these slogans: overthrow of the bourgeoisie, dictatorship of the working class. The workers, with unexampled bravery and talent, without chiefs, without a common plan, without means and, for the most part, lacking weapons, held in check for 5 days the army, the Mobile Guard, the Parisian National Guard, and the National Guard that streamed in from the provinces. But it was a lost cause. The workers were finally beaten and 3,000 of them massacred by the butcher Cavaignac. Thousands more were thrown into prison. The defeat of the French workers in June 1848 had a profoundly reactionary effect upon the revolutionary situation all over Europe. Generally, the erstwhile revolutionary bourgeoisie fled into the arms of reaction, the feudalists and monarchists, and made common cause with them against the radical working class. The main political effect of all this was to slow down, but not to stop altogether, the march of the bourgeoisie to political power in the several continental countries. The conservative French National Assembly, on December 10, 1848, elected Louis Bonaparte as president. He seized dictatorial power on December 2, 1851, and a year later had himself proclaimed emperor. As Napoleon 3.2, this political adventurer was the man who was eventually to lead the French people into the great debacle of the Franco-German War of 1870–71. The German Revolution. The Revolution of February 24, 1848, begun in Paris, spread swiftly to Germany, Austria, Italy, Hungary, and other lands. These countries, like France, and for the same general reasons, were ripe for bourgeois democratic revolution. On March 4, only a week after the revolution began in Paris, the workers and their allies rose in Cologne, Germany, and took charge of the city. On March 18 the people of Vienna chased out Prince Metternich and his government and mastered that important city. And on March 18 the people of Berlin rose in arms, and after an obstinate struggle of 18 hours, had the satisfaction of seeing the king surrender himself into their hands. 3. Similar uprisings took place in many other cities. A National Assembly was elected and a liberal government established. The bourgeoisie was in a position, by resolute action, to make itself master of all Germany and Austria. Marx and Engels, like all great communist leaders, were men of action as well as of theory. They not only analyzed the world, but they fought actively to change it. With both France and Germany in revolution, they chose the latter country, where they had the most roots, as their field of operation. Consequently, they hastened from Belgium to Prussia, locating themselves in revolutionary Cologne, in the Rhine area. Among their most active co-workers were Stefan Born, Joseph Moll, Karl Schapper, Johann Becker, and Wilhelm Wulff. Marx explained later that they went to Cologne rather than to Berlin because, as it was more industrialized and had a more democratic regime, they would have greater freedom of action. 4 The Communist League possessed only a handful of members in Germany, so Marx and Engels had to work through the broad democratic organizations at hand. During the struggle, the Communist Party of Germany was organized. Marx became editor of Neue Rhetonische Zeitung, which was at first an organ of the liberal bourgeoisie, but which he turned into a journal supporting the workers. On the eve of the revolution, the democratic parties had met in Offenburg and worked out the program of the liberal bourgeoisie. This included freedom of thought and association, universal and equal male suffrage, a militia to replace the standing army, a progressive income tax, trial by jury, popular education, labor reforms, and parliamentary government, all within a united German republic. The heart of this program for the bourgeoisie was to unite fragmentized Germany into one state. In 1834, with the customs union, Zollverein, a long step had been taken in this direction, but the capitalists had further urgent need to get the whole chaos of the many states under one central government. When Germany finally became united in 1871, without Austria, the new unity was built out of a total of 25 states, 4 kingdoms, 5 grand duchies, 13 duchies and principalities, and 3 free cities, all previously independent states. 5. There being a common interest between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie to overthrow the feudal monarchy and to establish a united democratic Germany, Marx and Engels and their followers actively supported this general program. But they did so with the understanding that the bourgeois revolution would be but the introductory stage of a more far-reaching proletarian revolution. Engels, later on, thus explained their policy: for us February and March, the first phase of the revolution, could have the significance of a real revolution only if these months had not been the termination but, on the contrary, the starting point of a prolonged revolutionary movement which, the people would have developed further by their own struggle, and in which the proletariat would gradually have won one position after another in a series of battles. 6. Accordingly, Marx and Engels militantly fought for a democratic republic, for a united Germany, including the German section of Austria, for the specific class demands of the workers, and for all-out support of the revolution in France, Hungary, and elsewhere. This general line of policy was that of permanent revolution, a policy which, under Trotsky distortions, was to play such an important role, 2 generations later, in the great Stalin-Trotsky controversy in the Russian Revolution. It was in harmony with the conception in the Communist Manifesto, which declared that the bourgeois revolution in Germany will be but the prelude to an immediately following proletarian revolution. Engels later admitted that he and Marx had miscalculated in their too early expectancy of the socialist revolution. 7 But they were basically correct nevertheless in developing a socialist perspective in the German Revolution of 1848. In view of the revolutionary spirit of the German working class and especially of the workers' February rising in Paris and their head-on armed collision with the bourgeoisie in the June counter-revolution, the question of socialism had been placed on the agenda of history in Europe. In fact, it was to be but a relatively short time until the French working class, in the heroic Paris Commune of 1871, would demonstrate this great fact beyond all question. Betrayal by the capitalist class. The German bourgeoisie in 1848, instead of following up its initial revolutionary advantage by crushing the feudal states, wavered and temporized. The pretended new central authority of Germany, says Engels, left everything as they found it. They were more fearful of the revolutionary workers than they were of feudal reaction. They were afraid that their bourgeois revolution would indeed grow over into a socialist revolution. Therefore, essentially as the French bourgeoisie did after the February uprising, the German bourgeoisie allied itself with reaction against the working class. The National Assembly, installed by the liberal bourgeoisie, was afraid to break with the monarchy and kept on the road of compromise until it was dissolved by aggressive reaction. The bourgeoisie practically abandoned even its basic demand for a united Germany, not to mention a republic. Marx denounced the capitalist class as without initiative, without a universal historical calling, a doomed senile creature. 9. Without breaking with those middle-class elements still willing to fight, Marx and Engels threw their stress upon action by the workers. But as the sequel showed, the proletariat was much too weak and immature politically to take the lead and to carry through successfully the bourgeois democratic revolution which the bourgeoisie itself was so flagrantly betraying, and a socialist revolution was not potential in the situation. The crushing defeat suffered by the workers in Paris in June 1848 revived reaction all through Germany and Eastern Europe. In November of that year the militant counter-revolution reconquered Vienna and in the same month dissolved the National Assembly of Prussia in Berlin. The people of Dresden took up arms, with Bakunin participating, and so did those of other localities. The masses awaited a general call to action from the National Assembly at Frankfurt, but this call never came. The bourgeoisie, which had a majority in that assembly, was busy selling out the nation to the counter-revolution in its own narrow class interests. By July 1849 the German Revolution, begun so auspiciously 16 months earlier, was entirely subdued and the counter-revolution was again in the saddle. The bourgeoisie did not win the decisive victory in the revolution, as they could have done, but they managed nevertheless to open the doors sufficiently for the future rapid industrialization of Germany. This was what they wanted basically, and having secured it, they promptly betrayed their worker, peasant, and middle-class allies. This treachery was in the nature of the capitalist beast. It was a basic lesson that was to be learned afresh by the working class and the Negro people in the Second American Revolution, 1861–65, and by the workers and other democratic forces in the many other bourgeois revolutions of the future. Another basic lesson stressed by the 1848 revolution was the imperative need for the workers to have an independent party of their own. With counter-revolution victorious in Germany, great numbers of revolutionists had to leave the country. Masses of them emigrated to the United States, there to play a very important role in the fight against chattel slavery and in building the young labor movement. Marx, Engels, and various other fighters returned to London. Years of political reaction. The decade between the defeat of the 1848 revolution and the establishment of the First International was generally a period of political reaction, of rapid industrialization, of extensive growth of the working class, and of lessened revolutionary struggle. In France, Germany, and elsewhere revolutionaries were persecuted, an outstanding example of this being the celebrated Cologne trial of 1852, where 9 communist leaders were accused of high treason. The trial, based on stool pigeon and provocateur testimony, resulted in the conviction and jailing of 7 of these leaders for long prison terms. The rapid expansion of European industry was especially marked in Great Britain, the leading capitalist country. In these years there was some improvement in the conditions of the English workers. Beer says that in the period from 1846 to 1866 money wages as well as real wages rose, as a result of the expansion of trade and the repeal of the Corn Laws 10. This damped down considerably the workers' revolutionary spirit. Webb remarks that in this period, under the influences of the rapid improvement and comparative prosperity, the Chartist agitation dwindled away. 11. Nevertheless, a substantial growth of British trade unionism took place, with trade union councils being established in many cities during the latter 1850s. In Germany, under much more severe political conditions, the trade unions barely began to sprout. Upon their return to London from Germany after the revolution, Marx and Engels reorganized the Communist League. But the organization became the victim of factionalism. Marx and Engels made a stand against the adventurist policies of the Willich Schapper faction, which wanted to organize a hopeless putsch in Germany. Marx warned of the danger of playing at insurrection. He also collided with the utopian vagaries of Wilhelm Weitling. In 1852 the League split in two and broke up. During this general period leading up to the formation of the International Workingmen's Association, Marx lived in deep poverty in a small house in Soho, London. Engels was located in Manchester under more favorable conditions. He frequently aided Marx financially, to enable him to carry on his studies and writing. The two were the closest friends and collaborators, not only politically but personally. The following letter written by Marx a few weeks before the Cologne trial, illustrates the dire conditions under which this great scientist and revolutionist worked and lived. My wife is sick, Jenny Marx's oldest daughter is sick. Lena, housekeeper for the Marx family, is also ill with some kind of nervous fever. I cannot call a doctor as I have no money for medicine. During 8 to 10 days my family has existed only on bread and potatoes, and it is not at all certain that I can get even these tomorrow. It would be very good, and perhaps I ought to wish it, that the landlady would throw me out of the apartment. I would then be freed at least from a debt of £22. Then there are the bills of the baker, the milkman, for meat, etc., which are also pressing me 12. This was an extremely productive period for Marx, despite his great handicaps. In 1852, he published in Die Revolution, Joseph Wade Meyer's paper in the United States, the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, a masterly analysis of the revolution and counter-revolution in France in 1848-52. From 1852 to 1862, Marx, who had become a regular correspondent for Horace Greeley's paper, the New York Tribune, wrote brilliant articles for that paper on Europe and Asia, and also fundamental analyses of the American anti-slavery fight and the early stages of the American Civil War. In 1859, he published his Critique of Political Economy, one of his basic writings on economics. But his major activity was in writing his monumental work, Capital, the first volume of which appeared in 1867. For the founding of the First International, 1864. Like the capitalist system, the labor movement is fundamentally international. As industries and transportation and communication systems surmount all national borders, so does proletarian class consciousness. The spread of capitalism to the various countries and the development of the world market inevitably generates sentiments of internationalism among the workers. This is especially the case as they begin to break with bourgeois conceptions and turn their attention to socialist policies and perspectives. The political maturity of a given labor movement can be measured pretty much by the degree of internationalism animating it. In the early 19th century, the young proletariat already sensed a strong need for solidarity on an international scale. The workers had need to know and support each other in their growing economic and political struggles against the voracious capitalists, who, although sharply antagonistic to each other along national lines, nevertheless displayed a strong international unity against the specific demands of the working class. More concretely, the workers had to fight against international strike breaking, and they also sensed a growing need to struggle against war. The more socialist they became, the more internationalist they grew. The innate internationalism of the workers was also stimulated by strong international trends among the radical sections of the bourgeoisie and petty bourgeoisie. In the revolutionary establishment of capitalist domination, these classes definitely cooperated across national lines, particularly in the various revolutions of this general period. This was exemplified by the international bourgeois support given the American Revolution in 1776, the French Revolution of 1789, the French Revolution in 1848, and the German, Italian, Hungarian, Polish, and other bourgeois revolutions. Largely intellectuals, these radical bourgeois elements also penetrated most of the workers' international movements of the times and tried to use them in their own class interests. Precursors of the First International. England, the heartland of early capitalism, which had the largest and best developed working class and which gave birth to trade unionism, naturally became the scene of most of the preliminary efforts of the proletariat at international solidarity and organization. Ever since the strong rise of the labor movement in the 1830s, there were many expressions of the growing worker spirit of internationalism. The Chartist movement displayed powerful internationalist trends. Lorwin calls William Lovett, one of its founders, the first working man of modern times with an international outlook. 1. The Exiles League, 1834-36, the Federation of the Just, 1836-39, and the Communist League, 1847-52, which we have dealt with in Chapter 2, were definitely internationalist and predominantly proletarian in outlook and membership. Their chief activities and centers were in England. A very important international organization of this period was the Fraternal Democrats, organized in London in September 1844, by groups of English fighters and European exiles. It declared that the earth with all its natural productions is the common property of all too. Steklov says of it that, as far as its animating ideas were concerned, it was the first international organization of the working class, and in this sense may be regarded as a harbinger of the International Three. Harney, Jones, O'Brien, and other outstanding Chartist leaders, were active figures in this significant organization. Marx and Engels cooperated with the movement. The Fraternal Democrats was internationalist and concerned itself actively with the fights of the workers and other revolutionary developments on the continent. It definitely prepared the way for the First International. An important feature of this organization was that it initiated an organizational form which was later adopted by the First International, i.e., the establishment of secretaries for the respective countries. Thus, there were secretaries for England, France, Germany, Italy, Poland, and Spain. The organization perished in the reaction following the 1848 revolution in Europe. The next significant international movement, also radiating out from England, was the Welcome and Protest Committee, later known as the International Committee, and the International Association, organized in London late in 1855. This body, too, set up secretaries for the several countries in which it had contacts. Again, Ernest Jones and other Chartists were prominent figures in the movement. The committee held several big mass meetings in celebration of the various European revolutions of the past, and it protested against the outrages of the current reaction in Europe. But by the end of 1859 the International Committee had disappeared. In France, too, powerful internationalist tendencies manifested themselves among the workers. They had strong international traditions, running back to Babeuf, the noted communist in the Great French Revolution, as well as to fighters in the 1830 and 1848 revolutions, and also in the many other French people's upheavals. In 1843 Flora Tristan, in Paris, wrote a booklet calling for the establishment of a broad international organization. The Workers' Union, she said, should establish in the principal cities of England, Germany, Italy, in a word, in all the capitals of Europe, committees of correspondence for. In April 1856 a deputation of French workers went to London, and proposed that there be set up a universal league of workers to conduct the struggle internationally. Among the most important activities of all these international groupings was their active support of the movement to abolish Negro chattel slavery in the British Empire, the United States, and throughout the world. There was for decades a strong abolitionist movement in which Chartist trade unionists and Owenites played a very important part. The British and American abolition movements worked in close cooperation. Between 1833 and 1860, William Lloyd Garrison, Frederick Douglass, and many other prominent American abolitionists visited England, where they were given a tremendous mass welcome. George Thompson, English labor abolitionist, also came over to the United States and was active in the local struggle. Prior to and during the Civil War, English trade unionists repeatedly held big demonstrations against slavery. In France, too, the working class displayed similar anti-slavery internationalist solidarity against the determined attempts of Napoleon III to bring Great Britain and France into the war on the side of the Confederacy. These pro-abolition, pro-peace activities, especially of the British workers, led to a letter of thanks from President Lincoln to the Manchester textile workers, who were at the point of starvation because of the cotton blockade. He said that the support constituted an instance of sublime Christian heroism which has not been surpassed in any age in any country. 5. On March 2, 1863, the United States Senate expressed gratitude to the British workers for their support. And Marx, earlier in the New York Tribune, stated that, it ought never to be forgotten in the United States that at least the working classes of England, from the commencement to the termination of the difficulty, have not forsaken them. 6. The foundation of the First International itself took place in a rising wave of proletarian and bourgeois national revolutionary struggle, after the long period of reaction that had followed the European Revolution of 1848. Capitalism was growing rapidly all over Western Europe, and so was the working class, both in organization and in fighting spirit. The labor movement, particularly in England, was strengthening itself. The London Trades Council was formed in 1860, and similar bodies were taking shape in other centers. In Germany, the first trade unions were just coming into existence. Ferdinand Lassalle organized the General Union of German Workers, a political organization, in 1862, and August Bebel and Wilhelm Liebknecht were carrying on an active communist agitation, which was to bring about the organization in 1869 of the Social Democratic Workers' Party of Germany. In the United States, also, in the period from 1863 on, the trade unions were growing swiftly. The great economic crisis of 1857, the first of a worldwide character, affected the workers deeply and gave birth to a strong strike movement in 1860–62, both in England and in other countries, including the United States. Among the many developments in the powerful upsurge of bourgeois democratic national movements in the pre-First International period, there were several which especially aroused the workers of all countries and strengthened their urge for international solidarity. An important one was the sharp rise in the Irish liberation struggle, directed against the English oppressors. Another was a regrowth of strong mass sentiment for the unification and democratization of Germany. Still another was the Italian National Revolutionary War of 1859 against Austria. Led by Garibaldi, this war culminated in the liberation and unification of Italy and the introduction of a number of democratic reforms. It caused enthusiasm far and wide among the workers in the capitalist world. Then there was the heroic insurrection in Poland in 1863. This revolt, drowned in blood by the Russian tyrant, evoked widespread expressions of proletarian sympathy and support. Finally, there was the Revolutionary Civil War in the United States, which was going on when the First International was formed. The organized workers in England, Germany, France, and elsewhere, from the outset of this great war, understood clearly that their class interests were decidedly with the North against the slave-holding South, and, as we have already remarked, on many occasions they gave voice powerfully to their strong abolitionist sentiments. Establishment of the International Workingmen's Association. The First International was launched on September 28, 1864, in St. Martin's Hall, London. Prior to this meeting, over 300 workers from France and 12 from Germany had visited the International Exhibition in London in 1862–7 and while there discussed with English trade unionists the project of a Workers' International. Also, on July 22, 1863, English and French workers in collaboration had organized a mass meeting in London to protest the suppression of the Krakow insurrection and to demand Polish independence. This led to further talks about an international, and some 4 months later, George Auger, prominent English union leader, wrote an address to the French workers on the need of international labor action. The French did not reply for a year, but when they did, they sent their answer to London by the same workers who had attended the joint meeting there in 1863. It was to receive their report that the famous meeting of September 28 was called in St. Martin's Hall. The meeting was a large one, heavily attended by workingmen and foreign-born exiles. Professor E. S. Beasley was in the chair, Marx was in attendance. Auger read the address, sent a year previously to the French workers. He address proposed, let there be a gathering together of representatives from France, Italy, Germany, Poland, England, and all countries, where there exists a will to cooperate for the good of mankind. Let us have our congresses, let us discuss the great questions on which the peace of nations depends. 8. M. Tolaine, one of the French delegates, who was greeted with great applause, read the French answer. After reviewing the hardships faced by the workers, it called upon the workers of all countries to unite. 9. The French then proposed that the new international have its headquarters in London, that the Beehive, an English labour paper, should be its official organ, that temporarily a voluntary dues system be established, and that the new body should be provisionally headed by a central committee, with subcommissions in all the capitals of Europe. The proposal was passed by acclamation, and a general committee of 21 was elected to carry out the purposes of the resolution. This committee was authorized to co-opt additional members, as it saw fit. Early in October, the General Committee held several meetings, at which the title of International Workingmen's Association was adopted and general officers were elected. George Odger was chosen president and William R. Cremer, honorary general secretary. There were corresponding secretaries chosen for Germany, Marx, America, P. Fox, Italy, Poland, Switzerland, and France. The members of the nationalities of the Central Provisional Council, as further constituted, were English Worley, Leno, Whitlock, Fox, Blackmore, Hartwell, Pigeon, Lucraft, Weston, Dell, Shearman, Nias, Shaw, Lake, Buckley, Odger, Howell, Osborne, Carter, Gray, Wheeler, Stainsby, Morgan, Grossmith, Cremer, Dick, French Denwell, Elie Lubez, Jourdain, Marisot, Leroux, Bordage, Bocquet, Tollandier, Dupont. Italian Wolf, Fontana, Cetacci, Aldrovandi, Lama, Solistri. Swiss Nupperli, Jung. German Icarius, Wolf, Otto, Lessner, Fander, Lochner, Marx, Kant, Bolider. Polish Holtorp, Rybczynski. The first Congress of the IWA was scheduled for 1865 in Brussels. The General Council at once set about formulating a political program and rules for the IWA. Wolf, an emissary of Mazzini in Italy, read his program, which would have made the organization into a secret body, but it was rejected, with the opposition of Marx. Weston, a veteran Owenite, also suggested a program, full of confusion, and it, too, was voted down. Finally, a document by Elie Lubez, heavily tinctured with Mazinism, was adopted. Marx was on the subcommittee to edit this confused document, and as he says, he altered the whole preamble, threw out the Declaration of Principles, and finally replaced the 40 rules by 1010. The document, when finally adopted unanimously, was almost completely the work of Marx, except for some petty bourgeois phraseology about truth, justice and morality that the General Council insisted upon inserting, as Marx complained later. That Marx was finally called upon to write the momentous document testifies to the broad influence of its celebrated predecessor, the Communist Manifesto. From the first day of its existence, Karl Marx was the intellectual head, the brilliant theoretician and practical leader of the First Workers' International 11. The IWA Program and Constitution. The inaugural Address 12 of the IWA, its first statement of program, is one of the greatest documents in the history of the world's working class. It is a splendid example of the application of the principles of communism to the everyday struggles and general perspectives of the working class. The address declared, "It is a great fact that the misery of the working masses has not diminished from 1848 to 1864, and yet this period is unrivaled for the development of its industry and the growth of its commerce." Those who, years before, had prophesied that with the expansion of British industry poverty would be automatically wiped out, had been completely refuted by reality. Government reports showed that for the worker, life was in 9 cases out of 10 but a struggle of existence. Actually, official figures showed that the worst of the convicted criminals, the penal serfs of England and Scotland, toiled much less and fared far better than the agricultural labourers of England and Scotland. And many groups of industrial workers were living below subsistence levels. Meanwhile, the wealth of the landowners and capitalists increased by leaps and bounds. The address analyzed the period of reaction that had set in all over Europe after the defeat of the Revolution of 1848. It hailed the great victory in 1847 of the 10 Hours Bill, which the workers had won after years of struggle. The 10 Hours Bill, it declared, was not only a great practical success, it was the victory of a principle, it was the first time that in broad daylight the political economy of the middle class succumbed to the political economy of the working class. All over Western Europe the governments were being compelled to adopt similar legislation. The address heartily endorsed the cooperative movement that was then making progress, but this alone, it said, will never be able to arrest the growth in geometrical progression of monopoly, to free the masses, nor even to perceptibly lighten the burden of their miseries. The address laid central stress upon political action. To conquer political power, it declared, has therefore become the great duty of the working class. The workers have one element of success: numbers, but numbers weigh only in the balance, if united by combination and led by knowledge. The workers of Europe had paid dearly for their lack of organization. The address also stressed the need of the workers having a foreign policy. If the emancipation of the working classes requires their fraternal concurrence, how are they to fulfill that great mission with a foreign policy in pursuit of criminal designs, playing upon national prejudices, and squandering in piratical wars the people's blood and treasure? It congratulated the working class of England for saving Western Europe from becoming involved in the American Civil War. The address sharply declared for a democratic and peaceful foreign policy. The fight for such a foreign policy, it stated, forms part of the general struggle for the emancipation of the working classes. The document ended with the great historic slogan of the Communist Manifesto: "Proletarians of all countries, unite." The provisional rules, or constitution of the association, provided for the organizational measures described above. It begins with a preamble calling for organization, as follows: that the emancipation of the working classes must be conquered by the working classes themselves, that the struggle for the emancipation of the working classes means not a struggle for class privileges and monopolies, but for equal rights and duties, and the abolition of all class rule. That the economical subjection of the man of labor to the monopolizer of the means of labor, that is, the source of life, lies at the bottom of servitude in all its forms, of all social misery, mental degradation, and political dependence. That the economical emancipation of the working classes is therefore the great end to which every political movement ought to be subordinate as a means. That all efforts aiming at that great end have hitherto failed from the want of solidarity between the manifold divisions of labor in each country, and from the absence of a fraternal bond of union between the working classes of different countries. That the emancipation of labor is neither a local nor a national, but a social problem, embracing all countries in which modern society exists, and depending for its solution on the concurrence, practical and theoretical, of the most advanced countries. That the present revival of the working classes in the most industrious countries of Europe, while it raises a new hope, gives solemn warning against a relapse into the old errors and calls for the immediate combination of the still disconnected movements. After the formation of the Second International in 1889, the IWA became known as the First International. Prior to that, it was generally called simply the International. Peter A. Fox, correspondent for America, 1866–67, was an English journalist, who joined the International at the St. Martin's Hall meeting. 5. Trade unionism, Proudhon, Lassalle, and Bakunin. The struggle of the working class, involving the protection of the workers' interests under capitalism, the abolition of the capitalist system, and the establishment of socialism, is a highly complex matter. The revolutionary science of this struggle is Marxism, or, in our days, Marxism-Leninism, which represents the sum total of the lessons learned by the proletariat and its allies in their worldwide, century-long battle against the exploiting classes. The historical progress of a given labor movement is to be measured directly by the extent to which it has mastered and absorbed the principles of Marxism. During the course of the class struggle, the working class, on its way finally to acquiring a Marxist consciousness, either spontaneously generates or absorbs from hostile classes many erroneous conceptions about its position in society and the way for it to emancipate itself. Thus originate many movements in labor's ranks, referred to by Marx as sects, but now generally known in Marxist terminology as right and left deviations. Originally some of these sects, For example, the utopian socialists played a constructive role, but as the labor movement matured and expanded they became reactionary. Usually these sects or deviations have had a grain of truth in them. That is, they are based upon necessary working class ideas, organizational forms, or tactics, which by distortion, exaggeration, and misapplication, are twisted entirely out of their real significance. Frequently, the sects also build their own specific conceptions of how to do away with capitalism and to construct socialism. These sects, always helpful to the capitalists and injurious to the solidarity and struggle of the labor movement, in times of revolution can become counter-revolutionary, as the workers were to learn by bitter experience in the decades after Marx's death. At this point it is well for us to interrupt our chronological history of the First International and to analyze some of the major ideological currents within that organization. It contained several sects and they played decisive roles in the movement. To eliminate such harmful sects and to inculcate true principles of working-class revolutionary science has always been the basic concern of Marxists, as it also was that of Marx and Engels in the days of the First International. In a letter in November 1871 to Friedrich Bolt, a prominent American member of the IWA, Marx said, "The International was founded in order to replace the socialist or semi-socialist sects by a real organization of the working class for struggle." The original statutes and the inaugural address show this at a glance. The development of socialist sectarianism and that of the real labor movement always stand in inverse ratio to each other. The history of the International was a continual struggle of the General Council against the sects and against amateur experiments, which sought to assert themselves within the International against the real movement of the working class one. At the time of the foundation of the First International there was relatively only a small handful of Marxists, of those who fully grasped the significance of the revolutionary writings of Marx and Engels. The sectarians of various kinds dominated the young and weak movements in the respective countries, and they were also in large majority at the congresses. The reason the Geneva and other early congresses were able nevertheless to turn out so much good policy was because the great bulk of it was written by Marx himself. At that time the earliest sectarians of all, the utopian socialists, had just about faded out, as the labor movement, despite many errors, was at last beginning to grapple with real economic and political policies. There were, however, several brands of sects in existence, and future labor history was due to produce many more types. Pure and simple trade unionism. Throughout the life of the First International its strongest mass organizations were the affiliated English trade unions. The extent of this support was indicated by the fact, among other things, that George Odger and W.R. Creamer, members of the famous trade union junta, the unofficial leading committee of the labor movement, were chosen president and honorary general secretary of the IWA, while many other prominent trade union leaders were also members of the General Council. At one time or another, the bulk of the unions in England were affiliated in some measure with the IWA. For a decade the International played an important role in English labour affairs. During the period of the IWA the British labour movement was in quite a different mood than it had been during the fiery years of Chartism in the 1840s. It was a time of rapid capitalist development and of the initial stages of British imperialism. Some improvement took place in the position of the working class, particularly of the skilled workers, and the labour movement lost most of its former revolutionary spirit. Lenin later gathered many quotations from Marx and Engels to the effect that the British labour movement at that time lacked the mettle of the Chartists, that the British worker leaders were developing into something between a radical bourgeois and a worker, and that the capitalists were attempting to bourgeoisify the workers too. By 1866 the British unions were well into the time of what Engels called the 40 years' winter sleep of the proletariat. This was the general period of the rise of British imperialism. Rothstein remarks of this era, there were new leaders, new methods, new interests, new aims, and the traces of the old Chartism vanished so quickly that its very memory was all but obliterated in the next generation, and the few survivors, like O'Brien, Harney, and Ernest Jones seemed living anachronisms, almost curiosities. 3. It was the period of the most pronounced pure and simple trade unionism, when the unions, mostly of the narrow craft variety and showing little solidarity with each other, did not look beyond the framework of capitalist society and confine their aims to limited economic objectives. They went easy on strikes and built up extensive systems of mutual benefits in the unions. The unions as such took but little interest generally in policies, and when they did, for the voting franchise, against certain repressive laws, etc., it was under the leadership of the Liberal Party and usually for the limited purpose of freeing the unions from legal restrictions. Auger, Creamer, and other trade union leaders in the IWA, expressed these opportunistic moods. Their line represented bourgeois influence in the labor movement. They did not see in the International an instrument for the emancipation of the workers so much as a means to help the British trade unions, especially against the importation of strike breakers from the continent. Unlike the Proudhonists and the Bakuninists, however, they never made a militant fight to dominate the IWA. But their opportunist ideology was a constant drag on the development of the International, and finally, as we shall see, it resulted in a definite rupture with the organization. Marx and Engels kept up a running battle against this pure and simple trade unionism, or economism, within the International, a deviation which was also later to play, and still does, a very important role in the American labor movement. Blanquism. Louis Auguste Blanqui, 1805–1881, was an important leader among the French workers, especially from the middle 1830s to the Commune of 1871. He had studied law and medicine, but early became interested in politics. After the Revolution of 1830, in which he helped put Louis Philippe on the throne, Blanqui cast in his fate with the working class movement. Vaguely he was a communist and an advocate of the dictatorship of the proletariat. He based his policies upon armed insurrection and conspiratorial groups, and he took an important part in the many French revolutions of his period. In 1839, he led an abortive attempt in Paris to overthrow the reactionary government. He was very active, too, in the Revolution of 1848. As we shall see, he was also a central figure in the Paris Commune. Jailed several times, and once sentenced to death, he finally died from natural causes. Blanqui spoke in the name of Babeuf, the early French communist. He eschewed all economic and political reforms. Blanquism, with its sole stress upon armed insurrection, was a characteristic product of the early French labor movement, which lived under harsh repressive conditions, had a background of militant revolutionary traditions, and worked largely under the influence of the revolutionary petty bourgeoisie. Blanqui knew nothing of building up strong political parties, mass trade unions, and broad cooperatives, and of participating actively in the everyday struggles of the working class for immediate demands. Confined mostly to France, Blanquism hardly threatened to control the International. It was definitely a leftist influence, however, in that organization, although many of its best fighters eventually became Marxists. Marx had a high opinion of Blanqui's revolutionary spirit, but he was no admirer of his conspiratorial policies. 4 As an active political force, Blanquism died with the Paris Commune, but remnants of it lingered on, and finally the Blanquist Party, in 1904-05, amalgamated with the French Unified Socialist Party. Proudhonism. Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, 1809–1865, was a printer, self-educated, and highly intelligent. He was the father of modern anarchism. His influence during the 1860s was very extensive among the French workers, particularly the skilled handicraftsmen in the Paris luxury trades. He also had a big following in Belgium. During the first years of the International, his group was very influential in that body. His most important book, The Philosophy of Poverty, was published in 1846, and, says Marx, it produced a great sensation. The Proudhonists tried persistently to capture the International, for their own purposes. Proudhon's program proposed the setting up of a vast system of producers and consumers cooperatives, mutualist societies, he called them, which, by constant expansion, would come eventually to supplant the capitalist system. A prominent feature was to be free credit for the cooperatives through people's banks. In 1846, in a letter to Marx, Engels thus sums up the economic side of this plan: these people have got nothing more or less in mind than to buy up, for the time being, the whole of France, and later on perhaps the rest of the world as well, with the savings of the proletariat, and by renouncing profit and the interest on their capital. 5. With his famous dictum, that property is robbery, Proudhon referred to the property of the bourgeoisie, not that of the petty bourgeoisie. Proudhon argued that not only would the economic base of capitalism be liquidated by his cooperatives, but the state as well. The future society would be operated by his free mutualist associations. This system he named anarchy. This was a petty bourgeois conception, as Marx and Engels made clear. Moreover, it represented conservative sections of the petty bourgeoisie, which, being crushed by the rising capitalists, wanted thus to evade the struggle, whereas the radical sections of the bourgeoisie mounted the barricades time and again against its big capitalist and feudal enemies. Proudhon's general idea was that the workers and peasants could not emancipate themselves by struggle against the capitalists and the feudal remnants, but by gradually, through his cooperatives, becoming the owners of the land and the tools with which they worked. As for woman, her place was not in the shops or in politics, but in the home. Proudhon imbibed much of his general conception from Fourier and other great French utopians who preceded him. The repressive political conditions then existing in France caused many workers and peasants to turn to Proudhon's seemingly easy escape to freedom from the barbarous situation under which they lived. Proudhon rejected the class struggle in both theory and practice. He was opposed to labor unions, to strikes, to wage increases, and to labor legislation. Only in the last years of his life did he somewhat modify this drastic anti-labor stand. He was also opposed to a political party, declaring that, the party is born of tyranny. He maintained that the era of revolutions had passed, unfortunately saying this only 2 weeks before the revolution of 1848, which Marx and Engels had been predicting. Proudhon held that the state, which was oppressing the toilers and aiding the capitalists, could neither be democratized nor destroyed by a head-on attack. It had to be gradually supplanted by his mutualist system. Marx and Engels kept up a running battle against Proudhonism for 20 years, and, in tune with the developing labor movement, finally smashed it. When Proudhon issued his famous book in 1846, The Philosophy of Poverty, Marx replied the following year, with his celebrated work, The Poverty of Philosophy, in which he tore Proudhon's petty bourgeois utopia to shreds. This sharp attack ended forever the personal friendship which had hitherto existed between the two men. In the Communist Manifesto, Proudhonism was characterized as bourgeois socialism, which wants a bourgeoisie without a proletariat. Tolaine, Fribourg, and for a time, Varlin, were the principal leaders of the strong Proudhonist groups in France and in the earlier congresses of the International. Marx and Engels found themselves in constant collision with this group's recurring propositions, which were generally designed to cut down all class struggle theory and practice in the International and to turn the world's organized workers away from a perspective of the socialist revolution to an acceptance of the petty bourgeois capitalism of Proudhon. Lassalleism. Several of the traditional deviations which have afflicted the labor movement in its march forward have related to the role of the cooperative movement. The cooperatives, as Marx pointed out in the inaugural address of the IWA, are a useful form of proletarian struggle and organization, but they, by themselves, cannot bring about the emancipation of the working class. The idea that they can free the workers springs up spontaneously, however, and this notion has long afflicted the cooperative movement. We have just seen how this illusion manifested itself among the Proudhonists of France. The English cooperatives generated similar pseudo-revolutionary ideas, but not to such a marked degree. Lassalleism, which was a special form of the cooperative movement, was also afflicted with this type of illusion. Ferdinand Lassalle, 1825 to 1864, was born of Jewish parentage in Breslau and he was educated in Berlin University. Becoming a Hegelian and a friend of Marx, he early interested himself in the fight for German national independence and democracy. He became a socialist and turned his attention to the emancipation of the working class. The way he envisaged this being accomplished was through the building up of a network of government-subsidized cooperatives, which would gradually replace the capitalist system. To ensure the government subsidies being realized, Lassalle called for the general franchise for the workers, erroneously assuming that universal men's suffrage would give the workers % of the seats in parliament. Lassalle outlined his ideas mainly in the Working Man's Program, 1862, and the Open Letter, 1863, and to further his program, he founded the General Union of German Workers in 1863, a political organization. Lassalle thus became a pioneer political organizer of the German working class, although, unlike Liebknecht and Bebel, he never really became a Marxist. Marx praised Lassalle for his activities and said he had reawakened the workers' movement in Germany after its 15 years of slumber. 6. Lassalle's opportunist line conflicted directly with the building of a broad trade union and political movement of the workers freely using all the weapons available to it, and Marx combated it vigorously as a petty bourgeois tendency. He declared that Lassalle's movement was nothing but a sectarian organization, and as such hostile to the organization of the genuine workers' movement striven for by the International. Lassalle had been one of Marx's earliest disciples, and he together with Marx and Engels, had fought for a united, democratic German republic. In maneuvering for his pet project of state subsidies for cooperatives, Lassalle entered into dubious relations with the wily Prussian Chancellor, Bismarck, who was always eager to try to demoralize the labor movement. For these dealings, which were later fully confirmed, Marx condemned Lassalle as having betrayed the workers' cause. 7. Like Proudhon, Lassalle was opposed to trade unions and strikes as being futile and a waste of the workers' energies and resources. In his time German labor unions had hardly been born. Lassalle undertook to justify his anti-union position on the basis of his so-called iron law of wages, according to which the workers were unbreakably bound to the barest subsistence levels and any wage raises won by trade unions were supposed to be automatically cancelled out by increases in living costs. Marx made a head-on collision with this petty bourgeois theory of Lassalle's. His analysis on this general question is contained in his famous booklet, Value, Price, and Profit, which is the text of his report to the General Council of the IWA in September 1865. The substance of Marx's position was to the effect that the workers, by organized economic and political struggle, could improve their living standards, a proposition which in our days, with scores of millions of workers in trade unions, has become obvious, but which in those days was a very important pioneer analysis. Marx showed that trade union action was capable of raising labor above subsistence level, just as concerted or monopolistic action on the employer's part could depress wages below that level. 8. Marx thus laid the theoretical basis of the trade union movement. On the specific question of the effects of wage increases, Marx said in his report, a general rise in the rate of wages would result in a fall of the general rate of profit, but, broadly speaking, would not affect the prices of commodities. 9. Marx warned, however, that the general tendency of capitalist production is not to raise but to sink the average standard of wages. Wage increases are not the way to emancipation. As for the trade unions, Marx criticized them for dealing simply with effects and not with causes. Instead of the conservative motto, a fair day's wages for a fair day's work, they ought to inscribe on their banner the revolutionary watchword, abolition of the wages system. 10. The Lassalleans, of whom, following their leader's death, J.B. Schweitzer was the most prominent, played no great part in the congresses of the International, from which they generally held aloof to shield themselves from police persecution. They were, however, a decisive force in the German labor movement, as we shall see in passing. The followers of Lassalle were important also among the workers of Bohemia and Austria, and they exercised a great deal of influence among the large numbers of German worker immigrants in the United States. Bakuninism. Michael Bakunin, 1814–1876, was born in Tver, Russia, of a rich, noble family. He served in Poland as an imperial officer, but quit in protest against the Tsar's tyranny there. An exile, Bakunin became a revolutionary, taking a leading part in the defense of Dresden in 1849. For this he was sentenced to death, but was later handed over to the Tsar's government, which sent him to Siberia in 1855. He escaped and returned to Europe in 1861, becoming highly active in anarchist circles. He died in Bern, Switzerland, in 1876. Bakunin was a disciple of Proudhon, whom he knew personally. He accepted Proudhon's general conception of the state and of a future society based upon free associations of producers. But he substituted several new concepts in place of Proudhon's. He abandoned the idea of gradually liquidating the state by the growth of mutualist cooperatives, and proposed instead that the state be destroyed by insurrectional attack. He also took a more tolerant attitude towards trade unionism. He came to insist that, short of insurrection, trade union struggles were the only practical fights. The unions, however, should look towards eventual insurrection, and in the future regime they would serve as the basic producing organizations. Bakunin thus became, in fact, one of the fathers of the future strong anarcho-syndicalist tendency. Bakunin called his program, the anarchist system of Proudhon, extended by us, developed and freed by us of all metaphysical, idealistic, and doctrinaire frills. 11. Bakunin's principal ideas appear in his book, God and the State, which was published in 1882. In this book he ties the state and religion together as the basic sources of authoritarian suppression, both of which must be violently destroyed. The main principles in his general program were: a. The propagation of atheism. b. The destruction of the state. c. The rejection of all political action, as the state can be destroyed only by insurrection. He made a major point of the abolition of the right of property inheritance. Bakunin represented fundamentally the déclassé petty bourgeoisie and peasantry and the workers of the more industrially backward countries of Europe. Anarchism, the Bakunin variety and others, also existed mainly in the semi-feudal Catholic countries, where the Protestant, bourgeois revolutionary, Reformation was not completed and where the ultra-authoritarian Catholic Church saturated every phase of economic, political, and social life. This especially explains the aggressive anti-clericalism of anarchism. Bakunin did not stress social classes as such, nor did he understand the class struggle. He wrote of the poor people, and the poverty-stricken sections of the population, and he contrasted the revolutionary spirit of the lumpen proletariat with the reactionary spirit of the labor aristocracy, among whom he included the bulk of the working class. 12 He erroneously considered the pauperized as always being in a mood for insurrection. Of great vigor and militancy, Bakunin built for himself a large following in Italy, Spain, southern France, French Switzerland, Russia, and eventually among the foreign-born workers in the United States. He joined the First International in 1868, and thenceforth led an increasingly bitter struggle for control of the organization. Inevitably he came into direct collision with Marx and the Communists. Thenceforth, the severe struggle between these irreconcilable groups colored the whole life of the International, and finally caused its disruption. The Marxists agreed in broad principle with the anarchists that the capitalist state had to be abolished, but they differed radically as to the methods by which capitalism as a system was to be done away with and also as to what kind of a social regime would take its place. Marx collided with Bakunin on three major questions. A. The political struggle of the working class. B. The proletarian dictatorship. C. The proletarian party. Marx especially combated Bakunin's conspiratorial and terrorist line. As Bernstein says, for Bakunin will, and not economic conditions, was decisive in changing things permanently. This type of thinking led straight to Putschism. 13. All these proved to be life and death questions in the international and, later on, also in the general labor movement. Bakunin looked with scorn upon all fights for political reforms. He particularly condemned political action aimed at the democratization of the bourgeois state, and he endorsed strikes only in the sense that they were small insurrections with partial objectives, pending the coming of the general insurrection that would end capitalism altogether. On the other hand, Marx had a practical appreciation of the value of both economic and political reforms, wage increases, shortening of hours, regulation of child labor, factory legislation, extension of the franchise, etc. This was shown by the vast attention paid, with Marx's approval, by the General Council and the IWA Congresses to strikes, the building of unions, and the development of various political struggles for partial demands, along with their consideration of major political problems. Yet no one understood better than Marx that working class emancipation could never be achieved by such partial demands. To free the workers is the task of the proletarian revolution, but this must be accomplished, not by a few conspirators, as Bakunin supposed, but by the main body of the workers in action. As Marx repeatedly expressed it, the most basic advantage to the workers of their daily struggles is the class consciousness and organization that they gain from them. The Marxists, as exemplified in the Communist Manifesto itself, had both a minimum and a maximum program. The Bakuninists had only a maximum program. This was the difference between a broad revolutionary mass movement and a narrow pseudo-revolutionary sect. Bakunin took the position that when the masses dealt the killing blow to the capitalist system, this would be the end of the state automatically, and that it would be immediately replaced by his free federation of persons, communes, districts, nations. Marx and the communists also looked forward ultimately to a social regime in which there would be no repressive state government, but they ridiculed Bakunin's conception that this would come virtually overnight with the downfall of capitalism. Already in 1848, in the Communist Manifesto, Marx had made it clear that there would be an intermediate period, the dictatorship of the proletariat. This would be the class rule of the workers, for only on this basis could the counter-revolution be repressed, the capitalist state destroyed, and the classless socialist society, without a state, eventually be established. The immediate aim is the dictatorship of the proletariat, the ultimate aim is a stateless society. The Bakuninists vigorously opposed the whole concept of the dictatorship of the proletariat. They fought simply for the destruction of the state, the Marxists fought for the seizure of power by the working class. It boiled down to the immediate and final program of the Marxists versus the simple maximum program of the Bakuninists. Bakunin also carried his extreme anti-authoritarian ideas into the realm of political organization. His general conception was that of a highly decentralized movement, playing upon spontaneity, with the national sections completely autonomous and the international hardly more than a correspondence center. Marx, on the other hand, conceived the international to be the beginning of a solidly organized world political organization of the workers, and the General Council as the germ of an effective world leadership. Endless bitter quarrels developed between Marxists and Bakuninists over this practical organizational question, as well as over matters of political tactics and ultimate objectives. Bakuninism made the basic errors of foreshortening and oversimplifying the revolution, of failing to understand the need for the dictatorship of the proletariat, of not understanding the revolutionary role of the working class, of grossly underestimating the importance of the workers' imperative drive for immediate reforms, of trying to make atheism a condition of working class unity in the struggle, and of ignoring the fundamental necessity for a strong political party. Therefore, it had to go down to defeat before Marxism, which was incomparably more realistic in all these respects. Curiously, however, in their book, History of Trade Unionism, the Webbs devote only a single footnote, p. 235, to the International. Lassalle's career was suddenly cut short in 1864, when he was killed in a duel. 6. Consolidation, the Geneva Congress, 1866. The IWA meeting in Geneva was the first World Labor Congress ever held. Therefore, it confronted a host of problems which were unique and difficult to an extent hardly understandable in our era of multiple labor congresses. Originally it was planned to hold the Congress in Brussels in 1865, but the date was too soon, and because of the reactionary nature of the Belgian government, the city was also unavailable. Instead, in 1865 a preparatory conference was held in London, which finally decided that the Congress should take place September 3, 1866, in Geneva, that is, 2 years after the St. Martin's Hall meeting. The basic ideological difficulty confronted by the new International Workingmen's Association was the multiplicity of sects composing it, and the greatest organizational difficulty was the lack of working class movements in the respective countries. In most places, the labor movement was barely coming into being. The rules of the organization provided for the affiliation of workingmen's societies, a characterization which was interpreted to embrace labor organizations of all sorts. The first Congress was, therefore, made up of representatives of trade unions, political organizations, which were mostly small secret groups on the continent, mutual benefit societies, consumers' cooperatives, educational groups, etc. Save the La Salle organization in Germany, there were no national labor or socialist parties yet in the various countries. The IWA continued throughout its existence upon this broad, all-inclusive basis. The Congress call was greeted enthusiastically by the advanced workers, and wherever the organizers, voluntary, of the Congress went they got a good reception. The most substantial response was among the union workers in England. The Sheffield Trade Union Congress of 1866 endorsed the IWA and recommended that local unions affiliate with it. The London Trades Council took a similar cooperative position, but it refrained from affiliating itself. When the Geneva Congress assembled there were 15 English trade unions represented, with a stated membership of 25,173.1. The Prudentist mutualist groups of France and Belgium also rallied strongly to the Congress. And active workers eagerly set to work to enlist the scattered labor groupings of all sorts, such as then existed in Germany, Austria, Italy, Spain, and Switzerland. Each of the sections of this movement which came into the ranks of the International brought with it whole mountains of petty bourgeois rubbish, childish illusions, doctrinaire fancies, sectarian impotence and national prejudices, to all of which Marx, Engels, and the handful of developed communists had to combat. Where was also a response in the United States, Steckloff reporting a Workers' Congress in Chicago, on August 20, 1866, as endorsing the new international. 3 The National Labor Union held its founding convention, representing some 60,000 workers, in Baltimore just 2 weeks before the opening of the Geneva Congress of the IWA. Marxists were very active in the formation of the NLU. There was strong sentiment of support for the 1.W.A, but the Congress declared that the time was too short to permit it to send delegates to Geneva. Marx was struck by the close similarity of the labor demands raised by the NLU Congress with those proposed by himself for the Geneva Congress. 4 The American Marxists had much to do with this likeness between the two Congresses. In its opening Congress, the IWA also strongly attracted revolutionary petty bourgeois Republican elements, who were playing a key role in the recurring bourgeois revolutions. Steckloff reports these elements, mostly intellectuals, joining the organization in considerable numbers in various countries. He says that in France, doctors, journalists, manufacturers, and army officers gave their support. Not a few persons of note in the political world formally appended their names to the rules and constitution of the International Five. These elements obviously did not take into account the proletarian character of the new organization and its revolutionary purposes. Neither did the bourgeois press and governments of the time, which paid no great attention to the Geneva Congress. Political activities of the IWA. As the coming years were to demonstrate, the IWA supported all working class struggles and cultivated all kinds of proletarian organization, economic, political, and educational. Its fundamentally political character was already made quite clear in the 2 years between the establishment of the IWA in September 1864 and the holding of its first Congress in September 1866. For the first time, under IWA leadership, the proletariat began to have an important say in the conduct of international affairs, hitherto the sacred preserve of the ruling classes. This marked a new milestone in social progress. During this interim period, the General Council of the International paid considerable attention to the national liberation struggle going on in Poland at the time. Mass meetings and conferences were held in various cities to develop working class and general support for the hard-pressed Polish fighters for freedom. Another major struggle to which the Council gave direct aid was the fight of the British working class for the ballot. For a generation the workers had been struggling for the right to vote, but it was not until 1867 that they finally succeeded in winning it. What the capitalists had been able to refuse to the Chartist movement in 1842 and 1848, they had to concede to the working class 2 decades later. A lesser reason for this concession was that the British employers, watching how the Emperor Bonaparte was manipulating to his advantage the broad suffrage existing in France, no longer had such a deadly fear of the vote as in the Chartist years. In the period prior to Geneva, the General Council also took a constant interest in the Great Civil War then going on in the United States. It participated actively in mobilizing anti-slavery sentiment and in balking the various pro-South maneuvers of the British and French governments. When Lincoln was elected for his second term, the Council, on November 29, 1864, sent him a letter, or address, of congratulations and appreciation, written by Marx. Through the ambassador, Charles Francis Adams in London, Lincoln replied with a friendly note. The IWA letter praised Lincoln as a single-minded son of the working class, and stated that from the onset of the Civil War, the workingmen of Europe felt instinctively that the Star-Spangled Banner carried the destiny of their class 7. On May 13, 1865, the General Council also sent an address to President Johnson, which was likewise written by Marx, expressing profound sorrow and indignation at the assassination of President Lincoln. The letter paid a glowing tribute to Lincoln and also called Johnson's attention to the tremendous work of political reconstruction and social regeneration confronting his government. 8. On the composition of the General Council, which conducted these militant activities, Marx said in a letter to Joseph Wade Meyer, 1818-1866, in the United States, its English members consist mostly of the chiefs of the local trade unions, that is, the actual labor kings of London, the same fellows who prepared the gigantic reception to Garibaldi and prevented Palmerston from declaring war upon the United States, as he was on the point of doing, through the monster meeting in St. James's Hall. Under Bright's chairmanship. 9. In the determined struggle against the pro-slavery activities of the British government, begun by the trade unions and abolitionists, and then carried on by the First International, a fight which was led personally by Marx and Engels, the workers laid the basis for one of the major continuing struggles of the world's workers and one which now has more urgency than ever: the fight against war. And, vitally significant, their fight was a successful one. Undoubtedly, the resistance put up by the British working class was a decisive factor in preventing the British government from entering the Civil War on the side of the South, an eventuality that might well have been fatal to the cause of the North. The 1864 inaugural address of the IWA, voicing the same opinion as Marx had in his letter to Wade Meyer, stated that, it was not the wisdom of the ruling classes but the heroic resistance to their criminal folly by the working classes of England that saved the west of Europe from plunging headlong into an infamous crusade for the perpetuation and propagation of slavery on the other side of the Atlantic. In a congressional debate in 1879, Senator Hoar of Massachusetts attested to the correctness of this historic statement by arguing that it was the angry growl of the workingmen of Lancashire that had kept the British government from going to war against the United States during the Civil War. 10. The work of the Congress. The Congress in Geneva, September 3–8, 1866, was made up of 60 delegates, representing 22 sections of the IWA. From Switzerland there were 20 delegates representing 13 sections, plus 14 others from trade unions and various bodies. From France, 17 delegates representing 4 sections, and from Germany 3 delegates, who were living in London, representing 4 sections. Auger, Carter, Jung, Ecarius, Cremer, and Dupont of the General Council were present, but not Marx. The delegates were of various political tendencies, which we have discussed in the previous chapter. This diversity ideologically made the work of the Congress difficult, a fact which was accentuated because the delegates were striking out into virtually new territory in handling the business before them. They were laying the first foundations of working-class international mass organization and tactics. Despite these handicaps, however, the Congress was highly constructive. Practically everything it did has since stood the test of later labor experience throughout the world. All the resolutions passed by this Congress, which formulated the basic demands of the proletariat, and which were written almost exclusively by Marx, entered into the practical minimum programs of all working-class parties. The main points on the agenda were: to consolidate with the help of the association, the efforts that are being made in the different countries for the struggle between labor and capital. The trade unions, their past, present, and future. Cooperative labor. Direct and indirect taxes. Shorter working hours. Female and child labor. The Moscow invasion of Europe, and the restoration of an independent integral Poland. The permanent armies, their influence on the interests of the working class. 11. Marx and Engels understood the IWA to be the start of an international political party of the working class, and it was upon this basis that it was built. The Congress laid the foundations of its general political program by formally adopting, with but small changes, the inaugural address issued by the General Council 2 years earlier. This gave the IWA an international outlook, a general revolutionary perspective, and an approach to active participation in all the daily struggles of the working class. The Congress also accepted the rules, as previously written by Marx. The International was based on local branches, which were united in federal councils in the respective countries. Affiliations of trade unions, educational societies, etc., were also accepted. Each organization, large or small, was to send one delegate to the Congress. The General Council was elected by the Congress and was responsible to it. The Council was to carry out the Congress decisions and to give political guidance to the whole movement. Dues were set at 30 centimes, 3 pence, annually. From the outset the financial problem was severe. The International, during the years 1865 to 66, had received in income only about $285. At the Congress an effort was made by the French delegation to restrict the IWA membership solely to proletarians, which would have excluded Marx and other experienced political leaders, but this was voted down, mainly at the instigation of the British delegates. One of the major achievements of the Congress was to work out a clear line on the question of trade unionism. In the various countries, there was much confusion in this general matter, ranging from those conservative unionists in England, who saw in the unions merely instruments for winning minor economic concessions, to the Proudhonists in France who looked upon trade unions in general as a needless burden and a danger to the working class. The Congress recognized the great value of trade unions in the daily struggle, it saw them also as a powerful educational force for the working class, and it considered them of fundamental importance in the fight for proletarian emancipation. Marx had long considered trade unions as the basic nuclei of the working class. The Trade Union Resolution, written by him, stated, "If trade unions have become indispensable for the guerrilla fight between capital and labor, they are even more important as organized bodies to promote the abolition of the very system of wage labor." 12. The resolution urged the unions to pay more attention to political action than they were doing, and also to draw the masses of unskilled and agricultural workers into their ranks. The conception of trade unionism worked out at the pioneer Geneva Congress still remains, by and large, that of Marxists the capitalist world over. In connection with the trade union question, much attention was paid to the matter of international strike breaking. This especially affected the English unions, and also those in the United States. Repeatedly during their walkouts, English strikers had to face scabs brought over from Belgium, Holland, and France. The Congress alerted the workers to this danger and sought to develop a strong international solidarity to check it. Another vital piece of pioneer work done by the Congress was to clarify working class policy basically regarding cooperatives. This type of organization was relatively new at the time and much confusion existed as to its potentialities, especially among the followers of Proudhon and Lassalle, who considered their brand of cooperation as the sole path to proletarian emancipation. The resolution, following in general the policy laid down previously in the inaugural address, while stressing the importance of cooperatives, especially producers' organizations, declared that by themselves they could not bring about the workers' emancipation. The Proudhonists, who advocated their panacea upon all occasions, managed, however, to induce the Congress to vote for the establishment by the International of a mutual credit bank, a project of which little or nothing more was heard after the Congress adjourned. An important action of the Congress was its endorsement of the legal 8-hour workday as an immediate political objective to be fought for. The workers in the capitalist countries were at the time fighting mainly for the 10-hour day, and the Congress action gave them a higher goal also to strive for. In the United States, as early as 1836, demands had been put forth in the labor press for the 8-hour day 13, and in 1842, the ship carpenters of Boston established it in their work. The founding convention of the National Labor Union in 1866 made this one of its major issues. The slogan also had a history in England. The action of the Geneva Congress raised the question of the 8-hour day to the status of a basic international demand from then on, and in oncoming decades it was to assume the greatest importance. The Congress demanded the abolition of night work for women and the regulation of the work of women and children in industry. The French Proudhonists, declaring that woman's place was in the home, condemned outright the employment of women in industry. 14 The Congress did not demand the complete abolition of child labor, but its regulation. Youthful workers were divided into 3 age groups: 9 to 12, 12 to 15, and 15 to 18, with different working periods for each group. 15 The basic idea was to combine industrial training and general education. In the question of taxation, which was on the agenda, the Congress supported the system of direct, rather than indirect, taxes. Refuting the position of those opposed to legislative action, who were to have generations of sectarian political descendants, the Congress, regarding labor protective legislation in general, declared that, by compelling the adoption of such laws, the working class will not consolidate the ruling powers, but, on the contrary, it will be turning that power which is at present used against it, into its own instrument. 16. The matter of the workers' attitude towards religion also came before the Congress, at the instance of the French delegation. The matter, however, was brushed aside by the delegates and no definite action on it was taken. Here again, the Congress gave a correct lead on elementary labor policy to oncoming generations of worker fighters. The question of religion as such is, of course, of real concern to a Marxist-Communist party and the working class, but it could only have been a divisive issue in a broad mass organization, such as the IWA. Therefore, trade unions and other general mass economic and political bodies, while fighting against reactionary policies of the churches, have traditionally wisely refrained, as the Geneva Congress did, from involving themselves in the philosophical or doctrinal aspects of religion. The churches would be only too eager to split the working class on the basis of religious belief. Dealing with the armed forces of the respective nations, the Congress went on record for the abolition of standing armies and for the establishment of people's militias, therewith giving another basic lead in policy to the developing world labor movement. The Congress also sharply condemned the menace of Russian Tsarism in Europe and called for the reconstitution of Poland upon democratic and social foundations, through enforcing the right of self-determination. Joseph Wade Meyer, leading American Marxist, died of cholera the day the NLU Congress opened. 7. Growth, Lausanne and Brussels, 1867 to 1868. The period following the Geneva Congress of 1866 was one of growth and political progress for the First International. It was a time of rising working-class struggle, particularly on the economic field. The sharp economic crisis of 1866 and its consequences provoked a wave of strikes during the next years in England, France, Belgium, Switzerland, and other countries. In these strikes the adherents of the International were very active, as a glance at the current minutes of the General Council reveals. IWA. Trade unions and strikes. The best known of the numerous strikes at this time was that of the Parisian bronze workers in February 1867. These workers had formed a union of some 1,500 members, whereupon the employers locked them out. The International came promptly to their aid. Under the lead of the General Council, the English Union sent more than £1,000 to help the strikers. As soon as the bosses saw this, said Marx, they gave in one. This was a real victory for the bronze workers, and their union leaped to 4,000 members. The effect of this was immense, remarks Postgate. Trade unions sprang up all over France, and the economic struggle grew acute. The prestige of the International soared everywhere in Western Europe. This was well expressed by Assy, leader of the Crusat strikers in France, who, when brought to trial and asked if he were a member of the International, replied, "No, but I hope to be allowed to be too." Other important European strikes were those of the London tailors, Geneva building trades workers, French silk workers, and the Charleroi coal miners. All these were occasions for strong rallies of support from the forces of the International. Most of the strikes resulted in victories for the workers. Especially was the solidarity effective in the case of English strikers. Postgate says that, the supply of blackleg scabs dried up at its source, and those already brought over were induced to desert. 3. The strike of the Geneva building trades, resulting in a partial victory for the workers, attracted widespread international attention. And in far-off America, the National Labor Union, in the rising trade union movement following the Civil War, led numerous important strikes. The International in the political struggle. The IWA not only gave active strike leadership, but also paid close attention to the political movement in the various countries. This struggle, too, was on an ascending scale, particularly in the fight for immediate legislative reforms. In North Germany, where the workers had secured the vote after the Austro-Prussian War of 1866, the forces led by Liebknecht and Bebel participated for the first time, on February 12, 1867, in the national elections to Parliament. The suffrage was in general a new weapon in the hands of European workers, and its potentialities were as yet only beginning to be understood. In France, where in 1868, Emperor Napoleon III caused laws to be passed conceding the general male franchise and freedom of the press, the workers were making widespread use of their new liberties. Particularly in the broad political demonstrations of November 1867, the Paris workers displayed their rising militancy. In countries of more democracy, some achievements were to be registered, notably the passage in England of the Reform Act of 1867, which, later extended to Scotland and Ireland, gave urban English men workers the vote, however, leaving the rural proletariat and the women voteless. And in the United States there was a victory in the issuance of an executive order by President Grant in 1869 virtually establishing the 8-hour day in government institutions, which was made a law by Congress on May 18, 1872.4. The major general political campaign of the IWA, however, in the period 1866–69 was its fight against the looming danger of war. In 1866, the 6 Weeks' War between Prussia and Austria broke out, resulting in the complete defeat of the latter. The General Council denounced this as a reactionary war, neither side of which was entitled to worker support. At this time war tension was developing fast between France and Germany. War clouds were also looming between the United States and Great Britain, as an aftermath of the Civil War. The General Council called upon American workers to protest against this threatening war. From its beginnings, the International had sharply expressed itself against capitalist war. As we have seen, the General Council militantly fought against English participation in the American Civil War and condemned the Austro-Prussian War. The Geneva Congress also dealt with was under its order of business respecting standing armies, and later both the Lausanne and Brussels Congresses adopted anti-war resolutions. The Brussels resolution was the more specific. After denouncing war as a great menace to the workers, it says, the Congress of the International Workingmen's Association, assembled at Brussels, records its most emphatic protest against war. It invites all the sections of the association, in their respective countries, and also all working-class societies, and all workers' groups of whatever kind, to take the most vigorous action to prevent a war between the peoples, which today could not be considered anything else than a civil war, seeing that, since it would be waged between the producers, it would only be a struggle between brothers and citizens. The Congress urges the workers to cease work should war break out in their respective countries. 5. This resolution marked the beginning of the eventful long controversy in the international labor movement over the question of whether or not the general strike could be used effectively to halt war. The issue was to be raised again and again in international congresses. Marx, who opposed the concept, characterized as nonsense the formulation in the Brussels Resolution. 6. The anti-war discussion raised the question of the relationship of the IWA to the League of Peace and Freedom, a petty bourgeois pacifist organization. The League scheduled a peace congress for Geneva on September 9, 1867, right after the adjournment of the IWA Congress in Lausanne. In a letter to Engels on September 4, 1867, Marx sharply condemned the windbags of the League. Nevertheless, the Lausanne Congress, IWA, accepted the League's invitation and sent 3 delegates, Guillaume, Dupuy, and Tolaine, to attend its Congress, there to read the Lausanne anti-war resolution. The following year, at Brussels, the IWA, again receiving a similar invitation from the League, rejected it and asked its members to join the International. This the League refused to do, however, lingering along to an unsung end. In these economic and political struggles the International was laying the very foundations of the modern labor movement. At this time, in 1867, a great stride forward ideologically was also taken by the world's workers. This was in the publication, by Marx, of the historic Volume 1 of Capital. In this profound analysis of the capitalist system especially there is fully developed Marx's revolutionary theory of surplus value. A year later, the IWA officially praised and endorsed Marx's great work and urged all members to study it. The Congress of Lausanne. The Lausanne Congress of September 2 to 8, 1867, the second of the IWA, consisted of 71 delegates, among them 38 Swiss, 18 French, 6 German, 2 British, 2 Italian, 1 Belgian, and 4 members of the General Council, Carter, Dupont, Ecarius, and Lessner. Many sections, lacking funds, did not send delegates. The British pure and simple trade unionists mostly stayed away. Each section of the IWA was entitled to 1 vote. Although keeping in close touch with what was going on, Marx did not attend the Congress. For him, these were years of overwork, illness, poverty, and undernourishment. The French and Swiss mutualists, or Proudhonists, see Chapter 5, were very active at the Congress. As Mering remarks, they came well prepared and they made their opportunist and confusionist views felt throughout the gathering. Specifically, they managed to get resolutions passed deprecating strikes and endorsing their petty bourgeois panaceas of people's banks and free worker credits. An important and constructive action by the Congress was the adoption of a resolution to the effect that all the means of transport and exchange should be owned by the state. This action, says Steklov, was the first concrete formulation of the idea of collective ownership of the means of production and exchange, and it foreshadowed the fierce struggle which was subsequently to rage around this question in the International 7. A motion to nationalize the land, lacking support, was referred to the next Congress. Another important resolution, one which also foreshadowed later bitter struggles in the International, related to the fight for political reforms within the framework of the capitalist system. The point on the agenda read, "Is not the deprivation of political freedom a hindrance to the social emancipation of the workers, and one of the main causes of social disorder? How is it possible to hasten the re-establishment of political freedom?" The Congress finally resolved by unanimous vote that, considering that deprivation of political freedom is a hindrance to the social progress of the people and to the emancipation of the proletariat, it declares that the social emancipation of the workers cannot be effected without their political emancipation. That the establishment of political liberty is absolutely essential as a preliminary step. This section of the resolution, which was somewhat confused in other respects, agreed with the general position that had been developed previously by Marx. A major question discussed, too, by the Congress, as we have seen, related to the current danger of war. After Lausanne, this basic issue was destined to be a permanent point on the agenda of the world's workers in all their congresses. The Congress of Brussels. The Third Congress of the International was held in Brussels, September 6 to 15, 1868. The holding of the Congress in this city was in itself a political event of real importance, showing the growing strength of the International, for Belgium was one of the most reactionary countries in Western Europe. The Congress, the largest ever held by the International, was made up of delegates, including 55 Belgians, 18 French, 7 Swiss, 5 British, 5 Germans, 2 Italians, 1 Spanish, and 6 from the General Council, Ecarius, Jung, Lessner, Lecroft, Shaw, and Stepney. Marx was not in attendance. The British still made up a majority of the General Council, but they displayed little interest in bringing a sizable delegation to the respective congresses. The political center of the Brussels Congress was the anti-war resolution previously referred to. Among other important matters dealt with, the question of strikes was reviewed and, after much discussion, the strike was recognized as a legitimate and inevitable weapon of the workers. Cooperatives were also re-endorsed, but with sharp criticism of the petty bourgeois business spirit often shown in their operation. On the question of machinery in industry, the Congress, while stating that the workers must have a say regarding its introduction into factories, also registered a concession to the mutualists by declaring that, only by means of cooperative societies and through the organization of mutual credit will the producer be able to gain possession of machinery. The Proudhonists also scored in the matter of mutual credit for workers. Despite strong opposition, they put the International again on record for the establishment of workers' exchange banks, which were to free labor from the dominance of capital. On this matter, says Steklov, the Proudhonists secured their last victory in the International 8. The Proudhonists suffered a major defeat, however, at the Congress over the general attitude of the IWA towards property, specifically property in land. Representing primarily the interests of the small shopkeepers and peasants, the mutualists strongly opposed the nationalization of the land, a question which had been referred from the Lausanne Congress. However, at Brussels, by a vote of 130 to 4, with 15 abstentions, the Congress adopted a resolution calling for not only the nationalization of the railways, but also of arable land, forests, canals, roads, telegraphs, etc. This was a decisive defeat for the mutualists. Despite the various deviations towards Proudhonism made at its 3 early congresses, the JWA, as Steklov remarks, was always fundamentally a collectivist organization. This was largely because of the clear leadership given by Marx in its inaugural address and in many of its resolutions and practical policies. The communist, or collectivist, sentiment had been on the increase since the first Congress in Geneva, and in Brussels it registered itself decisively. Thenceforth, the Proudhonists were to play a very minor role in the IWA. The first strong international opposition to Marxism in the labor movement had gone bankrupt. Increasing capitalist attack. Upon the founding of the International in September 1864, the capitalists of Europe displayed only a mild interest in the organization. The bourgeois press barely noted its establishment. The idea of an international organization of the workers was such a novel proposition that it was easy to underestimate its potentialities. Some of the more sober bourgeois elements, as the liberals in England, the followers of Mazzini in Italy, as well as the reactionary Bonapartists in France, even believed they could make political use of the IWA. But the bourgeois elements were soon undeceived, once the International got into action. Especially so on the industrial field. The early years of the IWA, as remarked, were a time of many strikes, and the International undoubtedly gave strong leadership and encouragement to them. This startled the employers, who for the first time confronted a real international solidarity among the workers of various countries. They were particularly disturbed when they saw an end being put to their international use of strike breakers in Europe, a practice which they were never again able to revive on a significant scale. The reactionary press was not slow to blame all the strikes and the political struggles of the period upon the International. They built it into a sort of political hobgoblin. Geek says that, the years from Geneva to Basel made the International a frightful secret power in the eyes of the bourgeoisie and the bearer of an approaching revolution in the eyes of the awakening proletariat. 9. Thenceforth, the press widely practiced a campaign of slander and distortion against the IWA, misrepresenting its every act. In France, the police of Napoleon III proceeded against the members of the International, who were mostly Proudhonists. The government claimed that the International, by engaging in political activities in France, had laid its members open to prosecution. Consequently, from March 1868 to June 1870, 3 mass convictions of IWA members took place in Paris. These involved such well-known leaders as Tolaine, Varlin, Frankel, Chimail, Malin, Landrin, and many others. They got varying sentences, up to 1 year in prison. 10 The International was outlawed in France. This was the beginning of the reactionary attack which, a few years later, finally illegalized the IWA all over Europe. Growth of the International. As a result of its economic and political activities, the International grew apace in the several countries. Nor could the increasing police persecution halt its progress. In this growth, IWA strike leadership was very important. In England, the 1869 Trades Union Congress urged all unions to affiliate with the IWA, and many trade unions, appreciative of the work of the International, did so. In France, in 1869, there were an estimated 200,000 members of the International. 11 Lozovsky says that, in all corners of France, local unions, resistance societies, mutual aid societies, political groups, men and women workers on strike affiliated to the International Workingmen's Association. 12. In Belgium, following the coal and iron strikes there, more than 20 IWA branches were formed in industrial centers, and some of them had several hundred members. And Steklov states that a big increase in IWA strength followed the successful strikes in Switzerland. In Geneva alone, the number of members of the International grew by thousands. In addition, several fresh trade unions affiliated 13. However, no reliable total figures of membership at this time are available. In the United States, the International also had a strong following in the young trade union movement. The National Labor Union, from its foundation in 1866, was sympathetic to the IWA. Silvis, 1828 to 1869, Trevelyan, Jessup, Cameron, and others of its leaders were especially alarmed at the danger of the importation of strike breakers from Europe, and they wanted IWA assistance. The scab menace had been accentuated by an Act of Congress of 1864, which permitted employers to import laborers under contract and to check off transportation costs from wages. 14. In 1867 the NLU convention voted to have Richard F. Trevelyan go as a delegate to the Lausanne Congress of the IWA, but because of the lack of funds he was unable to attend. In 1868 J.G. Icarius, IWA General Secretary, invited the NLU to send a delegate to the Brussels Congress 15, but the NLU replied that it was financially unable to do so. In 1869, however, the NLU did finally get to send a delegate to the IWA. The finances of the International itself also were on a very low level. Usually the General Secretary's meager salary and often the headquarters rent were unpaid. The workers of the world were yet to learn the important labor discipline of solidly financing their movements through well-kept dues systems. In this period not only was IWA trade union membership growing, but also its political organization. The workers generally were taking the first tentative steps into independent political activity, breaking the tutelage of the left sections of the bourgeoisie. Sections of the International, made up of individual members, in contrast to the bloc membership of the trade unions, multiplied in many West European countries. A start was also made in the United States. In October 1867, the Communist Club of New York, founded in 1857 by F. A. Zarga and others, became a section of the International, and in 1869, the German General Workingmen's Union, La Saline Tendency, also affiliated to the International. 16. Meanwhile, distinct tendencies were beginning to develop for the formation of national workers' parties, which in later years were to become the basis of all labor political internationalism. The most important development in this respect was the political movement being cultivated at the time in Germany under the leadership of Wilhelm Liebknecht and August Bebel, which was to culminate in 1869 as the first mass social democratic party. In the United States strong tendencies were also being evidenced towards independent working class political action. At its 1866 and 1867 conventions the National Labor Union went on record for the formation of a National Labor Party, and in 1868 steps were taken to put the short-lived National Labor Reform Party into the field. In England, however, the workers, although very active in trade union struggles, were showing very little sign as yet towards the formation of a social democratic or Labour Party. They still continued their alliance with the Liberal Party, a misconnection based on the current swift upward development of 8. Bakuninism, the Basel Congress, 1869. The Fourth Congress of the First International took place September 6 to 12, 1869, in Basel. The movement was definitely on an ascending scale. The wave of strikes was continuing, involving Welsh coal miners, Normandy textile workers, Lyon silk workers, Geneva building trades, and many other groups in England, Belgium, France, Holland, Switzerland, and the United States. In all these struggles adherents of the International stood in leading posts. Consequently, the IWA continued its rapid growth. In 1870, the French police estimated the International's membership as France 433,785, Switzerland 45,000, Germany 150,000, Austria-Hungary 100,000, Great Britain, 250 branches, 80,000, Spain 2,728.1. Fantastic newspaper estimates ran as high as 7 million members. The real membership was far less than such figures, but no official statistics are at hand. In many localities a workers' press was rapidly developing. On the European continent there were in 1870 some 29 journals supporting the International. 2. The Congress was made up of 76 delegates, as follows: France 26, Switzerland 22, Germany 10, Belgium 5, Austria 2, Spain 2, Italy 1, United States 1, and 7 members of the General Council. Again Marx was not present. The American delegate was W. C. Cameron, representing the National Labor Union. With very considerable exaggeration claiming to represent 800,000 members, Cameron told the Congress, Your friends in the New World recognize a common interest between the sons of labor the world over, and they trust the time is drawing nigh when their ranks shall present a united front. 3. Cameron was especially interested in IWA action to prevent the importation of scabs into the United States, and he succeeded in having an immigration bureau established by the International, but it played no great role. All this indicated the strong support in the NLU for affiliation to the International. After listening to Cameron, the NLU Convention of 1870 declared its adhesion to the principles of the International Workingmen's Association and expect at no distant date to affiliate with it. 4. But nothing came of this. Silvis, a strong internationalist, had died in July 1869, and this was a heavy blow to NLU affiliation. The General Council of the IWA, on August 18, 1869, sent a letter of condolence to the NLU, signed among others by Marx, highly praising Silvis as a fighter for labor and mourning his loss. 5. In December 1869, the newly formed Colored National Labor Union also voted to send a delegate to the 1870 Congress of the 1.W.A., but, as we shall see, this Congress never took place. 6. The Eisenachers. An important development at the Basel Congress of the International was the appearance there of a strong German delegation of 10 members, among them Liebknecht, Rittinghausen, Becker, and Hess. They represented the Social Democratic Workers' Party, the first genuine socialist party to affiliate with the International. This organization, led chiefly by Liebknecht and Bebel, had been formed at Eisenach, Germany, a month earlier, in August 1869, after several years of preparatory work. The new party was generally called the Eisenachers. Wilhelm Liebknecht, 1826–1900, was born in Gießen, Germany, and was a teacher. He early became a Republican and took an active part in the German Revolution of 1848. Jailed and exiled from Germany several times, he worked for 13 years in London with Marx, becoming a developed communist. Liebknecht returned to Germany in 1861, and at once became active in the Young Labor movement. He became the outstanding leader of the German working class. A co-worker with Lassalle, Liebknecht, father of Karl Liebknecht, wrote many pamphlets and books, and was long a member of the Reichstag. August Bebel, 1840–1913, was born near Cologne, Germany, the son of a non-commissioned officer in the Prussian army. He became a wood-turner, and affiliated himself to the Lassalle organization. In close association with Liebknecht, Bebel became a Marxist. Both of them actively opposed the Austro-Prussian War of 1866. A brilliant orator, Bebel won a wide following. His most noted book is Women and Socialism. Together with Liebknecht, he was instrumental in bringing about the amalgamation of workers' organizations at Eisenach, which was the beginning of the German social democracy. For over 40 years Bebel stood at the head of the German Social Democratic Party. The revolutionary spirit of the Young Socialist Party was illustrated by a public speech made by Liebknecht in 1869, for which he was sent to jail. He said, "Socialism is no longer a question of theory, but simply a question of power. It cannot be settled in Parliament, but only on the streets, on the battlefield, like every other question of power." 7. The launching of the Social Democratic Workers' Party at Eisenach did not, however, unite the German working class. Lassalle's organization, the General Union of German Workers, with its panacea of state-subsidized cooperatives, still persisted, under the leadership of Schweitzer, who had become head of the organization upon the death of Lassalle. Between the two groupings were bitter quarrels, with Marx frequently intervening against Schweitzer as a sectarian. The Lassalleans, who had a considerable following in Germany, Austria, Bohemia, and the United States, held aloof from participating in the International. 8. Bakunin enters the IWA. Another most important event at the Basel Congress was the coming of Bakunin as a delegate. See Chapter 5 for his general background and program. Bakunin first met Marx in 1864, and promised his support to the International. Instead of giving this backing, however, he set about building a separate organization in Italy. He later went to Switzerland, there joined the Bourgeois League for Peace and Freedom, and was elected a member of its Central Executive Committee. In 1868 he split off from the League, but in place of joining the International, he and his friends established the International Social Democratic Alliance, commonly known as the Alliance 9. In the alliance, Bakunin developed his ultra-revolutionary program. It declared an immediate, all-out war against God and the state, demanded the abolition of all religious cults and the establishment of a rule of science, the political, economic, and social equality of the classes, not their abolition, the abolition of the right of inheritance, the rejection of every kind of political action except such as aims immediately and directly at the triumph of the cause of the workers in their struggle with capital, and the voluntary universal association of all the local associations. 10. To achieve this program, Bakunin put the main stress upon the intelligentsia, the student group, and the lumpen, or degenerated, proletariat. He condemned almost the whole working class as being a conservative labor aristocracy. Sparing no words, Marx strongly attacked the Bakunin program. He called it an oleopodrida of worn-out platitudes, an empty rigmarole, a rosary of pretentious notions to make the flesh creep, a banal improvisation aiming at nothing more than a temporary effect. 11. And with even more vigor, his program was a hash superficially scraped together from the right and the left: equality of classes, abolition of the right of inheritance as the starting point of the social movement, Saint-Simonist nonsense, atheism as a dogma dictated to the members, etc. 12. In general, the alliance developed strength in the less industrialized countries: Italy, Spain, France, French Switzerland, etc., where its predecessor, the Prudentist movement, had been strong, and it also branched out into Russia and the United States. The times were propitious for such a movement as Bakunin's. The general political situation in Europe was highly unsettled, the capitalist class gradually pushing aside the political rubbish of feudalism in its march to power, with the rapidly growing working class tentatively fighting its way to a class program and organization. With the workers generally still very undeveloped ideologically and inexperienced in class struggle tactics, it was easy for many of them to believe in Bakunin's shortcut methods to emancipation. Bakunin and his co-workers, noting the rapid growth of the International among the masses and sensing that it would be a fruitful field for their agitation, applied in December 1868, for the admission to the International of their alliance as a whole. To this, however, the General Council refused to agree. Proposing that his alliance members should come into the IWA as sections, Bakunin also agreed to liquidate the alliance. In reality, however, it continued to exist and function in various countries. It was a semi-secret body, with an inner controlling organization of especially trusted militants. Marxists and Bakuninists at Basel. Bakunin came to the Congress as a member of the French delegation, specifically representing the silk workers of Lyons. A militant and very capable fighter, he lost no time in making his presence felt. Bakunin, however, found himself voting with the Marxists on the question of the right of society to make the land collective property. The remnants of the Proudhonists had again raised this elementary question, so important to them, only to be voted down overwhelmingly. Another important question upon which there was no marked factional division in the Congress dealt with trade unionism. The Congress unanimously adopted a resolution which strongly stressed the need of the trade unions and of international ticks between them. The resolution charged the General Council to work for an international organization of the trade unions, a goal which was not to be achieved for a full half-century. 13. In presenting the committee's report, the French delegate, Pindy, outlined a picture of the trade unions eventually constituting the structure of the new society after capitalism. With this report, another sect, or ideological deviation, that was to become very troublesome, anarcho-syndicalism, was born into the International. The major clashes between the Marxists and Bakuninists in the Congress took place over 2 points. The first occurred when the Swiss delegates, with the support of Liebknecht and other Germans, proposed that the Congress go on record in favor of direct legislation by the people, initiative and referendum. This contravened one of the basic principles of the Bakuninists, that of no partial political reforms, and they attacked it violently. The matter was eventually laid over for further discussion, but in the press of business it never came up again. The incident created much factional tension in the Congress. The second big clash came over the question of the right of inheritance. This was one of Bakunin's favorite tenets, and he submitted it in resolution form to the Congress, demanding that the delegates go on record for the immediate and complete abolition of the right of inheritance. The liquidation of this right was in fact presented virtually as the revolution itself. In the Communist Manifesto, written over 20 years earlier, Marx had placed the question in the sense that the proletariat, after gaining power, will use its political supremacy to wrest, by degrees, all capital from the bourgeoisie, to centralize all instruments of production in the hands of the state, i.e., of the proletariat organized as the ruling class. As means to the accomplishment of this expropriation and social reorganization, the manifesto then proposed 10 transitional measures, of which the third on the list was the abolition of all right of inheritance. The General Council presented its report to the Congress along this general line. It pointed out that the right of inheritance, being an outcome and not the cause of the capitalist system, could not be made the starting point for the abolition of capitalism, and that any attempt to do so would be both wrong in theory and reactionary in practice. After a long and bitter debate, the vote was, General Council Resolution, 419, against 37, abstentions 6, absent 13, Bakunin Resolution, 419, against 23, abstentions 13, absent 7.14. This victory for Bakunin made his alliance thenceforth the rallying center for all oppositional elements in the International. The Irish question. Although the matter did not come officially before the Basel Congress at this time, the Irish question was playing an important role in the life of the International. It became the occasion for the development of policy concerning the relations between colonial countries and oppressing powers, which, down to the present day, has the greatest importance for the world labor movement. For 700 years the Irish people had been waging a defensive struggle against the determination of the English ruling classes completely to subjugate Ireland. During the centuries this had led to many uprisings, some of the more important of which in later times were those of 1641, 1798, 1848, and 1867. And Ireland was fated to experience several more, including those of 1916 and 1921, before it was finally able to achieve, in 1923, its present partial and disrupted independence. 15 The Irish question was especially catapulted into political attention during the period we are dealing with, in the aftermath of the killing of a policeman in Manchester during an attempt by the Fenian organisation to rescue Irish political prisoners. For this, 3 Fenian leaders, Allen, Larkin, and O'Brien, were executed on November 23, 1867. Since the days of the Chartists, Marx had associated himself with the demand for Irish independence. In 1866 he had the General Council send a delegation to Sir George Grey, Secretary for State, to protest against the outrages being practiced upon the Irish people, but the delegation was not received. 16 And in 1869 he was instrumental in having the General Council actively support the current movement for the amnesty of Irish political prisoners. 17 Odger, Applegarth, and other conservative English trade union leaders very equivocally supported Marx's general line regarding Ireland. Marx said that, following the discussions late in 1869, the task of the International is everywhere to put the conflict between England and Ireland in the foreground, and everywhere to side openly with Ireland. 18. In his long handling of the Irish question, Marx became convinced that Ireland is the bulwark of the English landed aristocracy, and that Ireland is therefore the great means by which the English aristocracy maintains its domination in England itself. He pointed out the deadly weakness of labour caused by the split between Irish and English workers over the Irish question, stating that the English worker cherishes religious, social, and national prejudices against the Irish worker, and that the Irish worker pays him back with interest in his own coin. Marx concluded, and the General Council so decided, that the special task of the Central Council in London is to awaken the English workers to a realization of the fact that for them the national emancipation of Ireland is no question of abstract justice or humanitarian sentiment but the first condition of their own emancipation. 19. The basic policy that Marx worked out on the Irish question obviously is essentially valid in our own times in the struggle of the colonial peoples, backed by the workers in the capitalist countries, against imperialism. See Chapter 34. Half a century later, Lenin praised this policy highly. In an article on the self-determination of nations, Lenin showed that the policy of Marx and Engels on the Irish question furnished a powerful example, which has retained its highly practical significance up to the present day, of the attitude which the proletariat of oppressing nations must adopt towards nationalist movements. 20. Outbreak of the Franco-Prussian War. The 10 months between the Basel Congress and the beginning of the Franco-Prussian War were a period of high hopes and steady growth for the International. In its various documents and Congress resolutions, the organization had succeeded in developing the basis of a Genera program. It had entrenched itself in practically every country of Western and Middle Europe, and the labor movements in the various countries were surging ahead, having definitely reached the stage of national organization in at least 3 lands: Great Britain, Germany, and the United States. The fight between the Bakuninists and Marxists, after the clash at the Basel Congress, was flaring up in Switzerland, but this was not yet serious enough to cripple the IWA. It was a period of strong revolutionary hope and expectancy in the ranks of the International. There was a bourgeois revolutionary ferment in Italy, Spain, France, and other European countries, and the workers were in a mood of rising militancy. The Bakuninists believed that the social revolution was knocking on the door, and they had the deepest scorn for everything in the nature of reform. At this time, especially in the late 1860s, Marx also anticipated early major proletarian revolutionary developments, but, a keen realist, this did not prevent him from encouraging every struggle of the workers for immediate demands on both the economic and political fields. The substantial growth of the International greatly stimulated the current widespread hopes for a revolution led by the workers. After Basel, the war clouds between France and Prussia began to thicken. Both Bonaparte and Bismarck wanted war, and they each maneuvered to get it. The adventurer Bonaparte, realizing the shaky position of the Second Empire, no doubt calculated that the way to infuse it with a new lease on life would be through a successful war of aggression against his German neighbors to the east, that this would give him control of the west bank of the Rhine. The wily Prussian Chancellor, Bismarck, also planned and prepared for the war. In line with his policy of blood and iron, he schemed to help himself to the territory of France, knowing full well that through a war against that country he could unite the scattered German statelets into one all-inclusive German state. The latter was historically a progressive bourgeois task, which in the revolution of 1848 the German capitalists could have accomplished but left undone. Bismarck's strategy was to throw upon Bonaparte the responsibility for initiating the war, which the German Chancellor succeeded in doing. By falsifying a conciliatory telegram from Wilhelm I to Bonaparte, Bismarck provoked France into declaring war. On July 169, 1870, the two governments got their wish, and the war began. The struggle was destined to have profound political consequences. By unifying Germany, it transformed that country into the leading power in Europe, destined before long to outstrip England in industrial production, and by bringing about therewith a powerful growth of the German proletariat, the war also eventually put the organized German workers, for half a century, in the leadership of the world labor movement. An immediate effect of the war was to speed up the operation of a chain of events, in connection with the Paris Commune, which were finally to lead to the breakup of the First International. 9. The Paris Commune, 1871. The General Council of the IWA had long been warning the workers against the danger of a Franco-German war, and when the gathering conflict suddenly burst forth, the Council 4 days later, July 29, 1870, put out a manifesto calling for international solidarity of the workers. Written by Marx, the manifesto laid the blame for the war upon the rulers of both France and Germany. While it said that Germany had been placed on the defensive in the war, with reactionary Russia looming on its eastern frontiers, it warned the German workers against the danger of the war becoming one of conquest. Marx also stated that whatever the outcome of the war, it would mark the end of the Second Empire in France, as it did. In the various countries the workers displayed high qualities of internationalism. In Germany, Liebknecht and Bebel voted in parliament against the war credits, and went to jail for it. The Lassalleans, however, voted for the credits, and big meetings of German workers were happy to grasp the fraternal hand stretched out to us by the workmen of France. 1. In France a similar international spirit prevailed, the workers pledging their indissoluble solidarity with the workers of Germany. 2. Among the immigrant workers in the United States also, the General Council's anti-war manifesto was circulated far and wide, and joint meetings of French and German workers were held to protest the war. 3. Meanwhile, the war had disrupted the organizational procedure of the International. The next Congress had been set for Paris, on September 5, 1870, but in view of the prevailing political persecutions in France, the Congress place was later shifted to Mainz, Germany. The outbreak of the war, however, forced the cancellation of this arrangement. The war was brought to a swift climax by the better prepared German forces. The French armies suffered one catastrophic defeat after another. In 6 weeks the field phase of the war was over. On September 2, 1870, at Sedan, Bonaparte unconditionally surrendered himself and his army. The French Republic established. When news of the Sedan debacle reached Paris, the people rose and, on September 4, 1870, they overthrew the Bonaparte regime and set up a republic. The new assembly, elected February 8, 1871, was made up, however, of about 2/3 royalists and 1/3 bourgeois republicans, with a few petty bourgeois radicals thrown in to make things more palatable to the working class. This whole development spurred the Bakuninists into action, and during the next several weeks they tried vainly to carry through successful uprisings in Paris, Lyons, Marseilles, Brest, and other cities against the new government. The Blanquists also pushed for an insurrection. For a few hours, on October 31, 1870, Blanqui was in control of Paris, but he had to give it up. On September 9, 1870, the General Council of the IWA issued another manifesto, also written by Marx. In this document Marx pointed out that the so-called war of defense on the part of Germany had become definitely a war of conquest, the determination of Bismarck to seize the French provinces of Alsace and Lorraine having become clear. Marx warned that if this were done, it would surely lead eventually to another defensive war, as it, in fact, did with terrific force in 1914. The manifesto urged the German workers to oppose the proposed annexation and to demand an honorable peace with France. It warned the French workers to be on guard against the treacherous French bourgeoisie and to use every opportunity to strengthen their own class forces. In general, Marx and Engels felt that the time was unripe for a revolutionary overthrow of the reactionary Republican government, such as both Bakunin and Blanqui were striving for. 4. The German army was at the walls of Paris, investing the city. Bismarck hesitated to attack Paris, however, because reportedly there were some 200,000 well-armed troops, an exaggeration, within it, and he well knew the revolutionary fighting spirit of the Parisian proletariat. The Paris troops, mostly the National Guard, made up chiefly of workers, had elected a central committee of 25 members, on February 15,5 and it largely controlled besieged Paris. The National Guard was especially on the alert against a coup d'état by the Thiers government, which, fearing the revolutionary proletariat, was eager to turn the city over to the Germans. The government signed an armistice, surrender, on February 26, in which it agreed to give up Paris. Birth of the Commune. With the aim of forcing rebellious Paris to surrender, Thiers, at 3 o'clock in the morning of March 18, had his troops under General Vinoy attempt to seize the 250 cannon of the National Guard. The plan was succeeding until besieged, famine-stricken Paris woke up and went into action. With women taking the lead, the people, by fraternization and direct attacks, halted the seizure. By 11 o'clock Thiers troops were completely defeated and the city was in the hands of the people. 2 government generals were killed in the fighting. The red flag floated on the Hôtel de Ville, and the Central Committee of the National Guard was acting as the provisional government. 6 The proletarians of Paris, declared the Central Committee, amidst the failures and treasons of the ruling classes, have understood that the hour has struck for them to save the situation by taking into their own hands the direction of public affairs. 7. The basic organized forces which led in the insurrection were the Blanquists. They were said to number 4,000 organized armed men, with a large body of sympathizers. 8 Blanqui himself was arrested by the government the night before the uprising, on March 17, and was held in jail all through the life of the Commune. The Marxist internationalists, who were still few in numbers in Paris, had not planned for an uprising, but when it began they took a very active part in it. Based on universal male suffrage, the Commune was a legislative and executive body. All its members were subject to recall. The general model was Paris, and the revolutionary plan was to have such communes throughout all the cities, towns, and hamlets of France. All were to send representatives to the national delegation in Paris. Marx says, the system brought the rural producers under the intellectual lead of the central towns in their districts, and secured to them, in the working men, the natural trustees of their interests. 9 A clear recognition of the leading revolutionary role of the proletariat. The fundamental weakness of the Commune was that the workers had no party and no program. The revolution and the government coming out of the struggle were all improvised. What should have been done, already on the 18th, was for the Central Committee acting in the name of the people, to arrest the Thiers government leaders, who were in Paris that day, and then march upon Versailles, the seat of the reactionary government. That government's forces were greatly demoralized by the insurrection, and Thiers later admitted that if an attack had been made promptly they could not have withstood it. Unfortunately, however, they were allowed precious time to reorganize their forces, a fact which became disastrous later on for the Commune. The Central Committee temporized and had conscientious objection to launching a civil war. 10 While in fact the Thiers reactionaries, by their attack on Paris, had already opened the civil war. The Central Committee, uncertain of its own authority, prepared for the holding of local elections. Meanwhile, short-lived insurrections were taking place in other French cities: Lyons, Saint-Étienne, Creusot, Marseilles, Toulouse, and Narbonne. Bakunin entered into the revolt in Lyons and wrecked it. 11. The elections of March 26, supplemented by further voting on April 15, elected 92 councillors, who constituted the Commune of Paris. An executive committee of 9 was chosen, made up of the heads of the various departments: war, finance, subsistence, exterior, labor, justice, public services, information, and general security. The Blanquists and Neo-Jacobins held a majority in the Commune. There was also a considerable group of Proudhonists, some 18 Marxist internationalists, and a few of miscellaneous opinion. The Commune was based on a revolutionary alliance between the proletariat and the city petty bourgeoisie, with the workers in the lead. By this time, most of the big bourgeoisie had fled the city, leaving the factories standing idle, with 300,000 workers unemployed. On April 19 the Commune published its first statement of program. This stayed within the framework of a bourgeois democratic revolution. The program demanded the recognition and the consolidation of the Republic, and the absolute autonomy of the Commune extended at all places in France, thus assuring to each the integrity of its rights, and to each Frenchman the full exercise of his faculties and aptitudes as a man, a citizen, and a producer. It then went on to specify needed civil rights. It said further that, the political unity, as desired by Paris, is a voluntary association of all local initiative, the free and spontaneous cooperation of all individual energies with the common object of the well-being, liberty, and security of the people. 12. The stress upon local autonomy was partly a reaction against the crass dictatorship under the Second Empire and partly a reflection of the anarchist, Proudhon, Bakunin, ideas then widely current among the French working class. The International and the Commune. In its manifesto of September G. 1870, written by Marx, the General Council of the IWA had warned the French workers of the desperate folly of an attempt at that time to overthrow the new bourgeois republic. But when the insurrection took place, Marx, as a real revolutionist, gave it every possible support. Writing to Kugelmann 3 weeks after the revolution began, Marx declared that the present rising in Paris, even if it be crushed by the wolves, swine, and vile curs of the old society, is the most glorious deed of our party since the June insurrection in Paris. 13. He declared that the Parisians were storming heaven. Long afterward, Lenin compared favorably Marx's attitude to Plekhanov's in a similar situation. Plekhanov, who opposed the 1905 revolution in Russia, shamefully declared after the heroic struggle that they should not have resorted to arms. 14 But Marx, although he had opposed the revolt beforehand, gave it militant support once it began. On May 30, 1871, 2 days after the fall of the Commune, he put out an address in the name of the General Council, in defense of the Commune, one of the greatest of all Marxist works, the Civil War in France. This historic document was endorsed by all the council members except Auger and Lecroft, English labor leaders, who resigned rather than sign it. Marx signed it as the corresponding secretary of Germany and Holland, and Engels for Belgium and Spain. Under the direct inspiration and leadership of Marx and Engels, the various sections of the International gave all possible aid to the embattled Commune. In Paris the Internationalists were very active. Steklov lists among them, all elected members of the Commune, Varlin, Malin, Gerds, Avril, Pindy, Assy, Duval, Theiss, Lefrançois, Frankel, Longuet, Cyril, and Huonnard. 15 They were active not only in the Commune committees but also in the growing civil war. They were responsible for much of the constructive legislation and action developed by the Commune. The many revolutionary European exiles in Paris also actively participated and were given high posts in the Commune, Dombrowski, a Pole, becoming military commander of Paris. 16. In England the rank-and-file workers hailed the Commune, even though their opportunist trade union leaders in the General Council, save Applegarth, turned tail on the great revolutionary struggle. In Germany both the Eisenachers and the Lassalleans supported the Commune, in the face of a strong reactionary capitalist opposition. And in the United States the Commune evoked support far and wide among the working masses, notwithstanding the utter misrepresentation of it made by the bourgeois press, and the constant attempts of the American ambassador to France, Washburn, to destroy it. 17 The Workingman's Advocate and other labor papers printed the statements of the General Council. Among the prominent American figures who justified the Commune was General Ben Butler, and on August 15, 1871, Marx told the General Council that Wendell Phillips, the abolitionist and friend of labor, had become a member of the International. For many years afterward the memory of the heroic Paris Commune was a vivid tradition in American working-class circles. 18. The work of the Commune. The Paris Commune suffered from many weaknesses and handicaps, including internal dissensions among the various factional groupings and isolation from the rest of France. The lack of a clear-cut program and a solidly organized political party also hung like a millstone around the neck of the Commune from the first to the last. Moreover, the Commune, which existed only 72 days, had to operate in the face of a developing civil war. Although fighting for its life desperately, the Commune nevertheless had many constructive achievements to its credit, enough to write its name imperishably in the revolutionary history of the world's working class and for it to stand out as a veritable lighthouse to guide the workers along the way to socialism. Among its major political decisions, the Commune proclaimed the separation of church and state, abolished subsidies to the church, did away with the standing army in favor of a people's militia, stripped the police of political attributes, made all functionaries strictly responsible to the electorate, setting 6,000 francs per year as the top limit for salaries, elected and controlled all judges and magistrates, established free and general education, burned the guillotine, and tore down the Vendôme column as a symbol of militarism. There were also many economic social measures adopted: the abolition of night work in bakeries, the cancellation of employer fines in workshops, the closing of pawn shops, the seizure of closed workshops, which were to be operated by workers' cooperatives, the organization of relief for the enormous mass of unemployed, the establishment of a Bureau of Labor Statistics. It also rationed dwellings and gave assistance to debtors. All this work was infused with an intense spirit of internationalism, and the committee had as its flag the red banner of the world revolutionary movement. Besides its achievements, the Commune suffered from many mistakes and shortcomings. One of these of major importance, already mentioned, was the failure at the outset to push the war vigorously against the reactionary Versailles government. Another was a too tolerant attitude towards the internal enemy, which hindered the hunt for bourgeois spies and traitors, with which Paris reeked, and also left the door open for serious treachery and disruptive action among the officer corps. Also, the Commune did not try energetically enough to reach out to the other parts of France and especially to win the peasantry to its cause, a most serious weakness. Another error was the failure to publish the secret state archives dating back to 1789, which fell into the hands of the Commune and were full of the corruption and rottenness of the secret police, the diplomats, the capitalists, and their politicians. Its publication would have been a heavy blow against reaction and an invaluable document. 19. But the most curious mistake was the failure of the Commune to confiscate the 3 billion francs held by the Bank of France. Instead, the Blanquist and Prudentist leaders, forgetting their erstwhile pledges and voting down those who wanted to seize the bank, dealt diplomatically with the bank functionaries for loans. All told, the Commune has got only some 16,700,000 francs, 9,400,000 of which belonged to Paris anyhow, the rest being a loan of 7,290,000 francs, a loan which the bank director first had to endorse before he would make it. 20. The seizure of the bank would have dealt a heavy blow to the shaky Versailles regime. The Commune overthrown. By the beginning of April the civil war was raging. The Communards, or Federalists, fought a brave but losing battle. The Thiers forces, on the basis of monstrous lies and distortions, had lined up most of peasant France against the Commune. Bismarck also released 100,000 French peasant prisoners of war to help the Versailles government. 21. On May 21 the Versailles troops entered Paris and for 8 days a bloody struggle took place, with the Communards backing up street by street in the face of heavy odds. On May 28 their last resistance was wiped out in Père Lachaise cemetery and in Belleville and various other working-class districts. The Commune was crushed. The next few days were days of ruthless butchery. General de Galifet and his fellow murderers cold-bloodedly shot down at least 30,000 working-class men, women, and children. About 45,000 more were arrested. Of these some 15,000 were executed or sent to prison, and hundreds more were exiled to New Caledonia. The slaughter was far worse even than after the defeat of the June insurrection in Paris in 1848. Tens of thousands of Communards also had to flee the country to Switzerland, to England, and most of all, to the United States. To provide assistance for these exiles was a big job for the IWA in Europe. It was one of the Communard exiles, Eugene Potier, who in June 1871 penned the immortal words of the great battle song of the world's workers, the International. Behind the barricades, in the bloody struggle and in the spectacular political trials which followed it, the women Communards especially covered themselves with glory. Louise Michel and Elizabeth Mitrieff were but two noted fighters among thousands of heroines. Before the court, Michel proudly declared, "I belong entirely to the revolution and I wish to accept the responsibility for all my deeds." 22. Convicted, she spent 10 years in prison exile. The reactionary rulers of Europe exulted over the wholesale massacres in Paris. They poured in messages of congratulation to the monster Thiers, and they put in motion repressive measures designed to wipe out socialism in their own countries. In France, particularly, says Lenin, the bourgeoisie were satisfied. Now we have finished with socialism for a long time, said their leader, the bloodthirsty dwarf, Thiers, after the bloodbath which he and his generals had given the proletariat of Paris. But these bourgeois crows cawed in vain. 6 years after the suppression of the Commune, when many of its fighters were still pining in prison, or in exile, a new workers' movement rose in France. 23. Historical role of the Commune. The Paris Commune taught many great lessons to the world's workers, which are still valid today. Above all others, Lenin understood and drew these lessons most completely. Outstanding among them is the indispensable need of the workers in all countries for a strong, clear-seeing, and disciplined Communist Party, as Marx so strongly insisted, to lead them along the long and difficult road to socialism. Even in a situation where the capitalist government was so rotten that the power fell into the hands of the workers practically without a struggle, as in Paris on March 18, 1871, still the workers could not go on, even from there, without a strong political organization. This was one of the decisive lessons of the Commune, and it completely repudiated the Bakunin contention that a political party was not necessary and that mass spontaneity would suffice. Another elementary lesson of the Commune was that it provided the basic form of the new society that is to replace capitalism, as Marx pointed out. The close relationship of the organizational form of the Commune and that of the future Russian Soviets is unmistakable. Yet for almost half a century the real significance of the Commune was virtually lost sight of, even by Marxists, until finally Lenin retaught them its meaning. Of fundamental importance, too, was the clear demonstration given by the experience of the Paris Commune that, after the workers had defeated the capitalists and won political power, they would have to set up a state of their own, although a new type of state, in order, by armed force, to hold in repression the counter-revolutionary forces of capitalism and also to organize to lay the basis of the new society. The Commune also taught, that the withering away of the state would be a much more protracted process than was generally contemplated by Marxists, though this lesson, too, was practically ignored for decades. Especially was all this in sharp contradiction to the Bakunin anarchist nonsense that mere spontaneity would provide sufficient organization once capitalism had been overthrown. The Commune also made clear that the way to power for the workers of Europe in the existing circumstances was by the forceful overthrow of the prevailing ultra-reactionary political regimes, which denied the workers every semblance of democracy. But Marx did not make a dogma of this important fact. He also recognized, as indicated in Chapter 2, that in Great Britain and the United States, where there were more advanced types of bourgeois democracy, the possibility existed at that time, in the pre-imperialist period, for the workers to make a peaceful advance to socialism. The Commune taught, too, that the bourgeoisie would not hesitate to betray the nation in its own class interests. As the feudal reactionaries in the Great French Revolution of 1789 had joined with enemies abroad to fight revolutionary France, so did the reactionaries of 1871 join hands with Bismarck against the Commune. Another lesson of the Commune, greatly stressed by Marx and also later by Lenin, was the fact that the workers, once in power, could not adapt the bourgeois state to their revolutionary needs. In his letter to Kugelmann, April 17, 1871, Marx said, "If you look at the last chapter of my 18th Brumaire, you will find that I say that the next attempt of the French Revolution will be no longer, as before, to transfer the bureaucratic military machine from one hand to the other, but to smash it, and this is essential for every real people's revolution on the continent." 24. This was precisely what the Commune was doing in building its new type of workers' state. The general conclusion was later on to be of great importance in the fight against the opportunists, who believed that the workers could transform the capitalist regime bit by bit into socialism. A most vital lesson taught by the Paris Commune, was the practical living demonstration it gave of the dictatorship of the proletariat. In this respect, the Commune was a brilliant demonstration of the soundness of the position of Marx, who already in the Communist Manifesto, 24 years earlier, had definitely outlined the revolutionary dictatorship of the proletariat. By the same token, the Commune repudiated the contentions of the anarchists, who were inveterate enemies of rule by the working class, which is the dictatorship of the proletariat. The Commune was not made up exclusively of workingmen. In fact, as Lissaguret and Geek point out and as Lenin agrees, the majority of the government consisted of representatives of petty bourgeois democracy. 25. Many of these were revolutionary intellectuals. Of the 92 members of the Commune, only some 25 were workers, and not all of these were members of the International. Nevertheless, with the Parisian working class in full action, the influence of the proletariat predominated. Marx thus puts the situation: the majority of its members were naturally workingmen, or acknowledged representatives of the working class. 26. The Commune also did not have, as we have remarked above, a definitely socialist program. Nevertheless, its socialist trend was implicit. Marx says, "Yes, gentlemen, the Commune intended to abolish that class property which makes the labor of the many the wealth of the few. It aimed at the expropriation of the expropriators." 27. He also states that its decisions bore distinctly a proletarian character. Lenin characterized the Commune as a popular workers' government, and he declared that the Commune tried to carry out what we now call the minimum program of socialism. 28. The Commune was, indeed, the dictatorship of the proletariat. Marx said, it was essentially a working-class government, the product of the struggle of the producing against the expropriating class, the political form at last discovered under which to work out the economic emancipation of labor, and he also said that the glorious workingmen's revolution of the 18th of March took undisputed sway in Paris. 29. Later on, Engels, addressing German Social Democratic Philistines, declared, "Well and good, gentlemen, do you want to know what this dictatorship looks like? Look at the Paris Commune. That was the dictatorship of the proletariat." 30. The Paris Commune, despite its ultimate overthrow, was the first real revolutionary success of the world's working class. It made the initial dent in the capitalist system, which the Great Russian Revolution, half a century later, was to follow up by smashing a vast, irreparable breach through the walls of world capitalism. Lenin said that, with all its errors, the Commune was the greatest example of the greatest proletarian movement of the 19th century. 31. In 1869 Engels quit his business in Manchester, England, where he had been since 1864, and thenceforth he worked closely with Marx, largely financing the latter. 10. The split at the Hague Congress, 1872. Following the downfall of the Paris Commune, the International found itself under increasing persecution in various European countries. The Commune had given the ruling classes a real fright, and they were resolved, if possible, to prevent a similar recurrence. The bourgeois press everywhere launched a wild attack against the International. At the Hague Congress of the IWA, Marx said that, all the floodgates of calumny which the mercenary bourgeois press had at its disposal were suddenly thrown open and let loose a cataclysm of defamation designed to engulf the hated foe. This campaign of calumny does not possess its match in history. After the Great Fire in Chicago, the news was sent around the world by telegram that this fire was the hellish act of the International one. In 1871 France passed a law making it a crime to belong to the International, and it demanded that all countries should turn over to it the communard exiles as common criminals. In the same year Holland made an appropriation of 3 million gulden to check the spread of communism. In Germany, Bebel and Liebknecht, who had protested against the annexation of Alsace-Lorraine and declared their solidarity with the Commune, were arrested and sentenced to 2 years in a fortress. In Spain, Italy, Belgium, and elsewhere hysterical police persecutions were heaped upon the Internationalists. Early in 1872 the Spanish government appealed to other governments to cooperate in suppressing the International. 2 The Pope added his voice to the cry for revenge, and in 1873 Russia, Germany, and Austria-Hungary signed a mutual agreement to fight the International. They tried also to involve England, but failed. 3. The internal crisis. More dangerous to the International, however, than this police persecution was the internal crisis that ever more deeply involved the organization after the end of the Commune. The substance of this was the growing battle between the Marxists and Bakuninists, between the alliance, led by Bakunin, and the forces behind the General Council, led by Marx. As we have seen in the previous chapter, the Marxists could well claim that the Commune had endorsed their general political line, but the Bakuninists argued violently to the contrary. Hay insisted that the spontaneous uprising of the workers of Paris and other French cities repudiated Marx's conceptions and generally supported the philosophy of spontaneity propagated by Bakunin. The Bakuninists were encouraged to redouble their factional activities, and they did succeed in building up their strength in a number of countries. They were especially strong in the Latin countries Spain, Italy, Portugal, French Belgium, and French and Italian Switzerland. Their main city center was Geneva, and Bakunin maneuvered to have the headquarters of the International transferred to that place. The Commune experience practically obliterated politically the Proudhonists and the Blanquists of France, but it gave the Bakuninists everywhere a new lease on life. In the larger countries, strongholds of the International, the internal crisis sharpened. In France the whole labor movement was prostrate after the downfall of the Commune. In Germany quarrels between the Marxists and Lassalleans, together with government persecutions, threw the labor movement into disarray. In the United States the Friendly National Labor Union was in rapid decline. And in England, which had been Marx's chief support in the International, there was also internal trouble. All the trade union leaders except one, in protest against Marx's support of the Commune, resigned from the General Council, while other opportunist union leaders, adopting the characteristic oppositionist method of fighting the General Council, set up a British Federation of the IWA in order to break the direct contacts of the General Council with their unions. This bad situation was aggravated when Ecarius and Hales, successive general secretaries of the IWA, split with Marx. The London Conference. Under these difficult and threatening conditions, the International held a special General Conference in London, September 17 to 23, 1871, to substitute for the Congress that had been scheduled for Mainz, Germany, in the previous year. To protect the French delegates, the conference was held privately. In attendance were 23 persons, 17 of them members of the General Council. Marx was the representative for Germany, Engels for Italy, Anudin for Russia, and Ecarius for the United States. 4 According to Postgate, the International, counting all factions, then had a press of 58 papers, including 3 in the United States. The main business before the London Conference was the imminent split in the International. Things had already arrived at the point where with the Jura Federation of Switzerland, Bakunin's headquarters, there were 2 rival organizations in the field. Angeek says the following about the factional situation in Spain: in most cities there were, beside the sections of the Alliance, also sections of the International, without any contact between them. And he thus describes the Bakunin organization in Italy, which was saturated with Mazzini Republicans. All pretended sections of the International were led by lawyers without clients, by doctors without patients and without knowledge, by students of billiards, by traveling salesmen and other office people, and especially by journalists of the small press and of more or less doubtful callings. 5. The London Conference could do little about the bad situation beyond supporting the line of the General Council. Drawing one of the main lessons of the Commune, the conference stressed the great need of the workers in the various countries to organize political parties and to engage in political action. It also congratulated the Social Democratic Workers' Party in Germany for its recent electoral successes. All this, of course, was deadly poison to the Bakuninists. The conference set the date of the next Congress of the IWA for the coming year. The Bakuninists refused, however, to abide by the decisions of the London Conference. On November 12, 1871, they held a formal Congress at Sunvilliers, Switzerland. One of the delegates was Jules Guesde, later to play a central role in the development of the French Socialist Party. The Congress, made up of alliance elements, was a direct challenge to the authority of the General Council. It issued a statement, addressed to all sections of the International, denouncing the Council as corrupt and dictatorial, condemning its program of political action, and demanding that an immediate Congress be held. 6 The ideological controversy had developed into an organizational split. The Congress at The Hague. The Fifth Congress of the IWA was held in The Hague, beginning on September 2, 1872. Marx and Engels, for the first time, both attended in person, Marx having previously written to Zarga and Kugelmann that he considered the Congress to be a life and death matter for the International, and so it turned out. Bakunin himself was not present, but his people, led by James Guillaume, were there in force, and all prepared for a showdown. The split situation manifested itself immediately at the Congress, and 3 days were spent on the difficult problem of the verification of credentials. Of the 65 delegates finally seated, roughly 40 supported the main line of the General Council, and about 25 the opposition. The Marxist supporters were, members of the General Council 16, Germany 10, France 6, Switzerland 3, United States 2, Zarga, a Marxist, and Dürer, a Blanquist, and Spain, Bohemia, Denmark, and Sweden 1 each. The supporters of Bakunin were, Belgium 7, England 5, Holland 4, Spain 4, Switzerland 2, and France 1. The Italians, Bakuninists, boycotted the Congress. The factional situation was not fully a clear ideological lineup, some of the supporters of both sides being swayed by other considerations than the main issues confronting the Congress. Important in this respect were the English delegates, including Ecarius and 3 other members of the General Council. Pure and simple trade unionists, mainly, they did not share the anarchist views of Bakunin, but they nevertheless voted against the Marxists. In its series of resolutions, the Congress dealt primarily with 4 questions: the role and powers of the General Council, the headquarters location of the IWA, the political line of the International, and the status of Bakunin's alliance. Let us deal with these separately. The powers of the General Council. The Bakuninists made a central issue of this question. Worshippers of spontaneity and extreme local autonomy, their proposal was that the General Council should be nothing more than a correspondence bureau and a collector of statistical data. They violently opposed the idea of the Council applying the decisions of the Congresses and acting as the general political guide of the International. Some wanted to abolish the General Council altogether. 7 The Marxists, on the other hand, insisted upon the need for a considerable international centralization policy and discipline. In view of the severe internal crisis, the Congress sustained the latter view, voting by 40-4, with 11 abstentions, to grant wider powers to the Council in order to enable it to apply more effectively the decisions of the Congresses and to establish discipline. These enabled the Council temporarily to expel, until the next Congress, a division, section, Federal Council, committees, and federations of the International, 8 which might refuse to abide by IWA decisions. The charges by the Bakuninists that the General Council practiced a dictatorship were unfounded. In fact, ever since the inception of the International, the Council had served more as a theoretical than a direct political and organizational center. In a letter to Kugelmann, Marx thus explains its theoretical tasks: it was not its function to sit in judgment on the theoretic value of the programs of the various sections. It had only to see that those programs contained nothing directly contradictory to the letter and spirit of the Statutes 9. The great achievements of the Council, i.e. of Marx, were in the field of theory and political policy. The Council also did not initiate strikes or specific political movements in the various countries, but rather supported them once the national sections had gotten them underway. But even this restricted central leadership was far too much for the anarchist Bakuninists, with their exaggerated conceptions of spontaneity. It was only when the life of the IWA was finally at stake that it adopted strong centralization. The question of political action. In the aftermath of the Paris Commune there was a strong trend towards political action in various countries. The workers sought thus to translate into reality one of the most elementary lessons of the historic struggle. In line with this sound trend, the Marxists had reintroduced into the Hague Congress for endorsement what was substantially the resolution of the London Conference of 1871 on the matter. The resolution declared, in its fight against the collective forces of the possessing classes, the proletariat can only act as a class by organizing its forces into an independent political party, working in opposition to all the old parties formed by the possessing classes. Such an organization of the proletariat as a political party is indispensable in order to achieve the triumph of the social revolution, and above all, to attain its ultimate goal, the abolition of classes 10. This resolution provoked an intense debate. The Blanquists, through their chief spokesman, Vaillant of France, maintained that if the strike is one weapon in our revolutionary fight, the barricade is another, and is the most powerful weapon of all. They wanted to amend the resolution to this effect. The Bakuninists, with Guillaume as their leader, attacked the resolution head-on and with it the Communist Manifesto, as expressing bourgeois politics. The difference between the positive policies of the majority faction and the negative policies of the minority faction was set forth in the following two axioms: the majority aims at the conquest of political power, the minority aims at the destruction of political power. 11. The Congress voted 29-5, with 9 abstentions, in favor of the Marxists' resolution. The International removes to New York. The sensation of the Congress was a proposal, presented by Engels, to remove the headquarters of the International to the United States, to New York. The resolution, written in French, reads, "We propose that for the years 1872-73 the seat of the General Council shall be transferred to New York, that it shall be composed of the following members: the Federal Council of North America, Kavanagh, St. Clair, Getty, Carl, Laurel, F. L. Bertrand, F. Bolt, and C. Carl. They will have the right to co-opt, but the total numbers shall not exceed 15. Signed by Marx, Engels, Sexton, Longuet, Dupont, Serralier, Wroblewski, Berry, MacDonnell, Lissner, L. E. Mousseau, at The Hague, September 6, 1872.12. This resolution caused a very sharp fight in the Congress. The Bakuninists made a battle against it, and so did the Blanquists, who in general had been supporting the Marxists in the Congress. Zarga, the chief IWA leader in the United States, also opposed the proposition, but was eventually won over to it. After a complicated struggle, with other proposals to locate in Barcelona and Brussels, Engels' motion was finally carried by a vote of 30-14, with 13 abstentions. Declaring the International lost, the Blanquists dramatically quit and took no further part in the Congress. The new General Council was elected on the basis that its members must reside in the United States. It consisted of Kavanagh, St. Clair, Laurel, Fornaciari, Leveille, Durour, Carl, Bolt, Berland, Speyer, and Ward. Zarga was elected General Secretary. As Engels made clear in his speech introducing the resolution, the removal of the International to New York was dictated by hard necessity. The situation, both within and without the organization, had become such that it was impossible for it to function effectively in Europe. The biggest danger was that it would be captured by the Bakunin anarchists and used to further their sectarian cause, which would have been a disaster to the young world labor movement. There was also the possibility that the General Council would be taken over by the Blanquists, many of whom, refugees from the Commune, had located in London. Under these difficult circumstances, there was nothing practical left to do other than to move the general headquarters to America, where, in the young American labor movement, the International might find a strong base. The expulsion of the Bakuninists. Even as the Hague Congress assembled, the split in the International was a reality. This was demonstrated by the holding of the Anarchist Congress of Sunvilliers, by the dual movements that this opposition had set up in several of the Latin countries, by the reckless bitterness with which the factional fight was being conducted, and by the obvious intention of Bakunin to dominate the movement at any cost. The formal expulsion of the Bakunin leadership at The Hague merely recognized officially the division that was already virtually an accomplished fact in the International. In preparation for dealing with this matter, the Congress, at the outset, appointed a committee of 5, which included Marx, Engels, and other leaders of both factions, to consider the situation regarding the alliance, which was working within the International, and also to weigh the charges that had been made against the General Council by various Bakuninist federations. It was according to the majority report of 4 of the 5 members of this committee that, towards the conclusion of the Congress, the expulsions were carried through. At the meeting of the General Council on March 5, 1872, Marx had submitted a long report reviewing the whole course of the fight against the Bakunin group, later published in pamphlet form as the Pretended Secessions in the International. 13 The committee, on the basis of this report and of extended hearings and investigations, declared that the alliance, with rules and purposes contrary to those of the International, existed as a broad factional grouping within that organization. It was developed that the Bakuninist federations were dominated by secret cliques of national brothers and that the alliance generally was in the hands of about 100 international brothers. The committee held that Bakunin and others, by their whole course of conduct, had made themselves ineligible for further membership in the organization. The majority of the committee therefore recommended that Bakunin, Guillaume, Schwitzguebel, Malin, Bouquet, and Marchand be expelled. Charges against other Bakuninist leaders were dropped, upon their assurance that they had quit the alliance. The minority report restated the Bakunin line, insisting upon the right of the national federations to full autonomy and challenging the right of the General Council to interfere in any way with them. The Congress, which by this time had dwindled to only 43 delegates, voted to expel Bakunin and Guillaume. Schwitzguebel was not expelled, whereupon he resigned. The aftermath of the split. Following the Congress, a mass meeting was held in Amsterdam, addressed by Marx, Zarga, and others. Marx reviewed optimistically the work of the Congress. 14 He especially stressed the fact that the Congress, rejecting the apolitical line of the anarchists, had proclaimed the necessity that the working class shall attack the old and crumbling society on both the political and the social fields. He warned, however, that in so doing, special regard must be paid to the institutions, customs, and traditions of various lands, and we do not deny that there are certain countries, such as the United States and England, in which the workers may secure their ends by peaceful means. If I mistake not, Holland belongs to the same category. Even so, we have to recognize that in most continental countries force will have to be the lever of the revolution. Marx hailed the great example of the Paris Commune, and declared that, it fell because there did not simultaneously occur in all the capitals, in Berlin, in Madrid, and the rest, a great revolutionary movement linked with the mighty upheaval of the Parisian proletariat. On the crucial question of the removal of the headquarters to New York, Marx stated, "The Hague Congress has removed the seat of the General Council from London to New York. Many, even of our friends, are not best pleased at this decision. They forget that the United States is preeminently becoming the land of the workers, that year by year, 500,000 workers emigrate to this new world, and that the International must perforce strike deep roots in the soil upon which the workers are supreme." In a letter to Zarga a year later, Marx said, "According to my view of conditions in Europe, it will be thoroughly useful to let the formal organization of the International withdraw into the background for a time, only, if possible, keeping some control over the center in New York in order to prevent idiots like Perret or adventurers like Glisseret getting hold of the leadership and compromising the cause. Events themselves and the inevitable development in complexity of things will ensure the resurrection of the International in an improved form." 15. Certainly Marx and Engels had few illusions as to the significance of the removal to America. But Ryazanov remarks, it was presumed that the transfer of the International would be but a temporary one. 16. However, it did not turn out that way. The IWA headquarters never returned to Europe, and the Hague gathering was its last real international congress. An attempt was made to hold an IWA Congress, the 6th, in Geneva, in 1877, but it was a failure. Only a few delegates appeared and they represented what was a disintegrating movement. The removal to New York was generally understood to amount to the liquidation of the International as a world organization, and it was just that. During its 4 years of life in the United States, the IWA functioned more as a national than an international organization. Meanwhile, the European anarchist forces continued their work, trying in vain to carry on the International in their own image and likeness. 11. The Anarchist International, 1872–1877. The Bakuninists refused to recognize the Hague Congress decisions, which expelled Bakunin and other anarchist leaders for carrying on disruptive activities within the International. Instead, declaring that the IWA, by these decisions and by moving to New York, had virtually liquidated itself, they went right ahead with their own organization, claiming that it was, in fact, the International Workingmen's Association. Consequently, for the next several years there were 2 internationals in existence, both with the same name and both presumably representing the workers of the world. The 2 organizations carried on a bitter warfare against each other. The Marxist position was stated in the pamphlet, The Alliance of Socialist Democracy and the International Workingmen's Association, written by Engels and Paul Lafargue, and the anarchist position was outlined in the booklet, A Complot Against the International Workingmen's Association, prepared under Bakunin's direction. The Saint-Imier Congress. A few days after the close of the 5th Congress of the IWA at The Hague in September 1872, the opposing anarchist forces held a congress in Saint-Imier, Switzerland. It was, in fact, a continuation and extension of the conference of the Jura Federation at that place. The International Congress of the Anarchists lasted through September 15 to 17. Steklov lists the participating delegations as follows: Spain 4, Italy 6, Switzerland 2, France 2, and the United States 1, the delegate Lefrancaeus representing the American sections 3 and 22, which had broken away from the leadership of the Marxists. 1. This group assembled in Congress, claimed to be and acted in the name of the International. It was the old alliance in a new garb. The anarchists in the Saint-Imier Congress, no longer hampered by the presence of Marxists, formally rejected the decisions of the Hague Congress and began to shape their new International in the image and likeness of Bakunin. The Congress categorically denied the legislative right of all congresses, whether general or regional, and recognized that such congresses had no other mission than to show forth the aspirations, the needs, and the ideas of the proletariat in the various localities or countries, so that such ideas may be harmonized and unified. In no case can the majority of a congress impose its will upon the minority. This was the center of correspondence and statistics theory so fervently advocated by anarchist delegates in congresses of the International, now written into reality. At a later Congress the anarchists, for a while, abolished the General Council altogether. The Saint-Imier Congress declared that the autonomy and independence of the working class sections and federations constitutes the essential condition of the emancipation of the workers. It declared also, that the destruction of every kind of political power is the first task of the proletariat. It rejected all forms of political organization and action, declaring that the proletarians of all lands, spurning all compromises in the achievement of the social revolution, must establish, independently of bourgeois politics, the solidarity of revolutionary action too. The workers now had to make a choice between the rival internationals. The Belgian Federation soon afterward went with the anarchists, and so did the Dutch. A section of the British took a similar stand, although being at bottom opportunist trade unionists, they were more interested in carrying on a factional struggle against Marx than they were fascinated by anarchist doctrines of decentralization, autonomy, and spontaneity. The federations which in the main declared for the Marxist International were the French, German, Austrian, Polish, Danish, Hungarian, and American, a situation which led Geek to conclude, thus, the majority of the federations remained with the old International Three. But these retained affiliations were more formal than real. The removal of the International to New York convinced the Marxists of Europe that its days were over. Consequently, the Germans and other Marxists, quickly losing further interest in the International, began to turn their attention to the new strong trends toward building up the labor movements and political parties in their respective countries. This is why the Marxist attempt at an international congress in Germany in September 1873 proved such a failure. Downward course of the anarchists. The real life of the Bakuninist International was between the years 1872 and 1877. Such moves as the anarchists made upon an international scale after the latter date were hardly more than dying convulsions. During these 5 years the Bakuninists held several international congresses of their so-called IWA. Among them were gatherings in Geneva in 1873, Brussels in 1874, Bern in 1876, and Verviers, Belgium, in 1877. The final issue of their official organ, Bulletin de la Fédération Jurassienne, appeared on March 15, 1878. In July 1881 the anarchists, at a congress in London, launched a strong effort to revitalize their cause internationally. This resulted in the so-called Black International. But it was all a shot in the water, the movement failing to take hold again in Europe. It did, however, have considerable repercussions in the United States. In its early stages the anarchist IWA attracted few American supporters, although Foner reports that, as far back as 1875, a small group of German socialists in Chicago had formed an armed club which came to be known as Lehr und Wehrverein 4. Serious consequences developed in the United States, however, in connection with the London 18,381 movement, the International Association of Working People. This Black International movement attracted considerable support among the foreign-born workers, especially in the Chicago area. These workers, who were mostly non-citizens, employed at the lowest paid jobs, subjected to terrorism in the shops, and the worst victims of recurring economic crises, were influenced by the anarchist propaganda. 5 A contributing factor was the opportunist policy then being followed by the leadership of the Socialist Labor Party, which refused to organize the workers for economic struggle. The culmination of the movement was the Chicago Haymarket tragedy during the Great 8-Hour Movement of 1886, in which, as a result of a mysterious bomb explosion at a mass meeting on May 4, 4 workers' leaders Albert R. Parsons, August Spies, Adolf Fischer, and George Engel were barbarously framed up and executed. Another, Louis Link, committed suicide, the police said, and several more were given long prison sentences. There were also skeleton international anarchist congresses in 1891, 1893, and 1896, but they were merely small sectarian gatherings. The Anarchist International, during its several years of life on a descending plane, conducted very few mass struggles. The most important of these were revolutionary attempts in Spain and Italy in 1873 and 1874. In Spain the Anarchist International had a strong following. In Barcelona, their chief stronghold, they claimed some 50,000 members. 6 The country was in a revolutionary ferment, which finally resulted in the establishment of the Spanish Republic in 1873. Due to their apolitical prejudices, the anarchists took no organized part in this popular movement. In the mass ferment they did, however, develop a general strike in a few cities, which turned out to be a failure. 7 In Italy, which was also a Bakuninist stronghold during the unsettled political situation of the early 1870s, the anarchists organized no less than 60 local putsches in 2 years. Their most serious undertaking was an attempted uprising in Bologna in July 1874, but this failed completely. Kropotkin succeeds Bakunin. Overtaken by bad health and depressed by the defeats he had suffered in his grandiose plans of revolution, Bakunin withdrew from activity in the middle 1870s. To the end he remained bitterly hostile to Marxism. In his letter of farewell to the workers of Jura, he declared that the socialism of Marx, no less than the diplomacy of Bismarck, represented the center of reaction against which the workers had to carry on a tireless struggle. Marx, on the other hand, challenged Bakunin's sincerity, and characterized him as an enemy of the working class. In 1919 papers were found in the Russian Tsarist police archives which cast a bad light on Bakunin. They showed that while in prison in 1851 he had written to the Tsar from the standpoint of, as he called himself, a penitent sinner, with the aim of securing a mitigation of his imprisonment. 8 Bakunin died on July 1, 1876, in Bern, at the age of 62. In the anarchist movement at the time there were a number of outstanding figures, including Admiral Schwitzgebel of Switzerland, Enrico Malatesta of Italy, Domela Nieuwenhuis of Holland, James Guillaume and Elisée Reclus of France, César de Pepy of Belgium, Johann Most of Germany, and various others, but the anarchist leadership mantle of Bakunin fell upon the shoulders of a comparative newcomer in the field of international struggle, Kropotkin of Russia. Peter Kropotkin, 1842–1921, was a prince, a member of one of the well-known noble families in Tsarist Russia. Among his many activities in Russia, he was a noted geographer. He became interested in the revolutionary movement, and in 1872 joined the International in Switzerland, affiliating himself with the Bakunin wing. As a result of his activities, Kropotkin served several years in prison, mainly in Russia and France. He died in the Soviet Union, an honored citizen, but a confirmed opponent of the Bolshevik regime. Of his many books, the most valuable is Mutual Aid, A Factor of Evolution. Kropotkin called himself a communist anarchist. He carried forward the Bakunin conception of a spontaneous insurrectional revolution and the automatic establishment of a society based altogether on autonomy. He was an enemy of proletarian political parties, of political action, and of the dictatorship of the proletariat. To him the main enemy was the state, not the capitalist class. According to Kropotkin, in their revolutionary period the capitalists also had fought, not the feudal system but the state. Said he, think of the struggles the bourgeoisie itself had to carry on against the state in order to conquer the right of constituting themselves into commercial societies. 9. Bakunin was a man of action and participated in uprisings, but Kropotkin, who was active during a more stable period of capitalism, perforce devoted himself almost exclusively to research, theory, and propaganda. Why the anarchist movement shrank? The basic reason for the failure of the Anarchist International and for its demise, in a period when the working class was making great progress in many countries, was its theoretical unsoundness, its incurable foreshortening of the perspective of the revolution, its misconception of the class struggle, its false interpretation of the role of the state, its ignorance of the reality of the dictatorship of the proletariat, its understress upon organization and overstress upon mass spontaneity, and its lack of understanding of the need for practical everyday class struggle under the capitalist system. Under the burden of this load of confusion and illusion the anarchist movement could not possibly succeed. With the Anarchist International placing all its hopes upon insurrection and practically ignoring the everyday struggles of the workers, the anarchist movement tended to shrink into a narrow sect on the sidelines of the class struggle. The workers in various countries, growing in numbers and class consciousness, were beginning to build broad trade unions, political parties, and cooperatives, and to conduct struggles for partial demands of various sorts: the franchise, wage and hour improvements, factory legislation, etc. But the anarchists, with their eyes fastened fundamentally on their panacea, the insurrection, and despising all partial demands as deceptions for the workers, remained for the most part outside of and even opposed to the broad stream of working class life, struggle, and development. They took but little part in strikes and they sabotaged the growing electoral struggles of the workers. This whole course brought out clearly the fundamentally sectarian character of the anarchist movement. The elemental move of the European masses of these years towards political action, as the proletariat grew swiftly in numbers and progressively won the franchise, was particularly disastrous for the anarchists. It undermined the foundations of Bakunin's anti-politicalism, which were based on the facts that, in the main, the workers in the Latin countries did not have the ballot, and also that, in any event, in these countries the proletariat was relatively small and could not look forward towards constituting an electoral majority of the voters. This applied also to Russia, where from the 1870s on, the terroristic People's Will Group, considerably influenced by anarchist ideas, was active for a decade. The sectarian isolation of the anarchists was accentuated by the fact that the capitalist system in Europe and the United States, after the late 1860s, largely stabilized itself, and for the next few years thereafter, during its period of rapid development, was much less vulnerable to working-class insurrection. This general course of capitalist development was a body blow to the anarchist movement, which based everything upon the perspective of early insurrection. It profoundly increased the disastrous, isolating consequences of anarchist sectarianism. The decline of the anarchist international was inevitable. Anarchism, as Stalin points out, puts its stress upon the individual whose emancipation, according to its tenets, is the principal condition for the emancipation of the masses. This conception put the anarchists crosswise of the class struggle. On the other hand, the cornerstone of Marxism, however, says Stalin, is the masses, whose emancipation, according to its tenets, is the principal condition for the emancipation of the individual. This conception put the Marxists fully into the stream of the class struggle. By its advocacy of individual terror, anarchism distracts the proletariat from the methods of mass organization and struggle. By repudiating the dictatorship of the proletariat in the name of abstract liberty, anarchism deprives the proletariat of its most important and sharpest weapon against the bourgeoisie, its armies, and all its organs of repression. 11. The pressure of the masses to organize and to fight for their immediate demands, not only exerted itself externally upon the anarchist movement, but also from within. Consequently, the anarchist congresses were constantly torn by disputes over practical and theoretical questions, one of the most notable of such discussions being that over de Pepy's proposal in the 1874 Congress in Brussels to endorse what amounted to a people's state. All this confused and paralyzed the organization and intensified its theoretical bankruptcy. There was also a constant desertion of leading figures: Jules Guesde, France; Carlo Cafiero, Italy; César de Pepy, Belgium; G. Plekhanov and Paul Axelrod, Russia, and many others, to the camp of Marxism. The downfall of the anarchist international was caused, concretely, by its incorrigible belief in the immediacy of the proletarian revolution. Marxists, too, as was freely admitted later by both Marx and Engels, erred considerably in this general direction. This was a natural mistake to make in a revolutionary period which, between the years 1859 and 1871, produced the Austro-French, Austro-Prussian, and Franco-German wars, the American Civil War, and several minor wars. When Austrian absolutism was overthrown, United Italy came into being, there was a long revolution in Spain, the Paris Commune was established, serfdom was abolished in Russia, and throughout Europe a broad workers' movement was rapidly developing. 12 The difference between the Marxists and anarchists, however, was that the Marxists, thanks to their scientific theory, were able quickly to correct their error in this respect, whereas the anarchists, loaded down with bourgeois idealism, were not able to readjust to the new situation. Consequently, the anarchist movement shriveled into an isolated sect, while Marxism went ahead to become the dominant ideology of the world's working class. The disintegration of anarchism. The anarchist movement, During the 1870s and 1880s, not only declined organizationally and in general influence among the working masses, but it also, as a result of its practical failure, disintegrated theoretically. The movement, being in a sort of political cul-de-sac, started to degenerate into several more or less mutually conflicting theoretical tendencies and groupings. One of these intersect sects was the so-called philosophical or individualist anarchists. They traced their political lineage back to Zeno in ancient Greece, 400 BC, and their Bible was Max Stirner's, Caspar Schmidt, 1806-56, The Ego and His Own. They tended to become petty bourgeois café revolutionists, radical bohemian chatterers and phrasemongers about the revolution which they were only hindering. This trend still lingers on. There also developed for a time strong terroristic tendencies among the anarchists. The terrorists were desperate elements who, seeing the hopes of mass insurrection fading, sought by the assassination of leaders of states to apply their doctrine of propaganda by the deed, and thus to spur the sluggish masses into motion by the daring acts of heroic individuals. Consequently, the anarchists were blamed, rightly or wrongly, for the various bomb throwings and assassinations of public figures that took place during the decades up to 1900 and beyond. Among these were the armed attacks upon the German Kaiser in 1878, the Haymarket bombing of 1886, almost certainly a police frame-up, the attempted killing of Frick during the Homestead Steel Strike of 1892, the bombing of the French Chamber of Deputies in 1893, the assassination of Tsar Alexander II of Russia, 1881, of President Carnot of France, 1894, of Empress Elizabeth of Austria, 1898, of King Humbert of Italy, 1900, and of President McKinley of the United States, 1901. The anarchist terroristic tendency was smothered out by the folly of its own acts. A third anarchist tendency developed, and this is by far the most important in the general philosophy of anarchism. That is, the anarchist-minded workers, more practical by far than the petty bourgeois anarchist intellectuals, adapted anarchism to the trade union movement. This adaptation, however, involved a considerable watering down of anarchist principles, for trade union discipline, even in autonomous anarcho-syndicalist unions, collides with anarchist ideas of individualism, and the anarcho-syndicalists' conception of the future society, which would in fact amount to a trade union state, directly contravenes anarchist anti-statist conceptions. The workers thus produced the important anarcho-syndicalist tendency, which was later to play a significant role in many countries, and with which we shall deal more fully later. The beginnings of the syndicalist trend, which is anarchist trade unionism, were to be seen far back in the earliest congresses of the First International, and the tendency became more pronounced with the growth of the international labor movement. It became the main current of disintegrating anarchism. 12. The First International in the USA. 1872 to 1876. In accordance with the decision of the Hague Congress in September 1872, the headquarters of the General Council of the IWA were shifted from London to New York, in October of that year. F.A. Zarga was the General Secretary, and Frederick Bolt was Secretary of the Federal Council, Central Committee of the North American Section, organized in 1870. As its official organ, the General Council published the Arbeiterzeitung, the first number of which appeared February 8, 1873. The American situation. Late in 1872 the United States was in the concluding phase of the industrial boom which followed the end of the Civil War. The victorious capitalists, now busily stealing the natural resources of the country, were enlarging their factories, creating industrial monopolies, and subjecting the workers to unprecedented exploitation. Having broken the power of the Southern slaveholders, the Northern industrialists consolidated themselves completely in control of the government. Pressed by the aggressive capitalists, the workers were in a fighting mood, which was greatly intensified by the outbreak of the deep-going economic crisis of 1873. The National Labor Union, for reasons indicated above, had just about passed out of the national picture. The Knights of Labor, although in existence since 1869, was still small and weak, and the formation of the AFL in 1881, was 9 years off in the future. But the organization of local and national trade unions was proceeding, various labor and farmer parties had been formed, and the country was building up to the Great Railroad Strike of 1877, one of the bitterest class struggles in the history of the United States. By 1872, Foner reports, there were about 30 sections and 5,000 members of the First International in the United States, one with local organizations in New York, Chicago, San Francisco, Newark, Springfield, New Orleans, and Washington, D.C. As we have seen, the United States had played no small role in the life of the First International. American delegates attended the respective congresses, and the American question frequently figured in the work of the IWA. Examples of this were the various letters between the General Council and Presidents Lincoln and Johnson, the fight of European workers, under Marxist leadership, to keep their countries from joining with the Confederacy in the Civil War, the close relations between the International and the National Labor Union. The American section was, in fact, far from being the least important of the organizations of the First International. The IWA. In the American class struggle. Although the transfer of the General Council to New York had been looked upon askance by the American Marxist leaders, it nevertheless, for a time, stimulated the American movement. The numbers of sections and members grew. The IWA leader in the United States, F.A. Zarga, 1827–1906, was a music teacher, a native of Saxony, a participant in the 1848 revolution in Germany, a co-worker with Marx, and a clear-headed and tireless fighter. True to the line of the IWA, the American Marxists took an active part in the daily struggles of the workers, in the building of unions and the carrying on of strikes. These activities were enhanced with the arrival of the General Council in the United States. The Marxists had led the Great October 1, 1871, New York demonstration for the 8-hour day, with banners reading, "Gompers tells us, peaceably if we can, forcibly if we must." And Commons thus cites a local labor paper. Especially cordial was the reception of the internationals led by the trade unionists at the final counter-march of the procession, and deafening cheers greeted the appearance of their banner, the red flag, on the stage at the mass meeting. Equally significant was the participation of the colored, Negro, organization for the first time in a demonstration gotten up by English-speaking unions. The German unions have treated them as equals already years ago, too. The Marxists were also active leaders in the huge demonstration of the unemployed in Tompkins Square, New York, on January 13, 1874. This meeting, a protest against starvation conditions among the jobless, was the largest labor gathering yet held in the United States. The police broke up the meeting violently, injuring many workers. Similar demonstrations were held in Chicago and other big cities. During these years many prominent labor men were members of or supported the IWA. Among them were J.P. McDonnell, editor of the Workingman's Advocate, and Adolph Strasser and P.J. McGuire, who later became famous as founders of the American Federation of Labor. Samuel Gompers, who for years was president of the AFL, was also closely associated with the International, if not actually a member. In his autobiography he recalls many trade union leaders of the times who were members of the IWA, and says that, unquestionably, in those days of the 70s, the International dominated the labor movement of New York City. Significantly, he adds that New York City was the cradle of the American labor movement. 3. Gompers used to claim that he learned German in order to be able to read the Communist Manifesto and other works of Marx. The struggle against the sects. As in Europe, the International in the United States had to fight constantly against internal tendencies to prevent the development of a broad working class movement. This fight became especially sharp after the arrival of the General Council in New York. These distorting and crippling influences, of course, had their own specific American features. The most stubborn, enduring, and injurious of them was the tendency of the foreign-born workers, principally Germans, to stand aside in a sectarian manner, from the life and struggles of the broad masses of the Native American workers. This was manifested by reluctance to learn the English language, to acquire American citizenship, and to become members and leaders in Native organizations and fights of the workers. This harmful tendency, which the General Council did not much improve, was to endure, in a declining degree, for 2 generations, down to the early days of the modern Communist Party. Engels especially carried on a guerrilla warfare against this narrow practice. One of the worst of the many bad effects caused by this sectarianism was a gross neglect of the Negro question. Located mostly in the big northern cities, the Marxists were generally known as being friendly to Negro workers, defending their right to work and to belong to trade unions. But the IWA paid little or no attention to the bitter struggle of the Reconstruction period then being conducted by the Negro people and their white allies in the post-war South against militant counter-revolution. The IWA Marxists also took a sectarian attitude towards the strong women's suffrage movement of the period. This weakness, in fact, ran generally throughout the work of the whole First International. The American Marxists, while fighting generally for the rights of women in industry, in law, and elsewhere, did not stress their right to vote. The current idea, expressed in the platform of the Workingmen's Party of the United States, 1876, was that the so-called woman question will be solved with the worker question, a sectarian formulation which largely isolated the Marxists from the current vigorous women's movement. Similar narrow sectarianism also isolated the IWA from the farmer movements which were beginning at this time to develop in the Middle West. The IWA in the United States also had to fight against bourgeois liberals, who tried to capture the organization and to rewrite its program. These alien elements were led by the 2 well-known sisters, Victoria Woodhull and Tennessee Claflin. Originally they had an organization, New Democracy, advocating a program of women's suffrage, sex freedom, spiritualism, and a universal language. They also proposed voluntary socialism, to be established by a general referendum. In 1870 they disbanded their organization and joined the International. Highly militant and a brilliant speaker, Mrs. Woodhull soon organized sections G and 12 in New York, mostly composed of Native Americans, of which she became the leader. The sisters also published their own journal, Woodhull and Claflin's Weekly. 4. The Marxist workers promptly collided with these petty bourgeois intellectuals. The matter was referred to the General Council in London, and receiving an adverse decision on their demand that Section 12, instead of Section 1, should be the leading section in America, the Woodhull forces brought about a split in November 1871. Thereafter 2 federal councils were in existence. The London General Council, in March 1872, ordered the expulsion of Section 12 and the holding of a new national convention. But the Woodhull Group rejected the decision, met in Philadelphia on July 9, 1872 with 13 sections present, mostly American-born, and organized the American Confederation of the International, generally known as the Spring Street Council. The regular IWA met a few days later, also in Philadelphia, with 25 delegates from 22 sections and GU members. At the Hague Congress, the Woodhull Group was again defeated and it refused also to accept the IWA decision. 5 The movement was petering out at the time the General Council arrived in the United States. Victoria Woodhull was an outstanding personality in the militant women's rights movement of the time, but obviously she had no place in the Workers' International. She was a fighter and declared characteristically, if the very next Congress refuses women all the legitimate results of citizenship, we shall proceed to call another convention expressly to form a new constitution and to erect a new government. We are plotting revolution, we will overthrow this bogus republic. Elizabeth Cady Stanton, praising Mrs. Woodhull's speeches and writings, called her the leader of the woman's suffrage movement in this country. 6. She ran for president in 1872 on the ticket of the Equal Rights Party. She eventually failed in an attempt to capture the National Woman's Suffrage Association, much as she had failed to take over the IWA. The Marxists and the Lassalleans. One of the major fights of the Marxists against sectarianism in the IWA was against Lassalleism. Utopian socialism, save in the Bellamy movement in the 1890s, had about died out when the IWA came on the scene. Prudhonism and Blanquism had little following among the workers in the United States, because there had as yet been little Latin and Slavic immigration. Bakuninism, except as noted later in the 1880s, was also a negligible factor. But many of the vast numbers of the German immigrant workers believed in Lassalleism, which they brought along with them from Germany. For several years the Lassallean deviation was a major issue and a matter of serious conflict in the American section of the International. Section 1 of the IWA, the General German Workers' Association of New York, had been originally organized by Lassalleans. Generally this group deprecated trade unions as useless, in view of Lassalle's iron law of wages. They stressed political action, however, with the general objective of the workers finding their way to emancipation through producers' cooperatives subsidized by the government. The fight between Marxists and Lassalleans in the United States reflected the bitter struggle then going on between corresponding elements in Germany. The fight between the two groups in the United States turned primarily around the question of trade unionism and electoral political action. Incidentally, Gompers supported the emphasis placed upon trade unions by the Marxists, as against Lassallean neglect of the unions. At its national convention in 1874 the IWA, while strongly supporting working-class political action, adopted a statement of principles rejecting all cooperation and connection with political parties formed by the possessing classes, and declaring that, the Federation will not enter into a truly political campaign or election movement before being strong enough to exercise a perceptible influence. 7. This resolution was aimed at the opportunistic political conceptions and activities of the Lassalleans. After 1872 the General Council was in the thick of this fight, which constantly became more severe and paralyzing to the organization as a whole. Internal crisis and political progress. By 1874 the IWA, rent with quarrels, was in deep crisis. The General Council had virtually lost contact with the remnants of the European sections, only the United States, Germany, and Austria paying any dues at all. The American organization, with a declining membership, had split in New York and Chicago. These splits, which gave birth to two new organizations in Chicago, in January 1874, the Labor Party of Illinois, and in New York, in May 1874, the Social Democratic Working Men's Party of North America. These were mainly under Lassallean influence and they had little success. The Second National Convention of the American section of the IWA, held in Philadelphia, beginning on April 11, 1874, tried in vain to cure the internal crisis. It transferred the functions of the Federal Council to the General Council, and it elected a new General Council, thus making that body virtually an American committee. It adopted the General Statement of Policy, referred to above, to correct the errors of program being made by the Lassalleans. Members of the new General Council were Zarga, Speyer, Henninger, Huss, Novak, Voss, and Prestakis. Zarga was General Secretary. 8. The internal quarrels sharpened, however, following the Philadelphia Convention. A bitter fight broke out over the Arbeiterzeitung, which resulted in a lawsuit and the suspension of the paper in March 1875. Shortly after the Philadelphia Convention, the General Council suspended Section 1 of New York, the strongest in the organization. In the struggle Sections 5, 6, and 8 in New York quit, and Bolt and Carl were expelled by the General Council. On August 12, 1874, Zarga made a motion that the General Council should adjourn for a year. Consequently, it did not meet again until June 1, 1875. The internal struggle resumed then, however, and on September 25, Zarga, weary of the eternal factionalism, resigned his post as General Secretary of the International and Karl Speyer was elected in his stead. During 1875, there was something of a pickup of the IWA, with an increase in membership and in the number of sections, especially with the affiliation of the United Workers of America, Irish, led by J.P. McDonnell. But this spirit did not check the general downward trend of the organization. In February 1876 the General Council, therefore, decided to hold a Congress of the International in Philadelphia during the coming July, with its liquidation in mind. Things were not as bad, however, as the disintegrating tendencies in the International would seem to indicate. What was taking place basically was that the American section of the IWA, like the sections in Europe, was giving birth to a national Marxist party. This was in line with the whole evolution of the International at this time. The movement was not decaying, but painfully passing to a higher stage. As for the IWA generally, it had practically ceased to exist as an international organization. As the International declined organizationally in the United States, new tendencies toward unity developed among the ranks of the socialists and potential socialists. The Marxists had largely re-established their political leadership in the two erstwhile split-off parties, the Illinois Labor Party and the Social Democratic Party of North America, and they also played an important part in the General Labor Congress held in Pittsburgh, April 17 to 18, 1876. Unity sentiment became general in socialist ranks. This was greatly accentuated by the amalgamation of the Marxist and Lassaline parties at the Gotha Congress in Germany in May 1875, an event which exerted a profound effect generally among German workers in the United States. Commons sums up the American socialist situation thus: by the middle of 1875, the secessionist movement, both in Chicago and the East, had traveled a considerable distance back to the original ideas of the International. The time was ripening for a reunion of the factions of the socialist movement. 9. The dissolution of the First International. Although the General Council, as best it could, had notified the European sections about the Philadelphia Congress and invited them to send delegates, only one foreign delegate, from the Social Democratic Party of Germany, showed up when the seventh and last IWA Congress assembled in Germania Hall, Philadelphia, on July 15, 1876. The other 10 delegates there, among them Zarga and Otto Wademeier, were Americans. Without much discussion, the meeting proceeded to liquidate the International. The 3-point resolution adopted declared that the General Council of the International Workingmen's Association is dissolved, that the Federal Council of the North American Section stands commissioned to maintain and develop present international connections, and that the Federal Council is commissioned to call an international Congress when conditions so warrant. 10 Zarga and Speyer were appointed as a committee to preserve the documents of the International and to issue a statement on the dissolution of the IWA, appended below. On July 16 to 19, following the IWA Congress, the North American Federation of the IWA also met in convention. There were present 13 delegates, representing 17 sections, and 635 dues-paying members. After electing delegates to the coming Socialist Unity Congress, due to convene in a few days, the North American Federation also dissolved itself. Immediately after this, during July 19 to 22, also in the same Philadelphia Hall, as previously planned, the various socialist groupings assembled and formed the new Marxist organization, the Workingmen's Party of America. It was based primarily upon organizational unity between the forces of the dissolved IWA, headed by Zarga and Otto Wademeier, and of the Lassalines, led by Adolf Strasser and P.J. Maguire. Philip Van Patten was elected General Secretary, and J.P. McDonnell became editor of the party's English organ, the Labor Standard. These steps definitely organized the American Marxist Party, which, through the Socialist Labor Party and the Socialist Party, has existed continuously ever since, down to the Communist Party of today. Thus, in this series of 3 connected conventions, there was culminated within 1 week's time the historic evolution that was taking place among socialist ranks generally throughout the world, namely, the dissolution of the First International and the establishment of Marxist political organizations on a national basis. The historic statement regarding the dissolution of the First International, as prepared by Zarga and Speyer, reads as follows. Fellow working men. The International Convention at Philadelphia has abolished the General Council of the International Workingmen's Association, and the external bond of the organization exists no more. The International is dead, the bourgeoisie of all countries will exclaim, and with ridicule and joy it will point to the proceedings of this convention as documentary proof of the defeat of the labor movement of the world. Let us not be influenced by the cry of our enemies. We have abandoned the organization of the International for reasons arising from the present political situation in Europe, but as a compensation for it we see the principle of the organization recognized and defended by the progressive workingmen of the entire civilized world. Let us give our fellow workers in Europe a little time to strengthen their national affairs, and they will surely be in a position to remove the barriers between themselves and the workingmen of other parts of the world. Comrades, you have embraced the principle of the International with heart and love, you will find means to extend the circle of its adherents even without an organization. You will find new champions who will work for the realization of the aims of our association. The comrades in America promise you that they will faithfully guard and cherish the acquisitions of the International in this country until more favorable conditions will again bring together the workingmen of all countries to common struggles, and the cry will resound again louder than ever. Proletarians of all countries, unite. 11. The General Secretaries of the First International were, W. R. Cremer, 1864–66, R. Shaw, 1866–67, Peter Fox, 1866, J. G. Icarius, 1867–70, John Hales, 1870–72, F. A. Zarga, 1872–74, and Karl Speyer, 1875–76. Altogether, the North American section held 3 national conventions, July 6, 1872, New York, and April 11, 1874, and July 16, 1876, in Philadelphia. 13. The role of the First International, 1864–1876. Under the leadership of Karl Marx and following the general path of its predecessor, the Communist League, the First International laid the basis of the modern labor movement, both theoretically and organizationally, see Chapter 2. Its fundamental achievement in this broad respect was the popularization and practical application of the proletarian philosophy and world outlook, scientific socialism, as worked out by Marx and Engels. Concretely, it produced working-class policy towards the capitalist state and the state in general, it evaluated the roles of the trade union movement, of the cooperatives, of the democratic franchise, and it analyzed profoundly the status of women. It developed the basic functions of the workers' political party, and it established the attitudes of the proletariat toward the peasantry, towards war, and towards the national question. It evaluated the technique of armed insurrection, the relationship between immediate demands and the proletarian revolution, the perspective of the dictatorship of the proletariat, and it began the cultivation of corps of trained Marxist leaders in the various countries. In working out all these policies and programs, the First International produced a series of imperishable labor documents, written mostly by Marx, including the IWA inaugural address, and the rules of the association, as well as that great evaluation of the Commune, the Civil War in France. During this period Marx also produced Volume I of Capital and other important works. Together with this theoretical work, the First International gave practical form and reality to the international strivings and impulses of the world's workers. For the first time, and most effectively, it taught the workers the basic lessons of international solidarity. It gathered together the scattered, primitive, and fragmentary labor movements of the period and joined them into an organized world force that struck terror and foreboding into the hearts of exploiters in all countries. It was the pioneer of labor internationalism. At the founding Congress of the Second International in 1889, Liebknecht declared that the IWA is not dead, it is continued in the powerful labor movements of the various countries and lives on in them. It also lives on in us. This Congress is the work of the International Workingmen's Association 1. The IWA, in the several countries, led the many important strikes and political struggles of its era, it actively built trade unions, and it did the pioneering work in founding what afterwards became broad socialist parties in many countries. But above all, in this mass work, the IWA was the inspiring force behind the Paris Commune. Engels was historically correct in calling this great event, the child of the First International. And not the least, in its support of the Irish, the Polish, and other oppressed peoples, the International laid the basis for future great national liberation struggles. Ideological destruction of the sects. The Marxist leadership of the First International fought tirelessly and effectively against the many current sectarian tendencies that aimed to misdirect the workers' efforts into channels alien to their class interests. Marx especially shattered the illusions around utopian socialism of various types, the radical bourgeois republicanism of Mazzini, the petty bourgeois socialism of Proudhon, the leftist phrase-mongering and conspiratorial tactics of Bakunin, and the pure and simple trade unionism of the Agers and Applegarths. By the time the First International passed from the scene, most of these sects had been theoretically defeated, but new and far more dangerous ones, which in our day still have to be fought, opportunist trade unionism, political revisionism, and syndicalism, were beginning to take shape. The First International laid the firm basis for the hegemony of Marxism, of scientific socialism, in the thinking, the organizations, and the policies of the world labor movement. In meeting the monumental difficulties of pioneering theoretical and practical policies for the working class, naturally, many mistakes were made by Marx and Engels. Not only have the workers' enemies seized upon these errors, but it eventually became the fashion for many writers in the Second International, Koski, Mering, and others to dwell upon them ad nauseum. Regarding such attacks, Lenin says, yes, Marx and Engels erred much and erred often in determining the closeness of the revolution, particularly with regard to the 1848 revolution in Germany and France. But, concludes Lenin, and this is the main thing to keep in mind, such errors of titans of revolutionary thought, who tried to raise and did raise the proletariat of the whole world above the level of petty, commonplace, and trifling tasks, are 1,000 times nobler, more sublime, and historically truer and more valuable than the trivial wisdom of official liberalism, which sings, shouts, appeals and jabbers about the vanity of revolutionary vanities, the futility of revolutionary struggle, and the charm of counter-revolutionary constitutional rot. 2. The causes for the dissolution of the IWA. The basic reason why the First International disappeared from the world political arena was that capitalism at that time was entering into a new phase of development, raising up new tasks for the working class, tasks which the First International, under the given circumstances, was in no position to fulfill. The main period of the IWA, 1864 to 1872, lay at the dividing line between two epochs. The International arose at the very end of the first of them, which had begun with the Great Bourgeois Revolution in France in 1789, and which ended with the Franco-Prussian War in 1870. This, said Lenin, was the epoch of prosperity of the bourgeoisie, of their complete victory. This was the rising curve of the bourgeoisie, the epoch of the bourgeois democratic movements in general, of bourgeois national movements in particular, the epoch in which the absolutist feudal institutions which had outlived their time were rapidly destroyed. 3. It was a period of the consolidation of growing capitalism upon the ruins of absolute feudalism. The new epoch which was opening up was a period of expanding capitalism, developing into imperialism. It began with the heroic rising of the Paris Communards and ended with the great October victory of the Socialist Soviet Revolution in Russia in 1917. This was, on the one hand, the epoch of the rule and decline of the bourgeoisie, of the transition from the progressive bourgeoisie to reactionary and ultra-reactionary finance capital, the growth of capitalism into imperialism and the domination of the latter. It was the epoch in which the proletariat began slowly to gather its forces and later to begin victoriously the world proletarian revolution. 4 The main tasks of the working class in the industrialized countries during the earlier decades of this period were, rather than the carrying through of revolution, to build the mass trade unions, to organize national workers' socialist parties, and to carry on a broad Marxist educational work. Lenin says, the First International finished its historical role and yielded place to an epoch of infinitely greater growth of the labor movement in all the countries of the world, namely an epoch of its expansion, of the creation of socialist proletarian mass parties on the basis of the individual national states. New times and new tasks. As it was constituted, the First International could not carry out these specific tasks of the new era. This had to be primarily the job of the young and growing movements in the respective countries. The experience of the IWA had gone to show that its component parts were not yet developed enough to set up a strong Marxist international leadership. Although a mortal blow had been struck at several of the sects, they were still strong enough to do much harm. The IWA was built directly upon the mass labor movements, not upon socialist parties as such, and these mass movements in the several countries were still very far from being predominantly Marxist. In England the movement was dominated by opportunist trade unionists, in the United States it was traveling the same path, in Germany and Austria it was still steeped with Lassalleism, and in the Latin and Slavic countries the Bakunin, Blanquist, and Prudenist tendencies were still vital. Indeed, as we have seen, it was precisely these various sectarian tendencies that had forced the dissolution of the First International. Trained Marxists were still very few in the several countries. Of the current German socialist movement, which was the most advanced of all, Ryazanov says, the writings of the German socialists during the first half of the 70s, even the brochures written by Wilhelm Liebknecht, who was a student of Marx, show the deplorable state in which the study of Marxist theory was at that time. 5. If in spite of these adverse conditions, the First International for so many years was able nevertheless to give such outstanding leadership, this was due fundamentally to the towering genius of Marx, who wrote all the decisive policy documents of the organization. The new period confronting the young world socialist movement, therefore, demanded new methods and organizations. The movements in the various countries went ahead clarifying and building themselves with the skillful advice of Marx and Engels. But the latter, instead of being the official heads of the world labor movement, as in the days of the First International, were now its unofficial mentors and guides. Their leadership, however, was hardly less powerful. Through the years they remained in the closest touch with the developing movements in Germany, England, France, the United States, and various other countries, as their great volume of international correspondence eloquently indicates. All this was laying the basis for a new organized international movement, which was not long in forthcoming. Enemies of socialism, whether sailing openly under the pirate flag of capitalism, or sneakingly under the besmeared banner of opportunist social democracy, never tire of telling the working class that the First International was a failure and that it collapsed because of the wrong ideology of Marx. But this is a monstrous lie. The First International was a tremendously constructive force. It laid the very foundation of the world labor movement. The irrefutable proof of the soundness of its general program is the fact that when the working classes of Russia and later of China, Czechoslovakia, Poland, Bulgaria, Hungary, Romania, and Albania really set out to establish socialism in their countries, they turned back to the lessons of Marx and the First International, which had long since been discarded by the reactionary heads of the Second International. One-third of the world marching directly on the road to socialism and communism is the complete answer to the slanderers of Marx and the First International. Engels was not directly active in the First International until its concluding stages in Europe. Part 2, The Second International, 1889 to 1914. 14. The period between the internationals, 1876 to 1889. The 13 years between the dissolution of the First International in 1876 and the foundation of the Second International in 1889 were in general a period of rapid growth and expansion of world capitalism. The capitalist system was developing from its competitive stage into the early phases of imperialism. Despite periodic crises, every decade or so, which temporarily paralyzed the system and threw millions of workers into unemployment and destitution, industrialization went ahead with 7 league boots in Western Europe and North America, and it made a beginning in Asia. This growth of industry did not proceed at an even pace, but at widely varying tempos in the several countries. The industrial development involved not only the traditional countries of capitalism, England, France, Germany, the United States, and others, but also many new lands. Japan was beginning its spectacular industrial development, and in Russia the number of workers employed in the large mills and factories and on the railroads increased from 706,000 in 1865 to 1,433,000 in 1890, indicating a substantial growth of Russian industry. 1 This was a time of the birth and growth of industrial and financial trusts in all the capitalist countries, the beginnings of monopoly capitalism and imperialism. Of all this, however, more in Chapter 18. Generally, the period was one of relative stability in foreign relations, the longest and most complete ever known to world capitalism. The major capitalist powers had concluded, with the Franco-German War of 1870–71, the long series of national wars that racked capitalism during the previous decades, and they were not yet embarked upon the big imperialist wars that were to come. By force and violence, they had established their national boundaries, frontiers which, with few major changes in Europe, were to last for about 35 years, or until the outbreak of the imperialist Russo-Japanese War of 1905, followed by the Balkan War of 1912 and World War I in 1914. By the same token, during these years prior to 1905 the respective capitalist powers enjoyed a relative internal stability, there being an almost complete absence of the great revolutionary insurrectional movements which had marked the foundation period of European and American capitalism from 1789 to 1871, outstanding examples of which were the Revolution of 1830 in France, the Revolution of 1848 in France, Germany, Italy, Austria, Hungary, and elsewhere, the American Civil War of 1861, and the Paris Commune of 1871. The development of the labor movement. In the leading capitalist countries this was a time of enormous increases in the number of wage workers. It was also one of minor advances in the living standards of the working class, particularly with respect to the skilled workers. The big capitalists of the major nations, notably England, were already embarked upon the policy of corrupting the labor aristocracy with minor concessions, and in this way they were splitting and paralyzing the fighting solidarity of the workers. Although this was not a period of working class insurrections and bourgeois revolutions, it was nevertheless one of many strikes, unexampled in size, discipline, organization, and duration. This was true of France, Germany, and Belgium, but especially so of the United States, with its violent General Railroad strike of 1877, and its historic National 8-hour day strike in 1886. Among many other strikes, England had its epoch-making dock strike of 1889. In Russia, too, the workers were beginning to organize and strike. In the space of 5 years, 1881 to 86, there were in that country as many as 48 strikes, involving 80,000 workers, all of which were violently repressed. The revolutionary Russian proletariat was entering upon the international labor scene. During the interim years between the First and Second Internationals, there was, correspondingly, also a big expansion of the trade union movement throughout capitalism. By 1889 the English trade unions had reached the unprecedented total of some 1,500,000 members. In the United States the Knights of Labor, which had topped 600,000 members, had just about run its course, and the American Federation of Labor had been established 8 years previously, and in all the industrial countries trade unionism was taking root. The epoch of the broad expansion of labor unionism was well underway. The interim period between the internationals was also marked by the foundation of socialist parties in the respective countries. The first was in Germany, which had been established in 1869. This was followed in rapid succession by the organization of socialist parties in Holland 1870, Denmark 1871, Bohemia 1872, United States 1876, France 1879, Spain 1879, England, Group, 1880, Russia, Group, 1883, Norway 1887, Austria, Switzerland, and Sweden 1889. Dates of parties organized later were, Australia and Finland 1890, Poland and Italy 1892, Bulgaria, Hungary, and Chile 1894, Argentina 1896, Japan 1901, Serbia 1903, Canada 1904, China 1911, and Brazil 1916. The pioneer socialist parties for the most part grew out of the old federations and groups of the First International. Far more countries were thus embraced by this new international movement than during the period of the IWA. Many of the new parties, like the trade unions, had to face various forms of persecution by the governments. Outstanding in this respect was the experience of the German Social Democratic Party. Taking advantage of two assassination attacks made upon the German Kaiser, with which the socialists had nothing to do, Chancellor Bismarck tried to destroy the party by outlawing it under the notorious anti-socialist laws. The period of illegality lasted from October 1878 until the end of 1890, during which time socialist organizations and meetings were prohibited, many leaders were banished and jailed, and the party press was banned. As the other side of his program, Bismarck conceded a skeleton system of social insurance as sops to the workers. The party held its congresses abroad and there also it printed its underground papers. Despite the persecution and trickery of Bismarck, however, the party grew, increasing its national vote from 493,000 in 1878 to 1,427,000 in 1890. The trade unions also grew from about 50,000 to 280,000. These successes not only forced Bismarck to resign, but caused the German government to lift the ban against the socialists. This big victory inspired the whole international movement. Referring to Bismarck and his reactionary law, Engels said, "If we were paying the old boy, he couldn't do better work for us." Point 2. The Gotha Compromise. An event of great ideological importance at the outset of this general interim period between the two internationals was the amalgamation of the Marxist and Lassaline parties in a congress at Gotha, Germany, May 25, 1875. For several years prior to this date these two groups had been at daggers' points, with the result that German labor could make but little progress. At the Unity Congress the Lassalines were in a majority, having 71 delegates, representing 16,538 members, as against 56 delegates and 9,121 members for the Marxists. Point 3. Despite the weak stand taken by the Marxists in the negotiations, this unification was the beginning of the end for the Lassaline trend in the international labor movement. After the dissolution of the First International, Marx and Engels had continued their direct political leadership of the developing labor movement. With their great wealth of experience, understanding, and training, and their extraordinary knowledge of all the major European languages, they even mastered Russian in their later years, they were brilliantly equipped for such leadership. The ensuing years were marked by a stream of letters from the two great leaders to the respective young and growing parties, and by the visits of many socialist leaders from the various countries, seeking the advice and counsel of Marx and Engels. Naturally, the latter did not neglect such a vital development as the amalgamation of the Marxists and Lassalines in Germany. Quite the contrary. Although the Gotha program, as adopted, comprised only a few pages. In analyzing it, Marx wrote an extensive booklet. This turned out to be one of the greatest of Marx's analytical and programmatic works. Marx scathingly criticized the Gotha Agreement, which was an early example of the tendency of German Social Democrats, in the name of party unity, to blur over questions of principle. Marx crucified virtually every phrase in it. In what became his famous booklet, Critique of the Gotha Program, Marx condemned its faulty economics, its wrong attitude regarding the state, its surrender to Lassalle's Malthusian conception of the iron law of wages, its adoption of the feudal panacea of state aid for cooperatives, its failure to make a definite demand for the 8-hour day, its underplay of internationalism, etc. Engels said that almost every word in this program could be criticized for. Another brilliant example of international leadership given at this time was Engels' classical reply a few months later to the blind Professor Eugene Düring of Berlin University. The latter had recently joined the Social Democratic Party and was setting out to rewrite the party's program from top to bottom in a bourgeois direction. Engels' reply was a fundamental presentation of the Marxist position on philosophy and science. It became a great Marxist classic. Point 5. That there were already at this time strong opportunist trends in the German party was manifest from its leadership's reaction to these two historic corrections and teachings by Marx and Engels. Marx sent his critique of the Gotha program to Liebknecht, Mehring says, but the only result of this powerful letter was to cause the addressees to make a few minor and comparatively unimportant improvements in their draft 6. Actually, Bebel, who was in jail at the time, did not get to hear of the document until many years afterward. It was suppressed for 16 years and was not published until 1891.7. And Engels' profound criticisms of Düring, which were first printed in 1877 in the party's central organ Vorwärts, aroused such a storm of criticism from official circles that Engels narrowly escaped formal censure. Continuing international tendencies. During the period between the two internationals there was a continuous and growing pressure for cooperation and organization internationally among the various workers' parties and trade unions. The first general expression of this sentiment was the Universal Socialist Congress of Ghent, Belgium, in September 1877. There were 42 delegates, including Liebknecht and Kropotkin. De PP represented the Utopian Oneida community of New York. Disputes occurred between the Marxist and Bakuninist factions over questions of the state, collectivism, political action, insurrection, and various other matters. An important proposal was for the founding of a broad international trade union congress. The anarchists were but a small minority and generally the Marxist point of view prevailed. Hopes entertained by some for an amalgamation of the two tendencies proved futile. During the Congress the Marxist delegates caucused by themselves and decided to set up an international bureau in Belgium, but the plan never materialized. Another socialist congress was held in October 1881, in the little town of Chaux, near Zurich. The anarchists did not attend. Liebknecht was present, and the American delegate for the Socialist Labor Party was P. J. McGuire, president of the United Brotherhood of Carpenters and Joiners. The question of forming a new international occupied much attention of the delegates, but without positive results. Steklov says, the Chaux Congress itself came to the conclusion that a federation of socialist forces was not yet practicable, nor could an international journal be established. The young socialist parties were still too weak for real international organization. Repeated proposals were made also during the late 70s and early 80s to re-establish the International, but both Marx and Engels felt such a move to be premature. During 1883 and 1886 international labor conferences were held in Paris, and one took place in London in 1888. The reports to those gatherings showed a rapid growth of socialist parties and trade unions throughout Western Europe, and the labor movement in the United States was blazing along in the forefront of the world's fighting workers. The need of the workers for international solidarity was imperative. The time had finally ripened for the reconstitution of the International on a new basis, and the movement was to come to fruition in the historic Congress in Paris in 1889. The death of Karl Marx. On March 14, 1883, the world proletariat lost its greatest leader. Karl Marx died at the age of 65. He passed away peacefully in the afternoon, dozing in his armchair, at 41 Maitland Park Road, Haverstock Hill, London, where he had been living for some years past. The immediate cause of death was an internal hemorrhage, apparently originating in a tumor in one of his lungs. For years he had been in steadily worsening health, largely caused by overwork and poverty. His dwindling vitality had been further weakened by the shock of the death of his devoted wife Jenny in December 1881, and of his daughter, also named Jenny, in January 1883. Thus passed the greatest of all political thinkers, the man who wrote the handwriting on the wall for the world capitalist system. Known to his intimates as the Moor because of his dark complexion, Marx lived simply, and he was also interred with simplicity. Only a few of his close relatives and friends were present besides Engels, Friedrich Lessner, and Lochner, comrades from the days of the Communist League, his two sons-in-law, Paul Lafargue and Charles Longuet, Liebknecht from Germany, and the two eminent scientists, Karl Schorlemmer, the noted chemist, and Sir Edwin Ray Lancaster, outstanding biologist. He was buried on March 17, in Highgate Cemetery, London, where a small stone now stands in his memory. Marx's old-time friend and comrade in arms, Frederick Engels, spoke the following words of appreciation over the grave of the immortal battler for human freedom. Just as Darwin discovered the law of evolution in organic nature, so Marx discovered the law of evolution in human history. He discovered the simple fact, hitherto concealed by an overgrowth of ideology, that mankind must first of all eat and drink, have shelter and clothing, before it can pursue politics, science, religion, art, etc., and that therefore the production of the immediate material means of life and consequently the degree of economic development attained by a given people or during a given epoch, form the foundation upon which the forms of government, the legal conceptions, the art, and even the religious ideas of the people concerned have been evolved, and in the light of which these things must therefore be explained, instead of vice versa as had hitherto been the case. But that is not all. Marx also discovered the special law of motion governing the present-day capitalist method of production and the bourgeois society that this method of production has created. The discovery of surplus value suddenly threw light on the problem in trying to solve which all previous investigators, both bourgeois economists and socialist critics, had been groping in the dark. Two such discoveries would be enough for one lifetime. Happy the man to whom it is granted to make even one such discovery. But in every single field which Marx investigated, and he investigated very many fields, none of them superficially, in every field, even in that of mathematics, he made independent discoveries. This was the man of science. But this was not even half the man. Science was for Marx a historically dynamic, revolutionary force. However great the joy with which he welcomed a new discovery in some theoretical science whose practical application perhaps it was as yet quite impossible to envisage, he experienced a quite other kind of joy when the discovery involved immediate revolutionary changes in industry and in the general course of history. For example, he followed closely the discoveries made in the field of electricity and recently those of Marcel Duprez. For Marx was before all else a revolutionary. His real mission in life was to contribute in one way or another to the overthrow of capitalist society and of the forms of government which it had brought into being, to contribute to the liberation of the present-day proletariat, which he was the first to make conscious of its own position and its needs, of the conditions under which it could win its freedom. Fighting was his element. And he fought with a passion, a tenacity, and a success such as few could rival. His work on the first Reinigungszeitung, 1842, the Paris Vorwärts, 1844, the Brussels Deutsche Zeitung, 1847, the Neue Reinigungszeitung, 1848-9, the New York Tribune, 1852-61, and in addition to these a host of militant pamphlets, work in revolutionary clubs in Paris, Brussels, and London, and finally, crowning all, the formation of the International Workingmen's Association. This was indeed an achievement of which Marx might well have been proud, even if he had done nothing else. And consequently Marx was the best hated and most calumniated man of his times. Governments, both absolutist and republican, deported him from their territories. The bourgeoisie, whether conservative or extreme Democrat, vied with one another in heaping slanders upon him. All this he brushed aside as though it were cobweb, ignoring them, answering only when necessity compelled him. And now he has died beloved, revered and mourned by millions of revolutionary fellow workers from the mines of Siberia to California, in all parts of Europe and America, and I make bold to say that though he may have many opponents, he has hardly one personal enemy. His name and his work will endure through the ages. 10. 15. The founding of the Second International, 1889. The Congress which established the Second International opened in Paris on July 14, 1889, on the 100th anniversary of the fall of the Bastille in the Great French Revolution. Called by the German and organized by the French Marxists, it brought together 391 delegates from 20 countries, 4 of the delegates being Americans. It was by far the largest international gathering in world labor history. The Congress was held amid a great blaze of enthusiasm. Across the hall stretched banners reading, "In the name of the Paris of 1848 and of March, April, and May of 1871, in the name of the France of Babeuf, Blanqui, and Varlin, greetings to the socialist workers of both worlds." 1. But there was a Second International Labor Congress held in Paris at the same time. This was the meeting of the possibilists, or opportunists, who aimed to achieve socialism within the framework of bourgeois legalism, organized by British trade union leaders and the Paul Brousse Group in France. Strong efforts were made in both congresses to bring about an amalgamation, but these failed both before and during the Congress. Henry M. Hyndman and others made especially energetic efforts to coalesce the two forces, with Engels opposed. 2 years later, at the 1891 Congress in Brussels, the groups became united. The Marxist Congress brought together many of the most notable men and women in the world socialist movement, those who were destined to lead world labor for the next generation and to become both famous and infamous as the Second International unfolded its historic course. Among them were Keir Hardie of England, Liebknecht, Bebel, Edward Bernstein, George von Vollmer and Clara Zetkin of Germany, Jules Guesde, Lafargue, Vaillant, and Longuet of France, Ancilly and Van Pervelde of Belgium, Andreas Costa and Cipriano of Italy, Victor Adler of Austria, Domela Nieuwenhuis of Holland, Pablo Iglesias of Spain, George Plekhanov of Russia. 2 Gompers of the United States, who had been invited to attend, sent greetings to the two congresses, urging that they join forces. Abe Cahan and Max Pine were delegates from the New York United Hebrew Trades. Small numbers of anarchists were at both meetings. The Marxists' Congress in Paris attracted world attention and created enthusiasm among the workers of all countries. The toilers were at last to possess an organization capable of waging successful struggle against capitalism and of one day finally abolishing it altogether. It was to be the recreation of the First International, but upon a far broader and stronger basis. In the Congress itself, the New World movement was hailed as the continuation of the old International Workingmen's Association of glorious memory. Presidents of the Congress at its opening were Vaillant, a communard, and Liebknecht, a veteran socialist. The work of the Congress. A great deal of the time of the Congress was taken up listening to reports from the various countries represented. The general picture unfolded was that of a young, vigorous, expanding, optimistic world labor movement. The trade unions were growing in Europe and America, nearly every important country now had a socialist party, and socialists were beginning to be elected to parliaments in Germany, Denmark, and elsewhere. It was altogether a very promising situation. Due to the many reports of the respective parties, not much time was spent in discussing the several resolutions that were adopted. These included one on the abolition of standing armies and the arming of the peoples. Another was a specific endorsement of the 8-hour day, which had first been brought to the attention of the world's workers at the 1866 Congress of the First International. Another resolution dealt with the question of political action, by means of the ballot box and on the basis of no compromises or alliances with other parties. This brought forth opposition from the small group of anarchists, who opposed political action in general and who were, therefore, excluded from the Congress. A resolution was adopted, supporting the general proposition of the Swiss government for the establishment of international labor legislation. A proposal of the French delegation to endorse the general strike as the beginning of the socialist revolution, meeting strong German opposition, was voted down by the delegates. The most notable decision made by the Congress, however, was the establishment of May 1 as a day for international labor demonstration. This proposal, made by the French delegate, Lavigne, was in support of the AFL proposed general strike for the 8-hour day set for May 1, 1890. The Congress resolution reads, "The Congress decides to organize a great international demonstration, so that in all countries and in all cities on one appointed day the toiling masses shall demand of the state authorities the legal reduction of the working day to 8 hours, as well as the carrying out of other decisions of the Paris Congress." Since a similar demonstration has already been decided upon for May 1, 1890, by the American Federation of Labor at its convention in St. Louis, December 1888, this day is accepted for the international demonstration. The workers of the various countries must organize their demonstrations according to conditions prevailing in each country. At later Congresses this decision was repeated, and May Day was established as a regular institution. Thus was born the great fighting holiday of the world's workers. Point 3. The Marxist orientation of the Congress. The Paris Congress demonstrated that Marxism had become dominant in the world labor movement, particularly in its political wing. During the 13 years since the dissolution of the First International, in the host of new working-class organizations that had developed, the followers of Marx were generally looked to for leadership. Under the guidance of Marx and Engels the number of Marxists had greatly increased and their press had multiplied. This situation was a fundamental advance over the period of the First International, when the Marxists, relatively only a handful in numbers, constantly had to fight for their political life against various militant sects and deviations. This Marxist hegemony did not mean, however, that the several sects that had plagued the life of the First International had been completely extinguished, but at least most of them had been reduced to manageable proportions. The Proudhonists were now largely a memory, the Blanquists were but a minor faction in France, the Lassalleans were on their last legs in Germany and Austria, and the Bakuninist anarchists, those of them who had not become syndicalists, were pretty much an isolated sect. The largest numbers of Marxists were in Germany, and already the Social Democratic Party of that country had established its political leadership in the Second International, a leadership which was to endure virtually unchallenged until the formation of the Communist International in 1919. As Lenin remarked later, the German working class was for almost half a century the model of socialist organization for the whole world, for German capitalism was expanding rapidly, and the party and the trade unions were growing swiftly. Since the time of the First International many new Marxist writers had developed in the various countries, usually not without serious theoretical shortcomings. Chief among these writers was Karl Koschei of Germany. Koschei, 1854–1938, whose father was a Czech and his mother a German, was born in Austria. After the passing of Engels, he became the outstanding theoretical leader of the Second International. Shortly following the Paris Congress of 1889, Koschei wrote the well-known Erfurt program of the German Social Democratic Party, which served for many years as a model for other socialist parties. His program, while ignoring the basic demand for a German democratic republic and passing over the vital question of the dictatorship of the proletariat and also the manner of the abolition of the capitalist system, otherwise followed the general line worked out in the great writings of Marx and Engels. Existing in a more revolutionary period, the First International at its Congress always had to deal with the question of the revolution, either because of actual political developments or under pressure of the strong ultra-leftist sects of the times. But the Second International in 1889, working in a period of relatively calmer capitalist development, did not feel the proletarian revolution to be so urgently knocking at its door, although many Marxists, like the then sectarian Hindman of England, expected the European Revolution to be an accomplished fact before the end of the 19th century. The Congress, while identifying itself with the ultimate revolutionary perspectives of the First International, devoted itself basically to such urgent immediate tasks of the current class struggle as the fight against militarism, for the 8-hour day, the extension of the workers' franchise, the enactment of factory legislation, and, of course, the building of the trade unions, cooperatives, and workers' socialist parties. The right danger. The bane of the First International had been the strong and impatient, pseudo-revolutionary sects, the ultra-leftists who sought to push the workers into untimely life and death struggles with the capitalist class. The curse of the Second International, as it turned out, came from the opposite political direction, from the right opportunists who, paralyzing the fighting initiative of the workers, wanted to reduce the labor movement to the status of a petty bourgeois auxiliary of the capitalist system. The ultra-lefts were a very minor factor. The right tendency, which eventually was to dominate and ruin the new international, was in evidence, in at least two sharp respects already at the Foundation Congress. The first of these right manifestations was the fact that the possibilists were strong enough to dare to hold their separate Congress and thus to challenge the leadership of the revolutionary Marxists in the world labor movement. During the time of the First International there was an incipient right wing, as well as strong leftist groups, represented by the opportunist English trade union leaders Auger, Kremer, Applegarth, and others, and by the unaffiliated Lassaline movement in Germany. It did no little damage to the International, as we have seen in passing. The bold arrogance of the Paris Congress of the Possibilists in 1889 showed how much this dangerous right tendency had grown in the intervening years. The Possibilists' Congress failed of its immediate objectives, but its very existence was a sinister portent of grave dangers ahead. The second manifestation of the right tendency occurred within the Marxist Congress itself. This went practically unnoticed, but it was none the less dangerous for that. This was the failure of the delegates to set up an international center to carry on the work between congresses. As the course of events was to show, the new international for a dozen years had no international leading committee, no world headquarters, no international journal, no regular constitution, no definite political program, no disciplined carrying out of decisions, and not even a formal name. In all these respects the Second International fell far behind the First International, which, as shown in previous chapters, had a well-developed international organization, a general council, a constitution, a paper, a program, and a name. In fact, the Second International lagged behind even the anarchist conception of an international organization. The insistent demand of the Proudhonists and Bakuninists had been that the International Center should be a correspondence and statistical bureau, but the Second International, at its foundation and for a decade afterward, did not even reach this minimum of world organization. It would, of course, have been out of place for the Second International to set up such a strong world center as the First International did at the Hague Congress of 1872, in its life and death struggle with the Bakuninists, but not to establish any center at all was to understress greatly internationalism and to overstress heavily national organization and action. This was all the more dangerous, as it turned out in the eventual Great Clash of 1914, because the possibility of a war collision among the world powers was already beginning to generate, and the supreme danger for the workers in the coming period was that of the labor movement in the various countries yielding to the rising national pressures of the bourgeoisie. Origins of right opportunism. The right opportunist tendency in the Second International, which was later to cause such havoc to the world's workers, had two main sources. First and most dangerous of all, it was developed among the skilled workers and labor bureaucracy in the trade unions, whom, through wage concessions, the employers undertook to use against the great mass of the working class, by crippling its strikes, by keeping its unions small and divided, and by fighting against class consciousness and independent working class political action. The second source of right opportunism was in the large number of petty bourgeois intellectuals who sought to make careers by leading the political organizations of the workers, by filling the various city, state, and national government posts as representatives of the workers. They constantly strove to reshape labor policy into mild reform programs of importance to the petty bourgeoisie and the capitalists. Generally, during the life of the Second International, these two currents of opportunism worked freely together, the working class opportunists functioning mainly, but not exclusively, in the trade unions, and the petty bourgeois intellectuals operating mostly in the political field. Both groups based themselves on the labor aristocracy, and both tended to subordinate the interests of the working class as a whole to those of the capitalist class. At the time of the founding of the Second International, right opportunism was furthest developed in the British labour movement. This was primarily because, during this period, Great Britain was the leading imperialist power, and there the employers were most widely applying the internal imperialist policy of corrupting the labour aristocracy and their leaders, primarily on the basis of super profits wrung from the colonial peoples. The crippling effects of this material and ideological corruption were very pronounced, as Marx, Engels, and others had long before pointed out. Rothstein says the 80s and 90s of the last century represent the lowest point in the class consciousness of the English workers. Action, even in the shape of innocent labor candidatures as in the middle 70s, was definitely abandoned. Individual workers voted either for Liberal or Tory. The very word revolution elicited a scornful shrug of the shoulders, if not direct abuse. 5. Already in 1879 Engels wrote to Bernstein, "It must be acknowledged that at this moment there does not exist in Britain a real working class movement in the continental sense." 6. And this in the land which a generation before had produced the great Chartist movement. The political line of the employers and of their agents, the conservative labor bureaucrats, was to keep the working class under the tutelage of the Liberal Party, but when in 1880 the Marxists, led by Henry M. Hyndman, formed a group which in 1889 became the Social Democratic Federation, the bourgeoisie had to shift its political policy a bit. This was made manifest by the formation in 1884 of the Fabian League, headed by Sidney Webb, George Bernard Shaw, and other petty bourgeois radical intellectuals. The main purpose of this organization was to castrate Marxism and to render innocuous independent political action of the working class, all of which was of great service to the capitalists. Preaching a vague, evolutionary socialism, the Fabians attacked every principle of revolutionary Marxism. In view of the non-Marxist ideology of the workers in Great Britain, the Fabians were openly anti-Marxist. Pearce, the Fabian historian, says that the first achievement of the society was to break the spell of Marxism in England. 7. Sidney Webb and his co-workers set out to make it as easy and matter of course for the ordinary and respectable Englishman to be a socialist as to be a liberal or a conservative. 8. Webb remarks, "It was indispensable for socialism in England that it should be consistent with the 4 rules of arithmetic, with the 10 commandments, and with the Union Jack. There should be no confiscation." 9. Webb also said, "The founder of British socialism was not Karl Marx, but Robert Owen, and Robert Owen preached, not class war, but the doctrine of human brotherhood." 10. Fabianism, with its vague socialist objectives, was a petty bourgeois reform movement, harmless to the capitalist system. It spread its influence rapidly among the conservative trade union leaders of the 1880s, and in fact it still dominates the ideology of the British Labour Party. In the United States, opportunism was also sinking its roots in the labor movement. Characteristic examples of reactionary labor bureaucrats at this time were Terence V. Powderly and P. M. Arthur, head of the railroad engineers, and the Gompers AFL leaders, already avowed anti-socialists, were laying the basis of their ultra-corrupt bureaucracy of the next decades. In France, too, the existence of the Broussist possibilist movement testified to the beginnings of right opportunism in that country. It was only to be a few years until the brazen attempts of the French bourgeoisie to corrupt the socialist leaders in France would rock the Second International from one end to the other. In Germany, of the big capitalist states, opportunism was least developed at this time. There the Marxists were most firmly in control of the workers' movement, both in its trade union and political aspects, and the party was the most proletarian of any in its composition. 11 The right wing was still relatively small and uninfluential. This was primarily because Germany, with its autocratic, semi-feudal government, was only then becoming a strong capitalist power, and its ruling class had not yet fully developed the characteristic policy of corrupting the labor aristocracy and trade union and underscore political bureaucracy. The German Social Democratic Party was still illegal under the anti-socialist laws, a situation which cultivated the party's militancy and scared away numerous petty bourgeois opportunist careerists, and the trade unions were also operating under various severe legal handicaps. In later decades the German labor movement, with the rise of German imperialism, became heavily corrupted and was the chief poison source of right opportunism in the Second International, but in 1889 it was still the strongest Marxist center in the world, and the whole International looked to it for leadership. 16 Brussels, Zurich, and London, 1891 to 1896. The Second International held its second, third, and fourth congresses, respectively, in Brussels, August 1891, Zurich, August 1893, and London, July 1896. These years were in general a period of rapid capitalist development in Europe and the United States. Industrialization was growing fast, monopoly capitalism and imperialism were already rapidly becoming dominant, the big powers were dividing up Africa among themselves. England was heavily exporting capital. It was a time of sharpening international tensions among the great states and of increasing class struggle in the respective capitalist countries. It was correspondingly a period of rapid growth of the Second International and of the workers' trade unions, cooperatives, and political parties that it comprised. The whole structure of international labor had received a strong impetus from the lifting of the anti-socialist laws in Germany on January 25, 1890, by a Reichstag vote of 169 to 98.1. Among the many outstanding strikes of this period was that of 200,000 British coal miners in 1893. In the United States the class struggle was especially fierce, the period being marked by such bitter strikes as those of the steel workers, Homestead, in 1892, the New Orleans General Strike of 1892, the Big Coal Strike of 1893, the National Railroad Strike, ARU, in 1894, and the several strikes of the Western metal miners of the early 1890s. All these big American strikes reached the acuteness of virtual local civil wars. Growing right opportunism. In this period the Second International generally held to a Marxist position, but a most significant and sinister characteristic of the three congresses with which we are now dealing, was the continuously growing right tendencies that they exhibited. This trend, which eventually, 2 decades later, was to have disastrous consequences to the International and to the world in general, ran through all the proceedings of the three congresses at an increasing tempo. So much so, that by the end of the London Congress there was a definitely developing right wing in the International, although it had not yet matured its program and organization. No important issue came before these congresses in which the growing right trend was not markedly felt. On the question of International May Day, an issue of prime importance to the world's workers, the right influence was much in evidence. The German and English opportunists opposed at both the Brussels and Zurich congresses the basic idea of May 1, which was to stage a big tools-down demonstration of labor's growing power and to insist upon the 8-hour day and other current demands. Their line was to shift the May 1 demonstration to the first Sunday in May, which would soften altogether its fighting character. Lentz says, in proportion to the forces at their disposal, the Germans had done less to carry out the May Day decision of the Paris Congress than any other party too. Finally, at the Zurich Congress in 1893, the Germans had the manner of May Day celebration left up to the respective parties, which meant that they could freely put their own opportunist line into practice. The French and other delegations fought vigorously against this castration of May 1. In this and other debates the German leaders also let it be known that in policy matters they would not allow themselves to be dictated to by the International. Another example of right opportunist strength at these three congresses was shown in some implications of the fight against the anarchists. The anarchists were a bone of contention at the Brussels and Zurich congresses, but in London, 1896, the Marxists finally excluded them by adopting a resolution which demanded, as a condition of membership in the International, the endorsement of political action. This the anarchists would not accept, and they withdrew permanently. The strong terms of the resolution drawn up by Bebel also could have kept out the anarcho-syndicalist unions, but the Congress voted 57 to 56 not to exclude them. 3 But the Second International, while thus correctly raising the bars against the petty bourgeois ultra-left, characteristically kept the membership doors wide open to the right. A most important result of this line was to admit to membership in France, in 1894, the Georges Millerand Viviani group of Go bourgeois radical parliamentary deputies, against Engels' advice. This reactionary step was, in the next few years, to have far-reaching consequences throughout the International. The struggle against the war danger. Already, in nearly all the congresses of the First International, the question of war was one with which the world labor movement had to concern itself. But in those early years the danger lay chiefly in national wars, such as the involvement of England in the American Civil War of 1861, the war between Prussia and Austria in 1866, and the war between France and Germany in 1870. From the outset, however, the congresses of the Second International had to face up to the danger of a far more serious war menace, the possibility of a general European imperialist war. The big European powers, increasingly imperialist in their composition and relentless in their greed, were already shaping up the war alliances that were finally to clash in World War I, in 1914, a collision which Engels long before had foreseen. 4 Germany, Austria, and Italy, in 1882, established their Triple Alliance, and from 1894 on, France, Russia, and England were building their Triple Entente, which finally came to fruition in 1907. The Socialist International Congresses of Brussels, Zurich, and London, therefore, dealt extensively with this developing war danger, and here again, and especially in this crucial matter, the growing right opportunism in the Second International manifested itself sharply. To meet the rising danger of a European war, the resolutions of the Brussels, 1891, Congress, with much revolutionary phraseology, proposed that the workers should protest vigorously against the war threat and should strengthen their international organization. The Zurich, 1893, Congress added the provisions that the workers should fight for general disarmament and that their parliamentary representatives should vote against war credits. The London, 1896, Congress demanded the abolition of standing armies, the arming of the people, the establishment of courts of arbitration, war referendum by the peoples, etc. As against these prevention measures, the anarchists and anarcho-syndicalists at all three congresses brought in resolutions proposing a general strike in case of war. The chief spokesman for this project was Domela Nieuwenhuis of Holland. Nieuwenhuis, 1846–1919, was a Social Democratic member of Parliament until 1894, after which he joined the anarchists. The general strike proposals ran generally along the lines of the resolution adopted by the Brussels, 1868, Congress of the First International, criticized by Marx as utopian under the circumstances, which called upon the workers to cease work should war break out in their respective countries. The general strike as a weapon against war was heavily voted down at the three congresses of 1891, 1893, and 1896, with especially strong opposition from the Germans. The socialist leaders generally took the occasion to condemn the use of the general strike altogether in unmeasured terms. At the Zurich Congress, Plekhanov thus stated the position of the committee: a general strike is impossible within present-day society, for the proletariat does not possess the means to carry it out. On the other hand, were we in a position to carry out a general strike, the proletariat would already be in control of economic power and a general strike would be a sheer absurdity. 5. Obviously, as Marx maintained and as Lenin was to make very clear in later years, the anarchists and syndicalists were laboring under an illusion in thinking that they could halt the approaching war simply by a general strike. Nevertheless, the rejection by the Second International of the general strike in principle, which became the line of the right Social Democrats, was crass opportunism. The working class, obviously, was not ready to give up this powerful weapon as the English had shown in their fight for the Charter in 1842, the American workers in their 8-hour day strike in 1886, the Belgian workers in their strike for the right to vote in 1892-6 and as the workers were to do in many parts of the world in later years. Already in these anti-war debates the conception of the defense of the fatherland, which was to serve as the ideological basis of the Great Betrayal in 1914, was beginning to take shape. The idea was that Germany would have to defend itself against an attack from ultra-reactionary Russia, probably allied with France. In 1893 Engels favored a national defense of Germany against Russian Tsarism. 7 And it was no doubt such a war that Babel had in mind when he said that he would himself buckle on the sword, and also Plekhanov when he stated that the Russian people would welcome the German armies as liberators. But, as Stalin later pointed out, Engels' viewpoint was illusory. 8 The war that was shaping up in the 90s was to be a great imperialist war, and the way the German right-wing Social Democrats were already getting ready to participate in it was not as a revolutionary war to liberate Russia, but as a chauvinist defense of bourgeois Germany. Reformism versus revolutionary ideology. During the 1890s, with capitalism rapidly expanding and all the organizations of the workers steadily increasing in strength, and with no signs of early proletarian revolution on the political horizon, the main tasks were necessarily the immediate demands of the daily struggle. The Second International, however, definitely developed a right orientation to overstress these partial demands and to understress the development of a rounded-out Marxist ideology. In crass cases this meant to deny outright the revolutionary objectives of socialism. The issue, as stated at the time by the left, was reform versus revolution, and the international leaders more and more supported immediate demands exclusively at the expense of revolutionary ideology. In the international congresses of this period discussion of the general political program especially came up under the head of tactics, with the German delegation generally objecting to a full discussion on the grounds that such tactical matters fell within the province of the respective national parties. Where the International was heading in this vital respect was well illustrated by the resolution on tactical questions at the Zurich, 1893, Congress. Putting all the weight on the fight for immediate demands, the resolution characteristically almost completely ignored the revolutionary aims of socialism. Lenz thus correctly sums it up: this resolution, which uttered a warning against unprincipled compromise and recommended the workers never to lose sight of their revolutionary goal, nevertheless indicated a thoroughly reformist conception of the state, not the destruction of the bourgeois state and the creation of the proletarian state, but the transformation of the organs of capitalist rule, that is, of the bourgeois state with its bureaucracy and armed force, into the means whereby to liberate the proletariat. 9. In the German Social Democratic Party, the leading party of the Second International, the trend towards right opportunism and reformism was more clearly in evidence than in the international congresses. More and more such documents as the Communist Manifesto were pushed into the background, considered as museum pieces. This was to be seen by many developments. First, in the matter of the Erfurt Program of 1891, which was written by Koskai and became the model for socialist parties the world over. This program, while loaded with revolutionary analysis, slurred over or ignored the basic question of the revolution and the dictatorship of the proletariat. 10. It also failed to demand a republic in Germany. A blazing danger signal especially was the opportunist program put forward by George von Vollmer at this time. Much in the spirit of the English Fabians, the leading reformists in the International, von Vollmer advocated the progressive achievement of partial demands as the road to socialism, proposed an alliance between the party and the rich peasantry, hailed the Triple Alliance as a guarantee of peace, and supported a policy of collaboration with bourgeois parties. The German party tolerated the membership of this petty bourgeois reformist. An especially significant expression of the growing reformist trend in the German movement was indicated by what the official heads of the party did to the preface to Marx's The Class Struggles in France, written by Engels in March 1895. In this piece Engels stressed the greater difficulties which the development of modern military techniques had placed in the way of barricade fighting in the cities, the traditional manner of winning revolutions. In printing this material, the Vorwärts, with Liebknecht as editor, cut out some key passages, thereby leaving the direct implication that Engels, in agreement with the right wing, had discarded the perspective of armed struggle in the revolution. It will be remembered that the German party leadership suppressed Marx's criticism of the Gotha program of 1875 and also that Engels' criticism of the Erfurt program of 1891 was not published for 10 years. 11. The key section deleted from Engels' preface reads, "Does that mean that in the future the street fight will play no further role? Certainly not. It only means that the conditions since 1848 have become far more unfavorable for civil fights, far more favorable for the military. A future street fight can therefore only be victorious when this unfavorable situation is compensated by other factors. Accordingly it will occur more seldom in the beginning of a great revolution than in its further progress, and will have to be undertaken with greater forces. These, however, may then well prefer, as in the whole great French Revolution on September 4 and October 31, 1870, in Paris, the open attack to the passive barricade tactics. 12. For many years afterward the gross distortion of Engels' preface was used effectively by the reformists against the left wing. But in the many revolutions yet to come it was to be demonstrated that, contrary to the social democratic opportunists, the advanced military techniques of the bourgeoisie would prove to be no final defense against aroused, revolutionary peoples, who could nearly always take large sections of the armed forces with them. The fight of the left. As against the growing militancy, program, and organization of the right wing in the International, the fight of the left was only partially effective. At the time the left, which in many cases was tending to slur over or to forget vital lessons of Marx and the First International, had no definite program of its own. It also had not clearly differentiated itself from the centrist tendencies which were already beginning to develop. This differentiation of the revolutionary left from the vacillating center, a development which required the highest level of political understanding, could not and did not take place fully until the class struggle had reached a much higher stage of development than it was in then, until the time of World War I and the Russian Revolution. At this period the Babels, Koschis, Plekhanovs, and others, who were eventually to become the center, were already displaying some right tendencies. But they were still hanging on to major elements of Marxism. Indeed, they prided themselves on being the orthodox Marxists. They had not yet faced the severe revolutionary tasks and struggles that would crystallize their centrism and ultimately force this tendency into alliance with the right wing. Undoubtedly, however, even at this early date the increasing vacillations of the orthodox Marxist leaders of the Koschei trend provided a certain amount of cover and protection for the right wing. The international left wing of the period, therefore, was a broad amorphous grouping, containing many semi-opportunists and potential reformists, as well as such resolute fighters as Rosa Luxemburg, Clara Zetkin, and Franz Mehring. But Koschei, Geste, and Plekhanov, the outstanding orthodox leaders of the Second International of that time, never were to become communists. The trend of this broad grouping was to fire into the main danger, which was the growing extreme right wing, exemplified by such forces as the Fabians in England and the supporters of von Vollmer in Germany, but within its own broad confines many right errors and deviations were expressed and tolerated. Engels, who was then far along in years, led this general fight of the left. But the help he got from the orthodox Marxist leaders, notably in Germany, was often dubious. Koschei, with his questionable formulations in the Erfurt program, and Babel and Liebknecht, with their militant, uncritical defense of the political line of the German party, often undercut the fight against the growing right wing in Germany and in the International as a whole. In a letter to Zarga in October 1877, Marx had criticized sprouting opportunism in the German social democracy. He said, "A rotten spirit is making itself felt in our party in Germany, not so much among the masses as among the leaders, upper class and workers." 13 And he proceeded to outline a whole series of dangerous tendencies in the party. In a letter to Bernstein in March 1883, Engels stated, "From the outset we have always fought to the very utmost against the petty bourgeois and Philistine disposition within the party." 14. Marx's sweeping criticisms of the Gotha program and Engels' later sharp criticisms of the Erfurt program, were only two incidents of the long two-front fight carried on by these two great leaders against the right and against the ultra-left, against the English opportunist and German petty bourgeois socialists, as well as against the Bakuninists. Despite all his long fight against the growing right wing, however, Engels did not fully realize the fatal grip that opportunism was securing upon the German party. In June 1885 he wrote to Becker, "In a petty bourgeois country like Germany the party is bound also to have a petty bourgeois educated right wing, which it shakes off at the decisive moment." 15. Unfortunately, however, although later on in many internal struggles the party did check or defeat the right wing, at the final time of supreme crisis and imperative need for resolute revolutionary action in 1914, it could not shake off the corrupt right wing. The death of Frederick Engels. On August 5, 1895, the workers' world was shocked by the death of Frederick Engels in England. He was 75 years old when he passed away, from cancer of the throat. His body was cremated and, following his wishes, his ashes were strewn over the sea. The workers of the world lost a brilliant thinker and valiant comrade in arms of Marx with the demise of this great Marxist leader. 16. Engels was politically active almost up to the day of his death. After Marx died in 1883, Engels, laying aside his planned further scientific writings, spent the next 11 years of his life mainly in putting into final form the second and third volumes of Capital. Marx had been able to finish only one section of his great work, Volume 1, and he left the rest largely in the shape of a vast number of notes which were only partly organized. Engels performed a magnificent task in assembling all this material into finished form. At the time of his death Engels was preparing to write a history of the First International, but unfortunately he was cut off before he could undertake it. Engels was also very much occupied with practical political day-to-day guidance in the international labor movement. During the interim between the two internationals, he and Marx, up to the latter's death, had generally carried on the leading role of the old General Council of the IWA. Even after the formation of the Second International, Engels continued very much in the same way, for, as pointed out above, the new International went along for over 10 years without any formal world organization, journal, or headquarters. Engels, in fact, was generally looked upon as the world's socialist leader, and he remained for years in close touch with the socialist parties all over the world. He visited the United States and for many years he was a close friend and advisor of the American socialist movement. Among the classic Marxist writings are his innumerable letters to the parties in France, Germany, Poland, Spain, Russia, the United States, and many other countries. Brilliant, modest, indefatigable, Frederick Engels made many and great contributions to the thinking and fighting of the world's workers. His name will remain forever enshrined in the memory of the international proletariat, along with that of his great co-worker, Karl Marx. Engels was one of the master builders of socialism. 17. International trade unionism. Trade unions are the basic mass organizations of the working class. This is because they are formed exclusively of workers, they are organized in the shops directly at the point of production and exploitation, they embrace the major mass of the workers, and they concern themselves primarily with questions ordinarily of the greatest urgency to the working masses: wages, hours, and working conditions. Trade unions are usually, but not always, the first type of organization set up by the working class in a given country, either in the shape of full-fledged labor organizations or of preliminary friendly societies. When trade unions reach the point of engaging in political action, they do this by either setting up or supporting specific political organizations, in the form of parliamentary committees, labor parties, or Marxist parties. They are not equipped, as such, successfully to prosecute political campaigns. By 1900, the steadily growing trade unions had generally won for themselves, after decades of struggle, the formal legal right to organize in Central Western Europe and the United States, but in practice this right was still bitterly contested by the employers, especially in the United States. In Russia and generally in Eastern Europe, the unions at this time, living under terroristic conditions, had no legal existence, although the workers constantly made heroic efforts to form such organizations. England, where capitalism took its first leap forward, was the birthplace of trade unionism. Their trade unions were already to be found in mid-18th century. The workers in all other countries, in establishing their labor organizations, learned much from the British working class, but their unions also were profoundly influenced by their specific national conditions. At the beginning of the 20th century, therefore, trade unions generally fell into three broad categories: pure and simple trade unions, social democratic unions, and anarcho-syndicalist unions. In several European countries, there were also a few small Catholic unions, organized primarily on the basis of Pope Leo XIII's encyclical of 1891, De Rerum Novarum. The pure and simple type of trade unionism, or as Lenin called it, economism, which, in its classical form, is now virtually extinct, was characterized by a tacit or open acceptance of capitalism. It was marked by a low degree of class consciousness and a weak spirit of internationalism. It worked upon the principle of the protection of the skilled workers at the expense of the broad mass of the working class, a course which fitted right in with the employer's policy of corrupting the labor aristocracy and trade union bureaucracy. Pure and simple trade unions, usually made up of skilled workers, commonly were built on a craft basis, and with a low level of class solidarity. In strikes they generally followed the principle of each for himself and the devil take the hindmost. They confined their activities mostly to elementary economic questions. In political matters they tagged along after the liberal sections of the bourgeoisie, and their eye-eaters' slogan was, "No politics in the unions, no working class politics," that is. Pure and simple trade unionism, accepting bourgeois economics, worked along from day to day, with contempt for Marxist theory and without any concrete perspective. As early as 1883, before a U.S. Senate commission, this primitive labor line was thus expressed by Strasser, an erstwhile socialist, a close co-worker of Samuel Gompers: "We have no ultimate aims. We are going on from day to day. We are fighting only for immediate objects, objects that can be realized in a few years. We want to dress better, and to live better, and to become better citizens, generally one." The home of pure and simple trade unionism was in Great Britain and her white-ruled dominions Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and South Africa, and also in the United States. This type of unionism was characteristic of the upward swing period of competitive capitalism and the early stages of imperialism, when there were some minor improvements in real wages, especially of the skilled. In the initial phases of capitalism in Great Britain and the United States, on the other hand, when the working class was being formed, the trade unions were radical if not revolutionary, as illustrated by the militant American trade unions of the 1830s and the Great British Chartist movement of the 1840s. In 1900, the total membership of the British trade unions was 1,972,0002 and of the American unions, some 800,000, of which 580,000 were in the AF of L.3. The working class of Great Britain, by 1900, was already strongly emerging from the stage of pure and simple trade unionism. This was basically because of the increasing economic difficulties of British imperialism in a world of vigorous capitalist rivals. The advance of the British labour movement was marked by its growing politicalisation by the formation of the Social Democratic Federation, Hindman, in 1881, and the Socialist League in 1882, both Marxist, the launching of the Independent Labour Party, Keir Hardie, in 1893, revisionist Social Democratic, and the setting up by the trade unions of the Labour Representative Committee in 1899, which 5 years later became the Labour Party, with an essentially Fabian opportunist leadership. MacDonald, Hardie, Burns, Snowden, and co. For generally, pure and simple trade unionism far predates the Marxist parties, because in certain countries the workers have confronted less acute problems of making a political fight for domestic rights. 5 When they arrive at the point of taking up class political action, they set up broad labor parties, instead of endorsing the characteristic social democratic parties. In the United States, however, the advance from pure and simple trade unionism proceeded at a much slower pace. This was basically because of the stronger position of American imperialism in the world capitalist economy. In no country were the evils of trade union primitivism so emphasized as in the United States. In 1900 Samuel Gompers, 1850–1924, an avowed enemy of socialism, stood at the head of the American Federation of Labor. Many trade union leaders, openly affiliated with the Democratic and Republican parties, were sunk in depths of personal corruption altogether without parallel in world labor circles. They flagrantly stole money from their unions, sold strike insurance to employers, barred Negroes and women from the unions and the industries, made agreements with corporations to keep the unskilled workers unorganized, and ruled their unions at the point of the gun. Class collaboration was their principle, socialism their big enemy, and the sacredness of union contracts their holy slogan. They broke innumerable strikes with their craft union scabbery, and they systematically kept the labor movement politically impotent. Many of them became wealthy, with their various forms of graft and corruption. In 1900-01 American socialists, breaking with de Leon's sectarian Socialist Labor Party, established the Socialist Party, headed by Debs and Hillquit. But the socialists were not fated to win the political leadership of the trade unions from the corrupt Gompers clique. Today, the bulk of American trade unions, which have at least developed elementary political programs of immediate political demands and engage in much political activity, can no longer be classed as pure and simple trade unions. But their top leaders, rigidly anti-Marxist, still generally remain enemies of independent working class political action, and are frank and ardent defenders of American capitalism. Marxist trade unionism. In the 1900 period, social democratic trade unionism was characteristic of practically all the continental nations, except the Latin countries, from the English Channel up to and including Russia, with certain national variations. In the latter respect, the Russian unions were the outstanding example, being far more revolutionary than the social democratic labor organizations in Western Europe, but of all this, more further along. The European social democratic trade unions, differing generally from those in the United States, endorsed the perspective of socialism and either officially or unofficially accepted the political leadership of the social democratic parties. Industrial in form and centralized in controls, they were definitely political in their outlook. Their greater politicalization was partly because of the influence of the Marxist parties, but also because in these countries the remnants of feudalism were much stronger and the workers had to devote more of their activities than in England or the United States to the winning of elementary political rights to vote, to organize, to strike, etc. Generally these unions were built under the leadership of the socialist parties, or largely so. The German unions were the world models for this type of trade unionism, and the Austrian unions were close behind them. The pioneers among the German unions began to take shape, mostly as craft organizations, about the time of the 1848 revolution. They were wiped out by the reaction following this lost revolution. By the middle 1860s they began again to grow, but slowly, until they were hit by the anti-socialist law of 1878, which liquidated most of them and virtually wiped out the whole trade union press. 6 Like the Social Democratic Party, however, the trade unions, after the first shock, gradually began to grow. By the time the repressive law was lifted, in 1890, they were stronger than ever, with a total membership of 280,000, organized into 58 national unions. By 1900 the German unions numbered 680,000 members and they were entering into a period of rapid growth. In 1890, when the General Federation of Trade Unions was formed, Karl Legian, 1861–1920, became the General Secretary, and he remained at the head of the German labor movement until he died 30 years later. The top German trade union leadership early grew opportunist, and eventually it became, organizationally if not theoretically, the strongest center of revisionism in the entire German labor movement, political and economic. The leaders established strict centralized controls in the unions, reduced trade union democracy to a minimum, and systematically played down all manifestations of rank-and-file militancy, their castration of the May 1 demonstration being only one of many examples of this policy. The Social Democratic trade union leaders, while professing allegiance to the party, endorsed the principle of the neutrality of the unions and sought to build them up under their own bureaucratic control, a tendency which, as we shall see, wrought havoc in the German labor movement. The left wing fought this separatist tendency and urged joint relations with the party. 7. Anarcho-syndicalism. The anarcho-syndicalist unions, which likewise constituted a well-defined labor tendency by 1900, generally had a background of Proudhonism and Bakuninism. They were the dominant form of labor unionism in France, Italy, Spain, and Portugal, although in all these countries the Marxist trade unions had considerable strength. In Latin America, Chile, Argentina, Mexico, etc., the syndicalists eventually exerted considerable influence in the trade union movement, and there were some syndicalist tendencies, from 1905 on, in the United States, England, Australia, and Canada, principally in the industrial workers of the world. The major forces which produced strong syndicalist trade unions were largely the same as those which developed anarchism in general, namely, industrial backwardness, small handicraft industries, franchise limitations, extreme political corruption in government, social democratic opportunism, and Catholic authoritarianism. The anarcho-syndicalist unions of the period were characterized by a revolutionary perspective, looking forward to a future society operated by the trade unions. Their revolutionary weapon was the general strike, growing into insurrection. They were aggressively direct actionist and anti-political, they eschewed all participation in electoral and organized parliamentary activities. They also practiced sabotage in strikes, and largely in the form of go-slow movements in the shops. Organizationally, the syndicalist unions were decentralized and highly autonomous. For united action they depended largely upon mass spontaneity and the organized activities of the militant minority. While accepting broad Marxist principles of the class struggle, generally their ideology was permeated with anarchist and semi-anarchist conceptions. Lenin criticized anarcho-syndicalism, with its rejection of petty work as waiting for the great days, with an inability to muster the forces which create great events. 8. France was the main stronghold of anarcho-syndicalism. There the trade unions were born into traditions of Proudhonism, Blanquism, and Bakuninism, and they had in their background a long series of revolutionary struggles. The first substantial trade unions in France grew up shortly after the Paris Commune of 1871. The law of 1884 granted the workers, with limitations, the legal right to organize trade unions. But this, says Lefren, only legalized the fact 9, for the workers were unionizing without legal sanction, 5 national federations existing in Paris before 1884. The French trade union movement developed along 2 main organizational lines, that is, it built up 2 distinct national sections, of local trades councils, Bourses du Travail, and of national industrial and craft federations. In 1895 the movement was united in the General Confederation of Labor, CGT. The recognized founder of the French syndicalist, or revolutionary trade union movement, was Fernand Pelloudicre, a communist anarchist, who laid down its general principles. Georges Sorel, a French intellectual, undertook to theorize anarcho-syndicalism, his principal contributions being the glorification of violence as such, and the metaphysical concept of the general strike as a social myth. 10 In later years, Sorel's ideas played an important part in the ideological setup of the Italian fascists. The French syndicalist movement finally formulated its program at its Congress in Amiens, December 1906, which produced the famous Charte d'Amiens. This document states that the CGT prepares complete emancipation, with the general strike as the means of action, and it considers that the trade union, syndicate, today the group of resistance, will be in the future the group of production and distribution, the basis of social reorganization. 11. The syndicalist trends in Italy and Spain largely followed the French pattern. Toward a trade union international. From their beginnings, the trade unions of the various countries displayed strong international tendencies. It was the trade unionists of France and England who founded the First International in 1864, and they always played a big part in the congresses and other activities of that organization. The First International concerned itself very much with questions of trade union struggle, and it was this phase of its work that interested the National Labor Union of the United States. In later years, as the trade unions expanded and multiplied and as the First International became more and more concerned with political questions, sentiment grew for the establishment of an additional international, composed only of trade unions. This matter was discussed at 1.W.A conventions, and the general idea was endorsed at the Universal Socialist Congress in Ghent, in September 1877, Chapter 14, but nothing concrete came of it. Throughout its history, the First International accepted trade union affiliations. The Second International also continued to include trade unions, but the matter of a separate trade union international was discussed already at the Zurich and London Congresses of the Second International in 1893 and 1896. Meanwhile, the urge towards international trade union organization was expressing itself concretely by the formation of international trade conferences and secretariats. The cigar makers in 1871-12, the printers in 1889, and the coal miners in 1890 took the lead in this direction. By 1900 there were 17 of such secretariats, 13 covering major crafts and industries. These movements gave the unions some measure of the inter-country cooperation that the workers found to be indispensable. Pressure for the establishment of an all-inclusive trade union international continued and grew stronger. The British and French trade unionists, says Lorwin, resented the domination of the socialists in the Second International. 14. The American Federation of Labor, which also did not follow the lead of the European social democracy, likewise favored closer international trade union cooperation. To this end it proposed a World Congress of Trade Unionists, to take place in Chicago at the same time as the World's Fair of 1893. This plan fell through when the 1891 Brussels Congress of the Second International refused to endorse it. The big obstructionists in the way of a trade union international were the conservative Social Democrats standing at the head of the German labor movement, the growing Legion machine. Seeing the anti-social democratic orientation of the British, French, and American trade union movements, they were afraid that an independent international movement would escape their control. Although pushed along by the growing movement for international labor cooperation, they, for the time being at least, succeeded in preventing its crystallization in the desired separate trade union international. At a broad trade union conference in Copenhagen, August 21, 1901, called for the purpose of considering the holding of periodic World Trade Union Congresses, the German leaders led the opposition to founding a trade union international. Legion and most of the others in attendance, felt that the Second International was the proper forum for the discussion of the larger problems of labor and that international trade union congresses were unnecessary. 15. However, after a further conference in Stuttgart in 1902, and at a succeeding conference in Dublin in 1903, in response to the growing demand for a trade union international, a compromise proposition was adopted in the shape of the International Secretariat of National Trade Union Centers. The following year this body had as affiliates 14 national centers with 2,378,955 members. 16. This secretariat, made up of 2 representatives from each national center, was scheduled to meet biennially. It served to block the formation of a broad international organization until after World War I. The General Secretary of the International Secretariat was Karl Legian, the Gompers-like head of the German trade union movement. It was also this ubiquitous gentleman who became General Secretary of the International Federation of Trade Unions, which, under increasing French, British, and American pressure, was finally launched in skeleton form in 1913, but which did not become a broad representative international movement until it was reorganized in 1919. At the outbreak of World War I, the IFTU had as affiliates a score of national centers, with some 7,500,000 members, the only important unaffiliated labor movements being those of Japan, Argentina, Bulgaria, and Australia. In Budapest, August 1911, an effort was made by the IWW delegate, W.M.Z. Foster, to have itself seated as representing the labor movement of the United States, but its motion was defeated, only the 2 delegates from the CGT of France voting for it. 18 Imperialism and Milrand, Paris, 1900. The 5th Congress of the Second International met in Paris in September 1900. By now the imperialist epoch of capitalism had well begun. As Marx had long before indicated, world capitalism, evolving from its early stage of competition, had become increasingly monopolist and eventually imperialist. The period 1870 to 1900 was a period of transition to imperialism. Lenin says that, for Europe, the time when the new capitalism definitely superseded the old can be established with fair precision. It was the beginning of the 20th century. 1. In his great book, Imperialism, the Highest Stage of Capitalism, written in 1916, Lenin calls imperialism the monopoly stage of capitalism, the epoch of finance capital. He analyzes it as including the following 5 essential features. The concentration of production and capital, developed to such a high stage that it created monopolies which play a decisive role in economic life. The merging of bank capital with industrial capital and the creation on the basis of this finance capital, of a financial oligarchy. The export of capital, which has become extremely important, as distinguished from the export of commodities. The formation of international capitalist monopolies which share the world among themselves. The territorial division of the whole world by the greatest capitalist powers is completed too. The growth of monopoly capitalism, or imperialism, in the last quarter of the 19th century, was marked by the development of many great industrial and financial cartels, syndicates, and trusts in all the leading capitalist countries. In the United States, which by 1900 had far outstripped England in industrial development, there were already 440 industrial, franchise, and transportation trusts, capitalized at $20 billion, 3, and the next years brought many more. In Germany in 1896 there existed 250 monopolistic cartels, this number jumped to 385 in 1905, and it continued rapidly to increase. In 1870 the 3 biggest French banks had 64 branches, with total deposits of 427 million francs, whereas by 1909 they had 1,229 branches and 4,363 millions in deposits. In England, although its tempo of development was falling far behind that of the United States and Germany, a broad expansion and consolidation of industry and banking were also taking place. Characteristically, the big banker industrialists had become by 1900 not only the real masters of industry, but also of the governments of the respective great capitalist powers. The period of imperialism, based on an intensive growth and monopolization of industry and the domination of financial oligarchies in the chief capitalist countries, also brought with it, by various means, the organized economic and political penetration and subjugation of the less developed countries by the large powers. There took place increasingly the export of capital, which gives the exporting power a commanding position in the importing country. In this respect Great Britain was the leader, its total foreign investments climbing from about £200 million in 1850 to some £2,000 million in 1905,4 and to £4,000 million in 1913. Also, a network of cartel agreements spread over many undeveloped countries, dividing up their markets and natural resources among the imperialist monopolies. Most vital, the imperialist powers proceeded to divide among themselves the various undeveloped territories of the world whose peoples were unable to protect themselves. In the last quarter of the 19th century Africa and Polynesia were taken over almost completely by the marauding imperialist states. From 1884 to 1900, according to Hobson, England grabbed 3.7 million square miles of territory with a population of 57 million, France got 3.6 million square miles with 36.5 million people, Germany 1 million square miles with 17 million people, Belgium 900,000 square miles with 9 million people, and Portugal 800,000 square miles with 9 million people. 5. One of the most dynamic aspects of this growth and evolution of the capitalist system was that, as capitalism always does, it proceeded at widely varying tempos in the several countries. This disparity was according to the law of the uneven development of capitalism, promulgated by Lenin in 1915. Some countries, which previously held a foremost position, now develop their industry at a relatively slow rate, while others, which were formerly backward, overtake and outstrip them by rapid leaps. 6. In 1880, says Eaton, Britain's output of pig iron was 7.7 million tons against Germany's 2.5 million and U.S.'s 3.8 million. By 1913 Britain's output had risen to 10.3 million tons but Germany's had risen to 19.3 million and the U.S.'s to 31 million. 7. Finance capital and the trusts, says Lenin, are increasing instead of diminishing the differences in the rate of development of the various parts of the world economy. 8. This unevenness of capitalist development greatly accentuates the sharp conflicts among the imperialist powers and it is a basic cause of modern imperialist war. 4. As Lenin points out, when the relation of forces is changed, how else, under capitalism, can the solution of contradictions be found, except by resorting to violence? 9. The first of the armed conflicts in this broad period, heralding the advent of ultra-predatory imperialist war in general, were the Spanish-American War of 1898, the Anglo-Boer War of 1899, the intervention of the big powers in China in 1900, and the Russo-Japanese War of 1904. Of special significance also to the world labor movement during the rise of imperialism was the fact that it tended to increase the disparity in wages between the skilled and unskilled workers in the principal capitalist countries. The last quarter of the 19th century, a period of intense industrial expansion and increasing exploitation of labor, was a time of slowly rising real wages in the major capitalist lands. In the pattern of the English employers generally, the capitalists used a portion of the super profits wrung from the colonies to favor the skilled workers at home, with the objective of thus weakening the militancy and solidarity of the working class as a whole. Everywhere, however, the great mass of the workers slaved in near destitution. Thus, whereas in Germany the real wages of the working class, generally at poverty levels, went up from 100 in 1887 to 10% in 1909, those of the labor aristocracy increased to 113 in the same period. 10 Similar conditions obtained in other capitalist countries. They had profound effects upon labor policy, the right opportunist social democrats basing their revisionist theories and class collaboration policies upon the relatively more prosperous labor aristocracy, at the cost of the broad labor movement. This wage trend, however, was to be reversed in later years. The Milrand case. During this period of capitalist upswing and growing imperialism, right opportunism grew in the socialist parties of the chief capitalist countries throughout the Second International. This evil development came to a head at the Paris 1900 Congress in the celebrated cases of Alexander Millerand in France and Edward Bernstein in Germany. The fights around these two opportunists, the first real international struggles between the right and the left in the Second International, shook the organization from one end of it to the other and threatened to split the movement. At the outset, Marxism in France had a hard time to get established, in the face of strong Prudenist, Blanquist, Bakuninist, Broussist, Syndicalist, and other counter-tendencies. As late as 1898 there were no less than 5 socialist parties in France, representing the various groupings. These parties were led by such figures as Guesde, Vaillant, Allemagne, Brousse, and Jaurès. It was not until 1905 that the several groups joined together and formed the United Socialist Party of France. In the fight around the question of Millerandism, the two outstanding party leaders were Jules Guesde and Jean Jaurès. Guesde, 1845–1922, who had supported the Commune, became a Marxist in 1878 and joined the party in the early 1880s, and was one of its pioneers. He was doctrinaire and sectarian, one of the orthodox Marxists. Jaurès, 1859–1914, who was a professor of philosophy at Toulouse University, became a socialist in 1890, and later was one of the founders of the party organ, El Humanite. He stood in the extreme right wing of the party, his socialism being heavily tinged with petty bourgeois republicanism. The background of the Millerand case was the famous Dreyfus affair. Alfred Dreyfus, a Jewish officer in the French army, was framed by military reactionaries for treason, convicted, and finally sent off to Devil's Island. Saturated with anti-Semitism, the case caused profound repercussions in France and throughout the world. In the face of the big uproar nationally and internationally over the outrageous affair, Dreyfus was eventually released and, in 1906, definitely cleared of the false charges. At first, Guesde, true to his left sectarian conceptions, took the attitude that the Dreyfus affair was none of the concern of the proletariat and stood aside from it. Jaurès and his right-wing group, the Independent Socialist Party, going to the other extreme, decided that the fate of French democracy was at stake, and in 1899 had their man, Millerand, without even consulting the party, accept a post in the Waldeck-Rousseau cabinet as Minister of Commerce. In the same cabinet also sat Galifet, the butcher of the Communards. Immediately after Millerand's entry, the government displayed its reactionary character by having its police shoot down striking workers in Martinique and at Châlons. The left defeated in the Paris Congress. The Millerand case occupied the center of attention at the 1900 Congress of the Second International. The Congress had just passed a resolution limiting the possibilities of coalition with the bourgeois parties. In the discussion, specifically around the Millerand case, 3 well-defined positions developed. The first, expressed in the Guesde resolution, condemned Millerand's action in principle, stating that the Congress allows the proletariat to take part in bourgeois governments only in the form of winning seats on its own strength and on the basis of the class struggle, and it forbids any participation whatever of socialists in bourgeois governments, towards which socialists must take up an attitude of unbending opposition. Guesde's position was strongly supported by Vaillant and Rosa Luxemburg, the latter stating, in bourgeois society social democracy, by its very nature, has to play the part of an opposition party, it can only come forward as the governing party on the ruins of the bourgeois state. 11. The second point of view, that of the extreme right, was presented by Jaurès, with his customary eloquence. Like Guesde, Jaurès also raised the matter as a question of principle, but from the opposite direction. He actively defended socialist party coalitions with bourgeois parties, and he specifically endorsed the individual action of Millerand in entering the French cabinet. Jaurès declared that by this action they had saved the Republic, and he pictured such a participation in capitalist governments as the beginning of the socialist revolution. The third point of view centrist was presented by Koskai. He wrote a resolution, known as the Caoutchouc Rubber Resolution, which took the position that the question at issue was not one of principle but of tactics. And, he said, the Congress does not have to decide upon that. After thus leaving the door wide open for such opportunistic maneuvers as that of Milrand, the Koskai resolution proceeded to criticize any socialist who becomes a minister independently of his party, or whenever he ceases to be the delegate of that party. In such a case he should resign. While the left bitterly attacked the Koskai resolution, the right wing, including Jors, rallied behind it. It was finally passed by a vote of 29-G. Each country was entitled to 2 votes. Bulgaria and Ireland voted 2 each against the resolution, with France, Poland, Russia, Italy, and the United States each casting 1 vote against it. 12. This was a stinging defeat for the left. It cleared the way for further opportunist betrayers of the Milrand type. As Lentz remarks, this was the first great defeat for the revolutionary wing of the International. One of the vital lessons of the historic struggle was the manifestation of the growing danger of centrism, as well as of rightism. Koskai, who had been generally taking a position with the left against right opportunism, was directly responsible for the left defeat by his surrender in principle to the right wing, while at the same time making a shallow showing with radical phrases. This was a forecast of his sinister centrist role to come in later years. As for Milrand, he refused to resign from the cabinet, was expelled from the party, and for many years he served the capitalists as a betrayer of labor into the hands of their class enemies. He died in 1943, honored by the capitalist class and leaving a name which to the world's working class remains a symbol of treason to the labor movement. The struggle against militarism and war. Like all other congresses of the First and Second Internationals, the 1900 Congress dealt with the growing danger of militarism and war. This increasing menace was a specific manifestation of the dawning period of imperialism. Rosa Luxemburg presented the main resolution on the question. Her resolution analyzed the capitalist origins of war and proposed 3 major steps to combat it. These were, the education and organization of the youth, socialist members of parliament to vote against military credits, and united anti-war demonstrations to take place during international crises. The resolution was adopted unanimously. As usual, a minority of delegates, mainly from the Latin countries, proposed the general strike as the main means to combat war. This proposal was rejected, with the German opportunist trade union leader, Karl Legion, making a speech against the general strike in principle. Aristide Briand of France, then a loudmouthed phrasemonger and soon to be a renegade, led the fight for the policy of the anti-war general strike. Except for the defeat suffered earlier on the question of Millerandism, due to Koskai's treachery, left sentiment in the Congress was dominant. This was shown on both the questions of militarism and colonialism. In the latter matter, the Congress took the position that the workers should actively combat the colonial policies of the imperialist states, and that socialist parties should be established in the colonial countries. Up to this time, the Second International had grossly neglected the situation of the colonial peoples, nor was the organization, in fact, ever to develop an effective program of struggle for and with the exploited peoples of the colonies. 13. The International Socialist Bureau. An important step taken by the 1900 Congress was the establishment of the International Socialist Bureau, ISB. For a decade, ever since its foundation in 1889, the Second International had gone along with no organized world center whatever. This was a basic weakness, and there was a continuous demand that this glaring political and organizational defect should be remedied. Finally, therefore, the ISB was set up. 14. The ISB was located in Brussels, with a paid secretary and an annual budget of 10,000 francs. The bureau was made up of 2 delegates of each national delegation to the congresses, or in all some 50 to 70 persons. It was to meet 4 times a year, and in the period between meetings the bureau was to be managed by the executive committee of the Belgian Labour Party. The chairman was Van der Velde and the secretary, Camille Huysmans, both Belgians. With the establishment of the ISB, it was also laid down that only those organizations, parties, trade unions, cooperatives, etc. that recognized the general principles of socialism, could affiliate to the International. Henceforth, the congresses, variously known in the past, would be called International Socialist Congresses. The ISB, although constituting a step ahead, still fell far short of the General Council of the First International. The latter was a real leading body, cultivating a true international spirit and action, whereas the new Bureau was still within the category primarily of a correspondence and statistical center. Although somewhat enlarged in later years, and acting as a sort of referee between the quarreling national parties, the functions of the ISB remained very limited. The secretary was charged with the specific tasks of calling the congresses, publishing resolutions, reports, and proceedings, collecting information, and the like. The Bureau was not a body to enforce the decisions of the congresses nor to interpret them. This was left to the voluntary action of the national parties and other affiliated bodies. The rock upon which the Second International finally came to disaster was that of national chauvinism. From the outset, internationalism was at a low level in its life, with the German and other decisive parties insisting upon virtual autonomy in working out their affairs. The failure of the International, for 11 years, to set up any world center at all, and then when it did establish a bureau, its refusal to give this body normal leading powers, were both the consequence and a cultivation of the latent danger of bourgeois nationalism in the affiliated parties. The smash-up in 1914 was the ultimate result of this general trend. Modern imperialism, based upon monopoly capitalism, is not to be confused with the ancient imperialism of Rome, Athens, etc., which was based upon slavery. The SLP voted against the Koski Resolution, the SP for it. 19 Bernstein Revisionism, Amsterdam, 1904. The central question before the Sixth Congress of the Second International, in Amsterdam in 1904, was that of Bernstein Revisionism. This system of opportunism, organically related to that of Milrand, was directly a product of the rise of imperialism in general and of German imperialism in particular. It was also the fruition of right-wing tendencies that had been developing ever since the foundation of the Second International. Eduard Bernstein, 1850–1932, a former bank clerk and son of a railroad engineer, was born in Germany. During the anti-socialist law period he was in exile in England, a co-worker with Engels and the editor of the journal, Social-Democrat. On the basis of characteristic features of the early imperialist period, Bernstein arrived at the conclusion that Marxism was all wrong. Among these features, signalized by Bernstein, were the rapid expansion and relative stability of the capitalist system, the widespread growth of great trusts, the minor increases in the real wages of the workers, particularly the skilled, the great expansion of working-class economic and political organizations, the winning by the workers of certain democratic rights, especially regarding the franchise, and the growth of the new middle class, intellectuals, technicians, etc. On the basis of these developments, Bernstein, who formerly was closely under the influence of the British Fabians in London, developed the general idea that capitalism, instead of becoming obsolete and reactionary, was gradually evolving into socialism. Going far beyond the earlier opportunism of Vollmer, while still pretending to be a Marxist, because of the broad popularity of Marxism among the German working class, Bernstein undertook to revise, i.e., to destroy, Marxism root and branch, in both theory and practice. He first made known his ideas officially in October 1898 in a letter to the convention of the German Social Democratic Party in Hanover. In 1899 he wrote a book embodying his revisionist system entitled, Die Voraussetzungen des Sozialismus, translated into English as Evolutionary Socialism. Bernstein challenged the Marxist theory of surplus value, repudiated the theories of the class struggle and of the materialist conception of history, denied the law of the concentration of capital, and averred that the middle class, instead of declining, was growing. He supported bourgeois patriotism, endorsed Millerandism, and gave his blessing to imperialism and colonialism. He especially attacked the Marxist theory of the relative and absolute impoverishment of the working class, interpreting the temporary small improvements in real wages during the boom period of German imperialism as positive and progressive gains. Ridiculing the term dictatorship of the proletariat, Bernstein declared that a revolution was both unnecessary and impossible. He especially made use of the distorted article of Engels, see chapter 16, in which the latter, because of his stressing the greater obstacles in later times against barricade fighting, was made to appear as if giving up all idea of an eventual revolution. Bernstein presented a gradualist approach to socialism, basically akin to that of the Fabians in Great Britain. He said, a greater security for lasting success lies in a steady advance than in the possibilities offered by a catastrophic crash. 1. He declared that for him the final aim of socialism meant nothing, the day-to-day movement everything. Gompers was saying essentially the same thing. The rigid institutions of feudalism had to be destroyed by violence, as they were, but the flexible institutions of capitalism needed only to be further developed. Denying the reality of the class struggle, Bernstein based his program upon class collaboration, stating that, the right to vote in a democracy makes its members virtually partners in the community, and this virtual partnership must in the end lead to real partnership. Point 2. Rosa Luxemburg, who assailed Bernstein, thus sums up his system. According to the present conception of the party, trade union and parliamentary activity are important for the socialist movement because such activity prepares the proletariat, that is to say, creates the subjective factor of the socialist transformation, for the task of realizing socialism. But according to Bernstein, trade unions and parliamentary activity gradually reduce capitalist exploitation itself. They remove from capitalist society its capitalist character. They realize objectively the desired social change. Point 3. Bernstein thus lays down the anti-Marxist program of right-wing social democracy. It all sums up to an acceptance of capitalism, of trying to make the best of that system. His program remains that of opportunist socialism down to this day. What essentially have since been added to it have been successive injections of Ebertnesky counter-revolution, of Hitlerite anti-Soviet hysteria, and of Keynesian conceptions of progressive capitalism through subsidizing industry. The fight in the German party. The Bernstein letter, which created a sensation, was placed on the agenda at the Stuttgart National Convention of the German Party in 1898, and after a hot 3 days debate, it was rejected. Bernstein's line was also defeated at the Hanover Convention of 1899, but it suffered its biggest setback at the National Party Convention in Dresden in 1903, when it was voted down by 288 to 11. Bebel and Koskai, and especially Bebel, actively led the struggle against Bernstein. Although themselves slipping gradually into a centrist line, they were not prepared to accept the complete surrender of socialism implicit in the Bernstein program. Koskai condemned Bernstein revisionism as an abandonment of the fundamental principles and conceptions of scientific socialism, and upon this basis the fight was made. Especially outstanding in this fight against Bernsteinism was Rosa Luxemburg, 1870 to 1919, the young leader of the German left wing. She was born in Poland, and from 1883 was active in the Socialist Party of that country. After 1897 she turned her main attention to the German Social Democratic Party. She declared that Bernstein's theory meant to renounce the social transformation, the final goal of the social democracy, and inversely, to make of social reforms, the means of the class struggle, its aim. What Bernstein questions is not the rapidity of the development of capitalist society, but the march of the development itself, and consequently, the very possibility of a change to socialism. 4. She made a brilliant refutation of Bernstein's whole line, showing the fundamental incompatibility of opportunism with Marxism. Bernstein revisionism came to a climax at this Dresden Convention of 1903 as a direct result of the important successes of the German social democracy in the elections of that year. Compared with 1898, Its votes had increased from 2.1 million to 3 million, its percentage of the total poll from 18.4 to 24, and the number of its seats from 32 to 55.5. On the basis of this increased strength, the right wing felt that the time had come to insist upon participation in the government, on the Milrand model, in this case to secure the post of vice president of the Reichstag. Vollmer and a large section of the Reichstag fraction supported Bernstein's demand to this effect. Under the existing circumstances, this step would put the party into collaboration with the bourgeoisie and its government, which was precisely what the revisionists wanted. The convention, therefore, overwhelmingly rejected the Bernstein proposals and in a strong resolution condemned working-class participation in capitalist governments. In the discussion, Koskai half-heatedly agreed that he had made an error in the 1900 Congress of the International by soft-pedaling the Milrand treachery. Although defeated at the convention, Bernsteinism dovetailed with the opportunism being developed by the trade union leaders, and the junction of these two tendencies was to wreak havoc with the German party and the whole International. The international struggle against revisionism. The fight over Bernstein revisionism quickly spread throughout the International, practically every important party being involved in it to a greater or lesser degree. Especially urgent became the specific question of socialist participation in capitalist governments. Undoubtedly, the employers in Europe, seeing the rise of the socialist movement, realized that a potent way to undermine and weaken it was by drawing its leaders into the respective governmental cabinets, where they could be controlled and corrupted. Milrand was but the first of a whole flock of traitors in this general respect. Undoubtedly, the employers were behind Bernstein's attempt to get the German social democracy organically tied up with the Kaiser's government. It was in this general period, 1905-06, that John Burns, prominent Labour leader and erstwhile member of the Social Democratic Federation in England, was made a member of the cabinet of Sir Henry Campbell Bannerman, and Aristide Briand and René Viviani, French socialists, were sucked into the cabinets of the Sarrasin and Clemenceau governments. All three of these renegades, in the governments, faithfully served the employers in misleading the workers. Briand and Viviani eventually became premiers of France. Before long, they were to be followed into capitalist governments by many other right-wing traitors to the working class. The struggle against Bernsteinism internationally was made by the broad left, which included many of a centrist trend. In the various countries this fight was typified by the following outstanding figures: in Germany, Bebel, Koskai, and Luxembourg against Bernstein, Legion, and Vollmer; in France, Guesde against Jors; in Russia, Plekhanov and Lenin against Martov; in England, Hindman against Henderson and MacDonald; in the United States, De Leon, Hillquit, and Debs against Berger, Untermann, and Gompers. The fight also went on in all other countries that had substantial socialist and trade union movements. One of the great weaknesses of the broad left in this key struggle was to make a fetish of party unity, not to realize that unity with the Bernsteinites was a source of weakness rather than of strength for the parties. Above all, Lenin understood this danger. It was during this general struggle in 1903 that the Russian Bolsheviks split from the Mensheviks. Rosa Luxemburg also sensed the danger, and at the Dresden Convention of the German Party she proposed to expel all those who voted for Bernstein's proposal, but Bebel and Koskai did not support her. Plekhanov, who was still a Marxist, also favored the expulsion of Bernstein. 6. Generally, the right wing, particularly in the key parties of Germany and Austria, maneuvered against a split. They even voted for motions condemning their position, seeking by the most unprincipled devices to avoid a head-on collision with the powerful left. At any price, they wanted to keep within the mass parties. In the United States, in 1901, the Socialist Party, headed by Debs, Hillquit, and Berger, had been organized in a breakaway from the sectarian Socialist Labor Party, led by De Leon, but the left in the Socialist Party was still much too immature to make a real stand against the blatant Bernsteinites, whose chief spokesman was Victor Berger. White chauvinism in the American Socialist Party. One of the worst forms of opportunism in the Second International was white chauvinism, such as expressed in the American Socialist Party towards the Negro people. For many decades the Negro masses, after being freed from chattel slavery by the Civil War of 1861–65, were subjected to the most barbarous persecution. They were denied the rights of education, to work in industry, to vote as citizens, to serve in the armed forces, to enjoy the common rights of travelers in hotels, railroad cars, etc. And almost weekly the world was shocked by barbarous lynchings in which Negroes were whipped, shot, hanged, or burned to death. But the Socialist Party calmly ignored this whole dreadful situation. It did not demand the abolition of lynching and the Jim Crow system. Kipnis, commenting upon this criminal lethargy, says, "There is no record that the party ever actively opposed discrimination against Negroes from 1901 to 1912, the period of his study. Point 7 Indeed, the party press reeked with white chauvinist slanders of the Negro people, in which such outstanding Bernsteinites as Berger and Untermann were the most notorious offenders. The party itself even theorized its indifference towards the tragic position of the Negro people by declaring repeatedly that, being the party of the working class as a whole, it could not raise special demands for specific groups in the population. The only relief the party held out to the outraged, exploited, and murderously oppressed Negro people was that someday socialism would be established and they would then be freed." In 1903, prior to the Amsterdam Congress, the International Socialist Bureau, stirred by shocking stories of Negro persecution in the United States, wrote to the American Socialist Party as to its stand regarding lynching. This letter brought forth the following shameless white chauvinist reply: "The Socialist Party points out the fact that nothing less than the abolition of the capitalist system and the substitution of the socialist system can provide conditions under which the hunger maniacs, kleptomaniacs, sexual maniacs, and all other offensive and now lynchable human degenerates will cease to be begotten or produced." This shameless justification of lynching apparently did not shock the ISB, for nothing further was heard of the matter. The left carries the Amsterdam Congress. A very important question before the Congress in Amsterdam was the newly begun Russo-Japanese War. This was the first large-scale war of the imperialist period. The two socialist parties most concerned, the Russian and the Japanese, took a sound revolutionary position, strongly opposing the war. The dramatic high point of the Congress came when Plekhanov of Russia shook hands warmly with Sen Katayama of Japan, and they both pledged the solidarity of their respective parties in a common struggle against the war. 9 As usual, however, the resolution for a general strike in case of war was voted down by the Congress. The recent general strikes in Belgium 1902, Sweden 1902, and Holland 1903, were sharply raising this question throughout the International. The major attention of the Amsterdam Congress was directed towards the burning question of Bernsteinism. The heated discussion took up most of the sessions. The German party led the fight. As Lentz says, it appeared at the Amsterdam Congress as the guardian of the Marxist line in opposition to revisionism. 10. The fight against revisionism was led by Babel, Koskai, Plekhanov, Lenin, Luxemburg, Guesde, and de Leon. Jors, aided by van der Velde, Auer, and others, conducted the fight for the right wing. The final battle turned around the adoption of what was substantially the resolution of the Dresden Congress of the German Social Democracy in 1903 on the question, which was reintroduced by the Gestists. This resolution sharply condemned revisionism and ministerialism, and militantly endorsed a class struggle policy. The Jurist following would have been satisfied with the re-endorsement of the Koskai Rubber Resolution of 1900. Adler and van der Velde undertook to come to the rescue of the revisionists with a weasel-worded resolution which, while making a play of class struggle phraseology, specifically failed to condemn revisionism as such. De Leon also introduced a resolution, rejecting outright the Koskai resolution of 4 years earlier. In the Congress balloting, de Leon's resolution got only his own vote. But the Adler-van der Velde resolution almost carried. The vote for it was 21 to 21, but it failed of passage because of the tie vote rule. The Dresden-Amsterdam resolution carried by a vote of 25 to 5, with 6 parties, holding 12 votes, abstaining. The countries voting against were Australia 2, England 1, France 1, Norway 1. The abstainers were Argentina 2, Belgium 2, Denmark 0, Holland 2, Switzerland 2, Sweden 2. The text of the resolution reads as follows. The Dresden-Amsterdam Resolution. The Congress repudiates to the fullest extent possible the efforts of the revisionists who have for their object the modification of our tried and victorious policy based on the class war, and the substitution, for the conquest of political power by an unceasing attack on the bourgeoisie, of a policy of concession to the established order of society. The consequence of such revisionist tactics would be to turn a party striving for the most speedy transformation possible of bourgeois society into socialist society, a party therefore revolutionary in the best sense of the word, into a party satisfied with the reform of bourgeois society. For this reason the Congress, convinced, in opposition to the revisionist tendencies, that class antagonisms, far from diminishing, continually increase in bitterness, declares that the party rejects all responsibility of any sort under the political and economic conditions based on capitalist production, and therefore can in no wise countenance any measure tending to maintain in power the dominant class. The social democracy can strive for no participation in the government under bourgeois society, this decision being in accordance with the Koskai resolution passed at the International Congress of Paris in 1900. The Congress further repudiates every attempt to blur the ever-growing class antagonisms, in order to bring about an understanding with bourgeois parties. The Congress relies upon the socialist parliamentary groups to use their power, increased by the number of their members and by the great accession of electors who support them, to persevere in their propaganda toward the final object of socialism, and, in conformity with our program, to defend most resolutely the interests of the working class, the extension and consolidation of political liberties, in order to obtain equal rights for all, to carry on more vigorously than ever the fight against militarism, against the colonial and imperialist policy, against injustice, oppression, and exploitation of every kind, and finally to exert itself energetically to perfect social legislation and to bring about the realization of the political and civilizing mission of the working class. 11. The combined left and center won the victory at the Congress, but obviously the right wing was not decisively beaten. The strength of the revisionists was shown in full in the vote on the sneaky right-wing Adler-Vandervelde resolution, which so narrowly escaped passage. The large number of abstentions on the main resolution was a further manifestation of opportunist strength. The International was yet to hear much from the Bernstein revisionists, to its own ultimate disaster. 20. Lenin, the party of a new type. By the turn of the century the historic trend of the Second International was definitely away from Marxism and towards right opportunism. The major parties comprised in the International were increasingly falling victim to petty bourgeois illusions bred by the prosperity of the upswing period of imperialism in their respective countries. True, the right wing was defeated in the Amsterdam Congress of 1904, and during the next few years it was also to suffer many other formal defeats, especially in the German party, the eventual stronghold of revisionism. Yet the right wing generally tended to become stronger and, with its revisionist program, to get more and more entrenched in the leadership of the several socialist parties. Moreover, the developing and vacillating center group was proving steadily less capable of resisting the advancing right and was tending constantly to surrender to it. As for the weak left wing in most of Europe, it was generally confused, immature, and quite unable to overcome the process of political degeneration that was gradually engulfing the International. Powerful opposition from the left nevertheless was developing against the stifling revisionism of the Second International, and by 1904 it was already well marked. Its center was in Russia, an industrially backward country that had hitherto played only a small role in the International, and its leader was Lenin, who was generally but little known at that time in world labor circles. The Russian Social Democratic Workers' Party could and did come forth as the leading Marxist, anti-revisionist force in the Second International. This occurred basically because, whereas in the Western capitalist countries the socialist revolution seemed vague and far off, in Russia, as the follow-up of the impending bourgeois revolution, it was obviously knocking at the door and imperatively demanding basic attention. The new revolutionary program, developed chiefly by Lenin, was Bolshevism, or as it came to be later known, Marxism-Leninism. Leninism, says Stalin, is the Marxism of the epoch of imperialism and the proletarian revolution. 1. Marxism-Leninism was the product of developing world imperialism and the Russian Revolution. Its natural point of origin was Tsarist Russia, where the contradictions of imperialism were the sharpest, and where the proletarian revolution was rapidly brewing. The great significance of Lenin is that, with his brilliant intellect and indomitable revolutionary spirit, he was able to interpret theoretically the basic economic and political currents of the imperialist period and to translate them into successful revolutionary action. Lenin and his work. Lenin, 1870–1924, was born on April 10, 1870, in Simbirsk, Russia. His father, by birth a peasant, had become a school teacher, and his mother was also of modest origin. His older brother Alexander, one of the most active organizers of Narodnaya Volya, People's Will, a terrorist organization, was hanged by the Tsar's government in 1887. The same year Lenin entered the Kazan University, the universities in St. Petersburg and Moscow being barred against him as the brother of an executed revolutionary. He at once became active in the university's revolutionary student movement and got expelled 1 month after his entry. He finally managed, however, chiefly on the basis of self-study, to get a degree in law from St. Petersburg, but he never practiced the profession. He participated vigorously in the workers' revolutionary movement, for which in 1897 he was banished to Siberia for 3 years. Thereafter, except for a short while during the time of the Revolution of 1905, he lived abroad until early in 1917. Like Marx and Engels, Lenin was a man both of theory and action. Not only did he resurrect the main theories of Marx, which the revisionists thought they had safely buried forever, but he also developed Marxism further to embrace the many problems generated by the period of imperialism in all countries. All his adult life Lenin was an active participant in the concrete struggles of the workers. The synthesis of his immense theoretical and practical work was his triumphant leadership of the workers and peasants in the Great Russian Revolution of November 1917. Lenin, who collided with the revisionists on all major points, especially attacked their fundamentally wrong analysis of imperialism. The revisionists saw in the phenomena of expanding imperialism the softening of class antagonisms, the necessity of class collaboration, the transformation of the state into an organism standing apart from classes, the increase of capitalist stability, the development of organized capitalism, and generally the ending of the period of revolution and the opening up of opportunities for the workers to make a gradual and peaceful advance to socialism. They considered the works of Marx and Engels obsolete, as applying only to the earlier, competitive state of capitalism. Lenin, on the other hand, saw in imperialism the intensification of class and national antagonisms, the beginning of the decline of capitalism, the opening of a new era of great wars and revolutions. He defended the writings of Marx and Engels as having full validity in this period, and he made them the basis of all his further analysis and revolutionary activity. The building of a revolutionary program. On this basis Lenin, in practice and in his many great writings, proceeded to re-establish the whole body of Marxian theory, which the revisionist heads of the Second International had long since discarded. As against the revisionist acceptance of bourgeois democracy and of the bourgeois state, Lenin demonstrated with crushing force that the capitalist state was an organ of the capitalist class for the repression of the working class, and that the workers, in order to emancipate themselves, would have to destroy it and to construct a new regime. He further demonstrated in theory, as well as by the practice of the Paris Commune, and finally by the Russian Revolution itself, that the form of social organization the victorious workers would set up after the abolition of capitalism would be none other than the dictatorship of the proletariat, so brilliantly foreseen by Marx and Engels. On the solid foundation of Marxist principles, Lenin also widely developed proletarian revolutionary strategy and tactics for the period of imperialism, and he directly cultivated the Marxist forces in many countries. Among the basic propositions worked out by him were, the leading role of the proletariat in all present-day revolutions, bourgeois or socialist, the alliance between the workers and the peasantry, and between the workers in the imperialist countries and the peoples in the colonial lands, the class differentiation in the villages, the question of self-determination for oppressed peoples, the relationship between immediate demands and the fight for socialism, the role of the trade unions and their relationship to the party, the law and techniques of proletarian insurrection, the general structure upon which socialism will be built, the possibility of the establishment of socialism in one country, the growing over of the bourgeois revolution into the proletarian revolution, and many more. All this was in fundamental contrast to the current right-wing policies of tailing the working class after the bourgeoisie, casting off the peasantry as a reactionary mass, having contempt for self-determination and the struggles of the colonial peoples, concentrating solely upon immediate demands, and their general failure to consider or to fight for socialism. One of Lenin's greatest accomplishments was to theorize and construct the Communist Party itself, without which all talk of working-class emancipation and socialism would be vain chatter. In opposition to the bourgeois conceptions of the right wing for an amorphous party, without a real program, including all sorts of trimmers and opportunists and bereft of discipline, Lenin built a party on the basis of the principles laid down by Marx and Engels, that is, as the vanguard of the proletariat. Lenin's is a party of revolutionists, based on the working class and its allies, made up of the best fighters and most devoted workers in the labor movement, the various people's organizations, cooperatives, etc., self-critical, and with a highly developed Marxist ideology, a party which in every respect, on the battlefields, in the workshops, on the farms, in the colleges, and in the legislative halls, truly stands at the head of the working class and the whole nation. The Communist Party, as conceived and forged by the great Lenin, is the most highly developed type of political organization ever produced by humankind, an indispensability for achieving socialism. With his great political and organizational program, Lenin laid down the science of revolutionary struggle for the period of imperialism, and he therewith provided the theoretical basis for the later revolutions in Russia, China, Czechoslovakia, Poland, Hungary, Bulgaria, East Germany, Romania, Albania, Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, Indochina, Korea, and many others that are still to come. By the time of the outbreak of the Russian Revolution in 1905, Lenin had already worked out most of the main essentials of his revolutionary program, which constituted the basic challenge to the revisionism that was becoming increasingly dominant in the Second International. Early development of the party in Russia. The first organized Marxist force in Russia was the Emancipation of Labor Group, formed in 1883 by G. V. Plekhanov, together with Martov, Paul Axelrod, Varazay Sulich, and Leo Deutsch. 2 Plekhanov, 1856–1918, was formerly a Narodnik, or populist, but became a Marxist, and in his early years he was one of the most brilliant Marxist theorists in the whole Second International. His eventual general orientation, however, was away from Marxism, through centrism to revisionism. Lenin, arriving in St. Petersburg in 1893, became active in the Marxist ranks, organizing there the League of Struggle for the Emancipation of the Working Class. Lenin's group took a militant part in the growing strike movement and in further clarifying the line of the Russian Marxists, thus preparing the way for the foundation of a national Marxist political organization. As a Marxist party must, the party in Tsarist Russia grew in struggle, not only against the employers and the reactionary landlords, but also against the various alien political tendencies arising among the working class and its allies. The first ideological enemy that it had to overcome was Narodism, populism. The Narodniks, while vaguely advancing a socialist perspective, erroneously held that the principal revolutionary force was not the working class, but the peasantry, and that the rule of the Tsars and the landlords could be overthrown by peasant revolts alone. 3. The Narodniks belittled the future development of capitalism and the proletariat in Russia. Plekhanov, and later Lenin, waged a brilliant polemic against the petty bourgeois Narodniks. They pointed out the rapid capitalist development that was already taking place in Russia, and they demonstrated the factors making for its continued growth. They proved the proletariat to be the leading revolutionary class and argued for a program of organized political action on the basis of the working class. They condemned the Narodniks, People's Will Group, advocacy of individual terrorism. The general result of this historic ideological warfare was to establish the hegemony of Marxism in the ranks of the working class. The Narodniks, however, retained their strength among the peasantry, and later, as socialist revolutionaries, they were to play a very important part in the oncoming revolutions. After the arrest of Lenin and in the midst of the developing trade union struggle, specifically in 1899, a new deviating group appeared in the ranks of Russian workers. These were the so-called economists. They declared that the workers should be called upon to wage only an economic struggle against their employers. As for the political struggle, that was the affair of the liberal bourgeoisie, to whom the leadership of the political struggle was left. They were the first group of compromisers and opportunists within the ranks of the Marxist organizations in Russia. Lenin identified this opportunist group with the Bernstein revisionists, and after his return in 1900 from Siberia, with sledgehammer blows, he routed it. During this historic controversy, Lenin, in his book, What is to be Done?, composed the most profound analysis of trade unionism ever written. Still another major deviation within Russian Marxist ranks in these crucial, formative years, was that of the legal Marxists, led by Peter Struve and others. This group cut out the very core of Marxism, namely, the doctrine of the proletarian revolution and the dictatorship of the proletariat. They strove to subordinate and adapt the working class movement to the interests of bourgeois society, to the interests of the bourgeoisie. Relentlessly, Lenin tore into this petty bourgeois tendency and broke up its following, such as it was, among the workers. The legal Marxists, what was left of them, eventually went over outright to the Octobrists and Constitutional Democrats, the main parties of the capitalists in the 1917 revolution. During these intense and profound ideological struggles, Lenin quickly came forward as the main spokesman of Russian Marxism, early outstripping the former leader, Plekhanov. It was then, too, that Lenin wrote several of his famous books and pamphlets, laying the foundations of communism in Russia, including, Development of Capitalism in Russia, What the Friends of the People Are and How They Fight Against the Social Democrats, What is to be Done? And the Tasks of the Russian Social Democrats. The first attempt to establish the party on a national scale took place in 1898 while Lenin was in Siberian exile. 9 Marxists met in Minsk in March of that year and set up the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party at an underground convention. In the face of the existing Tsarist terrorism, however, the effort did not prosper. Immediately after the convention, the Central Committee members were all arrested. The new organization, with no concrete program or constitution and with but few members, did not succeed in establishing definite bonds among the widely scattered Marxist groups. The party did not actually get established until 5 years later. The Birth of Bolshevism, London, 1903. The London Convention, which founded the party, met in the midst of a rising wave of mass struggle in Russia. There was an industrial crisis which largely crippled the industries between 1901-3, and there were big strikes in many parts of the country. These strikes, constantly becoming broader and more revolutionary in tone, were met with brutal violence from the Tsar's government. During 1902 the movement spread to the peasants and they set fire to the landlords' mansions and seized their lands. Students also became involved, and militant demonstrations took place in many universities. Russia was building up to the revolution of 1905. Lenin laid solid preparations for the construction of the party in London. He led in the establishment of the journal, Iskra, he published his famous book, What is to be Done?, and he led a broad educational campaign among the various Marxist groups. Already in this preliminary work, Lenin gave a clear picture of the disciplined, vanguard party that was to be built. The Congress opened on July 30, 1903, in Brussels, but owing to police persecution it had to be moved to London. There were 43 delegates, representing 26 organizations. The Iskraists had some 24 solid supporters. Lenin, Plekhanov, Martov, Axelrod, Zasulich, and Trotsky were present. Stalin was not there, being in Siberian exile. The opposition opposed the introduction into the program of the dictatorship of the proletariat, which no other party in the Second International specifically endorsed. They also opposed including the right of self-determination and the formulation of demands for the peasantry. The program had both minimum, immediate, and maximum, ultimate, demands. Lenin, with the cooperation of Plekhanov, beat back the opposition, and the revolutionary Iskra program was adopted. The central fight took place over the party constitution. Around this organizational question the two opposing political currents in the convention took shape. Lenin's plan, supported then by Plekhanov, provided that one could be a member of the party who accepted its program, supported it financially, and belonged to one of its basic organizations 6, whereas Martov, supported among others by Trotsky, wanted a broad, amorphous organization. To be a member all one needed was to accept the program and support the party financially, actual membership and activity not being necessary. The difference was that Lenin wanted a fighting revolutionary party, a strong vanguard party, whereas the opposition strove for a loose, undisciplined organization, on the opportunist social democratic model of the West. Lenin could not make his conception fully prevail at the Congress, but when it came to the election of a central committee and editors for the Iskra, Lenin's group prevailed. It was in this vote in the elections that the two factions acquired their historic names of Bolsheviks, majority, and Mensheviks, minority. After the convention the factional fight became intense, and by January 1905 the party was split, each group having its own central body and press. During this struggle Lenin produced his famous book on party program and organization, One Step Forward, Two Steps Back. He led the Bolsheviks, while Martov, with increasing help from Plekhanov and Trotsky, led the Mensheviks. The International intervenes. In line with the decision of the Second International at Amsterdam in 1904, that only one party from each country could be affiliated, the International Socialist Bureau intervened in the Russian party split, with the avowed aim of establishing unity. In February 1905 a proposition was adopted in the ISB to set up an arbitration committee headed by Babel, to consider the Russian situation. This amounted to letting the German party settle the Russian factional fight. The Mensheviks accepted the proposal and nominated Kosky and Clara Zetkin as their representatives. Lenin, however, refused to agree, stating that the issue was a matter of principle and therefore a question for a party congress rather than for an arbitration committee to dispose of. This whole incident was important chiefly as showing how little Lenin's position was understood or accepted by the left's Babel, Kosky, and others in the International at this time. In Die Neue Zeit, the chief weekly of the German Social Democracy, Rosa Luxemburg wrote unsympathetically of Lenin's group, and Kosky, the editor of the paper, refused to publish Lenin's side of the controversy. Protesting against such treatment, Lenin declared that Luxemburg's article extolled disorganization and treachery and condemned Kosky's action as an attempt to muffle our voice in the German social democratic press by such an unheard of, rude, and mechanical device as the boycott of the pamphlet 7. Kosky declared that if he had been present at the Second Congress London, 1903 he would have voted for Martov, against Lenin 8. The development of the revolution in Russia brought the feudal party unity negotiations to an end. The International had no inkling of the tremendous political significance of the crystallization of the Bolshevik movement in Russia. Lenin's party of the new type meant the shaping of a strong turn, away from the opportunist-infected parties of the West which were increasingly forgetting the principles and perspectives of Marx, and toward the beginning of a truly revolutionary party, based firmly upon the elementary principles laid down in the Communist Manifesto. This was, in fact, the seed corn of a new and better international, which the revolutionary course of events eventually was to bring to fruition. Che victory of Lenin's group in Russian Marxist circles was, with the years, to have profound effects not only within the Second International, but throughout the entire world. 21. The Russian Revolution of 1905. The Russo-Japanese War, 1904-05, was an imperialist clash between two great rival powers striving to dismember and to occupy the northern areas of China, Manchuria. Anticipating the Pearl Harbor pattern, Japan struck first, without declaring war, inflicting crippling damage upon the Russian fleet at Port Arthur on February 8, 1904. This was the first of a series of naval and military disasters for Tsar Nicholas II's forces. Incompetent, corrupt, arrogant, the Russian high command suffered one blow after another. Port Arthur was lost in December 1904, a crushing defeat was suffered at Mukden in February 1905, where of 300,000 Russian troops, 120,000 were killed, wounded, or missing. In May 1905, the Russian fleet was wiped out at the Battle of Tsushima, and on August 23, 1905, under the chairmanship of President Theodore Roosevelt, the peace treaty was signed in Portsmouth, NH, stripping Russia of Port Arthur, southern Sakhalin, its Korean sphere of influence, and the whole of southern Manchuria. It was a disastrous defeat for Russian imperialism. The rising revolutionary wave. From the outset, the Russian workers had no taste for this reactionary, imperialist war. They were already in a revolutionary mood, which was greatly accentuated by the brutal slaughter of the war and by the criminal actions of the Tsar's government and field officers, who sent half-starved, half-armed troops in to be butchered ruthlessly. The bitter tragedy of the war added to overflowing to the cup of misery of the oppressed people, and they replied with the Great Revolution of 1905.1. This began even while the war was going on. It was the first example of transforming an imperialist war into a people's revolution. The historic movement started with a series of strikes. These were headed mainly, but not exclusively, by the Bolshevik wing of the party. In December of 1904, a big Bolshevik-led strike of oil workers developed in Baku. It resulted in a victory and a collective agreement for the workers, something unheard of previously in Russia. The Baku strike, says Stalin, was the signal for the glorious actions in January and February all over Russia. Many other strikes developed, chief among them the January strike in the biggest metal works of St. Petersburg, the Putilov shops, a party stronghold. The strike quickly spread all over the city. There one of the most tragic events in Russian labor history took place, the Bloody Sunday massacre before the Winter Palace in St. Petersburg on January 9, 1905. The peaceful demonstration of 140,000 persons was led by the priest Gapon, who had secret police connections. The Bolsheviks warned the workers that the Tsar's officers would order the troops to fire upon them, but nevertheless the demonstration went ahead. The masses' petition demanded amnesty, civic liberty, normal wages, the land to be gradually transferred to the people, convocation of a constituent assembly on the basis of universal and equal suffrage too. As the party had warned, the Tsar turned his guns against the unarmed masses, with the result that more than 1,000 were killed and 2,000 wounded in a horrible butchery. The Tsar hoped by this frightfulness to crush the general strike in St. Petersburg and also to terrorize the workers all over Russia. But it had just the reverse effect. A great cry of outrage went up from the Russian masses, in fact from labor all over the world. The revolutionary movement, instead of being extinguished, blazed up with vastly greater vigor. Strikes broke out in many parts of the country. During January 440,000 workers struck, or more than in the previous 10 years. The revolution had begun. During the next several months, as the war against Japan still went on, the strike movement spread into all the industrial centers. Lenin says that in this revolutionary year there were some 2,800,000 strikers, or twice the total number of workers. In Lodz, Poland, the workers built barricades in the streets and fought off the troops. And in Ivanovo-Voznesensk, an important textile center, the workers, in a long, fiercely fought strike, set up a Council of Representatives, which was actually one of the first Soviets of workers' deputies in Russia. 3. The revolutionary movement also spread to the peasantry. Lenin states that during the autumn of 1905, the peasants burned down no less than 2,000 estates and distributed among themselves the provisions that the predatory nobility had robbed from the people. 4. Among various of the oppressed nationalities, revolutionary sentiment also flared up. Students tore up the Tsar's pictures and the Russian school books, and they shouted to the government officials, "Go back to Russia." Polish pupils demanded a Soviet. Sensational was the revolt of the battleship Prince Potemkin, in the Black Sea in June. The other warships of the fleet refused to fire upon the rebellious crew. Finally, however, running out of coal and provisions, the Potemkin had to steam to Romania and surrender there. Frightened at the growing revolution, the Tsar, on August 19, conceded a Duma of the empire to the Russian people. Based on a crassly unjust system of class voting, this was to be a sort of advisory parliament, and its political purpose was to divert the rising revolutionary current into harmless parliamentary channels. It was the time-honored Bismarckian device of ruling classes, who, finding themselves unable to rule solely by violence, also made use of pseudo-political concessions. 2 tactics, Menshevik and Bolshevik. The Russian Social Democratic Labor Party grew rapidly in the great mass upheaval. The hundreds of revolutionary Social Democrats, said Lenin, suddenly grew into thousands. But the party was split, not formally but actually, into Menshevik and Bolshevik sections. In order to secure some degree of united action, the Bolsheviks tried to bring the Mensheviks into the party convention in London in April 1905, but the latter refused, and instead held their own convention, in Geneva. As a result, 2 conflicting political lines were developed. The disputes between the 2 groups over organizational questions emerged, as Lenin well understood beforehand, as sharply varying political programs of action. 5. The Mensheviks understood the current struggle in Russia to be simply a bourgeois revolution of the old style. Therefore, according to them, the bourgeoisie had to lead it. The role of the working class was to support the bourgeoisie in overthrowing Tsarist absolutism, but in so doing it must not engage in revolutionary activities on its own account, as this would frighten the bourgeoisie into the arms of feudal ultra-reaction. The peasantry they wrote off as non-revolutionary, a viewpoint shared by Trotsky. Plekhanov said that, apart from the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, we perceive no social forces in our country in which oppositional or revolutionary combinations might find support. 6. The Menshevik perspective after victory was for a long developmental period of Russian capitalism, with the prospect of socialism being shoved away off into the dim future, presumably to await some distant time when the workers would quietly vote themselves into power. The Bolsheviks also understood the developing revolution to be bourgeois in character, but at this point their agreement with the Mensheviks ceased. The proceedings of the London Convention of the party and also Lenin's great book, 2 Tactics of Social Democracy in the Democratic Revolution, written shortly after the convention, attacked the Menshevik position at all decisive points and developed a basically different analysis and program. Lenin made it clear that the bourgeoisie could not and would not firmly lead the revolution. Afraid of the working class, it would tend to compromise with Tsarism, as it did. Therefore, the working class must lead. Lenin also saw in the peasantry a powerful revolutionary ally, as it was, which would march under the general leadership of the proletariat. Lenin envisioned a fundamentally different revolutionary perspective, not the establishment of a classical-type bourgeois government and then a decades-long, indefinite period before socialism would be introduced, such as was previously the widespread social democratic belief, but the immediate setting up of a democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry. This, although still within the framework of capitalism, would have the objective of a relatively rapid transition to a socialist regime. Said Lenin, from the democratic revolution we shall at once, and according to the degree of our strength, the strength of the class-conscious and organized proletariat, begin to pass over to the socialist revolution. We stand for continuous revolution. We shall not stop halfway. 7. Contrary to the Mensheviks, Lenin understood clearly that the revolution could be victorious only through armed struggle. This was the sole effective answer that the workers and peasants could make to brutal Tsarist autocrats who had replied with Bloody Sunday to the peaceful demands of the people. The pacifist illusions of the Mensheviks in this respect were highlighted by Plekhanov's revealing and treacherous remark after the defeat of the December uprising: they should not have taken up arms. Lenin's general revolutionary line, based fundamentally upon principles laid down long before by Marx, represented in the conditions of modern imperialism a new program. It was basically opposed to the general theories and policies prevalent throughout the Second International, of which the Russian Menshevik program was typically representative. Lenin's was the broad revolutionary path along which the Russian workers and peasants, in November 1917, were to march to victory over the ruins of Tsarism and capitalism, and which was to open new perspectives to the workers of the whole world. The high tide of the revolution and reaction. During the fall of 1905 the revolution took on great impetus. In October a general strike of railroad workers swept the country. This strike was joined by hosts of workers in other industries, also by government employees, students, and intellectuals. About 1,500,000 workers struck. In the center of the strikes was the demand for the 8-hour day. Peasant uprisings multiplied in large sections of the country, national revolts began to take shape, and scattered mutinies occurred in the army and navy. The Bolshevik slogan of the political mass strike had come into reality. Crook calls it the greatest political mass strike that the world had known. 8. Soviets of workers' deputies, in many instances including peasants, sprang up in Moscow, St. Petersburg, and many other cities and towns. On October 17, the Tsar issued another manifesto to the people, this time promising them political reforms and a legislative Duma. The Bolsheviks had boycotted his first consultative Duma proposal. They also boycotted the second one. The Mensheviks, on the other hand, who did not want to overthrow Tsarism by uprising but to reform and improve it, fell right into line with the Duma plans of the Tsar. The Mensheviks sank into the morass of compromise and became vehicles of the bourgeois influence on the working class, virtual agents of the bourgeoisie within the working class. 9. The climax of the revolution was the December 1905 uprising in Moscow. Lenin had returned to Russia in November, remaining in hiding from the Tsar's police. The party issued a call for an armed uprising. The political strike had grown into insurrection. The call met with wide support among the masses, but with determined opposition from the Mensheviks and other opportunists. Trotsky, Parvus, and others, leading the St. Petersburg Soviet, the most important of all, kept that body from responding to the call for armed struggle. On December 20, the insurrection began in Moscow. Barricades quickly spread over the city, and for 9 days an heroic but losing struggle was conducted in the face of the Tsar's overwhelming armed forces. There were uprisings also in Krasnoyarsk, Perm, Novorossiysk, Sormovo, Sevastopol, and Kronstadt, but they were all crushed. During 1906 and 1907 the strike wave continued, but on a diminishing scale. The crest of the revolution had passed. On June 3, 1907, the Tsar dissolved the Duma, and the reaction under Premier Stolypin formally set in. What was left of the freedom won in 1905 was ruthlessly abolished. But the Russian working class soon recovered from its defeat. Despite severe terrorism and repression, already by 1912 the workers were again on the advance with broad strikes and political struggles. But this time they were developing a cumulative strength that was able to carry them through to ultimate victory. There were various elementary reasons why the revolution of 1905 failed. 10 among them were the lack of a stable alliance between the workers and the peasants, the disinclination of a large section of the peasants to fight for the overthrow of Tsardom, and the help received by the Tsar's government, politically and financially, 2 billion rubles, 11 from the Western imperialist powers. But the most important factor in the defeat was the political split in the party itself, with the Mensheviks sabotaging every phase of the struggle. Lenin called the 1905 revolution a dress rehearsal for the Great November Revolution of 1917, and a part of that dress rehearsal was that the right-wing Social Democrats had their apprenticeship in counter-revolution. The International and the Revolution. The 1905 revolution produced far-reaching repercussions throughout the world of labor. It also had a deep influence upon the oppressed peoples of the Middle and Far East, as the oncoming national liberation revolutions in China, Persia, and Turkey were soon to make clear. Capitalist circles all over the world also were deeply shocked by the great upheaval. Never since the days of the Paris Commune had they seen socialism thus staring them in the face, but this time it was on a vastly broader and more threatening scale. The whole capitalist system felt the great earthquake shock. One of the pronounced effects of the revolution was to speed up the ideological differentiation within the labor movement. In the light of the powerful attempt of the Russian toilers to overthrow Tsarist absolutism, theoretical disputes between the various groupings took on real flesh and blood. From this period on, the internal tendencies and groupings became definitely more marked. The right became more conscious and aggressive, the center began to assume more concrete shape and to veer more to the right, and the left started to feel its way towards a definite program and organization. The revolution developed a host of urgent lessons for the international movement. It made clear many vital questions: the application of the armed insurrection under modern conditions, the methods and results of the mass political strike, the relation between the bourgeois and the socialist revolutions, the role of Soviets as the base of the future society, the indispensability of a solid, disciplined Marxist party, the treacherous role of the Mensheviks, the anarchists, and the socialist revolutionaries. It was fundamental that these elementary lessons be brought home to the workers of the world. The left wing, and to some extent the center, tried to do this. Lenin wrote voluminously and brilliantly on the revolution. Rosa Luxemburg said that the labor movement would be many years in absorbing the basic lessons that the great struggle had to teach. The right opportunists, however, understood from the start that, at all costs, they had to keep from the workers the real message of the revolution. So for the most part their discussion of the great upheaval was confined to pouring out glowing praises in public speeches for the heroism of the Russian workers. The 1905 revolution belongs more to the tradition of the First and Third Internationals than to that of the Second International. The right opportunists were especially anxious to keep from the workers in the West the tremendous significance of the Russian workers taking up arms. They had thought that by the distortion of Engels' article, see chapter 16, they had forever done away with this most inconvenient question. They took refuge in Plekhanov's treacherous comment, they should not have taken up arms, and they undertook, and largely succeeded, in brushing aside the whole matter on the basis that such a resort to armed struggle, a sign of the feudal primitiveness of Russia, could not take place in the Western capitalist countries where the workers generally had the franchise. The revisionists were thus able to blur over the validity of the traditional revolutionary weapon, the insurrection, which the workers had learned side by side with the petty bourgeoisie in many revolutions, but they could not, however, fully obscure the significance of that great modern revolutionary weapon, developed by the workers themselves, the general strike. The question of the political mass strike. Throughout the life of the First and Second Internationals there had been an insistent demand, which was raised at almost every Congress, to endorse the use of the general strike, usually as a means to fight war or as the road to the revolution, but sometimes also as a means to win the vote for the workers. However, the proposition was generally voted down, except in the 1868 Congress of the First International, when it was adopted as an anti-war measure. In later years, the right-wing opportunists and revisionists outdid themselves in proving how, under any and all circumstances, the general strike was an impossibility. They argued that it was wrong in principle. General strikes in various European countries since 1900, but especially in the Revolution of 1905, knocked this nonsense into a cocked hat. With their huge mass political strikes, the Russian Bolsheviks had demonstrated beyond any doubt the great power of this elementary weapon as one of the highest forms of the workers' struggle. Consequently, Sentiment for the mass strike spread rapidly in many countries. Rosa Luxemburg especially championed it in the Second International. 12 in Vienna, in October 1905, when the news reached there of the Great Russian strikes, the Social Democratic Party, then in convention, adjourned and prepared for an immediate mass strike. Mass demonstrations began, and on November 28 the industries all over Austria were paralyzed by a solid walkout demonstration. 13 barricades were erected in Prague. The central demand was for universal suffrage. In January 1907, after stalling the issue as long as possible, the vote was granted by the government under the threat of a still broader general strike. In the spring elections of that year, the Austrian party got over 1 million votes and its parliamentary representation increased from 11 to 87. The issue of the mass strike came to a head in the German Social Democracy, the basic organization of the Second International. The question was to knock out the class system of voting and to establish the universal, direct, secret, and equal suffrage. Thus, in Prussia in the 1903 elections the Socialists polled 314,149 votes and the Conservatives 324,137, but the Conservatives got 143 representatives and the Socialists got none. The revisionist leaders promptly saw the great danger the proposition of the political mass strike held for their whole program of class collaboration, and they resolved to kill it by any means. Already in May 1905, the Legion leaders of organized labor, at their trade union convention in Cologne, sharply condemned the general strike. They knew the question was later to be passed upon by the convention of the party and they undertook to predetermine the latter's action. The resolution, overwhelmingly adopted, said, "The Congress considers that the general strike, as it is portrayed by the anarchists and other people without any expression in the sphere of the economic struggle, is unworthy of discussion. It warns the working class against neglecting its day-to-day work by the acceptance and dissemination of such ideas." 14. The Social Democratic Party Congress met in Jena in September 1905. Bebel made a report on the mass political strike, presenting it as a defensive weapon. Rosa Luxemburg, Clara Zetkin, and others on the left, made vigorous Marxist speeches for the political strike. The center wobbled on the question, but the right wing made an all-out offensive against it. Legion, David, and other opportunists denounced the general strike as general nonsense, asserted that in any case it was impossible, and declared that it constituted the revolution itself. The convention, however, voted overwhelmingly in the sense of Bebel's report, adopting a resolution which gave a limited endorsement of the mass political strike, as follows: in the event of an attack on the universal, equal, direct, and secret franchise, or on the right of association, it is the duty of the whole working class to use every means which is appropriate to ward off the attack. The Party Congress considers that one of the most effective means of preventing such a political crime against the working class or of winning rights which are essential to their emancipation is the widest possible use of mass cessation of work. 15. The contrary actions of the National Trade Union and Party conventions, one condemning the general strike and the other endorsing it, thus created a crisis in the German labor movement. It was the climax of the tug-of-war that had been developing for several years between the authority of the unions and that of the party, or more concretely, between the clique of reactionary bureaucrats who were controlling the already powerful trade unions and the group of more radically inclined petty bourgeois intellectuals who were dominating the party. A way was found out of this impasse by holding a secret conference at Mannheim in February 1906 between the Central Committee of the party and the General Commission of the Trade Unions, at which the party leaders agreed not only to abandon their project for mass political strikes, but also to accept the trade union leaders' ultimatum that the matter could not even be discussed in the ranks of the labor unions. Bebel organized the surrender. 16. The surrender of the Bebel-Koski party leadership to the opportunist trade union bureaucrats marked a tragic milestone in the history of the German social democracy. It enormously strengthened the position of the right wing and weakened that of the center and left groups. The opportunist trade union leaders became dominant in the party. Illustrative of the type of leadership then in the party, the Reichstag representatives, from 1903 to 1906, consisted of the following: 13 intellectuals and bourgeois, 15 petty bourgeois, 54 of proletarian origin, most of whom were high trade union officials. 17 The 1906 debacle largely laid the basis for the lineup of revisionist leadership that was to mislead the German working class to overwhelming disaster a decade later in the First Great World War. Lenin later called this second boycott a mistake, as the revolution by then was on the downgrade, the first boycott being justified by the fact that the revolutionary wave was then rising. He became a German agent in World War I. 22 Colonialism and War, Stuttgart, 1907. The 7th Congress of the Second International was held at Stuttgart in August 1907, the first of such world congresses of labor ever to take place in Germany. In attendance were some 1,000 delegates, a number which was in striking contrast to the tiny congresses held by the First International a generation before. The reports to the Congress showed a continuous and rapid growth of the workers' organizations in many countries, parties, trade unions, cooperatives, and an atmosphere of enthusiasm prevailed. A demonstration of 50,000 workers opened the Congress. The whole labor world focused its attention upon this important international gathering. Since the meeting of the Second International in Amsterdam in 1904, the tremendous political fact of the Russian Revolution had taken place. But the opportunist leaders of the International, as Lentz remarks, did not want the Congress to pay too much attention to this great event, for it was packed with explosive lessons. So, in their speeches they confined themselves mostly to glowing praise for the heroism of the Russian workers and to easy general pledges of solidarity with them. A highly significant feature of the Stuttgart Congress was that Lenin attended it as the head of the Russian delegation. His standing was not great among the well-known world figures who led the Congress and who generally looked upon him as a leftist extremist bred of the special Russian situation. The colonial question. One of the basic questions handled by the Congress was that of the colonies. During the previous years all the major powers had helped themselves to vast stretches of territory, as we have remarked earlier, and they had set up the most atrocious systems of oppression and exploitation among the populations. These powers were now quarreling ominously over their colonies, and colonialism had become an urgent political question. Notoriously, the right Social Democrats in all countries either openly or covertly supported or conciliated the colonial policy of their national imperialist bourgeoisies. The trade union bureaucrats also were not slow to observe that the capitalists, to win the acquiescence of organized labor, were not averse to sharing with the skilled labor aristocracy some crumbs of the rich super-profits wrung from the colonial peoples. The petty bourgeoisie also shared in the prosperity bred of the looting of the colonies, and the social democratic intellectuals reflected this fact. Despite the occasional protests of Marxists, the labor movement in England was no serious obstacle to the seizure of an immense empire by Great Britain during the last half of the 19th century. Most of the top trade union leaders of the period raised no objection to the overrunning of backward lands by the great powers, particularly by their own country. Cole and Postgate say of the Fabians, many of the Fabians, especially Bernard Shaw, were not without a touch of the imperialist spirit. Shaw, for example, intensely disliked small nations and backward peoples as obstacles to the onward march of civilization, and was inclined to regard the British Empire as a potentially civilizing force. Generally, revisionist social democrats in Germany, France, Belgium, Holland, and other imperialist lands held views akin to Shaw's, although usually they were not so frank in expressing them. Nor were some left-wingers entirely free from such illusions. Imperialist tendencies were no less crass in labor's ranks in the United States. At first the Gompers trade union oligarchy made some protest against the American seizure of Cuba, Puerto Rico, and the Philippines in the Spanish-American imperialist war of 1898, but they soon subsided and became ready for any imperialist adventure on the part of the super-arrogant monopolists. Kipnis thus sums up the attitude of American socialist policy at the time regarding imperialism: to the Social Democrats of both parties, SP and SLP, imperialism was no issue at all. They held it was a bone of contention between large and small capitalists, but of no concern to the working class. Since the workers could buy back only half of what they produced, and since capitalists could not consume all of the other half, the great trusts were forced to seek markets abroad. Commenting on a statement by Chauncey Depew that the United States had only 5% of the markets of the Orient and needed 50%, Eugene V. Debs, left-wing leader, in a speech on September 29, 1900, remarked, "The getting of the other 45% constitutes the white man's burden at the present time too." Characteristically, the American socialist movement almost completely ignored the long-continued shocking persecution of the Negro people in the United States. The debate on the colonial question was immediately precipitated at the Congress by the recent experience of the Social Democratic Party of Germany. The Reichstag fraction, in 1904, in protest against the butchery of the Hereros in Southwest Africa by German troops, had withheld their vote from the war credits, later voting against them. As a result of petty bourgeois defections in the ensuing national elections of 1906, the party, although it gained some 250,000 votes all told, lost 38 seats. 3 The right-wing leaders, therefore, concluded that the time was ripe for them to work out a socialist colonial policy which would in the future prevent such unfortunate clashes with the imperialists over the colonial question. To this end, the matter was put on the agenda of the Congress at Stuttgart. Accordingly, the Stuttgart Congress Commission, under the leadership of the notorious Dutch revisionist, Van Cole, adopted a resolution in which these passages occurred. The Congress declares that the usefulness or the necessity of the colonies in general and particularly to the working class is greatly exaggerated. It does not, however, reject colonial policy in principle and for all time, for under a socialist regime it may work in the interests of civilization. The effect of this conception, of course, would have been formal recognition of imperialism. As it was, the Second International parties were doing little or nothing to fight colonialism, especially not in the colonies themselves, and this resolution would have made things even worse. The left and center in the Congress, however, militantly rejected the crass opportunism of the Commission and struck out the offending paragraph on socialist colonialism. Gankin and Fisher remarked that, the voting on the paragraph containing this statement revealed the interesting fact that a majority of the delegations from large countries possessing colonies, and all the delegates of the small colonial powers, favored retention of the paragraph 4. The Congress, nevertheless, by a vote of 127 to 108, adopted the amended resolution, endorsing the previous resolutions of 1900 and 1904 and condemning outright capitalist colonial policy, but set no definite perspective for the independent development of the more backward peoples industrially and politically. This was a defeat for the revisionists, but of course they did not let it interfere with their opportunist practices. Anti-militarism and anti-war. The high point of the Stuttgart Congress was its action against the growing war danger. Already the premonitory rumblings of a great European war were to be heard and the workers everywhere were deeply concerned. The several big powers were beginning to pile up armaments and they were increasingly colliding with each other. In 1899 the Hague Peace Tribunal, forerunner of the League of Nations, was set up, but it was obviously unable to compose the sharp differences among the imperialist governments. The Algeciras Conference of 1906 had also failed to achieve a definite agreement between Germany and France on the Moroccan question. 4 resolutions against war, 3 of them from the French delegation, came before the Congress. The most significant were by Bebel and Gustave Hervé. Bebel's resolution, couched in vague terms, followed the traditional line of the Second International on the question. It was so general in terms that even the extreme right wing rallied enthusiastically to its support, to Bebel's embarrassment. The second resolution was presented by Hervé in the name of a fraction of the French delegation. Hervé, an intellectual and a dabbler in syndicalism, was a noted opponent of patriotism in all its forms, although he eventually supported World War I. His resolution demanded that in view of the diplomatic notes which threaten the peace of Europe from all sides, the Congress calls upon all comrades to answer any declaration of war, no matter from what side it is made, with the military strike and with insurrection. The discussion of the several resolutions exposed the great amount of confusion and opportunism prevailing in the international on the general question of the struggle against war. Babel incorrectly believed that it was possible to determine which country was the aggressor on the basis of who fired the first shot. Affairs, said he, are no longer in such shape when the threads of war catastrophe are hidden to educated and observing students of politics. Closet diplomacy has ceased to be. Hervé made no distinction between just and unjust wars, but condemned all alike. The Jour's valiant position had in it the elements of the patriotic defense of the bourgeois fatherland, as also did that of the notorious revisionists of Germany, Austria, and other countries. 5. Lenin intervened in the question. Like Marx, Lenin did not believe that a general strike was sufficient to combat war. He declared that imperialist war could only be successfully countered by proletarian revolution. Consequently, he and Rosa Luxemburg formulated an amendment to this effect to the Babel Resolution, which Rosa Luxemburg, in the name of the Russian and Polish delegations, presented to the subcommission. Martov also signed the proposal. Babel insisted that the wording be toned down sharply, as otherwise it would result in the dissolution of the German social democratic organizations by the government. 6 But the heart of the proposal remained. The Lenin-Luxemburg Amendment expressed the policies followed by the Bolsheviks during the Russo-Japanese War, and it laid down the line of future revolutionary struggle against imperialist war. As Lenz remarks, it gave Babel's ambiguous resolution a clear revolutionary character. The amendment, which in substance proposed to counter the threatening imperialist war with a fight for socialism, comprised the last two, italicized, paragraphs of this famous resolution, which is included below in full. The resolution, after considerable debate, was adopted by acclamation. This action was another example of unprincipled voting on the part of the right-wingers. Certainly these opportunists, as they were soon to demonstrate, had nothing in common with Lenin's revolutionary proposal, but they voted for it nevertheless. Hervé acidly noted this fact, stating that the Babel and Vollmer speeches in the commission were black, whereas the resolution is white. He said that in view of this gross contradiction it would be appropriate for the German delegation to give the Congress a pledge that they really intended to carry out the resolution. In presenting the resolution to the Congress, Rosa Luxemburg argued that the amendment went beyond the views of Jours and Vaillant in contending that in case of war the agitation should be directed not merely toward the termination of war, but also toward utilizing the war to hasten the overthrow of class rule in general. She also pointed out that, the Russian Revolution sprang up not merely as the result of the war, it has also served to put an end to the war. Lenin, in later commenting on the anti-war resolution, criticized Hervé's mechanical approach to all wars, pointing out the necessity to distinguish revolutionary wars, and he said, "This struggle must consist, in substituting not merely peace for war, but socialism for capitalism. It is not a matter of preventing the outbreak of war, but a matter of utilizing the crisis resulting from the war to hasten the overthrow of the bourgeoisie." He sharply criticized the inadequacies of Babel's resolution. 7. The Stuttgart Resolution. The Congress ratifies the resolutions against militarism and imperialism, adopted by previous international congresses, and declares once more that the struggle against militarism cannot be separated from the socialist class struggle in general. Wars between capitalist states, generally, result from their competitive struggle for world markets, for each state strives not only to assure for itself the markets it already possesses, but also to conquer new ones. In this the subjugation of foreign peoples and countries comes to play a leading role. Furthermore, these wars are caused by the incessant competition in armaments that characterizes militarism, the chief instrument of bourgeois class rule and of the economic and political subjugation of the working class. Wars are promoted by national prejudices which are systematically cultivated among civilized peoples in the interests of the ruling classes for the purpose of diverting the proletarian masses from their own class problems as well as from their duties of international class solidarity. Hence wars are part of the very nature of capitalism. They will cease only when the capitalist economic order is abolished or when the number of sacrifices in men and money, required by the advance in military technique, and the indignation provoked by armaments drive the peoples to abolish this order. For this reason, the working class, which provides most of the soldiers and makes most of the material sacrifices, is the natural opponent of war, for war contradicts its aim, the creation of an economic order on a socialist basis for the purpose of bringing about the solidarity of all peoples. The Congress therefore considers it the duty of the working class, and especially of its representatives in the parliaments, to combat with all their power naval and military armaments and to refuse the means for these armaments by pointing out the class nature of bourgeois society and the motive for maintaining national antagonisms. It is also their duty to see to it that the proletarian youth is educated in the spirit of the brotherhood of peoples and of socialism and is imbued with class consciousness. The Congress sees in the democratic organization of the army, in the substitution of the militia for the standing army, an essential guarantee that all offensive wars will be rendered impossible and the overcoming of national antagonisms facilitated. The International is not able to mold into rigid form the anti-militarist actions of the working class because these actions inevitably vary with differences of national conditions, time, and place. But it is its duty to coordinate and strengthen to the utmost the endeavors of the working class to prevent war. Actually, since the International Congress of Brussels, the proletariat, while struggling indefatigably against militarism by refusing all means for navy and military armament and by endeavoring to democratize military organizations, has resorted with increasing emphasis and success to the most diverse forms of action so as to prevent the outbreak of wars or to put a stop to them, as well as to utilize the disturbances of society caused by war for the emancipation of the working class. This was evidenced by the agreement concluded after the Fashoda incident by the English and French trade unions for the maintenance of peace and for the restoration of friendly relations between England and France, by the conduct of the social democratic parties in the German and French parliament during the Moroccan crisis, by the demonstrations conducted by the French and German socialists for the same purpose, by the joint action of the socialists in Austria and Italy, who met in Trieste for the purpose of thwarting the conflict between these two countries, further, by the emphatic intervention of the socialist workers of Sweden for the purpose of preventing an attack upon Norway, and, finally, by the heroic, self-sacrificing struggle of the socialist workers and peasants of Russia and Poland waged against the war unleashed by Tsarism and then for its early termination, and also for the purpose of utilizing the national crisis for the liberation of the working class. All these endeavors are evidence of the proletariat's growing power and increasing strength to render secure the maintenance of peace by means of resolute intervention. This action of the working class will be all the more successful if its spirit is prepared by similar actions and the workers' parties of the various countries are spurred on and consolidated by the International. The Congress is convinced that, under pressure exerted by the proletariat and by the serious use of courts of arbitration, instead of the pitiful measures adopted by the governments, the benefit derived from disarmament can be assured to all nations and will enable them to employ for cultural purposes the enormous expenditures of money and energy, which are now swallowed up by military armaments and war. If a war threatens to break out, it is the duty of the working class and of its parliamentary representatives in the country involved, supported by the consolidating activity of the International Socialist Bureau, to exert every effort to prevent the outbreak of war by means they consider most effective, which naturally vary according to the accentuation of the class struggle and of the general political situation. Should war break out nonetheless, it is their duty to intervene in favor of its speedy termination and to do all in their power to utilize the economic and political crisis caused by the war to rouse the peoples and thereby to hasten the abolition of capitalist class rule. 8. American National Chauvinism. Many social democratic parties were infected with national chauvinism. The Socialist Party of the United States was a crass example. This showed up in many respects, among others, on the question of immigration. Both the Amsterdam and Stuttgart Congresses dealt with this question, mostly at the instance of the American delegations. For many years, in trade union circles, there was a strong agitation going on, aimed at cutting off immigration into the United States. This was in line with the monopolistic tendencies of the skilled workers to build walls around their particular crafts. It received its worst expression in the slogan, "The Chinese must go," on the Pacific coast, but it was also largely directed against workers coming into the United States from Europe. The Socialist Party, dominated by petty bourgeois intellectuals and trade union bureaucrats, instead of taking a stand against such reactionary trends, whose stronghold was in the Gompers AFL bureaucracy, tended to surrender to them. Consequently, at Amsterdam in 1904, on the basis of party instructions, Hillquit and the other American delegates had joined with Verdorat and Van Cole of Holland and Thompson of Australia, and submitted a resolution broadly implying the exclusion of backward races, Chinese, Negroes, etc. De Leon blasted this, and upon its obviously meeting no favor among the delegates, it was tactfully withdrawn. 9. Undeterred, the American delegation, again headed by Hillquit, came back to the Stuttgart Congress 3 years later with another resolution of the same type, proposing to exclude immigrants who are incapable of assimilation with the workingmen of the country of their adoption. Meanwhile, in the American Socialist Party, chauvinist leaders such as Victor Berger and Ernest Untermann were openly carrying on an exclusionist campaign. The Stuttgart Congress rejected the American proposals and adopted a sound resolution on the immigration question. While condemning the importation of contract labor, the resolution also repudiated all measures aimed at restricting the freedom of immigration on racial or national grounds. It proposed to protect national living standards of workers by organizing the immigrants and seeing to it that they got equal economic and political rights. 10. The fact in the United States was, of course, that the foreign-born, making up 30 to 75% of the workers in the basic industries, were always to be found in the front ranks of the workers fighting to improve wages and working conditions, to build the trade unions, and to establish a strong Marxist political party. For over half a century the Marxist movement in the United States rested upon the shoulders of foreign-born workers. The action of the Stuttgart Congress, in rejecting their proposed exclusion of immigrants, greatly incensed the chauvinist opportunists among the leaders of the American Socialist Party. Kipnis thus describes their general reaction: the right wing and sections of the center and left were outraged at the Stuttgart resolution. Victor Berger immediately denounced the American delegates to the Congress, Hillquit, Algernon Lee, and A.M. Simons, as a group of intellectuals who had betrayed the American proletariat by permitting passage of a resolution which would admit Jap and Chinaman coolies into the United States. "If we are ever to have socialism in America and Canada," said Berger, "we must keep them white men's countries." 11. This was quite in line with the party's even more disgraceful tolerance of Jim Crow, lynching, and other outrages against the Negro people in the United States. Debs vehemently protested against the exclusionist attitude of the party. In this Congress for the first time, the various parties were prorated delegates, from 2 for the smallest parties to 20 for the largest. 23. The Copenhagen Congress, 1910. Copenhagen was the scene of the 8th Congress of the Second International, beginning on August 28, 1910. The delegates met in a situation where military armaments were being greatly increased, and the war danger had obviously grown more acute during the 3 years since the previous Congress, in Stuttgart. Hence, once again, the fateful question of what to do in case war should break out, and also how in the meantime to fight against the growth of militarism, occupied the attention of the Parliament of the Socialists. A further characteristic of the current unsettled situation was an increase in struggle among the peoples of the colonial and semi-colonial countries. A deep ferment was beginning to work among the Indian and Chinese peoples, and there had just been revolutions in Turkey and Persia, the latter aimed against Tsarist Russian imperialism. To support such movements was remote from the intentions of the right-wing leaders of the Second International, so they contented themselves merely with sending perfunctory telegrams of congratulations to the fighters in Turkey and Persia. The anti-war resolution. The advocates of the general strike as a panacea against war, as usual, raised their point, but this time stronger than ever. Keir Hardie of England joined with Vaillant of France in submitting an amendment to the proposed resolution, reading as follows: "The Congress considers the general strike of workers, especially in the industries which provide war supplies, weapons, munitions, transport, etc., and also active agitation among the people when conducted by extreme methods, to be the most effective of all means which should be used to prevent wars." The movement for the general strike against war had been strengthened by recent events in Spain. On July 26, 1909, the workers of Barcelona, to emphasize their economic demands and to protest against the reactionary Spanish war in Morocco, called a general strike. This strike, extremely militantly waged, spread far and wide, until an estimated 300,000 workers were out. The strike lasted until July 31, but a second, national strike, to take place on August 2, failed to materialize, in the face of police terrorism, with the arrest of the leaders of the Socialist Party and of the anarcho-syndicalist trade unions. 1. Ledbuhr of Germany made the main fight against the general strike amendment. Although himself a centrist, he used the stock argument of the German revisionists against every form of militancy by the workers that it would bring down the police on the social democratic organizations, with fatal results. He was doubly emphatic this time, as Karl Liebknecht had been arrested not long since for making an anti-militarist speech. 2. The general strike amendment was defeated in the commission by a vote of 119 to 58, and the whole matter was referred for further study to the International Socialist Bureau. The anti-war resolution finally adopted followed along the basic lines of the Stuttgart Resolution, by adhering to the repeatedly expressed duty of the socialist parliamentary representatives to combat armaments with all their strength and to refuse funds for them. The Congress expects these representatives a. continually to reiterate the demand for compulsory international courts of arbitration in all conflicts between states. b. continuously to renew proposals the ultimate aim of which is a general disarmament and, first and foremost, the convocation of a conference which would limit naval armaments and abolish the right of seizure at sea. c. to demand the abolition of secret diplomacy and the publication of all the existing and future treaties and agreements between the governments. d. to intervene in favor of the people's right of self-determination and their defense against armed attack and forcible repression. Then followed the two famous Lenin-Luxemburg paragraphs of the Stuttgart Resolution, which called for a fight for socialism in the event of a great war, see Chapter 22. The resolution was adopted by a unanimous vote. Radek of Poland, speaking for the left, opposed the resolution's proposals for armament reduction and international arbitration as fruitless, but supported the resolution on the basis of its revolutionary Lenin-Luxemburg paragraphs. The right wing, as usual, voted for the resolution tongue-in-cheek, certainly having no intention of doing what the resolution proposed, namely to counter an imperialist war with a socialist revolution. Nationalist trade unionism. The rock upon which the Second International was finally to split was that of bourgeois nationalism, that is, the revisionist leaders controlling the various parties and unions, allowed their nationalist prejudices and policies to prevail over the class interests of the workers, until they eventually led the movement on to shipwreck in World War I. This alien bourgeois national element ran through all the work of the International and its various congresses. His disastrous weakness came sharply to the fore in Copenhagen in the discussion on the trade union question, concretely in the matter of the nationalist split of the trade union movement in Austria. One of the great achievements of Lenin during these years, with the close collaboration of Stalin, was the working out of a sound proletarian policy in the complex national question. Russia being a multinational state, this was an issue of fundamental importance to the party and the working class in that country. Lenin's solution was based upon two elementary propositions. The first was that all the socialists in Russia, in a true spirit of internationalism, should belong to one social democratic party, and second, that the party and the respective peoples should insist upon the right of self-determination for the oppressed peoples, including the right of separation. This is today the highly successful policy of the Soviet Union, People's China, and other countries now on the way to socialism and communism. The Social Democratic revisionists at the head of most of the major parties of the Second International, however, being themselves fundamentally nationalist and imperialist, would not accept this revolutionary internationalist solution of the national question. Generally, they did nothing to upset the existing capitalist imperialistic settlement of the national question. But certain centrists worked out also the opportunist proposition of national cultural autonomy for the oppressed peoples within the framework of the existing empires. The chief theoreticians of this thinly disguised imperialistic line were the Austrian leaders Victor Adler, Otto Bauer, and Karl Renner. Austria, a multinational state, was the main scene of application of this theory. The general effects were to split the labor movement, to allow the cultivation of the worst nationalist prejudices among the workers, and to throw the party under the ideological influence of the bourgeois national parties. Stalin thus describes how the theory worked out in practice. Up to 1896 there was a united Social Democratic Party in Austria. In that year the Czechs at the International Congress in London first demanded separate representation, and got it. In 1897, at the Vienna, Wimmerg, Party Congress, the United Party was formally liquidated and in its place a federal league of 6 national social democratic groups was set up. Subsequently these groups were converted into independent parties. The parties gradually severed contact. The parties were followed by the parliamentary fraction, which also broke up. National clubs were formed. Next came the trade unions, also split along national lines. Even the cooperatives were affected. 3. In Russia the Jewish Bund, opportunistically led, tried to apply this same principle of national cultural autonomy, claiming jurisdiction over all Jews in Russia, but the party consistently rejected this disruptive policy. The Copenhagen Congress stressed the need for more solidarity generally on an international scale among the trade unions, and specifically dealing with the Austrian situation, it declared for the unity of the trade union movement in that and every other country. But such declarations were of little avail. The real splitting disease lay in the bourgeois nationalism that affected the leadership of the various parties and the low level of proletarian internationalism prevailing, and the opportunist leaders were not at all disposed to do anything effective about that. So the evil continued and grew. Opportunist conceptions of the cooperatives. Another question occupying major attention at the Copenhagen Congress, which once again exposed the deep opportunist currents existing in the Second International, related to cooperatives. As we have seen in previous chapters, confusion as to the role of the cooperatives in the class struggle was the basis for many deviations and sectarian movements during the history of the First and Second Internationals. It will be recalled that already the inaugural address of the First International dealt with errors in the role of cooperatives. The root of these cooperative deviations was always the idea, expressed in one way or another, that the cooperatives provided a major if not the main road to working class emancipation. In his famous article on cooperatives, one of the very last things he ever wrote, Lenin said, there was much fantasy in the dreams of the old cooperators. Often they were ridiculously fantastic. But why were they fantastic? Because these old cooperators did not understand the fundamental, root significance of the political struggle of the working class for the overthrow of the rule of the exploiters. 4. Notoriously, revisionism was entrenched in the cooperatives, and the same historic illusions as to the role of the cooperative movement tended to crop out once more at Copenhagen. With his wonderful grasp of the labor movement as a whole, Lenin paid the very closest attention, both in a theoretical and a practical sense, to every phase of the workers' organization and struggle. Consequently, he was a profound authority not only upon the party and its theory and program, but also regarding trade unionism, cooperatives, women's work, youth political activities, and every other labor sphere. Characteristically, therefore, the Russian delegation introduced a resolution into the Copenhagen Congress, proposing the Marxist line on cooperatives. It was not adopted. Lenin was especially critical of one phrase in the main resolution before the Congress, which had been inserted by Jors. This was the expression that the cooperatives would assist the workers to prepare democratization and socialization of production and distribution. Lenin sensed that lurking behind this formulation was the characteristic Bernstein revisionist conception of growing over into socialism. To guard against this, he and Guesde proposed to amend the resolution by the words, "Cooperatives assist to a certain extent to prepare the functioning of production and of distribution after the expropriation of the capitalist class." As usual, this amendment was rejected. Lenin voted against the resolution in the commission but voted for it in the open session. He said later that despite its defects, in the main it was a correct definition of the tasks of proletarian cooperatives. 5. Koski and Legion. During 1909–10, in the period of the Copenhagen Congress, a celebrated debate took place in Germany between Karl Koski, editor of Die Neue Zeit and since Engels' death the leading theoretician of the Second International, and Karl Legion, head of the German trade union movement and secretary of the International Secretariat of National Trade Union Centers. The immediate question debated was as to the validity of Marx's theory of the absolute impoverishment of the workers, with Koski taking the affirmative and Legion the negative. Koski expressed his views in a booklet, Der Weg zur Macht, The Road to Power, and Legion his, also in a pamphlet, Sisyphusarbeit oder positiver Erfolg, Sisyphus labor or positive success. Behind their ideological facade was an attempt of the most powerful group of revisionists in the German party, the trade union bureaucracy, to cut down the prestige of the left petty bourgeois intellectuals and to strengthen themselves as the actual leading force in the whole social democratic movement. It was also an expression of the anti-party neutralism common to social democratic labor bureaucrats, which, on a world scale, reached its most extreme development in the violently anti-party attitude of Agompers. The German debate was most instructive for the light it threw upon the degenerative tendencies at work in the Second International. Koski, who in his general orientation had by this time definitely become a centrist and thereby a shield for the right-wing opportunists, in his pamphlet sang his swan song of Marxism. In the manner of centrists, to whom, as Lenin remarked, the revolutionary word was everything and the revolutionary deed nothing, Koski made a rounded-out statement of Marxist principles, pointing out the futility of revisionism and foreseeing a period of intensified class struggle and proletarian revolution. But when he came to practical measures, his argument leaned definitely to the right. The deep disease which was then corroding the German social democracy, and with it the whole Second International, was the pest of revisionist opportunism, with its consequent playing down of all militancy by the party. But when Koski pointed out the dangers confronting the party, he said not a single word of warning against the right wing. What he feared was that the party, because of impatient leftists, might be thrown into premature and disastrous conflict with the forces of German reaction. He iterated and reiterated this theme. Typically, he said, the interest of the proletariat today more than ever before demands that everything should be avoided that would tend to provoke the ruling class to a purposeless policy of violence. He warned the party against any insane uprising, any purposeless provocation of the ruling class that might give their statesmen an opportunity to rouse a mad rage against the socialists. 6. This was shooting entirely in the wrong direction. In the German party the danger of leftist provocation to insane uprisings was about zero. The real danger came from the fact that the trade union and petty bourgeois revisionists on the right were killing off the militancy and fighting spirit of the party. Koski's line played right into the latter's hands. It tended still further to damp down and weaken the badly needed political aggressiveness of a party which, already weakened in its fiber, in the near future would be called upon to carry out the great and imperative tasks of fighting against a great imperialist war and of leading a proletarian revolution. In his pamphlet Legion made a naked presentation of the opportunist Bernsteinian theory that the workers were basically improving their conditions under capitalism and would continue indefinitely to do so. He maintained that the trade unions had opened the road upward. 7. In Legion's conception the ultimate goal of the breakup of capitalism and the establishment of socialism went a glimmering. His perspective was Gompersism, dressed up with socialist phrases, as he made manifest in his pre-war visit to the United States, including a speech in Congress, which Lenin sharply criticized. 8 This went to emphasize again that left-wingers, especially in England and the United States, were inclined to draw too sharp a line of demarcation between such professed socialist trade union leaders as Legion and Lippert, and avowed labor supporters of capitalism as Havelock Wilson and Samuel Gompers. Actually, performing the same role of employers' agents among the workers, they were all cut from the same cloth. They were opportunist social democrats, with their demagogy attuned to the different stages of class consciousness of the workers in their respective countries. Despite all the smoke and fury of the Koski-Legion debate, it was essentially a sham battle. Both men were working in the one general direction, towards the right. The same was true of Gompers and the opportunist socialist leaders in the United States, who at this time were also waging a violent conflict against each other. 24 Thickening war clouds, Basel, 1912. The Congress of Copenhagen set the next world gathering of socialist labor to take place in Vienna, in August 1914. His ninth Congress, on the 25th anniversary of the founding of the Second International, was to have been a very special affair, but the threatening international situation caused a change in plans. The International Socialist Bureau had to call an extraordinary conference in Basel in November 1912, presumably to adopt measures to protect the interests of the workers and of world peace. The situation was one of rapidly growing tension among the big imperialist powers and their satellites. Europe experienced one crisis after another. In July 1911 Germany and France narrowly escaped a clash over Morocco, when the Kaiser sent a cruiser into Agadir to defend German imperialist interests known as the Agadir Incident, but the crisis was patched up by a temporary agreement. Then there was the Italo-Turkish War of 1911 over Tripoli. But the special crisis that brought the forces of the Second International together was the outbreak of war among the Balkan states early in October of 1912. Turkey, Greece, Serbia, Bulgaria, and Montenegro were involved. Within 6 months Turkey was beaten. But in June 1913, the Second Balkan War started, a general struggle among all the Balkan powers, which lasted until August of that year. Originally, these wars began as national struggles of the oppressed Balkan Christian peoples, parts of the Turkish Empire, to break loose from their Mohammedan masters, but they immediately took on the aspect of preliminary struggles among the great European powers, of which the countries were respectively satellites. The Triple Alliance and the Triple Entente, the two great imperialist combinations, were feeling for each other's throat. The Basel Manifesto. The Basel Conference issued a manifesto designed to prevent the spread of the Balkan War and to avert the outbreak of a general European conflict. The manifesto, basing itself on the two famous Lenin-Luxemburg paragraphs of the Stuttgart Resolution, warned of the grave danger of the Balkan War leading to a general conflagration. The Congress viewed with satisfaction, however, the complete unanimity among the socialist parties and the trade unions in all countries on the war against war. And, over-optimistically, it declared that, the fear of the ruling classes that a world war might be followed by a proletarian revolution has proved to be an essential guarantee of peace. 1. Efforts were made at the Congress, as usual, to write in the general strike as the main means against war, but they failed. The manifesto, which congratulated the Russian workers for their growing revolutionary struggle, laid down specific tasks for the parties in the Balkans, based roughly on the principle of the self-determination of the respective peoples. But the most important task in the International's activities, declared the manifesto, devolves upon the working class of Germany, France, and England. At this moment, it is the task of the workers of these countries to demand that their respective governments withhold all support to both Austria-Hungary and Russia, that they abstain from any intervention in the Balkan troubles and maintain absolute neutrality. A war between the three great leading civilized peoples because of the Serbo-Austrian dispute over a port would be criminal madness. The workers of Germany and France cannot concede that any obligation whatever to intervene in the Balkan conflict exists because of secret treaties. Calling upon the workers of all countries to oppose the power of the international solidarity of the proletariat to capitalist imperialism, the manifesto declared, let the governments be mindful of the fact that, with European conditions and the attitude of the working class as they are, they cannot let loose a war without causing danger to themselves. Let them recall that the Franco-German War was followed by the revolutionary outbreak of the Commune, that the Russo-Japanese War set in motion the revolutionary forces of the peoples of the Russian Empire, and that competitive military and naval armaments have accentuated in an unprecedented fashion the class antagonisms in England and on the continent and have unchained vast strikes. It would be sheer madness for the governments not to realize that the very thought of the monstrosity of a world war would inevitably call forth the indignation and the revolt of the working class. The proletarians consider it a crime to fire at each other for the benefit of the capitalists' profits, the ambition of dynasties, or the greater glory of secret diplomatic treaties. The manifesto wound up with a ringing appeal to the workers of the world to oppose militantly all steps leading towards war. Words versus deeds. In its terminology, the Basel Resolution called for a revolutionary stand against the threatening imperialist war. Had its terms been carried beyond words into practice, it would have resulted in a widespread revolutionary response all over Europe to the launching of the monstrous World War I. Yet the opportunist right wing voted solidly for it, and with enthusiasm. It was carried unanimously in the conference, by acclamation. The revisionists, of whom there were many in the delegations, had not a thing to say against it, not even in the commission. The explanation for one phase of this sinister anomaly was to be found in the tremendous militancy and anti-war spirit then prevailing among the workers all over the capitalist world. This militancy was marked, among other manifestations, by the rising revolutionary wave in Russia, by the crisis in the ranks of German social democracy, by the developing Big Triple Alliance movement of miners, general transport, and railroad workers in England, by the growing fighting spirit of the Italian workers, which culminated in the general strike of June 1914, by the many extremely militant strikes then being conducted by the CGT in France, and by the wave of the Big IWW and other strikes in the United States, Lawrence, Paterson, West Virginia, Calumet, and on the Harriman railroads. Moreover, in meeting the repeated war crises of the past decade, the socialist parties, mostly the lesser ones, had given a good account of themselves, and the general feeling of the left and center was that this record would be continued and bettered if the imperialist powers should dare to launch a world war. Thus, in the Russo-Japanese War of 1904-05, the Russian and Japanese parties had shown a splendid example in their stand against the war. The Spanish Party and the syndicalist unions had also taken an internationalist proletarian position in the Moroccan War of 1909, the Italian and Balkan parties were evidencing a Marxist anti-war attitude in the current Balkan wars, and in November 1912, the French Socialist Party called upon the working class to prevent war by every means, including parliamentary intervention, open agitation, manifestos, as well as a general strike and insurrection. All this was in the glorious tradition of the French and German workers during the Franco-German War of 1870. In view of this strong and rising mass anti-war spirit, the right-wingers at the Basel Congress concluded it was the better part of wisdom to pull in their horns and to bide a more favorable opportunity to apply their policies. Lenin, however, was not deceived by this show of unanimity. Upon reading the manifesto, he said, "They have given us a large promissory note, let us see how they will meet it too." Meanwhile, as the great European war crisis drew nearer, several developments took place expressing the sinister trend of events in the foundation party of the Second International, the German Social Democracy. The Chemnitz Congress of the party in September 1912, loaded with trade union and party bureaucrats as delegates, heavily voted down the left wing on the colonial question, indicating that in the matter of imperialism both the center and the right were essentially united around an opportunist conception. 3 Also in 1913 by a roundabout method, the Reichstag fraction voted for the military credits. 4 And in the Reichstag session in May, 1914, only by a vote of 51 to 47 did the Social Democratic fraction decide to remain seated while the cheering went on for the Kaiser. 5 But on the surface all looked well. In the elections of 1912 the party increased its vote from 3,290,000 to 4,250,000, and its Reichstag seats from 43 to 110. In 1913 August Bebel died. A worker, for 42 years he stood at the head of the German Social Democratic Party. In his earlier, revolutionary, years Bebel had many great achievements to his credit, including the formation of the party upon an independent basis in 1869, his opposition to the Franco-Prussian War and his imprisonment in 1872, his guidance of the party during the 12-year period of the anti-socialist laws, his lifelong agitation for socialism, etc. As we have seen in passing, however, during the last years of his life he slumped over to a centrist position. As the result of his death, the party passed more firmly into the hands of the right wing. The forces of the Second International. On the eve of World War I the Second International had affiliated to it 27 socialist and labor parties of 22 countries, with a combined electorate of about 12 million voters. Lorwin lists their strength thus: the Social Democratic Party of Germany had 1,085,000 members and polled 4,250,000 votes in the elections of 1912, the Austrian Socialist Party had 145,000 members and polled 1,041,000 votes in the elections of 1907, the socialist membership of Czechoslovakia was 144,000, and in Hungary 61,000. The Unified Socialist Party of France had 80,300 members and polled 1,400,000 votes in the elections of 1914, the Italian Socialist Party had 50,000 members and polled 960,000 votes in the elections of 1913, the Socialist Party of the United States had 125,500 members and polled 901,000 votes in the elections of 1912. Large votes were also cast during these years for the socialist parties of Belgium, Sweden, and Argentina, and for the Labour parties of Australia and New Zealand. 6. At this time, the Labour Party of Great Britain had an affiliated membership of 1,612,000.7, and Lenin says that in the 7 Russian districts that elected opportunist Social Democrats, Mensheviks, to the Duma in 1913, there were 214,000 workers, but in those that elected the 6 Bolsheviks there were 1,008,000 workers. 8. In 1914 the parliamentary representatives of the main social democratic parties were as follows: Germany 110, France 103, Finland go, Austria-Hungary 82, Italy 80, Sweden 73, Great Britain 42, Belgium 39, Denmark 32, Norway 23, Russia 13, and Holland 16.9. At this time the Australian Labour Party was in control of the federal parliament. But for the class system of voting prevailing in Germany, Russia, and other countries, these figures would have been considerably higher. There were thousands of representatives in lower state bodies. The Second International also had a large trade union membership under its general influence and leadership. In 1912 there were affiliated to the International Trade Union Secretariat Headquarters Berlin, Karl Legion, General Secretary 199 National Trade Union Centers with 7,394,461 members. These included Germany 2,653,162, United States 2,054,526, Great Britain 874,281, and France 387,000.10. The Workers' Cooperative Movement of Europe was also largely under social democratic leadership. In 1914 there were a total of some 30,000 distributive cooperatives in Europe with about 9 million members. In Great Britain there were, in round numbers, 3 million members, Germany 2 million, Russia 1,500,000, France 881,000, etc. There were 24 wholesale cooperatives throughout Europe, 5 of which did an annual business of $40 million or more per year. These figures do not include large numbers of building, loan credit, agricultural, and production cooperatives. 11 The cooperatives were usually a source of heavy financial contributions to the respective social democratic parties. The social democratic parties also carried on specific activities and organizations among women and the youth. They had a loosely organized International Women's Commission, of which Clara Zetkin was the head for 20 years. It held its first international meeting in Stuttgart in 1907. At the same time and place an international youth group, a sort of information bureau, was also established, 12 which by 1914 had some 100,000 members in various European countries. Both groups also held conferences at the Copenhagen Congress. Despite the enormous importance of these associated trade union, cooperative, women, and youth movements, the social democratic parties had a record of having neglected them, particularly in the earlier years. Notoriously, the social democratic leaders were reluctant to grant to the women and young people the freedom of action necessary to build up strong movements. Complaints of gross neglect by the political leaders were also routine in cooperative circles. And Zwing, the mouthpiece of Legion, deplores at length the early deep undervaluation, even jealousy, of the German party leaders for the trade unions, partly a heritage from Lassaline times and partly a fear of trade union domination. He describes the strong opposition against the establishment of the General Commission of the Labor Unions, and says this opposition was even able to prevent the holding of a trade union congress in 1895.13. Right and left wings prior to World War. At the outbreak of the war, the right-wing elements definitely controlled the majority of the most important political parties in the Second International, including those in Germany, Austria, England, France, Belgium, and the Scandinavian countries. Most of the rest, including the party in the United States, were controlled by the centrists, together with the revisionists. The characteristic of the center group at this time was a closer and closer working with the right wing. Lenin said, "The center is a realm of honeyed petty bourgeois phrases, of internationalism in words and cowardly opportunism and fawning on the social chauvinists in deeds." He called centrists routine worshippers, slaves to rotten legality, corrupted by the atmosphere of parliamentarism, etc. 14. In the key German Social Democratic Party, the great mass of the membership supported the Koschei-Hasseled-Bauer centrist tendency. The essentially right opportunist combination throughout the International was supported by a very large number of office holders and officials of many sorts. Among these were almost 1,000 members of national legislative bodies and several thousand more members of local and provincial legislatures. Then there were literally tens of thousands of paid functionaries in the many parties, trade unions, cooperatives, sports bodies, and other organizations. They had as their class base the skilled aristocracy of labor. These bureaucratic armies, mostly made up of picked right-wing elements, constituted a tremendous standpat force to keep things as they were. As it turned out, they were the decisive power in determining the tragic course of the social democracy in the ensuing crucial years. They succeeded in frustrating and defeating the revolutionary will of the working class of Central and Western Europe. On the eve of the Great War, the left wing was, on the other hand, relatively weak and immature. The period that the Second International had been passing through during the 25 years since it was formed, one mainly of capitalist prosperity, was not generally favorable for the development of a left wing, strong organizationally and politically. It was to take war and revolution to do this. Generally, the left wing of the period, within and without the Second International, fell into three categories. First, there were the syndicalist trade unions and anarchist groupings in the Latin countries, together with sprinklings of them in the United States, England, Germany, the Scandinavian countries, and Latin America. These elements, apolitical and usually also otherwise sectarian, revisionists from the left, were unable to give the broad political leadership which was so badly needed by the misled working class. The second category of the current left-wing forces was the scattering of left-inclined workers and leaders who were to be found in various countries such as Luxembourg, Liebknecht, Zetkin, Mering, Lensch and Pike in Germany, Radek and Marchluski in Poland, Hindman in England, Braun in Austria, Guesde in France, Garder, and Pannekoek in Holland, Hoagland in Sweden, and Debs, Haywood, and de Leon in the United States. These relatively left elements were by no means a homogeneous group, and they had no definite program. By far the best developed among them was Rosa Luxemburg, leader of the weak left wing in the Social Democratic Party of Germany, but she, as measured against the policies of the great revolutionary leader Lenin, displayed many theoretical and tactical shortcomings. Already, in passing, we have noted some of them. At this period, her most serious errors related to the national question, the peasant question, the centralized disciplined party of the new type, mass spontaneity, and the armed uprising. Also, as the war and the Russian Revolution advanced, she developed other serious errors. 15 Nevertheless, Rosa Luxemburg was a real revolutionary fighter, and Lenin called her the Eagle. The third category of left forces at this time, and this was the brain and heart of the whole international left wing, were the Bolsheviks in Russia. They had both the necessary program and leadership for a broad left wing. In Prague, in January 1912, the Russian Social Democratic Labour Party set the political pace for the Second International by expelling the Mensheviks. Henceforth the Bolsheviks were an independent party, with the support of about 4/5 of the active workers in Russia. 16 Up to the outbreak of the war, the International Socialist Bureau, with the assistance of Trotsky and other Mensheviks, was unceasing in its efforts to reunite the Russian party, but as Lenz remarks, fortunately it did not succeed. Consequently, when the war broke out, at least one party was capable of putting into practice the principles of proletarian internationalism. 17. The Bolsheviks, in first line Lenin, sought actively to organize the scattered, immature left wing of the Second International. They gave a splendid example of revolutionary program and tactics themselves in their own party's work in Russia. Besides, during this general period, in 1909, Lenin made a monumental contribution to Marxist theory with his book, Materialism and Empirio-Criticism. The Bolsheviks also tried concretely to establish effective bonds among the lefts of all countries. At the Stuttgart Congress, 1907, Lenin held a conference of left elements, with this general idea in mind. From then on he was a member of the $1.B, where almost uniformly his proposals were rejected. In Copenhagen, 1910, Lenin had a similar left-wing meeting. Among those present were Jules Guesde, Charles Rappaport, Rosa Luxemburg, J. Marchlovsky, A. Braun, Lenin, Plekhanov, Ryazanov, Dobroukara, and P. Iglesias. But there was a confusion of counsel, Lenin was little known, and besides, there was a tendency to blame him for the split in the Russian party. So nothing practical developed from these two meetings. 18 The Marxists of the West little understood the policies Lenin was developing in Russia. 19 In the United States, for example, his name was practically unknown. In his work in the Second International, Lenin strove to organize the left and as much as possible the center against the revisionist right wing. Among their many other slanders against Lenin, the Trotskyists have tried to interpret this wise policy as underestimating the danger of centrism. The fact is, however, no one knew better than Lenin the menace of opportunism in all its forms. He not only ruthlessly attacked the right revisionists, but he also criticized the mistakes and shortcomings of both the left and center. As the center, the Babels, Koskais, Ledbuers, and their like through the years moved more and more to the right, Lenin sharpened up his criticism of these elements, always seeking to drive a wedge between their large following and that of the opportunist right-wing leadership. 20 But with all his wonderful flexibility, skill, and energy in theory, polemic, and tactics, Lenin was not able to create a general broad working left wing within the Second International during the pre-war years. The best that could be done, as we have seen in passing, was for the left forces, by temporary line UPS, to win occasional victories over the forces of opportunism at the respective congresses. In the Lena Goldfields strike of 1912, 500 workers were killed or wounded by Tsarist troops. At this time the total number of British trade unionists was 4,145,000. De Leon died May 11, 1914. 25. The Great Betrayal, World War I. World War I was the explosion of imperialist antagonisms among the great capitalist powers that had been building up for over a generation. The war was as natural to capitalism as the making of profits or any other manifestation of the capitalist system. The trigger for the war was pulled by the assassination of the Austrian Archduke Francis Ferdinand in Sarajevo, Serbia, on June 28, 1914, by a fanatical Serbian nationalist, but so intense was the accumulated general imperialist tension that almost any political clash might have served as well to precipitate the war. It was the Great War prophesied a generation before by Engels, when he said that 15 or 20 million armed men would slaughter one another, and it was the one feared through the ensuing decades by the Second International. Of course, all the governments involved took a hypocritical moralistic position, claiming that they were fighting in national self-defense, but the crass reality was that the war was nothing more or less than a sordid imperialist struggle among the powers for colonies, markets, raw materials, and strategic positions. The fact that 10 million soldiers had to die in the war, 20 million be crippled, and countless millions more be pauperized, there were left 5 million widows, 10 million orphans, and property damages were $380 billion, one meant only a matter of statistics to the cold-blooded capitalists who pulled the levers in the great human slaughter, the most terrible the world had ever known. It was an imperialist war for the redivision of the world. The drive of the great states for such a redivision was triply emphasized by the fact that the various powers were developing industrially at widely differing speeds, which tended constantly to upset the economic and political balance among them. This was the operation of the basic law of the uneven development of capitalism, worked out by Lenin, Chapter 18. Thus, whereas, in 1860 England produced over half of the world's coal and pig iron, and about half of the world's cotton goods. By 1913 her share in world production of each of these commodities had fallen to 22%, 13%, and 23% respectively. Vast new industries had grown up to rival Britain in other countries, particularly Germany and the U.S.A2. Perlow says that, between 1899 and 1913 steel production in the United States and Germany increased threefold, while British steel production increased by little more than 50%, and British iron production declined. The former industrial leader of the world fell far behind its rivals. By 1913 the United States was easily the leading industrial power. Point 3. The murderous war was the capitalist method of changing the world political relations of the states in accordance with their varying economic relations. All the powers were war guilty, the two great war federations, the Triple Alliance of Germany, Austria-Hungary, Bulgaria, and Turkey, and the Triple Entente, eventually of Great Britain, Russia, France, Italy, the United States, Japan, etc. had been consciously preparing the war for years. Germany prepared for the imperialist war with the design of taking away colonies from Great Britain and France, and the Ukraine, Poland, and the Baltic provinces from Russia. Tsarist Russia strove for the partition of Turkey and dreamed of seizing Constantinople and the straits leading from the Black Sea to the Mediterranean, the Dardanelles. It also planned to seize Galicia, a part of Austria-Hungary. Great Britain strove by means of war to smash its dangerous competitor Germany, whose goods before the war were steadily driving British goods out of the world markets. It also wanted to seize Mesopotamia and Palestine from Turkey to get a firm foothold in Egypt. The French capitalists strove to take away from Germany the Saar Basin and Alsace-Lorraine, two rich coal and iron regions, the latter of which Germany had seized from France in the War of 1870-71. And in the background stood the greatest of all imperialist powers, the United States, exploiting the war generally to march ahead to its capitalist objective of world mastery. The war began on July 28, 1914, with an Austrian attack upon Serbia. Russia mobilized, and Germany declared war upon her on August 1. France joined the war on August 3, and Great Britain one day later. The other powers kept on entering the war in the ensuing months and years. The United States cagily stayed out, profitably selling munitions to the war-making Allies, but finally fearing that its Entente friends were about to be defeated, it cynically joined the war on April 6, 1917, also under the pretext that it was fighting in national defense. The Great Betrayal. The outbreak of the war confronted the Second International with the supreme responsibility of taking a stand for peace. The interests of the workers imperatively demanded this, and the International had repeatedly declared in its congresses, especially in Stuttgart, Copenhagen, and Basel, that the socialist parties would not only agitate against the war, but would vote against furnishing men and money for it, and most important of all, would utilize the economic and political crisis caused by the war to rouse the peoples and thereby to hasten the abolition of capitalist class rule. But when it came to the crucial test, the bulk of the Second International parties completely ignored all these solemn pledges and flagrantly betrayed their sacred duty to the working class by treacherously tailing along after their national bourgeoisie, shouting the defense of the fatherland war slogans of the imperialists and herding their respective peoples into the imperialist slaughter. In only two European countries, Russia and Serbia, where Bolshevik influence was predominant, did socialist parties of the original belligerent countries stand firm against the war. This great failure was the most terrible debacle ever sustained by the world's working class in its entire history. The fundamental cause of this grave disaster was social chauvinism, that is, an adherence to the bourgeois nationalism of the respective capitalist classes, a treasonous attempted identification of the interests of the working class with those of the war-making imperialists. The main social bases for this betrayal in the various parties were among the better paid skilled workers, the extensive bodies of bureaucratic labor officials of all sorts, and the large numbers of opportunist petty bourgeois intellectuals who had come largely to dominate the respective parties. The failure to fight against the war, in fact, its acceptance, was the general culmination of the strong opportunist tendencies which had been developing in the Second International ever since its inception, and of which we have signalized, in passing, many manifestations. Lenin says, the objective conditions at the end of the 19th century were such that they strengthened opportunism, turning the use of legal bourgeois opportunities into servile worship of legalism, creating a thin layer of bureaucracy and aristocracy in the working class, attracting to the ranks of the social democratic parties many petty bourgeois fellow travelers. The war hastened this development. It turned opportunism into social chauvinism, it changed the alliance of the opportunists with the bourgeoisie from a secret to an open one. 5. In the crisis, the thin veneer of internationalism in the opportunist-controlled Second International dissolved into a swamp of bourgeois nationalism. The social democratic leaders were not surprised and stampeded by the sudden outburst of the war, as has been said. On the contrary, as Farwig makes clear, for years they had discussed in their conventions the approach of a general war, and they had clearly signalized it as an imperialist war, in which the workers could have no interest. This was the theory. The practice was that the opportunist leadership of the party and the unions, with the latter in the lead, completely discarded their Marxist pretensions and supported the war in the spirit of bourgeois nationalists. 6. How the betrayal occurred. On July 29 the International Socialist Bureau met in session in Brussels. It decided to advance the 10th Congress date, scheduled for August 23 in Vienna, to August 9. Obviously, the thing to have done was to summon at once a Congress in a neutral country, so that a united international policy for the workers could be worked out. But this was prevented by the weakness of the international center and by the failure of the major parties to call for such a Congress. Bourgeois nationalism was actively at work. Some mass protest meetings were held in Brussels and other cities. Georges, who spoke at one, was assassinated in Paris by militarists on July 31. 7 conferences were also held between French and German delegates, but nothing came of them. No real attempt was made on a general scale to line up the International's forces against the war. On August 3 the great debacle came when the German Social Democratic leaders voted in the caucus of the Reichstags group by 78 to 14 to support the war. Significantly, the Legion trade union leaders, as the real controllers of the party, on August 2 anticipated and predetermined the party's decision by working out a social peace, no strike agreement with the employers. 8 The party's decision was presented next day to the Reichstag, where the party's 110 representatives voted unanimously in favor of the war credits. Liebknecht and Luxemburg were among the handful who voted against the credits in the party caucus, and Koskai had voted to abstain, but they all agreed to submit to party discipline and to unit rule in the Reichstag. The party pro-war statement, read by Hask, a centrist, raised the bogey of Russian invasion, accepted the slogan of the defense of the fatherland, and declared that in the hour of danger we shall not desert the fatherland. 9. The socialist parties in Austria, France, England, Belgium, and other European belligerent countries, except Russia and Serbia, took similar action to the German party. But the Bulgarian narrow socialists voted against the war. The parties of Canada, Australia, and New Zealand also voted against the war. The trade unions, including the French syndicalists, who had so militantly proposed an anti-war general strike, but accepting the industrial workers of the world in the United States, the Russians, the Italians, and a few others, followed the pro-war lead of the socialists. Soon Guesde and Vaillant entered the French cabinet, and Van der Velde became part of the Belgian government. Kropotkin joined the Social Patriots by supporting the Tsar's government in the war. In the neutral countries of Scandinavia, Switzerland, Italy, the United States, etc., the parties generally stood for a position of neutrality. When, later on, however, Italy and the United States joined the war, their socialist parties split, with the decisive sections voting against the war. The Second International had collapsed, only the parties of the neutral countries still making a show of keeping it going. Right-wing social democracy was at basic fault for the Great Debacle. But within this general framework, the Social Democratic Party of Germany bore the heaviest responsibility. It was the leading party of the Second International and the labor world looked to it for guidance. If it had made a real show of resistance to the war, undoubtedly the bulk of the International would have followed its example. But when it displayed its bourgeois nationalism and voted for the war credits, it at the same time hopelessly smashed the international front of the world labor movement. The party that had produced Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, now fallen into the hands of such adventurers as Koskai, Ebert, Legion, Niski, Scheidemann, Singer, Auer, David, et.al., disgraced itself and shamelessly betrayed the trust placed in it by the world's most advanced workers. The defense of the fatherland. The social democratic parties, in supporting the war, did so under the bourgeois slogan of the defense of the fatherland. In order to cover up this treason with the pretense of Marxism, they tried to lay a theoretical basis for their war policy. They took the position that it was a national war, that the interests of their people were vitally at stake, and that, therefore, they were fully justified in supporting the war. They undertook to concretize this position by asserting that their respective countries, with armies battering against their borders, had no alternative but to defend themselves. This general line was put forward blatantly by the right-wing elements in terms hardly to be distinguished from those of the capitalists themselves, whereas, the centrists, the Koskai tendency, cunningly attempted to disguise their war support by symbols of apparent war opposition. The longtime revisionist Vollmer declared, "At the present time the whole German people is prompted by a single unconquerable will, namely to protect the fatherland, its independence, and its cultural organization against the enemies that surround it, and not to rest until the latter are conquered." 10. Philipp Scheidemann, speaking in the name of practically the entire body of German social chauvinists, put the central blame upon Tsarist Russia. He said, "The chief guilt for the present war rests upon Russia." At the very time when the Tsar was exchanging dispatches with the German Kaiser, apparently working for peace, he allowed the mobilization to go on secretly, not only against Austria, but also against Germany. We in Germany have the duty to protect ourselves. We have the task of protecting the country of the most developed social democracy against servitude to Russia. We Social Democrats have not ceased to be Germans because we have joined the Socialist International 11. On the other hand, the French, British, Belgian, American, and other social chauvinists blame Germany as the threat to their nations. The German centrists, true to their role, worked out more slick arguments, designed to trap into the war the more advanced and revolutionary workers. Koski, while taking the basic social chauvinist position that it was a defensive war to protect the fatherland, did so under the guise of a pseudo-opposition to the war. His line was not to vote against the war credits, but to abstain from voting. Curiously, the notorious revisionist, Bernstein, joined the Koski camp. Koski typically managed the theoretical impossibility of proving the war to be both imperialist and national. He argued on both sides of the question. Thus, in one breath, after stating that the small countries were fighting for their existence, he said, "The situation is different with the great solidly based national countries. Their independence is certainly not threatened, but apparently their integrity is not threatened either." After thus averring that it was not a defensive war for the big powers, in the same article, he shifts to the opposite side of the argument and calls upon the workers to support their respective governments, saying, "But from this follows also the further duty of the social democracy of every country to regard the war exclusively as a defensive war, to set up as its goal only protection from the enemy, not his punishment or diminishing 12. Koski lent his great prestige as an orthodox Marxist to the shabby project of proving that the International could have taken no course other than the one it did. The world's situation, said he, was too complex for unified proletarian action against the war. In the face of the urgent need for national defense, working-class internationalism necessarily had to collapse. He stated, "So the present war shows the limits of the power of the International. We deceived ourselves if we expected that it might assure a harmonious attitude of the whole socialist proletariat of the world during the World War. Such a position was possible only in a few specially simple cases. The World War split the socialists into various camps, and especially into various national camps. The International is unable to prevent that. That is to say, it is no effective tool in war. It is essentially an instrument of peace." 13. The general result was that the right and the center joined in prosecuting the war in defense of the fatherland. On this basis, the socialist parties in the several countries, repudiating the deepest lessons of solidarity taught them by Marx and Engels, called upon the workers of their respective countries to fire into each other at the behest of the world imperialists who had organized the wholesale slaughter. The war as an imperialist war. In retrospect, it is now perfectly clear to all except political fools and charlatans that World War I, both as a whole and in its national segments, was a cold-blooded imperialist war, the basic purpose of which was a redivision of the world for the benefit of the great capitalist powers. It is the height of cynicism to maintain that the workers of the world had any national or class interests in the war. At the time, the Bolsheviks, especially Lenin and other left-wingers, clearly demonstrated the imperialist character of the war. They proved to the hilt that it was an unjust, aggressive, reactionary war. This insistence upon the imperialist nature of the struggle was the basic line that differentiated the left from the rightists and centrists, whose fundamental position was that it was, for their respective countries, a national, and therefore, a just war. The basically different tactics of the two groups flowed from these fundamentally contradictory analyses. Lenin, who for years had been pointing out the imperialist nature of the approaching struggle, made the war issue perfectly clear in his theses on the War of September 5, 1914. In this document he says, "The European and World War bears the sharp marks of a bourgeois imperialist and dynastic war. A struggle for markets, for freedom to loot foreign countries, a tendency to put an end to the revolutionary movement of the proletariat and democracy within the separate countries, a tendency to fool, to disunite, to slaughter the proletariat of all countries by inflaming the wage slaves of one nation against the wage slaves of the other for the benefit of the bourgeoisie. This is the only real meaning and significance of the war." The conduct of the leaders of the German Social Democratic Party, the strongest and the most influential party belonging to the Second International, which voted for the military appropriations and which repeated the bourgeois chauvinist phrases of the Prussian Junkers and the bourgeoisie, is a direct betrayal of socialism. The same condemnation is deserved by the conduct of the leaders of the Belgian and French Social Democratic parties, who have betrayed socialism by entering bourgeois cabinets. The betrayal of socialism by a majority of the leaders of the Second International signifies an ideological and political collapse of that international. 14 Lenin especially denounced the treachery of the Koskayans. The social chauvinists of all stripes and of all countries, trying to paint the great conflict as a national, just war, undertook to justify it by reference to the policies of Marx and Engels with regard to the Franco-Prussian War of 1870–71 and other national wars of the 19th century. To these slanders, Lenin replied, "All these references are an abominable distortion of Marx and Engels' views, made in favor of the bourgeoisie and the opportunists, just as the writings of the anarchists, Guillaume and Co., distort the views of Marx and Engels for the justification of anarchism." The war of 1870–1871 was historically progressive on Germany's side up to the defeat of Napoleon III, because both he and the Tsar had long oppressed Germany, keeping it in a state of feudal decentralization. As soon as the war turned into a plunder of France, annexation of Alsace and Lorraine, Marx and Engels decisively condemned the Germans. Even at the beginning of the War of 1870–71, Marx and Engels approved of Bebel's and Liebknecht's refusal to vote for military appropriations. They advised the Social Democrats not to merge with the bourgeoisie, but to defend the independent class interests of the proletariat. To apply the characterization of the Franco-Prussian War, which was of a bourgeois progressive nature and fought for national liberty, to the present imperialist war, is to mock history. The same is even more true about the war of 1854–1855 and all other wars of the 19th century, i.e., a time when there was no modern imperialism, no ripe objective conditions for socialism, no mass socialist parties in all the belligerent countries, i.e., when there were none of those conditions from which the Basel Manifesto deduced the tactics of a proletarian revolution in the case of a wars arising among the great nations. Whoever refers at present to Marx's attitude towards the wars of a period when the bourgeoisie was progressive, forgetting Marx's words that the workers have no fatherland, words which refer to a period when the bourgeoisie is reactionary and has outlived itself, to the period of socialist revolutions, is shamelessly distorting Marx and substituting a bourgeois for a socialist standpoint. 15. The vicious circle of the Second International. When the war got underway, the parties of the Second International found themselves caught in a murderous vicious circle. The Germans, Austrians, Turks, and Bulgarians fought, presumably on the defensive against being overrun and destroyed by the Russians and the Western powers. By the same token, the French, British, Russians, etc., supposedly fought to preserve their national independence from the super-aggressive Germans. The bourgeois logic of the situation, which was the logic followed by the heads of the Second International, was an all-around fight, as it was, to the finish. The treason of the German social democracy got the socialist parties and the proletariat into this dreadful dilemma by joining the war on the basis of a defense against the menace of Russian barbarism. This excuse was a monstrous lie, for if the German party had been loyal to the anti-war policies of the Stuttgart-Copenhagen-Basel resolution, the effect of this would have been, not the subjugation of Germany by Russia, but the earlier precipitation of the Russian Revolution, and probably also, of the German Revolution. Lenin's line, incorporated in the Basel resolution, by countering the war with a bold anti-war stand, would have saved the various parties from getting into the lethal vicious circle that developed as a result of the social chauvinist policy that was followed. It also offered the way out of the impasse, once the vicious circle had been established. If the British and French parties, even then, had applied the line of the resolutions adopted at successive world congresses, the general result would not have been the loss of their independence at the hands of Germany as their social patriotic leaders averred, but the stimulation of revolutions in Germany and Russia, and possibly also in their own countries. The Russian Bolshevik Party itself, under the direct leadership of Lenin, showed the world proletariat the way out of the vicious defense circle, by smashing Tsarist capitalist rule in their own country. This, in turn, was a powerful precipitant of the German Revolution, which followed not long afterward. For the workers, Lenin's policy, which brought about an almost bloodless revolution in Russia, was the only possible answer to the terrible human destruction. It was the greatest of all peace missions. The ultimate imperialist winner in the great human slaughter was American imperialism. It fattened and grew strong on the blood of the mutual massacre, while its European imperialist rivals did each other irreparable war damage. Nevertheless, the historical victor in the war was the international proletariat. Notwithstanding all their great losses, human and otherwise, the workers of the world, with the Russian working class striking the central blow in the Great Russian Revolution of November 1917, delivered a shattering attack against world capitalism, one from which that system has never recovered, nor can ever recover. Although the Mensheviks in the Duma refused to vote for the war appropriations, the line of their leaders and party, including that of Plekhanov, Axelrod, Martov, etc., was for the support of the Allies in the war. 26 Role of the Second International, 1889–1914. From that fateful August 4, 1914, when the German Social Democracy voted the war budget for the Kaiser's government, the Second International has been dead so far as constructive services to the workers are concerned. That act, an utter betrayal of the whole tradition, program, and perspective of Marxism, marked the final passage of the organization, firmly dominated by an opportunist leadership, into the service of the world imperialists. It was at the same time the signal for the creation of a new international, an historical imperative that Lenin was quick to understand. The Second International began as a Marxist organization, but its leadership became corrupted by the reactionary influences generated by the rise of world imperialism. Stalin says, the Second International did not want to combat opportunism, it wanted to live in peace with opportunism, and allowed it to gain a firm foothold. Pursuing a conciliatory policy toward opportunism, the Second International itself became opportunist one. Since World War I, the Second International has remained a counter-revolutionary force, a stumbling block in the path of the world's workers marching on to socialism. The great betrayal meant not only that the Second International as such was not going to fight against imperialist war, but also that it had turned its back upon socialism. For the terms of the Lenin-inspired resolution of Stuttgart-Copenhagen-Vassili provided precisely that the fight against the war should be based upon a struggle to abolish capitalism and to establish socialism. During the next years the Second International was to make very manifest the counter-revolutionary character which it had unmasked when it endorsed World War I. Lenin says, the collapse of the Second International is the collapse of opportunism which was growing on the soil of a specific, the so-called peaceful, historic epoch now past, and which practically dominated the International in the last years. The opportunists had long been preparing this collapse by rejecting the socialist revolution and substituting for it bourgeois reformism, by repudiating the class struggle with its inevitable transformation into civil war at certain moments, and by preaching class collaboration, by preaching bourgeois chauvinism under the name of patriotism and defense of the fatherland, and ignoring or repudiating the fundamental truth of socialism early expressed in the Communist Manifesto, namely, that the workers have no fatherland, by confining themselves in their struggle against militarism to a sentimental, Philistine point of view instead of recognizing the necessity of a revolutionary war of the proletariat of all countries against the bourgeoisie of all countries, by turning the necessary utilization of bourgeois parliamentarism and bourgeois legality into a fetish of this legality and into forgetfulness of the duty to have illegal forms of organization and agitation in times of crises too. Early constructive work of the International. The Second International grew and flourished during what was principally the period of the growth and expansion of world imperialism. The period marked the great extension of capitalism, but also an accumulation of sharpening capitalist antagonisms in foreign policy and the beginning of its decline as a world system. During this period, the role of the bourgeoisie was transformed from progressive to reactionary. Capitalism, which had been a spur to social development, had become by 1914 a fetter upon its further development. Stalin says, the period of the domination of the Second International was mainly the period of the formation and instruction of the proletarian armies in an environment of more or less peaceful development. 3. It was, prior to 1914, a time of relatively few wars and revolutions, of a comparatively stable capitalist system. Consequently, the International devoted itself mainly to organizational and educational work, to the building of socialist parties, trade unions, and cooperatives, in a general atmosphere, save in Russia, and, to a lesser extent, also in the United States, of a relatively temperate class struggle. The exclusive concern of its practical right-wing leaders was Clenarbet day-to-day routine work. All over the capitalist world the workers labored under miserable conditions of poverty and oppression. The tremendous increase in productivity brought about by machinery and improved capitalist techniques during the previous decades had meant very little in the betterment of the workers' living standards. The main benefits flowed into the coffers of those who owned the industries and the national resources. The workers labored under barbaric conditions in the industries, they had little or no financial protection against unemployment, sickness, and old age, and they lacked many elementary political rights, including, for women, and often for men, the right to vote. The opportunist leaders of social democracy concentrated upon these immediate evils, but refused to attack the capitalist system which gave birth to them. This was the failure that eventually led to the undoing of the Second International. The International, however, had many achievements to its credit in the daily struggle. As we have summarized in Chapter 24, it built a tremendous economic and political organization. Lenin says, the Second International did its full share of the preparatory work in the preliminary organization of the proletarian masses during the long peaceful epoch, of most cruel capitalist slavery and most rapid progress in the last third of the 19th and the beginning of the 20th century. For the Second International also secured many concessions from the employers and the governments with respect to wages, hours of work, social insurance, factory legislation, and the right of men and women workers to vote. These achievements were, however, considerably facilitated in the major imperialist countries by tendencies of the big employers to make certain concessions to the labor aristocracy in order to weaken the solidarity and revolutionary spirit of the working class as a whole. The increasing pressures of the growing labor movement also compelled the ruling classes to add certain liberal modifications to their policies of violent suppression of labor unrest. The rulers combined the carrot with the club, in the sense of Bismarck's social insurance schemes. Examples of this trend were, as Lorwin remarks, the neoliberalism of Lloyd George and Asquith in Great Britain, and the progressivism of Theodore Roosevelt and the new freedom of Woodrow Wilson in the United States. The Second International also definitely broadened out the scope of the organized world labor movement. The influence of the First International had hardly extended beyond Western Europe, but that of the Second International spread all over Europe and much of America. The great colonial and semi-colonial countries, however, India, China, the Middle East, Africa, and most of Latin America remained pretty much of a closed book to the Second International. For real leadership these people had to await the advent of the Third International, which was to be the first genuine world organization of the proletariat. The price of opportunism. The achievements of the Second International, however, were made at a terrible cost, namely, the abandonment of the principles of Marxism. In the winning of immediate objectives, the leadership ignored the ultimate goal of socialism. During the period of the First International the scientific analysis and program of Marxism were built up, but during the period of the Second International all this was torn down and in its place there was substituted a petty bourgeois opportunist revolutionism that had nothing in common with Marxism. The world's workers had to pay a deadly price for this political degeneration by the complete collapse of the Second International at the very moment of its greatest test, just when the workers had their most supreme need of Marxist leadership and organization. It is a fact, of course, that during the period of the Second International Lenin led a profound renaissance of Marxism. Not only did he resurrect the great principles of Marx and Engels which the pseudo-socialists at the head of the Second International thought they had succeeded in burying forever, but he also developed Marxism to greater heights than ever, to correspond with the workers' needs in the new, imperialist stage of the capitalist system. But Lenin could do this only in the face of powerful opposition from the dominant opportunist leadership and program in the International. Lenin was a hated stranger in the official circles of the Second International. The basic cause of the collapse of the Second International was that, dominated by opportunist labor bureaucrats and petty bourgeois intellectuals, it succumbed to the corruptions and illusions bred of the period of the rapid growth and expansion of world imperialism. Its leadership, throwing aside every Marxian principle, read out of the current prosperity and relative stability of the capitalist system, the counter-revolutionary conclusion that the existing regime was growing over into socialism, or rather into their petty bourgeois conception of socialism. The rottenness of their whole outlook was exposed when the capitalist system passed into a new period of great wars and revolutions, the beginning of its era of decay and decline. The First International died nobly in battle against capitalism and left behind it a glorious tradition. But the Second International was betrayed to disaster by a corrupt leadership which in the crisis callously threw aside every pledge it had ever made to the workers, every principle of Marxism that it had ever professed. The workers were strongly enough organized at the time to have made a powerful and successful fight against the war, but they were cynically betrayed into the hands of the enemy by their leaders. Therefore, the banner of world socialism had to and did pass from the unworthy hands of the Second International leadership into those of a new and superior organization, the Third, or Communist, International. Part 3. The Third International, 1919 to 1948. 27. The Zimmerwald Movement, 1915 to 1917. The opportunist betrayal on the war split the Second International both organizationally and ideologically. There were several general groups of parties, those of the two belligerent camps, Central Powers and Allies, which were at dagger's point, and the parties of the neutral countries, and the Russian Party, which fitted into neither of the other categories. The ideological division between right, left, and center, always a factor in the Second International, was greatly accentuated by the war, especially as the struggle dragged on and the opposition to it began to take more definite shape. The three tendencies eventually were to crystallize into three definite international organizations: the resurrected right-wing Second International, the centrist 2.5 International, and the communist Third International. The line of the right wing was class peace and all-out support of the imperialist war, the center sought a bourgeois peace, while the left, acting in the spirit of the Stuttgart-Copenhagen-Basel resolutions, sought to transform the mass anti-war spirit into a revolutionary fight for socialism. The beginnings of the Third International. The earliest roots of the Third International reach back to the foundation of the Bolshevik group in Russia. The manifold writings of Lenin during the pre-war period were the foundations, along with those of Marx, of its revolutionary ideology. The struggles of the Russian proletariat in the great revolutions of 1905 and 1917 belong properly to its tradition. The sprouting left wing in the pre-war Second International, so sedulously cultivated by Lenin, was its primary international manifestation. But this revolutionary tendency did not truly become an international movement until after the First World War and the Russian Revolution, and particularly after the betrayal of these historic struggles by the opportunist social democratic leaders. From the very outset Lenin understood that the Great War treason by the leaders of the Second International meant the death of that body as the world organization of the proletariat, and thus made imperative the establishment of a new international. Lenin, who lived in exile in Galicia to be nearer to Russia when the war broke out, managed to make his way to Switzerland, where he arrived on September 5. Under his leadership a group of Bolsheviks gathered and began the publication of a journal, the Sozialdemokrat. After preparing a preliminary thesis on September 6, Lenin wrote a manifesto on the war which was issued by the Central Committee on November 1, 1914. This manifesto laid down the main line along which the Bolsheviks eventually carried through the Russian Revolution and the establishment of the Communist International. The manifesto characterized the war as imperialist and declared that the leaders of the International committed treachery with regard to socialism when they voted for military appropriations, when they repeated the chauvinist, patriotic, slogans of the bourgeoisie of their own countries, when they justified and defended the war, when they entered the bourgeois cabinets of the belligerent countries. It declared that the opportunists have set at naught the decisions of the Stuttgart, Copenhagen, and Basel Congresses. It included in its condemnation the anarcho-syndicalist tendency, which it called a natural supplement of opportunism. The manifesto called for a United States of Europe on the basis of the overthrow of the German, Austrian, and Russian monarchies, a slogan later withdrawn as incorrect. The party statement declared that in all the other advanced countries, the war has placed on the order of the day the slogan of a socialist revolution. The transformation of the contemporary imperialist war into a civil war, continued the manifesto, is the only correct slogan, pointed out by the experience of the Commune, outlined in the Basel, 1912, resolution, and derived from all the conditions of an imperialist war between highly developed bourgeois countries. It declared that the Second International had collapsed and it called for the formation of a new international. 1. In Russia, the bold stand of the Bolsheviks against the war called down immediate persecution. The Bolshevik Duma members were jailed, as were several Central Committee members, Pravda was suppressed and many party groups were broken up. But the party forces were soon reorganized and the fight against the war was carried on both inside Russia and from the new Central Committee headquarters in Switzerland. Socialist anti-war conferences. Under the terrific slaughter and general hardships of the war, mass anti-war sentiment began to grow and to express itself, especially after the first few months of patriotic fervor had worn off. Opposition movements sprang up here and there. In Germany, in December 1914, of the 14 members who had voted against the war credits in the leading party caucus, only one stood up, Karl Liebknecht, who bravely spoke out in the Reichstag amidst the howling of the patriotic Pact II. His courageous voice was a symbol of the rising anti-war movement throughout the world. During this period a number of socialist international anti-war conferences took place. In January 1915 there was a meeting of the socialists of the neutral countries in Copenhagen, and in February also a conference of the socialist parties of the Entente countries in London. The socialists of Germany, Austria, and Hungary also met, in Vienna on June 18 of the same year. In September 1914 the American Socialist Party had proposed a general socialist conference, but nothing came of it. The Bolsheviks paid close attention to these several conferences. They sent delegates to both the London and Copenhagen gatherings. But these bodies decisively rejected Lenin's revolutionary line on the war. They would go no further than pacifist appeals to the respective governments to establish peace, a hopeless project. The first significant wartime conference of anti-war forces was held by the women, in Bern, March 28, 1915. The conference was led by Clara Zetkin, Secretary of the International Socialist Women's Bureau of the Second International. It was the first conference to include representatives of all the major belligerent countries. The Bolsheviks gave the conference strong backing, the Russian delegation including Anke Krupskaya, Lenin's wife, Inessa Armand, Zina Dolelina, and Olga Ravik. The Congress, however, rejected the Bolshevik resolution. The resolution adopted, while condemning capitalism and speaking out for socialism, confined itself to general anti-war agitation. 3. The International Socialist Youth also held a conference in Bern, April 5, 1915. Here again, the left provided the real backing for the conference. But the delegates were not ready to adopt Lenin's program, the Russian resolution being rejected. The conference resolution followed much the line of the preceding Women's Conference. The gathering set up the International Bureau of Socialist Youth, which published a paper Ihre Jugend, for which Lenin wrote. The First Zimmerwald Conference. Meanwhile the Italian Socialist Party, which had taken a stand against the war, grew weary of trying to interest the major parties in a general anti-war conference, and called one on its own responsibility. After a preliminary conference in Bern, July 11, the General Conference came together at Zimmerwald, a small village near Bern, September 5 to 12, 1915. The Zimmerwald Conference, like the previous gatherings of the women and youth, gave effective answer to the lying excuses of the right-wing socialists, who, to prevent unified action against the war, were arguing that general socialist conferences were impossible during wartime. Present at Zimmerwald were 38 delegates from Russia, Germany, France, Poland, Romania, Bulgaria, Italy, Holland, Switzerland, Sweden, and Norway. There were 3 Russian parties represented: Bolsheviks, Mensheviks, and left socialist revolutionaries. Lenin and Zinoviev led the Bolshevik delegation. Trotsky represented a splinter group. There were 10 German delegates, including Ledbuhr, Hoffmann, Meyer, Bertha V. Hallheimer, and Borchardt. Mérame and Baudérin represented French syndicalist unions. 3 delegates of the ILP and the Socialist Party of Great Britain were unable to get passports. The socialists in the United States had similar difficulties. Liebknecht, then in the army, sent a letter. Zetkin and Luxemburg were in jail. The conference, which indicated a strong growth of anti-war spirit, was nevertheless unclear in its analysis and objectives. It divided into 3 general groups. The right, the majority, was made up of most of the Germans, the French, some Italians, the Poles, and the Russian Mensheviks. The left was a group of 8, mostly from Russia, the Scandinavian countries and the Balkans, led by Lenin. Trotsky, as usual, had a middle group, of 5 or 6.4. Lenin's group introduced a draft for a resolution and manifesto calling for an immediate end to the war, refusal to grant war credits, withdrawal of socialists from the cabinets of England, France, and Belgium, and the overthrow of the capitalist governments. The resolution was voted down by 19 to 12, and the draft manifesto was referred to the Commission. 5 Ultimately a manifesto was adopted and signed by all the delegates. This document, which contained much of the material presented by Lenin's group, condemned the war as imperialist, demanded that it be brought to an immediate end, condemned the failure of the old leadership to fight against the war, and demanded a peace without annexations. The manifesto endorsed the general line of the Stuttgart-Copenhagen-Basel resolutions, but was vague as to the way socialism was to be arrived at. It also said nothing whatever about founding a new international. The conference set up the International Socialist Committee, to be made up of 1 to 3 representatives from each country. R. Grimm of the Swiss Social Democratic Party was elected secretary, and headquarters were established in Bern. The left-wing delegates submitted a statement to the effect that they were not satisfied with the manifesto. It contains no characterization of either open opportunism or opportunism covered up by radical phrases. The manifesto contains no clear characterization of the means of combating the war. This document was signed by Lenin and other left-wing leaders. Later on, in an article, Lenin, while recognizing the weaknesses of the Zimmerwald movement, stated that it constituted a step forward and upon this basis would be supported. The Zimmerwald Conference was the germ of the Third International. The Kienthal Conference. The second conference of the Zimmerwald movement was held in the Swiss village of Kienthal, April 24 to 29, 1916. In the 7 months since its first conference, the movement had grown considerably, on the basis of increased anti-war activities and a developing mass resentment against the war. Some 25 parties and groups were now affiliated, including the socialist parties of Italy, Switzerland, Great Britain, Romania, Russia, Poland, Bulgaria, Portugal, and both the SP and SLP of the United States. The Italian and Bulgarian trade unions were affiliated, and especially active were the youth organizations. 7. Particularly important at this time was the formation in Germany, in January 1916, of the Spartakusbund, or International Group, by the left wing. This development was significant because of the key role of Germany in the war and because of the great size and prestige of the German socialist movement. The program of the Spartakusbund was written by Rosa Luxemburg. This program, later submitted to the Kienthal Conference, while it called for a new workers' international, was not specific on revolutionary action to end the war. The Kienthal, or Second Zimmerwald Conference, was made up of 44 delegates. Lenin, Zinoviev, and Inasat Armand were present from the Russian Bolsheviks, Martov and Axelrod from the Mensheviks, and 3 delegates from the Socialist Revolutionary Party. Germany had 7 delegates, Italy 7, France 4, Switzerland 4, 1 came from the Socialist Youth International, and a sprinkling from various other parties. The draft resolution of the Bolshevik group proposed that the call to the workers should be, lay down your weapons. You should turn them only against the common foe, the capitalist governments. This was rejected by the centrist and right majority of the conference. Instead, the resolution proposed by the Zimmerwald International Socialist Committee was adopted. While this one was a distinct advance over that of Zimmerwald and called for a fight for socialism, it went no further, in practical proposals, than to demand a vigorous and united fight for an immediate armistice and for peace without annexations. The fight on the question of a new international occurred over the matter of relations to be maintained towards the International Socialist Bureau, leading body of the Second International. The ISB was roundly criticized, but the conference refused to break off negotiations with it altogether. The Zimmerwald left, mainly the Bolsheviks, voted with reservations for these limited resolutions. Their general estimate of the conference was later thus summed up: like the Zimmerwald Conference, the Kienthal Conference did not accept the basic principles of the Bolshevik policy, namely, the conversion of the imperialist war into a civil war, the defeat of one's own imperialist government in the war, and the formation of the Third International. Nevertheless, the Kienthal Conference helped to crystallize the internationalist elements of whom the Communist Third International was subsequently formed. 8. The Irish Rebellion of 1916. In the great revolutionary struggle that was brewing during World War I, one of the most important elements was the growing revolutionary stand of various oppressed nations in Europe. These eventually were to play a big part later in tearing to pieces the Russian, German, Austrian, and Turkish empires. The first clear signal as to what was going on in this respect was the insurrection in Ireland during Easter week of 1916. This was the latest in a long series of insurrections during Ireland's 700-year struggle against English domination and exploitation. As we have seen in Chapter 8, Karl Marx attached high importance to the Irish independence movement, not only for the sake of the oppressed Irish people themselves, but also as a weapon in the general struggle against British capitalism. The Irish leaders, who generally condemned World War I as an imperialist war, seized upon a key moment to stress the fight for Irish liberation, when Great Britain was busily engaged in trying to wipe out its dangerous imperialist rival, Germany. The difficulty, however, was that the Irish people were not prepared for the suddenly announced rising. The rebellion began on April 24 and ended 5 days later. The heroic little army of rebels, only 120 strong, could not stand off the armed might of Britain. On May 12 Padraig Pearse and James Connolly, together with other leaders, were executed. Connolly was so badly injured that he had to prop himself up on a structure while he was being shot. In commenting upon this bold but futile revolt, Lenin, while showing that it represented a real mass movement and not merely an adventurous putsch, said, "The misfortune of the Irish is that they rose prematurely, when the European revolt of the proletariat had not yet matured." 9. The outstanding leader of the rebellion was James Connolly, formerly an active worker in the IWW, SLP, and SP in the United States. Connolly was a brilliant Marxist, and one of his main theoretical achievements was to dovetail the struggle for socialism in Ireland with the fight for national independence. Ryan says that Lenin ranked Connolly very high and spoke in cordial terms of his labor in Irish history to Irish trade union visitors to Russia. 10. The ill-fated Irish attempt of 1916 was followed by a far bigger and more effective insurrection in 1921–23. Lenin's great theoretical struggle. Since the turn of the century, Lenin had been tireless in his brilliant efforts to establish a revolutionary political program. But the period between the outbreak of the war in August 1914 and the advent of the Russian bourgeois revolution in March 1917 was one of even more intense theoretical work and polemical struggle on his part. The basic task he was then carrying out was to teach the socialist movement and the working class in general the elementary lesson that the overthrow of capitalism and the establishment of socialism was the only constructive way out of the war, as he had written a decade before into the famous Stuttgart-Copenhagen-Vaslui resolutions. Thus his whole life's work was being exposed to the acid test of reality. The immensity of Lenin's wartime task was vividly exemplified by his experiences at the Zimmerwald and Kienthal conferences. Here were the most advanced and revolutionary fighters in the International, but they were by no means ready to accept the Lenin revolutionary way out of the crisis. In both conferences Lenin's followers were in a small minority. Lenin not only had to wage war generally against the illusions and treacheries of the right and center groups of the socialist parties, but also against the shortcomings and immaturities of the left wing itself. In the Russian party also he had to carry on a constant fight against variations and deviations of various sorts. This was a continuation of his great theoretical work ever since the party was founded. For years he also polemized against Trotsky over innumerable questions. At this particular time two of the most intense inter-party struggles he had to wage were against the Bukharin-Pyatakov group and others over the question of the self-determination of nations and the arming of the people. One of the most important polemics by Lenin during this period was with Rosa Luxemburg, author of the Junius pamphlet, written while she was in prison. Lenin undertook to eliminate her errors regarding the necessity of underground party organization in the war situation, the question of advocating a republic in Germany, and the possibility of national wars during the period of imperialism. In his endless sharp and bitter polemics with the right and center, Lenin leveled his heaviest attacks against the renegade, Karl Kosky, erstwhile Marxist theoretician. In this period, with the masses moving rapidly to the left, Lenin singled out Koskyism as the greatest danger within labor's ranks. This was because this particular brand of opportunism, with its pretenses at Marxian orthodoxy, its glowing use of revolutionary phrases, and its conservative practice, was especially stultifying to the proletariat. It tended to kill the militancy of the working class and to betray the masses into the hands of the right-wing traitors and the ruling class. Lenin calls Koskyism covered up, cowardly, sugary, hypocritical opportunism. Kosky wishes to reconcile the revolutionary masses with the opportunist chiefs who have nothing in common with them, but on what basis? On the basis of words. On the basis of left words of the left minority in the Reichstag. Let the minority, like Kosky, condemn revolutionary action calling it adventurist, but let it feed the masses with left words. Then there will be peace in the party, with the Siedekums, Legions, Davids, Monitors 11. The Kosky centrists were a basic hindrance to the mass socialist revolt against the right-wing leadership during the war. They were also the most decisive element in the defeat of the German Revolution at the end of the war. In the spring of 1916 Lenin produced his great book, Imperialism, the Highest Stage of Capitalism, which we have summarized in Chapter 18. This book was one of Lenin's most decisive contributions, enabling Marxism to take into consideration the specific problems for the world proletariat engendered by the development of world imperialism. In all his writings about imperialism, Lenin stressed the basic difference of the stage of monopoly capitalism from the earlier period of competitive capitalism, with its relatively placid development. The imperialist era, says Lenin, is a new epoch, comparatively more impetuous, full of abrupt changes, catastrophes, conflicts. 12. Lenin especially attacked Kosky's theory of ultra-imperialism, of a world with an organized stable capitalism, presumably moving towards socialism. Lenin summarized Kosky's views as follows: from the purely economic point of view, it is not impossible that capitalism will yet go through another new phase, that of the extension of the policy of the cartels to foreign policy, the phase of ultra-imperialism, i.e., of a super-imperialism, a union of world imperialisms and not struggles among imperialisms, a phase when wars shall cease under capitalism, a phase of the joint exploitation of the world by an internationally combined finance. Capital 13. In his introduction to Bukharin's book, Imperialism and World Economy, Lenin gives a crushing answer to this ultra-imperialism of Koskay and all other advocates of organized capitalism, including eventually Bukharin himself, when he says, "Can one, however, deny that in the abstract a new phase of capitalism to follow imperialism, namely, a phase of ultra-imperialism, is thinkable? No. In the abstract one can think of such a phase. In practice, however, he who rejects the hard tasks of today in the name of dreams about easy tasks of the future becomes an opportunist. Theoretically, it means to fail to base oneself on the developments now going on in real life, to detach oneself from them in the name of dreams. There is no doubt that the development is going in the direction of a single world trust that will swallow up all enterprises and all states without exception. But the development in this direction is proceeding under such stress, with such a tempo, with such contradictions, conflicts, and convulsions not only economic, but also political, national, etc., etc., that before a single world trust will be reached, before the respective national finance capitals will have formed a world union of ultra-imperialism, imperialism will inevitably explode, capitalism will turn into its opposite 14. The Russian, Chinese, and other revolutions during the period of imperialism, as well as the cumulative breakdown of the world capitalist system, testify to the correctness of this basic analysis by Lenin. 28. The Russian Bourgeois Revolution, March 1917. In January 1917 the world was startled by the development of a strong revolutionary strike movement in Russia. There were big strikes in Baku and Nizhny Novgorod, and by January one-third of Moscow's workers were on strike. On March the workers of the big Putilov works in Petrograd also went out. The Bolsheviks organized big street demonstrations and by March 200,000 workers were on strike. The next day the strike became general. The militant workers carried banners "Down with the Tsar, down with the war, we want bread." On March 12 the Petrograd troops refused to fire on the people, and by evening 60,000 of them had joined with the demonstrators. The workers flung open the jails to free imprisoned revolutionaries, and they began to arrest Tsarist generals and officials. All over the country similar events took place. By March 14, the revolution had 1.1. The Tsar abdicated and a provisional government was set up. This consisted of a group of reactionaries headed by Rodzianko, president of the Duma, a landlord and monarchist. A few days later, a new government was established, with Prince Lvov as premier, Milyukov as foreign minister, and Kerensky as minister of justice. What had taken place was a bourgeois democratic revolution. Political power had passed into the hands of the class of capitalist landowners and bourgeoisie, which, as Lenin said, for a long time has been ruling our country economically too. But there was also growing a direct challenge to the rule of the bourgeoisie. Even before the Tsar abdicated, the workers began to organize Soviets of workers and soldiers, on the model of the 1905 revolution. Soon nearly every town and city had its Soviet. The result, says the party history, following Lenin's analysis, was a peculiar interlocking of two powers, of two dictatorships, the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, represented by the provisional government, and the dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry, represented by the Soviet of workers and soldiers deputies. The result was a dual power 3. The challenge of the Soviets to the bourgeois government was as yet, however, only potential, for these bodies, with few exceptions, were in the control of the Mensheviks and the socialist revolutionaries, and the Soviet leaders were quite willing to leave the power in the hands of the bourgeoisie. The party history explains the situation largely by the fact that during the period when the Mensheviks and socialist revolutionaries were busily seizing the seats in the Soviets and building up a majority there, the majority of the leaders of the Bolshevik party were in prison or exile. Lenin was in exile abroad and Stalin and Sverdlov in banishment in Siberia, while the Mensheviks and socialist revolutionaries were freely promenading in the streets of Petrograd. 4. The revolution was a tremendous justification of the political line of the Bolsheviks, as mainly hammered out by Lenin. It proved Lenin's contention that during periods of revolution conscript armies, made up of masses of the toilers, would rally to the side of the revolutionists, and it likewise knocked on the head the false gospel of the right-wing heads of the Second International that armed popular revolts were no longer possible against modern armies. It also justified Lenin's position that in the bourgeois revolution the proletariat was the leading force, and that in the fight against Tsarism the great bulk of the peasantry could be relied upon as a revolutionary force. By the same token, it repudiated the current Menshevik revisionist tendency to sweep aside the peasantry as a counter-revolutionary mass. Finally, it justified Lenin's great program of countering the war with revolution. Why the revolution took place? Behind the March Revolution was the explosive force of a growing capitalism and an expanding proletariat. From 1900 to 1913 industrial production in Russia increased by 62%, although most of the basic industries coal, iron, oil, railroads, etc. were owned by foreign capitalists, French, English, Belgian, there was nevertheless a substantial growth of the Russian bourgeoisie and petty bourgeoisie. The working class grew even more rapidly. Confronted by a savage semi-feudal autocracy, the Russian working class was especially class-conscious and revolutionary, characteristics which were given direction and accentuated by the work of the brilliant Bolshevik leader, Lenin. The workers slaved 11 to 13 hours per day for destitution wages, they were tyrannized over in the shops, they had no right to organize industrially or politically, and their strikes and other protest movements were met with bloody repression. The jails were full of working-class fighters. The peasants faced an equally harsh regime, they were systematically robbed of their lands, they were taxed to death, and they were in the grip of iron-fisted usurers. And both workers and peasants, when the government saw fit, were drafted by the millions to die on the battlefields in the imperialist service of the Tsar. The many nationalities making up the Russian people were also subjected to ruthless repression, and periodically, savage pogroms were directed against the Jews. The Orthodox Church was completely identified with this whole monstrous system of robbery and oppression. After the loss of the 1905 revolution, it was not long, however, until the militant working class was again on the march. In January 1914 there were 140,000 workers on strike in Petrograd, and there were hard-fought strikes in Baku and many other centers. During the first half of 1914, despite barbarous repressive conditions, there were no less than 1,425,000 strikers throughout Russia. The movement was so vigorous that, the party history says, the advance of the revolution was interrupted by the World War VI. Tsar Nicholas I welcomed the war as a preventive of revolution, but it worked out quite otherwise. The terrific slaughter suffered by the Russian armies, due to incompetent political and military leadership, the graft and corruption of government officials, the starvation conditions prevailing among the population, the complete breakdown of industry and transport, the general purposelessness of the war for the people plus good leadership from the Bolsheviks produced the inevitable result, revolution. The revolution of 1905 grew out of the Russo-Japanese War, and the revolution of 1917 was precipitated by World War I. The reactionary provisional government. The provisional government was reorganized in May as a coalition government, made up of constitutional Democrats, cadets, the main bourgeois party, Mensheviks, and socialist revolutionaries, S.R.S. Its program was to conserve the interests of the capitalists and landlords and to balk the revolutionary demands of the workers and peasants. This was quite in harmony with the general line of the right-wing revisionists of the Second International. The key to the government's policy was to keep Russia in the war. In this it had the active support of the Allied governments, who crowded Petrograd with delegations, including right-wing socialist leaders, urging the Russian government not to make peace and to keep the revolution from going politically to the left. On April 18 the Russian foreign minister declared arrogantly that the whole people desire to continue the world war until a decisive victory is achieved, and he pledged the government to this effect. In order to carry out this reactionary pledge, an offensive was launched in July, which proved to be a ghastly disaster for the Russian army. To all the demands of the workers and peasants, the Kerensky government dangled the prospect of a constituent assembly, which was repeatedly postponed. Correctly estimating the government, Stalin declared that the peasants will never see the land, the workers will never get control of industry, Russia will not gain peace. 7. Meanwhile, the government castrated and subordinated the Soviets, thus ending what Lenin had called the dual powers situation. Political repression was begun, and the Bolsheviks were forced underground. Encouraged by the reactionary course of the government, General Kornilov, in August, organized an armed uprising aimed at restoring Tsarism. Only with great difficulty, and chiefly through the activity of the Bolshevik forces, was this dangerous revolt suppressed. The revolutionary program of the party. In Switzerland, at the time of the March Revolution, Lenin at once understood that this was only the first stage of the struggle. In his letters from afar, he told the revolutionary workers that, sooner or later, perhaps even now, while I am writing these lines, you will inevitably be called upon again to display wonders of similar heroism in overthrowing the power of the landowners and the capitalists who are waging the imperialist war. 8. This was the theory of uninterrupted revolution, see chapter 21, as promulgated by Lenin in 1905, and as first stated by Marx in the Revolution of 1848, see chapter 3. Trotsky's assertion that he was the first to outline the theory of the bourgeois revolution growing over into the proletarian revolution is a lie. Lenin and a group of Go Bolsheviks returned from Switzerland to Russia on April 3, 1917, in a sealed railroad car, the Germans giving them safe passage, presumably in the naive belief that this would help the German cause. Immediately upon arriving in Petrograd, Lenin outlined his famous April Theses 9, which blazed the path for the proletarian revolution of November. Lenin's April Theses laid down for the party a brilliant plan of struggle for the transition from the bourgeois democratic to the socialist revolution, from the first stage of the revolution to the second, the stage of the socialist revolution. The whole history of the party had prepared it for this great task. 10. The theses characterized the provisional government as a bourgeois government and its war as an imperialist war, and they called upon the workers to give no support to the government or its war program. They urged fraternization of the soldiers of both sides at the front. For the early stages of the period of passing over to the socialist revolution, the theses called for nationalization of the land and confiscation of the landed estates, amalgamation of the banks under the control of the Soviet of Workers and Soldiers, and the setting up of worker control over the industries. In the broadest sense, the theses proposed the advance from a bourgeois democratic republic to a Soviet republic, based upon the proletariat and the poorest strata of the peasantry. It demanded all power to the Soviets, and proposed the arming of the people to substitute for the present army. It declared that the war cannot be ended in a truly democratic way without the greatest proletarian revolution in history. The theses also proposed that the name of the party be changed to the Communist Party, as the correct expression of the program of the party, on the same basis that Marx and Engels had also called their organization, the Communist League. The theses also demanded the establishment of a Communist International, to replace the discredited and shattered Second International. The party, many years later, said, in his celebrated April Theses, Lenin made a new discovery which enriched Marxist theory. He arrived at the conclusion that the best political form of the dictatorship of the proletariat was not the parliamentary democratic republic, as had formerly been the opinion among Marxists, but a republic of Soviets. That brilliant discovery was of enormous importance for ensuring the victory of the socialist revolution in October 1917, for the triumph of Soviet rule in our country. 11. The Central Committee, after an internal struggle in which Lenin submitted, but later withdrew, his resignation, finally endorsed Lenin's revolutionary April Theses 12, that is, with the exception of a few, such as Kamina, Rykov, and Pyatakov. All through this crucial period, these elements, including also usually Zinoviev, and frequently Bukharin, were to be found in the opposition, and generally on the outer edges of the party's Leninist policy. A peaceful road to the revolution. In dealing with countries with autocratic governments, Lenin was ruthless in pointing out the necessity for an armed revolution. He said that in the period of imperialism, Marx's contention that peaceful revolution was possible in Great Britain and the United States was no longer valid. But Lenin nevertheless was also quick to see the possibility opening up, during the early democratic stages of the bourgeois Kerensky regime, for a peaceful advance to socialism in Russia. And he proceeded on that basis. Kerensky, because of the strength of the revolutionary forces of the workers and peasants, was unable to use armed force effectively against them. Lenin's policy gave the lie to those enemies who maintained then, and still do, that communists advocate violence on principle. The Mensheviks and the SRS had control of the Congress of Soviets. The Communist Party, while advancing the slogan of no support for the provisional government, carried on a policy of peaceful agitational work. As Lenin said, the task was to present a patient, systematic, and persistent explanation of the errors of their tactics, an explanation especially adapted to the practical needs of the masses. As long as we are in the minority, we carry on the work of criticizing and exposing errors, and at the same time, we preach the necessity of transferring the entire power of state to the Soviets of Workers' Deputies. Commenting upon the policy, the party history states, this meant that Lenin was not calling for a revolt against the provisional government, which at that moment enjoyed the confidence of the Soviets, that he was not demanding its overthrow, but that he wanted, by means of explanatory and recruiting work, to win a majority in the Soviets, to change the policy of the Soviets, and through the Soviets, to alter the composition and policy of the government. This was a line envisaging a peaceful development of the revolution. 13. With this policy, the Communist Party made rapid progress in winning over the masses in the army, navy, factory committees, and trade unions. At the Petrograd Factory Committee Conference on May 20, 3/4 of the delegates supported the Bolsheviks. In various other cities, Bolshevik minorities in the Soviets were also turning into majorities. At the first All-Russian Congress of Soviets on June 3, however, the Bolsheviks were still a relatively small minority. But the decision of the government to begin the July offensive deeply disillusioned the masses and greatly sped up the big stream of recruits into the party, and also hastened the growth of its influence. Whereupon the government, seeing that it could not defeat the communists in free political debate, decided to crush by violence the party and the great mass movement behind it. Street demonstrations were broken up, a warrant was issued for Lenin's arrest, several members of the Central Committee were jailed, and the party's publishing plant was wrecked. Consequently, the party was forced underground. At the time of the July offensive, the Kornilov revolt, and the subordination of the Soviets, there was also a general curtailment of mass civil liberties. By abolishing the democratic rights of the communists and the masses, the government chose the path of civil war. It was making it clear that the only way socialism could be established in Russia, that the sole means by which the workers and peasants could win their demands of peace, bread, and land, was by fighting for them arms in hand. The Communist Party realized and accepted this hard ultimatum. As the party history says, it began to prepare for an uprising with the object of overthrowing the power of the bourgeoisie by force of arms and setting up the power of the Soviets. 14. The government had decided on an all-out fight. Russia began to head directly towards the November Proletarian Revolution. The Stockholm, Zimmerwald, Conference. Meanwhile, in the ranks of world labor, the Russian Revolution of March had made a tremendous stir. It created profound enthusiasm and enormously stimulated the growing peace sentiment among the world's working masses. In Austria, late in 1916, Friedrich Adler, son of the party leader, Victor Adler, in order to arouse peace sentiment, had shot and killed the premier, Count Sturg. In Germany there were hunger riots, a split took place in the Social Democratic Party, and the Independent Social Democratic Party, of centrist orientation and with Dittmann at its head, was formed. The whole socialist group in the Reichstag refused to vote the war credits. 15. In France, anti-war syndicalists and left-wing socialists conducted strikes in the war industries. In England, too, there were walkouts among war munitions workers, in Italy there were similar strong anti-war movements among the workers. And the American bourgeoisie was able to plunge the United States into the war on April 6, 1917, only in the face of a strong mass opposition headed by the Socialist Party and waged by Debs, Ruthenberg, Wagenknecht, and other left-wingers. This broad developing anti-war sentiment led to three broad socialist peace movements during 1917. The International Socialist Bureau, which had been moved from Brussels to Stockholm, through a Dutch Scandinavian committee called a conference to take place in the latter city. The American Socialist Party actively participated in this movement. The Petrograd Soviet also called for a conference in the same city, and the International Socialist Committee, Zimmerwald, likewise announced a Stockholm conference. Finally, the ISB, the Petrograd Soviet, and the Dutch Scandinavian Committee agreed on August 15, 1917, as the date for the conference. The proposed Stockholm Conference attracted wide support among the various socialist parties. Among others, the German, French, British, Italian, Russian, and American parties agreed to participate. But the Allied governments, whose prospects for victory were looking up, considered the conference as a peace move engineered by hard-pressed Germany, and they were against it. Their right-wing social democratic tools therefore condemned it. Gompers in the United States was especially unbridled in his denunciation of the conference, and Havelock Wilson, head of the British Seamen's Union, declared that his union's members would refuse to carry delegates to Stockholm. Characteristically, the United States government, which had joined the war under the hypocritical pretense that it was fighting to make the world safe for democracy, struck the first blow against the Stockholm Conference by refusing passports to the American socialist delegates, Hillquit, Lee, and Berger. The British, French, and Italian governments quickly followed suit, with the result that the much advertised conference failed to materialize. Meanwhile, the Zimmerwalders in the ISC, who were sharply divided over whether or not to attend the forthcoming General Conference, Lenin arguing that it should be boycotted, held their own conference in Stockholm, September 5 to 12. Lenin was not present. The Zimmerwald Conference, because of the confusion over the proposed General Conference, was poorly attended. Its actions were pretty much a reaffirmation of the theses previously adopted at Zimmerwald and Kienthal. The adopted manifesto endorsed the Russian Revolution, called for a militant mass strike and general struggle for a socialist peace, and declared that the international proletarian mass struggle for peace signifies at the same time the rescue of the Russian Revolution 16. By this time the Zimmerwald left was sharply in opposition to the right-centrist Semikoskians who were leading the movement. They had caused the removal of the centrist chairman Grimm, with the leadership falling to Angelika Balabanov, then on the left. The left opposed the right-centrist leaders' failure to support a revolutionary policy to end the war, their endorsement of the ill-fated right-wing Stockholm Conference, their general reluctance to break with the Second International and to move toward the formation of a revolutionary Third International, and their confusion and conservatism on a whole series of other political questions. Lenin had already come to the conclusion that the new international would have to be built in the face of the resistance of such wavering elements. 29. The Russian Proletarian Revolution, November 1917. The crucial period between July and November 1917 in Russia was one of rapid party growth and revolutionary preparation. The provisional government, Alexander Kerensky, socialist revolutionary, became the premier on July 20, deeply discredited itself by its continuation of the war, its obvious intention not to give the peasants the land, its curtailment of democratic liberties, and its criminal guilt in the Kornilov revolt. Daily its unfitness to rule became more obvious. During this period there was a big growth of the people's mass organizations of all kinds, and increasingly they went over to Bolshevik leadership, especially after the Kornilov revolt. On August 31, the day following the victory over Kornilov, the Petrograd Soviet endorsed the Bolshevik policy, and 5 days later the Moscow Soviet followed suit. 1 Bolshevik strength grew from day to day in the army, and peasant seizures of land were taking place in various parts of the country. The revolutionary crisis was swiftly ripening. The party held its 6th Congress secretly in Petrograd, July 26 to August 3. At this time the party had 240,000 members, as against 45,000 at the time of the March Revolution. By party orders, Lenin was in concealment in Finland, and Stalin made the main report. He stated that, the peaceful period of the revolution has come to an end, the non-peaceful period, the period of clashes and outbreaks, has set in, too. The party was preparing itself for the revolutionary test lying immediately ahead. At this Congress the small Trotsky group, professing full agreement with the Bolshevik policies, was admitted to the party. Leon Trotsky, 1879–1940, was born in Russia of storekeeper parents, and he became active in the revolutionary movement in 1896. For over a decade, he had kept up a guerrilla warfare against the Bolsheviks, and although he was given highly responsible work upon his eventual entry into the party, the future was to show that he was an alien element and unassimilable. In a desperate attempt to divert and defeat the rising revolutionary spirit of the people, the Kerensky government organized, in early October, the so-called Pre-Parliament, which was to serve as an interim body until the Constituent Assembly should come together later on. But the Bolsheviks boycotted this counter-revolutionary organization, and eventually it was swept away in the great storm soon to burst. The masses were not going to allow themselves to be talked out of the peace, bread, land, and socialism for which they were fighting. During his enforced stay in Finland, Lenin produced another of his basic Marxist works, State and Revolution. This great book reaffirms the class character of the state, as laid down by Marx and later discarded by the right opportunists of the Second International. Lenin demolished the revisionist theories of the modern capitalist state as a people's state. He demonstrated, to the contrary, the use of the greatly strengthened imperialist state as a weapon against the increasingly revolutionary working class. He pointed out that this autocratic state could not be taken over by the workers for their own purposes, but had to be destroyed and the dictatorship of the proletariat substituted for it. He said, "A Marxist is one who extends the acceptance of the class struggle to the acceptance of the dictatorship of the proletariat." Lenin elaborated upon Marx in his conception of the state, giving a detailed analysis of what the structure of the dictatorship of the proletariat would be. His book, in fact, presented a clear picture of the type of socialist regime that the Russian working class, under his leadership, was just about to start building. The revolutionary crisis interrupting his writing, Lenin never got to finish completely this elementary work. He explained it this way: what interfered was the political crisis the eve of the October Revolution of 1917. It is more pleasant and useful to go through the experience of the revolution than to write about it. 3. The conquest of power. Returning from Finland on October 7, Lenin doubly impressed upon the Central Committee what he had been writing from exile, that the people were ready for revolution. He declared that, the majority of the people are with us. Now we have a majority in both Soviets, Petrograd and Moscow. He stated also that for a revolutionary situation to be mature it must meet 3 conditions, namely, that the uprising must be based upon an advanced class, that it must coincide with the revolutionary upsurge of the people, and that the governing classes must be vacillating and in confusion, all of which conditions were presently fulfilled. Lenin further proceeded to outline in detail the military steps that had to be taken to ensure the success of the coming insurrection. 4. Lenin, however, met with much opposition in the Central Committee of the party. The Kamena Zinoviev group were in general against the uprising, and Trotsky wanted so to postpone it as to have ruined it. Finally, Lenin carried his point, and the Central Committee, on October 10, decided to move toward the armed uprising. After reviewing the favorable situation, the historic resolution says, all this places the armed uprising on the order of the day. Considering therefore that an armed uprising is inevitable, and that the time for it is fully ripe, the Central Committee instructs all party organizations to be guided accordingly. Upon Central Committee orders, a revolutionary military committee was organized in Petrograd, which became the general headquarters of the revolution. Also a party center was set up within the military committee, with Stalin in charge. Zinoviev and Kamina, opposing all this, publicly denounced the uprising in the non-party press, for which Lenin called them strike breakers and, unsuccessfully, demanded their expulsion. 5. On November 6 Lenin arrived at the Smolny Institute and assumed direct charge of the insurrection, which was directed against the armed assault that was already underway from the Kerensky forces. On November 7 Red Guards and revolutionary troops occupied the railway stations, post office, telegraph office, the ministries, and the state bank. The pre-parliament was dissolved. That night the members of the provisional government were arrested at the Winter Palace 6 and the revolution was an accomplished fact. After a 4 days fight in Moscow and a few skirmishes elsewhere, the various cities and towns followed Petrograd's revolutionary example. 7. The Second All-Russian Congress of Soviets went into session November 7, late at night, when the revolutionary uprising had already succeeded. The Bolsheviks were in an overwhelming majority. The Mensheviks, Bundists, and Right Socialist revolutionaries walked out. The Congress gave them a parting blast, and officially proclaimed that all power had passed to the Soviets. It also set up a Soviet government, with Lenin as chairman of the Council of People's Commissars. This became the governing body for Russia's 160 million people. At this time, the party had some 900,000 members and, through the Soviets and trade unions, many millions more of close sympathizers and supporters. The workers and peasants, in fighting alliance, under the leadership of the Communist Party, had struck down bloody Tsarism and capitalism. They therewith broke international imperialism at its weakest link and dealt the world capitalist system a vital blow, one from which it has never recovered. The victory of the Great October Socialist Revolution marked the triumph of the Leninist theory of proletarian revolution. By overthrowing the rule of the capitalists and landlords, by overthrowing the rule of the imperialists and establishing the dictatorship of the proletariat, our party carried out the program that was adopted at the Second Congress of the R.S.D.L.P. Many elements of sound Leninist policy combined to make the great victory possible, but at the heart of it all was Lenin's achievement of revolutionary unity between the proletariat and the peasantry. Contrary to the gospel-like belief of the Mensheviks and other revisionists and fundamentally in line with Lenin's teachings, the overwhelming majority of all categories of the peasantry had combined with the workers in overthrowing Tsarism in the March Revolution. Blazing the way in Marxian theory and strategy, also in the November Revolution Lenin and the Great Communist Party had succeeded in enlisting the vast mass of the poor and middle peasantry, along with the workers, to overthrow the Kerensky capitalist government. Now it remained for Lenin and the party to achieve an even greater political miracle, by leading this great mass of small landowners, supposedly immune to socialism, eventually to begin the building of socialism, under the general guidance of the working class. The Soviet government in action. With characteristic energy, speed, and thoroughness, the Communists, once at the helm of the Russian ship of state, promptly began to put their long-developing program into effect. The Bolsheviks, for years denounced as sectarians and utopian visionaries by the right-wing leaders of the Second International, were showing themselves to be men and women of most decisive action. With successive blows they shattered the old government apparatus and put the new regime into operation. On the day after the seizure of power, on November 8, the Congress of Soviets passed the Decree for Peace, calling upon the belligerent powers to establish an immediate armistice. The same night, the Congress also adopted the Decree on Land, abolishing landlord ownership without compensation and turning the lands of the landlords, the Tsar's family, and the monasteries, some 400 million acres, over to the peasants. Meanwhile, the workers, through their shop committees, were busily taking over the industries. In January 1918, the Third All-Russian Congress of Soviets nationalized all factories, mines, transport systems, etc. Within 4 days of taking power, the universal 8-hour day was established and a system of social insurance set up. Great Britain, France, and the United States refused to agree to the armistice proposed by the Soviet government, so the latter started separate peace negotiations with Germany. These began on December 3, 1917, at Brest-Litovsk. The Germans laid down hard conditions, with the result that the delegation head, Trotsky, supported by Zinoviev, Radek, and others, broke off the negotiations. The Germans thereupon resumed their march into Russia, taking over whole stretches of territory. The Russian armies, shattered in the war, were in no position to make effective resistance. Lenin insisted that the harsh German peace terms be accepted, which was done. The revolution had to have a breathing space, he said, or it would perish. After a bitter struggle against Trotsky and other leftists in the party, Lenin carried his point. His peace maneuver showed his brilliant strategic genius, it very probably saved the revolution. The bourgeois war makers and their social democrats all over the world let out a howl of rage at the Bolsheviks' betrayal of their sacred, imperialist, war cause. The Soviet decree giving the land to the peasants was also a Leninist masterstroke. It won the great body of the peasants firmly to the side of the revolution, without which support the Soviet regime could not have survived in the desperately hard years ahead. Party leftists, in tune with the right leaders of the Second International, declared that in strengthening land proprietorship among the peasants, the Bolsheviks were building up an impregnable barrier against socialism. But Lenin was certain that the great masses of the poorer peasants could eventually be won for socialism, and so it turned out in fact. He declared that in this period of building socialism the richer peasants had to be fought, the middle peasants neutralized, and the broad masses of poor peasants cultivated as allies, which was a revolutionary Marxian innovation in policy towards the peasantry, and one upon which the success of the revolution depended. Another stroke of decisive importance was, at the very outset, to establish political equality and the right of self-determination for all the peoples making up Russia. This built further solid foundations beneath the new government by winning to it the backing of the hitherto bitterly oppressed lesser nationalities. Finland, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, receiving counter-revolutionary aid of Germany and Britain, however, unwisely decided to exercise the conceded right of separation and to go it alone. Thus, another Bolshevik heresy, self-determination, turned out to be a major buttress for the weak and struggling socialist regime. What to do about the Constituent Assembly, slated to be opened on January 18, 1918, also presented a major problem, especially as the majority of the delegates was made up of socialist revolutionaries and Mensheviks. Lenin, as usual, proceeded straight to the heart of the question and provided the fundamental remedy. He pointed out that the Soviets, not the Constituent Assembly, were the ruling body, as a result of the revolution. He said, "We see in the rivalry of the Constituent Assembly and the Soviets the historical dispute between the two revolutions, the bourgeois revolution and the socialist revolution. The elections to the Constituent Assembly based on electoral lists made before the November Revolution are an echo of the first bourgeois revolution in February-March, but certainly not of the people's, the Socialist Revolution 9. Rosenberg agrees with Lenin's general conclusions, stating that, if Lenin had ordered the holding of new elections, there can be no doubt that the Soviet government would have obtained an overwhelming majority at the polls 10. Hence, when the Constituent Assembly voted down a resolution calling for the recognition of the Soviet government as the state power, it was officially dissolved, on January 26, 1918. The swift development of all these revolutionary policies by the Communist Party and the Soviet government was not accomplished without serious inter-party struggles against Trotsky, Zinoviev, Radek, Bukharin, Kamina, Pyatakov, and many others. Lenin had to fight for his policies all along, and one of his staunchest supporters was Stalin. To the outside world of labor often the Leninist revolutionary policies also seemed new and strange. Left-wingers living in the bourgeois world could not understand many of them. Even such a politically well-developed left leader as Rosa Luxemburg wrote a pamphlet in which she sharply criticized the new regime for its mistakes, including the giving of the land to the peasants, the establishment of the right of national self-determination, the dissolution of the Constituent Assembly, the restriction of civil rights of counter-revolutionary parties, etc. 11. The defense of the revolution. World capitalism, no less than domestic Russian reaction, saw in the Russian Socialist Revolution a mortal enemy. Consequently, from the end of 1917 until the beginning of 1921, the Soviet government had to fight for its life, in a bitter civil war against Russian counter-revolution and also against armed imperialist intervention. The people, war-weary, hunger-ridden, with their industries paralyzed, and their armed forces largely destroyed in the war, by a superheroic effort pulled themselves together and, under the leadership of the Communist Party, defeated the most powerful counter-revolutionary armies. They shattered the forces of Generals Yudenich, Kornilov, Denikin, Krasnov, Semenov, Kolchak, Rigel, and many other White Guards, and they also beat back the armies of Great Britain, Japan, France, the United States, Poland, Romania, and the Czech irregulars. At one time the great bulk of the country was in the hands of the enemy, the government was cut off from its principal sources of food, fuel, and raw materials, and in Moscow and Petrograd the workers were getting a ration of only 1/8 of a pound of bread every other day. 12 Nevertheless, with unparalleled courage, the people built their Red Army, and by the end of 1920 had driven all their enemies from Soviet soil. The bitter armed assault by the organized forces of reaction obviously made the defense of the struggling Soviet regime of the greatest importance to the world labor movement. The ISC Zimmerwald issued several statements, calling upon the workers to come to the support of the embattled Soviet Union. In January 1918 great strikes, largely inspired by the influence of the Russian Revolution, broke out in Austria and Germany. Less powerful movements also took place in Great Britain. And even in far-off Seattle and Philadelphia longshoremen refused to load cargoes destined for interventionist forces in Soviet Russia. The mass sentiment in support of the Russian Revolution also definitely affected Allied troops fighting against the Soviet government. At the Versailles Treaty negotiations in Paris, Lloyd George, upon being asked why Britain did not make a more energetic fight in Soviet Russia, declared that if he now proposed to send 1,000 British troops to Russia for that purpose the troops would mutiny, and also that if a military enterprise were started against the Bolsheviks, that would make England Bolshevist and there would be a Soviet in London. 13 An actual mutiny did take place among American troops in North Russia, of Company I. Of the 339 U.S. infantry, on March Go, 1919.14 As a result, all the American troops in the area had to be withdrawn shortly thereafter. The right-wing Social Democratic leaders, however, assumed a very hostile attitude. They were reformers, patchers up of capitalism, so naturally they took a stand against the First Socialist Republic. Like the Russian Mensheviks, they opposed it from the start. Characteristically, at the Bern Conference in February 1919, called to pull the disrupted Second International together again, they condemned Soviet Russia. And prior to this, Karl Koski wrote a booklet during 1918, The Dictatorship of the Proletariat, in which he systematically attacked the Soviet regime. He particularly dissented from the whole conception and practice of the dictatorship of the proletariat. This man, who could readily find excuses for the imperialist slaughter of millions in World War I, was outraged at the suppressive measures taken by the new government against the vicious counter-revolution. His booklet gave the main line of anti-Soviet attack for the less cunning right revisionists. In reply, Lenin immediately wrote his book, The Proletarian Revolution and Renegade Koski. He defended the dictatorship on principle, as well as the general policies of the Bolsheviks throughout the revolution. He justified the overthrow of the provisional government, and also the liquidation of the Constituent Assembly, on the grounds that the Bolsheviks had behind them a clear majority of the people. He supported the repression of the former ruling classes because of the urgent political necessity to stamp out the armed counter-revolution. This book, in a sense, was a continuation of his State and Revolution, analyzing after the events the revolution which this famous work had outlined beforehand. 30 The Soviet System. The October Revolution, as distinct from all other revolutions, said Stalin, overthrew all exploiters and transferred power to the most revolutionary class of the working people, the proletariat. Under its leadership the old system of exploitation was destroyed and a new, socialist system was established in which exploitation and oppression have no place. The Great October Socialist Revolution denotes a radical turn in the history of mankind, from the old capitalist world to the new socialist world. 1. The new government, at first called the Russian Soviet Socialist Federated Republic, was later named the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. The Soviet Constitution establishes that, all power in the USSR belongs to the working people of town and country as represented by the Soviets of Working People's Deputies, and also that the land, its mineral wealth, waters, forests, mills, factories, mines, rail, water and air transport, banks, communications, large state-organized agricultural enterprises, state farms, machine and tractor stations, and the like, as well as municipal enterprises and the bulk of the dwelling houses in the cities and industrial localities, are state property, that is, belong to the whole people. Exploitation of man by man is specifically prohibited, and work in the USSR is a duty and a matter of honor for every able-bodied citizen, in accordance with the principle, he who does not work, neither shall he eat. The working motto in the Soviet Union is the socialist one of from each according to his ability, to each according to his work. 2. Socialism is the first stage of communism, of which the basic motto is, from each according to his ability, to each according to his need. 3. The Russian Revolution was political, economic, and social. It profoundly reorganized every major institution in Russia, including the Orthodox Church, which was depoliticalized. There was no blueprint to work from, only the broad outlines of the new society having been worked out before the revolution. Consequently, under the brilliant leadership of Lenin, an immense economic and political pioneering and experimentation on socialist institution building had to be carried out, which saved an enormous amount of work and struggle for later revolutions elsewhere. Here only the barest outlines can be given of the status of the Soviet regime at its inception, and also of the general character of its orientation in later years. Since the seizure of power by the workers, Soviet society, highly flexible and progressive, has passed through 3 general stages. The first was the period of war communism, from 1918 to early in 1921, the years of the civil and interventionist wars. 4. With industry and agriculture collapsed and disintegrated, and with the regime fighting for its life against a host of internal and external enemies, this was a time of the most rigid government controls, of a universal ration system, and of the gravest hardships for the people. The second period, that of the new economic policy, NEP, beginning in 1921, was one in which, to help stimulate production under the given conditions, an open market was established for the peasants and certain small manufacturing and private trading was allowed. Foreign trade and the commanding heights of industry, however, remained in the hands of the government. The third period, culminating in the complete victory of socialism, with the vast bulk of all production carried on by state industry and collective farming, got well underway about 19,275 and has continued with growing strength until the present time. Now the USSR is at the verge of beginning to introduce the higher stage of classless society, communism. 6. From the very beginning the capitalists of the world, with the ardent help of the right social democrats, have carried on an unprecedented campaign to misrepresent and vilify every angle of Soviet life. These allied elements, the masters and their agents, realized at the outset that capitalism, in its fight for life, must try to keep the workers of the world from learning the truth about what was actually happening in the first socialist republic. Thenceforth, their tireless efforts to smear and belittle the USSR and to build an ideological barrier against it, have grown into a huge and well-paying literary industry. And unfortunately they have been largely successful in their lying endeavors. In many capitalist countries, notably the United States, the masses of the people know little or nothing of what is actually transpiring among the Soviet people. On the other hand, the advanced proletarian forces of the world from the outset rallied effectively in defense of the Soviet Union. They realized that the future of world democracy and peace were tied up with the fate of the USSR. The attitude assumed towards the Soviet Union is the supreme measure of proletarian internationalism. The political structure. The Union of Soviet Socialist Republics is a socialist state of workers and peasants. 7. This is the dictatorship of the proletariat, or rule of the workers. It means that the leading class in the Soviet government is the working class. In the beginning, this proletarian class leadership was expressly stated in the Constitution, adopted on July 1, 1918, by allowing the workers one representative in the National Congress of Soviets for each 25,000 persons, and the peasants only one for each 125,000, but in the 1936 Constitution this unequal ratio was eliminated. At the present time, the USSR, made up of three friendly classes: workers, peasants, and intelligentsia with harmonious economic and political interests, is well on the way towards a classless society. The leader of the people and of the government is the Communist Party. The party is the vanguard of the proletariat. It is made up of the best developed, most devoted, energetic, and tireless elements, primarily of the working class, but also including peasants and intellectuals. By its clear-headedness and indomitable fighting spirit, the party gives the lead and sets the example for the whole nation. It has its basic branches in every institution: government, army, industries, farms, trade unions, schools, and all others. The party is flesh and blood of the people, and it fires and stimulates the whole mass. The magnificent Soviet Communist Party of today, unparalleled for political effectiveness in the history of the world, is the fruition of the brilliant work of party building begun by Lenin many years before the revolution. 8. From the time of Marx's earliest writings, communists have always endorsed the principle of an eventual stateless society, that is, the withering away of the state after the proletarian revolution. This could not take place after the November Revolution in Russia, however, nor has it done so even yet, for the sound and sufficient reason that, because of the hostile capitalist encirclement, the Soviet had an imperative need to maintain a strong state apparatus, including powerful armed forces, in order to beat back invading counter-revolutionary forces, from both at home and abroad. Only when the capitalist encirclement is liquidated can the withering away of the state begin. The Soviet state, which remains the dictatorship of the proletariat, is fundamentally different from the capitalist state. Its edge is outward. Inside the country there is no use of military power, since there are no classes to repress, the remnants of the exploiting classes having long since been liquidated as class forces. The efforts of the Soviet government are directed towards cultivating the interests and the welfare of the great mass of the people, instead of those of a comparative handful of exploiters. Hence, from the outset, the Soviet state has largely taken on the nature of a scientific administration of things, something that no capitalist state can possibly do. Democracy in the Soviet Union is on an altogether higher level than in any capitalist country, and it has been so since the Great Revolution. This fact is demonstrated by the basic democratic realities of the ownership of all the industries and national resources by the people, the full political equality existing among the many nationalities making up the Soviet state, the complete equality of woman with man in every sphere of life, the punishment of anti-Semitism and other racial and national chauvinism as a crime, the universalization of higher education, the establishment of such basic freedoms as the right to work and the right to leisure, the direct participation of the mass organizations of the people, trade unions, cooperatives, and others in the government of the country, and the generally high level of the civil rights of the people, the Constitution of 1936 being far and away the most democratic in the world. The foundations of this whole governmental structure are the thousands of local Soviets, organizations which combine the executive, legislative, and judicial branches of government in a single organization under the direct control of the people. In analyzing the Soviet governmental and democratic system, Sidney and Beatrice Webb of England, despite a background of many years of opportunist Fabianism, said in 1936, in this pattern of work individual dictatorship has no place. Personal decisions are distrusted and elaborately guarded against. As for the government, our inference is that it has been, in fact, the very opposite of a dictatorship. It has been, and it still is, government by a whole series of committees. Our own conclusion is that, if by autocracy or dictatorship is meant government without prior discussion or debate, either by public opinion or in private session, the government of the USSR is, in that sense, actually less of an autocracy or a dictatorship than many a parliamentary cabinet. 9. During the November Revolution, the Cadet, Menshevik, and Right Socialist Revolutionary parties, in their defense of the Kerensky government, took an openly counter-revolutionary stand, and as a consequence they were eventually outlawed. The Soviet government, at its foundation, was based upon an alliance between the Communist Party and the Left Socialist Revolutionary Party. There were also in existence numerous other political parties and groups of various anarchist, syndicalist, and other tendencies. John Reed mentions no less than 19 different groupings as participating in the November 30, 1917 Soviet elections in Petrograd. 10 The Bolshevik Left-SR coalition, an uneasy partnership at best, lasted only until mid-1918, when the S.RS got out of the government. Among their other violent dissents, they were opposed to the Brest-Litovsk peace and wanted the war against Germany to continue. To this end they went so far as to kill Merbuk, the German ambassador to Moscow. They also developed an assassination policy towards Bolshevik leaders. On August 30, 1918, Dora Kaplan, S.R., shot and dangerously wounded Lenin in Moscow. From then on the tendency was toward the one-party system. In a fully developed socialist country, inasmuch as all the people's interests are fundamentally harmonious, there is a proper place for only one political party, the Communist Party. In the people's democracies, which are early forms of the proletarian dictatorship, there are, however, several parties, with the Communist Party in the leading role. The existence of many political parties in capitalist countries, each primarily representing some particular class or subclass, merely signifies that the class struggle is raging, with all the parties and groups struggling for their particular class advantages at the expense of the others. The economic foundation. Following the November Revolution there was for a short time a strong tendency to manage the broken-down industries through workers' shop committees. This was a syndicalist trend and it was obviously unfit to build and to operate modern industry. The first real advance towards creating a scientific socialist industrial management, to replace the bourgeois engineers and technicians who had fled, was the formation of the Supreme Economic Council in December 1917. Already in 1918 Lenin initiated the primary steps toward large-scale industrial planned production. Real economic planning, however, did not get well underway until late in 1920, as the Civil War was ending. In 1921 Lenin put out his famous slogan, "Electrification plus Soviet power equals communism." The Gosplan, or State National Planning Agency, was established in April 1921, but for a few years its work was confined chiefly to planning within individual industries: metal, textiles, transport, etc. It was not until 1928, in the famous First Five-Year Plan, that a general production plan for all industries in all localities went into effect. After this, Soviet production leaped ahead, establishing records of achievement far surpassing those ever accomplished by capitalism even in its best periods of growth. By 1933 the Soviet Union had been converted from an agrarian into an industrial country, and its great industrial advance was just beginning. For the first 10 years of the Soviet regime, agricultural production was carried on upon the basis of the peasants operating their own individual tracts of land which, however, belonged basically to the whole people. There were in existence a few model collective and state farms, but it was not until 1929-30, during the first five-year plan, that socialist farm organization really got underway. In the main, this took the form of collective farms, agricultural cooperatives. This development could take place at this particular time because of the current great upsurge of industrial growth, which meant that large-scale mechanization of agriculture had begun. On May 1, 1930, collectivization in the principal grain-growing regions embraced 40 to 50% of the peasant households, as against 2 to 3% in the spring of 1928. By the end of 1931, over 80% of the peasant farms had combined into 200,000 collective farms and 4,000 state farms. By 1934, there were 281,000 tractors and 32,000 harvester combines at work in the Soviet countryside. 11 This deep-going agricultural revolution, which amazed the hitherto skeptical capitalist world, was one of the very greatest of Soviet accomplishments. The agricultural revolution eliminated the rich farmers, kulaks, as a class, even as the socialization of industry had wiped out the big capitalists as an economic and political factor. The first two 5-year plans called for a capital investment of some 200 billion rubles, $40 billion, all of which had to be raised by the war-ravaged Soviet people. To get together such an enormous mass of capital necessitated a considerable tightening of the belts of the workers and peasants. Nevertheless, drastic improvements took place in mass living and working standards. Under the first 5-year plan, unemployment was completely wiped out, there being no place in a socialist planned economy for periodic economic crises and wholesale joblessness, such as curse the capitalist system. This is basically because Soviet production is not carried on for private profit, like capitalist production, but for social use. The trade unions in the Soviet regime. Trade unions in a socialist country obviously must play a very different role than they do in a capitalist country. Their function is determined by the fact that the workers control the government and there are no capitalist exploiters to fight. This gives the workers, who are the leading class in the dictatorship of the proletariat, a direct sense of responsibility for the conditions in industry and for the success of the regime in general, something they cannot have in profit-ridden capitalist countries. Like all other Soviet institutions, the trade unions of today are the result of much experimentation and pioneering work. In the beginning, with no clear ideas prevailing as to just how the trade unions were to operate under socialism, there was a division between the shop committees and the national unions, many believing the latter institutions to be superfluous. But soon the unions came to be based upon the shop committees as their foundation units in industry. From the earliest stages the unions began to take on pioneer functions and forms corresponding to the new workers' society of which they were a basic part. These new tasks came to include such vital matters as the establishment of labor discipline in industry, direct participation in industrial management, the systematic increase and improvement of production, the education and technical training of great masses of new workers, the elaboration and enforcement of factory legislation, the direct management of the immense system of state social insurance, and, on occasion, even the taking up of arms to repel the imperialist interventionists. And through all this, of course, the unions have had the direct supervision over the workers' economic interests by the elaboration and enforcement of wage scales, hours of work, and general working conditions, formulated in collective agreements with the government. The unions, while naturally working in close collaboration with the workers' government, retain an independent status. In capitalist countries, where the workers have to fight the employers and the government, the strike is a most vital weapon, but obviously it is unimportant in the Soviet Union, which has no exploiters and has a workers' government. In the early days of the revolution, in the formative period, there were, however, numerous strikes, many of them started by counter-revolutionary elements who wanted to cripple the Soviet regime. In 1920 there were 43 recorded strikes. But soon even the less advanced workers came to realize the folly of striking against their own government, hence the strike, although still legal, fell into abeyance and is now a great rarity. The establishment of labor conditions in the USSR is not a matter of bitter class struggle, but of friendly negotiation and scientific economic planning. The presence of piecework systems in the USSR strikes visiting trade unionists as strange, seeing that they have to fight so resolutely against piecework in the capitalist countries. But the matter is simple enough, bearing in mind the elementary factor that there are no exploiters in the Soviet Union to rob the workers of their increased production. The All-Union Central Committee of Trade Unions, in 1932, thus explained the situation: the piecework system makes every worker materially interested in increasing the productivity of labor and raising his own qualifications. We must lay all emphasis on the fact that the piecework system in our country is radically different from the piecework system in the capitalist countries. There the piecework system is a means of exploitation. Here, where the state is exercising the maximum degree of care in the protection of labor, and where we have a working day lasting 7 hours, the piecework system accelerates the tempo of socialist construction, increases the productivity of labor, and guarantees the improvement of the material and general living conditions of the workers. 12. Different rates of wage scales prevail in Soviet industry. This is in line with the socialist principle, to each according to his work. It is part of the elaborate system of incentives in effect for Soviet workers. A basic factor of this situation is that with every kind of education and promotion wide open to the workers, the advance to the better paid, more skilled, and more responsible positions rests freely within the choice of every worker himself. 31. The German and Hungarian Revolutions, 1918 to 1919. With its enormous human slaughter and property destruction, World War I resulted in the breaking up of four great empires: the Russian, German, Austro-Hungarian, and Turkish, Ottoman. It was climaxed also by the overthrow of four feudal autocrats: the Russian Tsar, the German Kaiser, the Austrian Emperor, and the Turkish Sultan, and of their royal systems with them. Demolished, too, was the capitalist system in Russia, and it would also have been destroyed throughout Eastern and Central Europe had it not been for the profound treachery of the right-wing Social Democrats. This vast revolutionary upheaval followed the general lines long foreseen and advanced by Lenin. Far more than anyone else, he was the ideological leader of the tremendous post-war anti-feudal, anti-capitalist, anti-imperialist, pro-socialist movement. The lead for the entire struggle was given by the Russian people with the Communist Party at their head. Lenin's influence in this far-reaching revolution was to be seen clearly under three general heads. First, the whole broad struggle was in accordance with Lenin's long-advocated policy of transforming the imperialist war into a revolutionary struggle against the reactionary governments responsible for the terrible butchery. The timetable of the various phases of the Great Revolution was not the same in all countries, nor was the political content of the revolution everywhere identical, but the fundamental homogeneity of the entire movement was unmistakable, and it was also undeniably Leninist. Second, in the breakup of the four great empires a strong national revolutionary force manifested itself. In the struggle, under varying conditions, a whole series of new nations were crystallized into independent entities, among them, Finland, Poland, Czechoslovakia, Yugoslavia, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. This development, too, was quite in accord with the program of the Russian Communist Party and Lenin's teachings. For many years, long before President Wilson even dreamed of his 14 points, Lenin had ardently advocated the principle of self-determination of nations, in the face of the strongest opposition of right social democrats and even of many left-wingers, but in close harmony with the wishes of the respective peoples. Third, in the great revolutionary upheaval in the four empires, there was also a powerful anti-capitalist socialist element, which, of course, was unmistakably Leninist. It was the growing over of the bourgeois revolution into the proletarian revolution. It came to fullest expression in Russia, the political leader of the entire movement, and only social democratic treachery prevented socialism from prevailing in most if not the entire area involved. These three basic facts show that in the revolutionary aftermath of World War I, Lenin and the Communist Party struck the real note of progress for world society. This development was fully in line with the historic role of communism, which furnishes the constructive world leadership as international capitalism rots and decays. This great reality was also to be demonstrated again and again in the tremendous world upheavals that were to take place between the end of World War I and the present time. Soviets in Germany. As the war dragged along interminably, In a vast welter of human slaughter and suffering, the workers in Germany, as elsewhere in Europe, became increasingly rebellious and developed more and more of an anti-war spirit. Broad strike movements in Germany, early in 1918, involved as many as 1 million workers. A strong shop stewards movement grew up in Berlin and elsewhere. Powerful open protest meetings swept the country against the harsh terms of the Brest-Litovsk Treaty. Numerous bread riots took place, and there were increasing reports of insubordination among the troops. By the early fall of 1918, the mass prestige of the Kaiser's government, as a result of its generally reactionary character and its declining military fortunes, began to approach the zero mark. And the tremendous example of the nearby victorious Russian Revolution was an inspiring force of great magnitude in awakening the German working class to action. During the war years, under the influence of treason by the right wing, the Social Democratic Party had split into three segments: left, center, and right. The revolutionary left, led by Luxemburg, Liebknecht, Mering, Zetkin, Jogi Ches, Pike, and others, with relatively only a small organization, crystallized during the war, early in 1916, into the Internationals, or the Spartakusbund. The Communist Party was not formed until December 1918, largely of Spartakus forces. The vacillating center, led by Koskai, Hassa, Ledbuhr, Barth, Dittmann, et.al., men of revolutionary words and conservative deeds, crystallized their large mass following in December 1915, first around the Social Democratic Workers' Community, and, shortly afterward, into a new organization, with which the Spartakusbund early affiliated, the Independent Social Democratic Party of Germany, formed in April 1917. The rights, outstanding among whom were Ebert, Niski, Scheidemann, Legion, Wells, and Company, blatant revisionists, held most of the party press, organization, and membership under the original party name and apparatus. They also largely controlled the trade unions, which had been reduced to some 2 million members, mostly skilled workers, but which, by 1918, were growing furiously, quadrupling this number by 1920. The spark that touched off the German Revolution was the successful mutiny of the sailors of the Grand Fleet in Kiel on November 5, 1918, who refused to die gloriously with the fleet so that the British could not get the ships. Like wildfire, the revolt spread throughout Germany. The influence of the Russian Revolution immediately made itself manifest, as the rebellious workers, soldiers, and sailors set up Soviets all over the country, in the main cities and in the chief centers of the armed forces. These councils, patterned after the early Russian Soviets, had the support of the great body of the workers and soldiers. On November 7, a Soviet took political power in Bavaria, with Kurt Eisner at its head. On November 9, the national government, with not a kick left in it, collapsed and the Kaiser fled to Holland. The revolution was virtually bloodless. The revolution betrayed. At this time, with the imperial regime demoralized, the German working class, given united leadership, would and could readily have driven through with the proletarian socialist revolution. But this was the last thing that the dominant right social democratic leadership wanted. These people did not believe in nor want socialism, like their kind everywhere. They were essentially liberals, who only strove to patch up capitalism a bit here and there. Their whole line was to cooperate with the employers to smash the revolution. Their attitude was that all means were justified to prevent the victory of socialism in Germany. Their chief leader, Ebert, expressed their general position when he said, "I hate the revolution as I hate sin." 1. How far from the minds of the revisionist social democratic leaders was the idea of establishing socialism in Germany, was demonstrated by a big capital labor conference held at the time. This unprecedented conference, in which all capital was represented by the multimillionaire, Hugo Stinnes, and all labor by the real boss of the Social Democratic Party, the trade union leader, Karl Legion, took place in Berlin during November 8 to 15, even as the machine guns were rattling in the streets of the city. basing themselves on the counter-revolutionary presumption that the capitalist system was going to continue as before and that there would be no extensive socialization of industry. The conference proceeded to work out an elaborate collective agreement, recognizing the trade unions, establishing the 8-hour day, setting up workshop committees, etc. While the political leaders of the party were making demagogic speeches to the workers, telling them how they were going to lead Germany to socialism, the real party leaders, behind the scenes, were thus cynically settling the revolution, that is, peddling it away for relatively minor economic concessions too. The aim of the whole maneuver was to split away the trade union movement, mostly of the skilled labor aristocracy, from the revolutionary masses, and thus to defeat the struggle as a whole. The Workers' and Soldiers' Council of Berlin on November 10 declared that the old Germany is no more. The Workers' and Soldiers' Councils, Soviets, are now the bearers of political sovereignty. 3. This corresponded to the earlier workers' program in Russia, all power to the Soviets. The council called for a general strike. The program further demanded the rapid nationalization of industry and the general democratization of the country. Although the Berlin Soviets were controlled by the revisionists and opportunists, this, in words at least, was basically the policy of the communists. It refuted the argument of the renegade Borkenau and others that there was no revolutionary spirit among the workers. 4 Lenin was profoundly correct in analyzing the German situation as revolutionary, and so the bourgeois ideologists also understood it. The right Social Democrats, fearing like death the revolutionary spirit of the workers and the possibility of a dictatorship of the proletariat in Germany, set as their first counter-revolutionary goal to devitalize and destroy the new-fledged Soviets. In close cooperation with the capitalists, to save Germany from Bolshevism, they started out by establishing a caretaker government headed by Friedrich Ebert, 1871–1925, a former saddler and an extreme revisionist, who in 1913, upon the death of Babel, became the leader of the party. Ebert promptly cancelled the general strike that had been called by the Berlin Soviet. The next step of the rights was to set up a provisional government a few days later, composed of 3 right-wingers Ebert, Scheidemann, and Landsberg and 3 independents Hasse, Dittmann, and Barth. Although the revisionists obviously were fully decided to go no further than establishing a bourgeois democratic republic, nevertheless the independents, while pretending to favor all power to the workers' councils, joined hands with the right wing in what could only be a governmental attempt to stamp out the revolution. This was fatal. It was such unprincipled maneuvers as this that caused Lenin to characterize the centrists as the most dangerous of all the enemies of the revolution. On December 16 the National Congress of Workers' and Soldiers' Councils met in Berlin. The rights, largely due to their strong control of the party organizations, trade unions, and cooperatives, had 3/4 of the delegates, and the independents most of the rest. The Congress, therefore, supported the provisional government, and voted for holding the National Assembly and against establishing Soviet power. This situation corresponded with the big Menshevik and socialist revolutionary majorities and followers in the Russian Soviets in their early stages. The counter-revolution, not relying upon its dubious majority in the workers' councils, sought an opportunity to drown the revolution in blood and found it in January 1919. The government suddenly removed Emil Eichhorn, the military commander of Berlin, an independent. This provoked an armed struggle by the Spartacists and left independents, who rallied to the support of Eichhorn. A general strike spread throughout the country. Niski, Social Democratic Minister of Defense, mobilized the former Kaiser's officers and other reactionary military elements and threw them against the fighting workers. For 2 weeks the streets of Berlin and other cities ran red with blood, but in the end the rebellion was crushed. It was a deadly blow to the newly formed Communist Party. On April 13, 1919, the workers in Bavaria set up a Soviet republic, but after 18 days of existence it fell. It was in this general struggle that Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Liebknecht, who had recently been released from jail, were savagely murdered. They had been rearrested on January 15, in Berlin, and while presumably being taken to prison, were cold-bloodedly shot down. The assassination was deliberately planned by the authorities, but the government denied all responsibility for it. No effort was made to apprehend the murderers, who were well known. Thus perished two of the noblest fighters ever produced by the world revolutionary movement. The bourgeoisie resumes full charge. After this bloodbath, which caused the independents to resign from the government, the Rights pushed on to their counter-revolutionary National Assembly. They held the elections on January 21, right in the depressing aftermath of the defeated revolutionary struggle. Not surprisingly, therefore, the parties of the right carried the elections by a considerable margin. The revisionist Social Democrats got 39.3% of the total vote cast and the independents 7.68%, with the communists not participating in the elections. The bourgeois Weimar Republic was set up during the next weeks. The capitalists, however, realizing the revolutionary mood of the workers and to mislead and confuse them, put right-wing Social Democrats at the head of the new government. Ebert, Scheidemann, and Niski, whom they knew they could trust fully to defend the capitalist system against revolutionary working class attacks. The assembly leaders also, as soothing syrup for the workers, drew up a radical program of socialization of industry, improvement of wages, housing, education, and support of workers' councils, etc., a program which they had not the slightest intention of putting into effect, and they never did. They cynically gave the Soviets an advisory capacity towards the new government. This, in general, was a perfect outcome for the capitalists. They had regained control of the government apparatus and had placed at the head of it right social democratic reactionaries who would take on the task of shooting down the revolution. These same Social Democrats were also at hand to assume the heavy responsibility of signing the infamous Versailles Treaty, an act which was to be a millstone around their necks a decade later when they had to face rising fascism. Despite the disastrous January events, the German workers during the next 4 years made several revolutionary attempts to end German capitalism, which we shall deal with in passing. But these all failed, in each case being shot down by the forces of reaction, organized and led by the right-wing Social Democrats. In its supreme hour of need, German capitalism found effective protection from the socialists of the right. It was precisely such a course that the Mensheviks and socialist revolutionaries in Russia had also had in mind, but the Bolsheviks were strong enough to smash their counter-revolutionary efforts and to lead the revolution to victory. The loss of the German Revolution prevented most if not all of Europe from going socialist after the First World War. This would have been a crushing blow to world capitalism and would have changed the world's situation. Upon the heads of the right Social Democrats, therefore, rests the criminal responsibility for the rise of world fascism, for the slaughter of World War II, and for all the other social disasters that have followed from the prolongation of the life of the obsolete world capitalist system. And the end of these sacrifices and disasters is not yet. Various other factors contributed to the defeat of the German Revolution. The German bourgeoisie was stronger than that in Russia and better able to fight. The workers were more afflicted with bourgeois illusions, especially about Wilson's 14 points, than were the Russians. Nevertheless, with proper leadership, they could have carried through the revolution. Together with these fundamental reasons for the revolution's failure was the weakness, both ideologically and organizationally, of the Spartakusbund, later the Communist Party. The party was not strong enough to mobilize and lead the German working class in the face of the many difficulties of the time. The Berlin Uprising was a disastrous error, and so were leftist refusals to stay in the old unions and to participate in political elections. But underlying all this, and the most decisive reason for the defeat of the revolution, was its outrageous betrayal by the right Social Democrats, with the round-the-corner assistance of the centrists, the men of revolutionary phrases and conservative deeds. The Hungarian Revolution. The Austro-Hungarian Empire was blown to pieces in the great revolutionary upheaval that followed World War I. All that was finally left of it is the present-day tiny Austrian Republic, with only a small fraction of the broad territory once encompassed by the empire. The general revolution was mainly of a national liberation character, the major oppressed peoples Poles, Czechs, Slovenes, Serbians, Montenegrins, Croatians, and Hungarians breaking away from the empire and setting up bourgeois republics of their own. In Austria itself, the numerically strong Socialist Party, led by Victor Adler, Karl Renner, and Otto Bauer, made a weak show of militancy, waging broad strikes and trying for a majority in the bourgeois parliament during the May 1919 elections. The conservative parties won the most scats from the country as a whole, with the Social Democrats securing a two-thirds majority in Vienna. In Hungary, however, the upheaval did not halt at the bourgeois stage, but definitely tended to continue over into the socialist revolution. On October 31, 1918, the old regime collapsed under mass pressure and Count Károlyi, a bourgeois Democrat, was made head of the provisional government. He later became president, on November 16, when the republic was set up. Károlyi's government, however, was unable to make any headway, in the face of the chaotic political and economic situation. On March 21, 1919, it had to yield to a predominantly communist government, committed to the establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat. The leading party in the new government was the Socialist Party of Hungary, an amalgamation of Social Democrats and Communists. The real head of the new government was its forcing minister, Bela Kun, a communist. Other active figures in the government were Eugene Varga, the famous economist, and Matthias Rákosi, the future head of the People's Democratic Republic of Hungary 25 years later. The new Soviet government failed because of the extreme objective difficulties it had to face and also because of serious political errors made by its leaders. Under direct military pressure from the Allied powers, the government was forced out of office, and in August 1919 the republic was overthrown. During the short life of the Hungarian Soviet regime, the leaders of the government made many costly mistakes in policy. The most important was the failure, despite the great lesson of Soviet Russia, to give the land to the peasants and thus to draw them into the revolutionary struggle. Also, ignoring Lenin's brilliant strategy at Brest-Litovsk, they failed to exploit the opportunity to establish peace with the Allies, even at a serious cost. They also made an ill-based and hasty nationalization of industry and trade, which the weak government was unable to follow up. And more basic still, they made the grave error, criticized sharply by Lenin, of amalgamating into one party with the Social Democrats, revisionists, and all. Together with these disastrous errors of leadership as negative forces were also the detrimental effects of the betrayal of the revolution in Germany by the right Social Democrats, which injured the struggle all over Central Europe, the specific refusal of the Austrian socialists to have their party come to the aid of the Hungarians, and the general weakness of the Hungarian labor movement, the inexperience of the communist leadership, and the ruthlessness of the Allied powers in stamping out Hungarian communism by armed force. In view of all these negative conditions, the Hungarian proletarian revolution, at best, was a forlorn hope. From Spartacus, the popular Thracian leader of the Great Slave Revolt against Rome, 78–71 BC. Leo Jogiches, the husband of Rosa Luxemburg, was also killed. 32 Formation of the Third International, 1919. When the Third, Communist, International was formed in March 1919, in Moscow, the capitalist world was in a state of exhaustion and disarray. World War I and the Russian Revolution had dealt the system terrific blows, from which it was, and still is, unable to recover. These great events marked the beginning of the general crisis of capitalism, the period of its decline and decay, the epoch of imperialist world wars and proletarian revolutions. The general crisis of capitalism represents the extreme sharpening of all the internal and external contradictions of the capitalist system, the struggle between the workers and capitalists over the workers' products, the conflict among the various capitalist groupings, the contradiction in interest between the capitalists and the city middle class and the peasantry, the wars among the capitalist states and against the colonial and semi-colonial peoples, and the growing split between the capitalist and socialist worlds. All these conflicts and antagonisms have their roots back in the earliest stages of capitalism, but in the period of imperialism they mature and reach the point of great explosions which systematically undermine the capitalist structure and begin to destroy the whole capitalist system itself. When the Communist International, Comintern or CI, was born, the capitalists were trying to pull their international system together again, after the tremendous blows it had suffered in the World War and the Great Revolution in Russia, which were major expressions of the fatal general capitalist crisis. The capitalist statesmen were framing the Versailles Treaty, which was signed in June 1919 by the Allies and Germany. This was a bandit treaty, based on the capitalist principle, to the victors belong the spoils. The treaty stripped Germany of her colonies abroad and much of her European territory. It also loaded her down with enormous war reparations. The treaty thus cultivated the soil for World War II. To enforce their violent imperialist redivision of the world, the victorious powers set up the League of Nations. Great Britain and France bossed this body from the inside, while the United States, to retain its freedom of action, never joined the League, but began to maneuver from the outside for world domination. From the outset, the Communists condemned the Versailles Treaty, Lenin blasting it as more brutal and reactionary than the Brest-Litovsk Treaty of the Prussian Junkers. 1. The Social Democrats, on both sides of the war line, while grumbling somewhat at the harshness of the treaty, generally adopted a policy of fulfillment of its terms. The resurrection of the Second International. Under the general head of pulling the forces of capitalism together again after the great blows of the World War and the Russian Revolution, the corpse of the Second International was disinterred and galvanized into life at a General Socialist Conference held in Bern, in February 1919. In its post-war role, the Second International was to be even more blatantly than ever a pro-capitalist organization, setting for itself the ultra-reactionary task, in close cooperation with the employers, of beating back the advancing proletarian revolution. Present at Bern were 102 delegates from 26 countries. Notably absent, for revolutionary reasons, were the left parties from Russia, Italy, Switzerland, Bulgaria, Romania, Serbia, Finland, Latvia, and Poland, and also the Youth International and the International Women's Secretariat. The Belgian party, ultra-chauvinist, refused to sit in the conference with enemy parties too, and the AFL declined an invitation for the same general bourgeois reason. Like the capitalist statesmen at the Versailles Conference, the socialist statesmen in Bern quarreled bitterly among themselves over the question of war guilt. This was the first and main matter on the agenda, consuming 2 days of discussion. Nobody blamed the traitorous social democratic leaders, as should have been done, but instead, the defeated Germans were singled out, just as the bosses did at Paris. They were ultimately forgiven, however, on the grounds that by overthrowing the Kaiser's regime, the German Social Democrats have now proclaimed in deeds their resolute determination to devote all their strength to rebuilding the world shattered by the war and to fight in the League of Nations for Socialism. 3. This was a lie, for neither then nor afterwards had the German leaders any idea of fighting for socialism. The German Koskians were especially active in whitewashing the right-wingers of their war guilt, and also of the murder of Luxemburg and Liebknecht. Formally, the gathering laid over until a future meeting the basic evaluation of the Russian Revolution, but, as Dude says, the general feeling of the conference was clearly condemnatory for the revisionist resolution, by Branting, leading Swedish Social Democrat, which was adopted, repudiated in principle the dictatorship of the proletariat, and declared in substance for bourgeois democracy. 5. This was the official beginning of a decade-long anti-Soviet propaganda campaign which eventually was to equal or outdo anything produced by the capitalists themselves. For the rest, the Bern Conference went on record for the League of Nations, for an international labor charter of the League, and for the right of self-determination of nations. This right, however, was not to include the peoples of the colonial areas, who were left to be protected by the League of Nations and their development furthered in such a manner as to fit them to become members of the League, a thoroughgoing imperialist proposal. The right wing was in full control of the conference throughout. It set up a permanent commission of 2 members for each party, with an executive of 3 revisionists Branting, Henderson, and Huysmans to prepare for another conference. The call for the Third International. On January 24, 1919, as the Paris Peace Conference was meeting, and just prior to the holding of the Bern Socialist Conference, the representatives of 8 Marxist parties, at a meeting in Moscow, including the parties of Russia, Poland, Hungary, Germany, Austria, Letland, Finland, the Balkan Revolutionary Socialist Federation, plus 1 unofficial delegate, Reinstein, of the American Socialist Labor Party, sent out a call in the name of the Russian Communist Party for a World Congress to establish a third, or Communist, International. The invitation was sent to 39 left parties, labor unions, and other groups throughout the world. The Congress call, amounting to a basic program of principles and action, and drawn up in agreement with the program of the Spartacus Union in Germany and of the Communist Party, Bolshevik, in Russia, contained 15 points. These called for the revolutionary seizure of power, the establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat, the disarming of the bourgeoisie and the arming of the proletariat, the suppression of private property in the means of production and their transfer to the proletarian state, the Marxist characterization of the role of the right-wing and centrist groups, and the establishment of a new world organization to be called the Communist International. Point 6. This historic call was issued at a most crucial time. The workers and peasants in Russia, with the Soviet government in power, were fighting a desperate struggle for political survival against